simple. Do you believe in the existence of empty space and that air can travel in all the directions?
What is anti-space?
Oh,
Is that like solid material?
No. Okay. So imagine this. Place your hand.
Stop. You said imagine. No, we don't do that. You said this is not books.
Okay. Forget imagine. Just tell me this thing. Do you believe that you are breathing right now is air, right?
Hope
Yes
so.
or no?
I hope so. Yes, we are breathing air.
Okay. So, you are breathing air, right? Now, do you believe that air is made up of matter, of atoms, molecules? Yes or no?
Oh, no, let me guess. Atoms and molecules have weight, therefore gravity. Oh, wait for it.
No. You are making assumptions. I said no assumptions.
Okay, how is this? I'm just going to ask you a quick question. Whilst you're getting all excited and you're speaking at 4,000 words a second, and I can't hear you because you are really quiet for some reason. I do not know why. Yeah, I'm not your brother, but anyways, how is this related to the shape of the ground?
Yes, I'm going to get it there. But you have to follow the thought process. So, right? So
well, how about this? How about you just present your idea? This is not conditional. It doesn't matter what I... Can you just hold up for a second? I know you're excited. Yeah, you can talk for all you like. This is all I want from you. Listen carefully. All I want from you is to talk...
Man,
talk for a
relax,
minute.
man. No, relax, bro. Yeah, okay. Nobody said you are. Let's just... Can you just shush for a minute, bro?
Mano.
Jeez.
What you got to do is present everything. I want you to present everything, but you've got to understand your presentation is not conditional. Okay? You don't have to get permission from Matrix. You don't have to get permission from T-Dub. All you have to do is present your information. We then assess it and see if it proves curvature or not. That's how it works, my friend. So I'm going to unlock you and you can go for it. The floor is yours, please.
Listen, if you're muting, and listen. If you're muting in this way, you're not going to allow me to present and ask you simple questions, then there cannot be any thought process to follow, and I cannot save you. So for me to save you and make this understanding clear, you
spend your time complaining. All right? Excellent job. You speak 4,000 words per minute.
Very simple things. No, okay, I speak simple, slowly. Okay, is this okay? Is this okay? Slowly, okay? So, sir, what I am asking
louder, please. Louder.
Okay, hello.
Louder.
Hello.
Fix your mic.
Hello.
No, fix it.
Hello?
Fix your mic.
Hello.
Louder.
Are you here now?
No, get louder. No, you need to get louder.
Hello. Do you hear me now?
No, you're still quiet. Fix your mic.
Volume's all the way up.
Okay,
Yeah,
how about now?
200.
Is it fixed? Hello?
That's a little better.
Hello?
That's a little better.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Oh, shit. I think I know.
Go into your audio settings, dude.
Okay, how about this? Is this fixed?
Yeah, for me it is.
Okay, so you have in front of you air, right? Is that wrong or right? Do you believe in the existence of air and empty space or not?
Yeah, it's how you're talking right now. It's how you're conveyed the medium of air. You can't talk without air.
Do you?
It's self-evident, bro. Like, nobody has to believe in air, all right? Your lungs fill with a substance that we understand as being a gas. Can you allow other people to freaking respond?
He's lagging. Hold up. Right. Mano and Mano, you have got about 3 seconds of lag. So by the time you hear somebody say, please be quiet, you've already got on to the next sentence. So T-Dub was trying to talk to you, and either you can't hear him or it's lagged like an absolute MF. Oh, he is lagging. Excellent. So Professor Triangle said the same thing too. T-Dub, now our friend is quiet. You can say what you're trying to say.
All right, we don't need to believe in air, right? It's self-evidence that there's a substance filling our lungs, right, and surrounding us that we understand as being a gaseous substance, right? It's a state of matter in the form of a gas made up of what we're told: oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and all the other elements, okay, that are present in the atmosphere, quote unquote.
Do I have permission to speak now, or am I going to be muted again?
Did you acknowledge what I said?
Okay. So now,
Did you at least acknowledge what I? Can you please just at least acknowledge what I said?
So listen. So listen. Right? You said yourself that gas.
Yeah. Listen. What
right?
did T-Dub said?
He said the gas is a state of matter, and air consists of oxygen and all these ideas that you have been presented with, right? So you do believe in the state of matter that is gaseous. So you also believe in the state of matter that is liquid, and you also believe in the state of
I said
matter
you specifically don't have to believe it that air exists, right? It's self-evident.
Okay, so that means you believe and you know that air does exist, and you believe in the state of matter.
No, you're wrong.
Air, and that means
you don't have to believe what's self-evident, dude. You don't have to believe things that are self-evidently true.
Okay, so it's self-evident, right? Exactly, it's self-evident. That means you know it. That means it was right. That means you believe in it because it is self-evident. It is true. That means you believe in it.
No, stop.
The state of matter.
You don't have to believe in something that you know is true.
Come on, if you know it's true, then you have to believe. What the fuck is that?
Is this Robert V. Utah?
If you know it's true, you know it.
Hold on. Okay.
Is this Robert?
So you know it's true. You know that the state of matter, there is a state of matter called gas, and the gas travels in all the directions, right? Gas consists of particles.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong? I'm right. Excellent. So if you believe that gas is a matter, right, it can travel in all the directions, and that's how it occupies the states. That's how it occupies space. So you believe if there is no gas in the specific area, you can create the vacuum. That means there will be nothing there. That means it will be an empty space. Do you believe in that or not? Do you believe that is true and evident?
You don't have to believe it. Listen, you can take a balloon and you can blow air into it and fill up the balloon.
No, I am. You are.
You can take an empty balloon and you can blow air into it and fill up the balloon. Yes or no?
Do you believe in the self-evidence? It's self-evident that there can be empty space or not.
So if we generate a vacuum chamber, like one of the guys does, if we make a vacuum chamber, you're saying that is empty space?
Yes.
But it's not completely void of matter.
So you've got... Hey, let's just go. Let him go. You've got a vacuum chamber. So please continue.
Excellent. Let me continue. So when you say you put something like an air in a vacuum, right, it's going to go in all directions, right? Is that correct or not?
You blow up a balloon with air, yes.
Yeah.
No, not the air. We're just...
Why are you having a hard time with this? Why are you having a hard time with the balloon? Did my balloon somehow destroy your script?
Because balloons are stupid.
Yes.
Okay, you want to take balloon? Let's go with balloon. Let's go with the balloon. So, an empty balloon contains nothing, and a balloon filled with air occupies space.
There's no such thing as a vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum. This is self-evident.
Okay, so it's a self-evident. That means it exists, and that means you believe it is true, it is real, vacuum exists.
No, you don't have to believe it. No, I said there's no such thing as a complete vacuum. This is self-evident.
So that means it is true, it is real. So you have to believe it because it's a fact. It is self-evident.
No, you don't have to believe things that you
What?
know are true that are
He's still stuck
self-evidently
on the
true.
belief.
So you
Well,
said yourself
lag.
that.
Okay, Mono, just listen. Mono, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now you can hear me. Belief and knowledge, two separate things. Okay? Not the same thing. Separate. Knowing something, believing something, different.
Oh my God.
He's not going to help you.
Yeah, you might. You couldn't even get your script out because it crashed and burned
I'm not
upon
getting my
entry.
script out. I'm saving you guys. I'm fixing your brains. Okay? I'm
No,
not.
you're
I don't have
definitely
any
not.
script.
Fixing our
Don't
brains.
insult our intelligence like that, dude. Not going to tolerate it. Get out. If you're here to preach, like you're some sort of missionary from the globe side, get out.
I sent him to the philosophy room.
Oh,
Here to fix our brains. God dang.
I think he's on uppers.
That's very possible.
Like I mentioned balloon, I thought he'd agree with that. And he's like, no. Wait. You can't say that you could blow a balloon up with air. No.
It was like using Robert's talking points, but his cadence wasn't the same.
Correct.
and a good dose of lag didn't help either.
Yeah, I can turn everyone back down now. I can turn the volume back down.
Oh, good. So it wasn't just me. I cracked him up to 200, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, if I bumped one of me dials and T-Dub's voice was still normal, as far as I'd call normal anyways, and yeah, he was just, I don't know, odd.
He's still talking like he thinks he's still in this room and he's in the philosophy room doing this.
That'd be hilarious, bro. He just goes into the middle of the session.
I kind of want to take a peek. Let me scroll down.
He's continuing his conversation mid sentence.
Philosophy.
They'll be like, "What the heck are you on about, bro?" He'd be like, "No, wait, listen. Do you believe in air?"
No, he's not in there.
Yeah, you broke his script with that balloon.
I have no idea where he was even going with any of that.
Oh, I think he was going for the gravity script.
I thought we
yeah,
were not
like,
talking about that anymore, though.
I
if
think
you
he's
believe
going for
air,
nothing exists script.
yeah, like oh, you believe air exists, self-evident that you're breathing. Well, then it's self-evident that we're being pulled to the ground, right? So there must be a force. Something like that.
Maybe.
I just actually activated the event. I thought I'd started it earlier, but now it's just started. It's called The Earth Doesn't Spin. And
The Earth doesn't
expect
spin.
the clown car to roll
Let's go.
in shortly.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, being that it's 11:15, and you guys have activated the clown signal, and I don't feel like getting my chair and my whip out and attacking the wrong things, I'm going to sneak off to bed. So you have yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I should see you all tomorrow. Peace, guys. Nice one, Crit. All right, catch us, guys.
Cheers, Matrix. Have a good one, man.
Oops, I played it like 1 second too soon.
I mean, it is self-evident to a degree that, objects of a greater density than its surrounding medium will move downwards. Yeah, that is self-evident.
To believe.
Why is it happening is another question entirely, isn't it? And is not apparent and or self-evident.
Right, you can believe in any cause you like.
Still think the primary cause of the effect that we observe is just the displacement in the first place. It would not happen without that.
Yeah. It would be ironic if he was like doing what Tony Cup said and trying to use something else that's self-evident as as an example of having to accept gravity as being real, as being self-evident. Because then I would have to question him whether, that understanding actually applies to all states of matter, like gas, right? Because we don't observe that happening with gas. It just wants to. We can observe to a degree some density relationship, like with the SF6 gas, versus the oxygen and the air, that's above it while it's in the fish tank, surrounding it. Temporary effect relationship, but overall, just expands to fill that available volume when it gets a chance. Its environment allows it to, it'll expand to fill that volume. So it just doesn't happen with solids and liquids like that. In a weird, matter is such a weird thing. I mean, like solid, it fixed volume holds its shape, and then you melt it, and it spreads out, but not in all directions, right? Horizontally, spreads out, and then you've got that matter forming, evaporation forming into a gaseous state. Just wants to fill any shape that's available to it, right? Which would be restricted by either one of those other two states of matter, solid or liquid, or a combination of. And I would probably then argue that then you would be getting into the realm of belief when it comes to conceptual models of like bonds, atoms, and subatomic particles, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it seems to be a good way to understand it. But we're getting some people joining. Hopefully, they're new people or maybe people who have been here before and want to continue a conversation they're having previously. Welcome to all the newcomers. Please feel free to open your mic and join in the discussion. DJ has started an event. The Earth does not spin.
Okay, what about Southern Star Trails? Plus water when it's a drop. The water when it's a drop, it's a sphere shape.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't agree.
Yeah, air pressure is pressing on the air.
And our heads are round. And the planets are round too. The planets are all spheres. They're all globes too. You know?
That's a cool story, bro. Yeah, interesting.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
We're just giant little ants on a giant ball. We're just too small to see the curvature. You got a lot of people in here right now, huh?
I thought we had more people than were joining, but because I thought I heard like 2 or 3 pings. But maybe I was wrong. Or it might have been Car and Linus and you joining.
Probably.
Maybe some other people that I've missed. Lotrect is here, but he used to open his mic. Now he's just a chat skank.
Yeah.
Yeah, he failed to prove the globe. You know, what's he going to do? He's used up all of his arguments at this point, so he just listens now. Just another fan of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord team.
I was listening last night to I fell asleep listening to it. That shit was hella funny, dude. So funny. It was like some young dude from I don't know. He had like an Asian accent or something. I don't know. That shit was hella funny though. But I don't even remember who was talking to him. But it was just super funny.
Oh, that's interesting. I can send them the news because that's when people ask why do you send the news, it's like topic A, entertainment. They claim flat Earth is nothing but entertainment, but yet they've watched the same episode day after day for years. How could they still be entertained by exactly the same content? So let's switch it up. Let's talk about globe shit, bullshit. Like here we go. Like today. Scientist says that humans will go backwards in time in just 4 years. Computer scientist and futurist Ray Kurzweil believes humanity will achieve longevity escape velocity in just 4 years.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, when I read the article, it meant that each advancement in life expectancy, like science and technology, will be shorter than 1 human year. So, say if, right now, humans live to be 70 or something, whatever. Your lifespan, the average person will live to be 70. From that year, 69 to 70, you will extend your lifespan by more than 1 year. So now that you're going to be 71 and a half. And by the time you get to 71 and a half, your life expectancy would have increased by more than that year and a half or that 2 years to like 4 years. So now your life expectancy is 75. And then by the time you hit 75, your life expectancy would have gone up 10 more years. Now your life expectancy is 80. Like you just keep hitting that sort of snooze button on life expectancy.
I heard 33 is the new 9/11, bro. 33 is the new 9/11. They say like 20 is the new 40.
Yeah. Well, I did. I saw that clip where you had Putin and the Chinese leader and North Korea's guy. I can never remember their freaking names.
Oh yeah.
And they're walking along with their posse, right? And they're discussing between themselves, the advancements we've made so far, right? And that theoretically we could actually extend our life to beyond 120 simply by just replacing vital organs that are decaying. Just replace them with younger, fresher ones, and you're good to go for a little while longer, right? But I don't know how true that is.
Probably if we just ate organic food, went barefoot, and did sun gazing, you know what I mean? Probably extend our life like by 10 years, maybe more. I don't know.
Absolutely, totally agree with you as I get up to go and make myself a very sugary instant coffee.
That's right.
I like those sci-fi shows where they say like the human soul or like the human mind. Like they just touched on this. I think Westworld was one of the just one that just did it. That you're not meant to live forever.
You're working on what?
Like your mind and your soul are just not eternal. Earthly. It's not earthly eternal.
When you say soul, do you mean the soles of our feet?
No, you're like your energy, like your breath. Like the powerhouse in your body.
Well, think about this though. So, if we came from the dirt, and it says, "To the dirt we shall return," and why wouldn't our soul be connected? Like, the part that touches the earth the most, where we come from, is called our soul. You know what I mean? And then like our head is like heavy.
Wait, so the eyes are the window to the feet?
Yeah. The eyes are the windows to the feet. The only way that I'll ever get caught is if I get caught flat-footed. You guys ever heard of that grocery store called Bristol Farms? I take that as a no.
Sorry, please repeat it.
What?
Huh?
Oh, I said, has anybody ever heard of the grocery outlet chain called Bristol Farms?
No.
Maybe it's only in California.
What about them?
That was just a stupid joke. I was going to say that the previous owner was a Crip, and it used to be called Crystal Farms. But then a Blood became the CEO of the company. He changed the name from Crystal Farm to Bristol Farm. Get it?
No.
Is that I think it's like a
Because okay,
is that like an
so
inference to meth or
Bloods-
something?
no. Like the Bloods, they'll change like whatever has a C in it, they'll change it to a B, and that's how they talk. So if something's crazy, they'll be like, "Oh, that's brazy, that's brazy," you know. If that makes any sense to you guys. But yeah, so it was just a funny joke. Well, sometimes things are funny to me, but other people either don't get them or just don't find them humorous. So it's funny to me, though.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about that sort of gang activity in a long time, like the Crips and the Bloods and like blue and red gang colors and all that. I thought that was kind of like died out, like in the
Yeah, kind of, yeah. 90s. Kind of, yeah. You guys still got a lot of people who like speak that language. It's crazy because like, so like I was incarcerated with these black dudes who were Bloods. They were from I don't know where in LA, but they talk so fast, and every word that they said that had a C in it, a C like started with a C, they were just like able to say it with a B instead of a C, like super fast. I was like, dude, you guys must have been training for years to do this, you know? But yeah. If they could only use their power for good, they wouldn't. Not even if they could.
Yes. Meanwhile, the Earth is not spinning. I think you're spinning around right now. Anyone?
Well, it's tilted on its axis.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's all relative too, you know. Like,
That oblate.
if I was on Jupiter, right? Like, what, bro?
Right. Back in my day, it only took 3 days to get to the moon. We used to have to walk. We used to have to walk to the moon barefoot in the snow on 9/11, just to get a booster shot.
Now it takes 60 years. Well, actually, it's 70. Well, 80. Yeah. Hang on. Give us a minute.
You know what I just realized is, I didn't even think about this until right now. Don Pettit's never been to the moon. Well, none of them really have, but, you know, as far as the story goes, he's never been there, but yet he says, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. But he's never been there. Nobody's ever been there, really, but I just thought that was kind of interesting. I just realized that right now.
Yeah.
I'd go back.
Maybe it was a Freudian slip. Maybe he has been. He wasn't supposed to mention that.
I know, right? Or it's just like how all these Globers are like, yeah, we went to the moon. Like, we won the Super Bowl. Like, no, you didn't. We used a theodolite. No, you don't.
We committed genocide. We destroyed thousands of cultures across the world.
Yeah. No, you didn't.
I think the first question for anyone that wants to debate against the topic of the event, right? If they don't know how fast the Earth spins, right, that may be the first question. I bet not one person knows the speed that the Earth spins.
It should be a prerequisite to even be able to, like, you know,
continue
to come in here and be all
to continue
snarky,
the conversation.
Yeah, but most of them come in here and they're just like they totally just leave the globe behind, and they're just like, so if the Earth is flat, then how do you explain this? You're like, what? You know what I mean? Like they want you to explain something that isn't happening. It's just like the way they like, you know what I'm talking about? Like they convolute and twist shit around. So like they often try to put a flat earther in the position of like trying to explain something. You know what I mean?
Every time, man, like you ask them a direct question, what's your best globe proof? And they'll be like, yeah, well, how do you explain on the flat earth? Like, exactly. Every single time.
Yeah.
We should give them a little quiz, like every time we talk to a new person. It's like, all right, like, so do you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just believe the Earth's a globe? If they say they know it's a globe, okay, so how big is it? Does it spin west to east or east to west? Like, just a few basic questions, and just point out to them that they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Therefore, they have no right to ask anybody else which has a conflicting worldview how something fucking works. Excuse my language.
Right.
Yeah, that's what
I was thinking about this right now.
Anything
on a globe.
Sorry,
like,
man, we got lag.
Okay. Am I roboting?
No. There's some lag probably on my end, I guess.
It's probably Australia's fault. Don't worry about it.
Hey,
So
DJ, what do you think of that?
No, go ahead, bro.
No, you first.
I was just thinking on a globe, right? Like theoretically on a globe, would there really how could there even be an east or west? You know, unless you like, it's just, you know what I mean? Because you keep going in one direction, the east or west, it could be in any like because it just keeps going around. You know, I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense. Just like a compass wouldn't work on a globe, but anyway.
Oh, but that's what you've got the stars for, man. Because, you know, like...
Some food stamps for thought.
You got your celestial rotations, bro. The opposite ends of the Earth. That's why. That's how we know, and that's how we know it's tilted on its axis as well, because that rotation isn't equal with the sun's equatorial plane. How do they even know what the fucking sun's equatorial plane is, bro? Like, come on, man.
What do you think of that new guy on Greatest Minds, DJ? The guy who's like a doctorate candidate in like astrophysics.
Oh, he already quit. Yeah, he already quit. Oh, okay. Left the server. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he was just pasting walls of text not related to the question that was asked. Scattergunning, just all the usual tactics, trying to brag about like his credentials, not offering any empirical evidence whatsoever. Just yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't go back and look. I just saw the first couple posts back and forth, and he was engaging with the science and space news, and it seemed kind of normal. But then when I started seeing like a lot of walls of text, I was like, okay, I'll come back to this later. And then we had a moment here. I'll be like, hey, so what's up? Was it like his name was it like something Skeletor or something like that, or
yeah, I'll have to look something like that.
Okay. Yeah, my comment to him, I don't know if you saw it, I said, you don't need to flaunt your credentials. If you're an expert, it will be painfully obvious you're an expert. You're like, you don't need to say this. Okay, when experts don't need to say like an honest person doesn't say they're honest. A brave person doesn't say they're brave. It's obvious by their actions, by the fruits of their labor. So like this is like the 8th time. I remember exactly how I said. I go, you don't need to flaunt that. Okay, it doesn't matter anyway, even if you are.
Yeah, that server attracts a lot of people like that, right? Like because it's called Greatest Minds on Discord. People see it and they're like, "Well, that's me. I'm gonna join and show everyone how smart I am."
Especially if they know flat earthers might be in there. They're just like, "Oh man," you know what I mean? It's just like, dude, girls don't like it when Globers clown flat earthers. That's not gonna get you laid. You know? Whatever. Maybe some people will.
Give me of all the topics too. Like why it looks like I went back to look at his post. He beamed right into flat Earth. He didn't post anything anywhere else.
Yeah. It's like either they get their asses handed to them and then they never come back, or like they sit around like Roofy and like a couple of the other dudes. Like for years, they'll just keep coming back, getting destroyed. It's like, are those dudes paid to be in these rooms? Because there's no way they could be intellectually honest, you know?
Okay, I guess I missed it. He did talk about his favorite fast food place is White Castle because he likes the onions, but McDonald's has the best fries. And then he talked about emojis. So there's like 6 posts outside of Flat Earth.
So he's like basically representing GMO food and eating it too. That's funny.
I mean, there's so many topics that are active on that server. Like, why just beam into one and then whatever?
I mean, I don't support it, but I buy it and I eat it.
Oh, what, McDonald's?
I don't know the details, but there's something about that there's some sort of legal legislation they want to pass now that anything GMO has to be labeled with like a warning label.
Oh, it's already been. Well, all the GMO food as of like I think January of 2024. All the food because before the labels on food it would only say if it didn't have GMO, it'd be like non-GMO, but then other things didn't say anything. So now every food that has it's after the ingredients. Like you'll have all the ingredients and then the address or like the city the food was made in, and then after that it'll say contains genetically modified. It says it after the ingredients, so it's so weird.
Okay, I was thinking like this legislation I was looking at would be like a bright red, like kind of like banner or sticker on the product that says
"Oh shit,
GMO."
Maybe they will.
Like the
they
same
probably
thing,
will
like
pretty soon.
Cigarettes too, like how they have a warning label on cigarettes. Like warning. This is
yeah. Do you know what? Do you know what though? So many foods nowadays. Like when you go into like say like I don't know, like Denny's or something. Like not like the most expensive restaurant, but not like McDonald's either. And McDonald's also they have warnings on the front of their door. I think this is just in California though, and it says Prop 65. One of the ingredients, the ingredient or ents plural, have been known to the state of California to cause cancer, and so that's on the doors of like. Panda Express, all these places, but it's in like writing that's like almost like you can't even see it unless you look at it at a certain angle with a light. I think what they'll do is just like what they're going to do with the food stamps. Like they took them away and then they like give them back a little bit. I think what they're going to do is they'll take the food stamps away, and then the people who need them will be like really hurting and desperate, and then. What they'll do is they'll be like, okay, now you have to get the chip or whatever if you want your food stamps. And then I think even to go further, people who are in debt, they might even give them like some type of jubilee, like forgiving all debts if you get the chip. I mean, because they gotta wheel it out in a way where like people are like desperate for it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, to get your stamps. It has to be like implanted as on your hand.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It'll be something like that. Because like if you think about this, they have their like let's say like they'll do things in successions. Like something happened like 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days ago, or something like that. You know what I mean? So if you look on the calendar, you'll see a lot of these events are like there's 666 days between these events or whatever. Well, with like things like. In 1933 is when they changed it from gold standard currency to paper money, right? So why not 100 years? In 2033 would be the year that they completely, there's no more cash anymore. They what is it called, transfer, or not transfer, but they phase it out, you know. I mean, they just recently announced on the news that they're not making pennies anymore. So I don't know how much longer, but I'd say 2033 it would make sense. But that would be perfect time for them to get rid of the cash and go crypto, since 100 years before that they got rid of the gold and went cash, you know.
Yeah, I mean, after what happened, was it Chile? I think, or one country in South America diverted a lot of its government resources into some sort of crypto, and it collapsed. Their government financial system collapsed.
What was that, sir? You just threw it? Make sure it's out.
Sorry about that. I didn't know if I was hot micing or not.
Yo, what's going on here?
How you doing, bro?
Great, man. What about you?
All right.
What we doing here? Flatting the earth?
Are you a flat earther?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So do you have any proofs that the earth is curving 8 inches per mile square, or spinning?
What do you mean?
Don't give a fuck
What do you
either
mean
way.
you're not a flat earther? What do you mean you're not a flat earther? I don't understand.
Well, maybe I am. I don't understand either. Whichever one is the majority, I guess. Okay.
You just kind of go with the herd. Just whatever the other sheep want to do, then you're just happy. Just go along with that.
Yeah, maybe. Yes.
Yeah. So you believe the Earth's a globe? Do you know
Are
anything
you guys
about the
actually
globe?
flat earther? Do you actually believe in flat earth?
We don't believe, we know.
No. Yeah, we just experience
my
the Earth
God,
as
what
flat,
the-
and then when we go out and measure the Earth, right over the surface, it's flat. But what we realize is
How did
that
you measure
people that come in here, like yourself, perhaps, they don't actually know anything about the globe. They just kind of blindly believe it because that's what they were told to believe. I think that's a bit of a problem when people
that I agree
just
with. Yeah, it's not like I measured the
Yeah.
earth, so I don't really. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
like
that
you
it's
did-
wrong. I agree that.
like. Do you know which way it spins or anything? Like east to west,
Nah,
west
I
to
don't know
east.
shit.
Yeah, like how big is it? No idea, right?
I mean, relative to where I live, I know where the sun comes from, where it goes down, and that is constant every day. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like
where
everyone
east and
observes
north,
that.
that I don't understand.
It's like, yeah, we just see the sun. Like, does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Or does it rise in the east and set in the west?
I mean, east and west are just words we use.
Yeah. And the sun, does it come from rise in the east or does it rise in the west?
But no, I mean, that's the point, right? Like, it's hard to say that the whole, everything,
No
including
idea,
sun
right?
and stars,
Yeah.
that is spinning around Earth. It is easier to say that Earth is spinning itself, isn't it?
How fast does the earth
Say that
spin?
again?
How fast does the earth spin?
I mean, that we can calculate, right? When the sun is at some particular angle, when it comes at the same angle again, and that is
Okay,
24
so what's the
hours.
speed in which the earth spins?
I mean,
No idea,
radially,
right?
it is spinning like 360 degree in a
you
24-hour
can't
cycle. Right?
answer a single question about the globe. You just blindly believe in it.
It is spinning though.
Well, I am
Trust me,
answering,
bro.
come on. I'm
It
saying
is
360
spinning.
degree in 24 hours. That is the speed.
Because we
trust
see
me,
we
it's
see
somehow-
the sun, we see the sun moving across the sky, so that must mean the Earth's spinning.
Right. It's somehow
I mean,
that's
that is easier to say rather than saying the whole sun is revolving around Earth.
It's
Right,
easier to
yeah,
say that the thing you don't actually experience is happening.
Exactly.
It's not
That's
the
what he's
sun.
saying.
It's not only the sun that is spinning around. All stars are also spinning around the Earth, right?
You're right about that. I agree. They are spinning, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what we claim.
So
You
in that
claim
way,
that you're the
Earth
one that's
itself is
spinning.
right?
Oh, is
You
it?
sound like a
How
flat
do you know
earther
that?
now.
Yeah, how
Isn't
do you
it
know the
easier
Earth's
to say
spinning?
that the stars are spinning? It's so much easier to say the stars are spinning.
We see the
Yes,
sky
stars are
moving
spinning,
all the
but on
time.
their own axis.
On their own axis.
Hey,
Excuse
Hugh,
me.
I have another
excuse me,
question
how-
for you.
How? I'm sorry to interrupt,
Okay.
but how is it simpler to say that the whole universe like turns around to Earth rather than saying the Earth is spinning?
Because that's what
that's
you
directly-
experience.
Directly what we all observe.
No,
We see
that's
the sky
what we
move.
observe. Yeah, when I'm
Yeah.
sitting in a train, and I see the
We're
train
not talking
moving,
about a
I
train.
don't.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the whole.
It's not
world
analogous.
moving.
It's not
wait.
analogous because you
It's
know
about
the train is in
perspective.
motion. You know the train is in motion.
Yeah.
You don't know that the
Okay,
Earth
tell
is
me one
moving.
thing.
Therefore, you're
yeah,
left
okay,
with
okay, I
the
have one
basic
question.
spirit.
Okay.
Therefore,
What
I'm not
if you
finished.
don't
I'm
know?
not finished. Excuse me.
Okay, let him
Very
finish.
rude. Very rude.
Jeez.
Very rude. Sit down. Be quiet for a minute until I finish, please, and then you can speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Therefore, you're left with the base experience of the Earth not moving and the things in the sky moving.
Okay. Then you
I
said.
think we need a caveat, guys. Flat Earth is not in space.
Then where
Wait,
is
he
it?
said because
Okay.
you know the train is moving, but okay, what if you don't know the train? Because if
Well,
like
listen, you have a
because-
train
because
that's
if-
in space, but flat Earth is not in space, okay? It's not analogous.
what?
Yeah, how do you know the train's
Same
moving?
thing.
then, right? You said
Same
you don't
thing.
even know the train's moving when you're in
Okay,
a
so
train.
if you don't know the train is moving, then the obvious observation would be that the world is moving on the train, right?
No, the
Really?
You think
sky
the
moves.
world-
You can
in
make
space? How-
both observations.
No.
We all see
You
the
need-
sky move.
Listen, we need
So
to
you
go
can't-
to
so
a
you
higher
can't-
level
you
of
can't
abstraction
depend.
with reference frames. Okay? You have a reference frame conundrum. You believe that the train exists in a space just as Earth exists in a space. If Earth does not exist in a space, then it is not analogous to say the train exists in a space and represents Earth.
Okay.
No, but does that make a difference? It's like saying that you are spinning yourself, and when you look at
It
the
means
world,
your
that,
analogy
that starts
can't
to
hold-
spin.
Your analogy is invalid.
Exactly, like you can't depend. No, it's valid because it proves that you can't depend solely on your observation. Like because you can observe, like based on your observation, you can think, you can deduce, you can conclude from that observation that either the Earth is
That's
moving
fair.
or the train is moving. So you can't depend on your observation.
Well, hold on.
See?
If Earth is in a space to move, Earth is not in a space. Earth is not
do
in
you mean?
outer space.
What do you mean Earth is not in outer
I know
space?
this is probably the
have you
biggest.
looked?
This is probably
have
the
you
most
looked at the
fundamental thing that you need to understand about flat Earth. Flat Earth is not a space pizza. This isn't a disk in space floating in outer space.
Okay, haven't you looked at the sky
We are not
at
the Flat
night?
Earth Society.
In fact, we don't
So
have
you're
time
saying
for a
that-
meeting.
Now think about this. We're offering a different cosmology, one that is built off of first
Sir.
principles.
Seeing sparkly
so do
lights
you
in the
believe-
night
do you
sky
believe-
is not
do you
proof
believe-
that there's a vacuum above us. All you're seeing is
Okay,
darkness and sparkly
but
lights.
we use telescopes and we can see like
So you zoom into the sparkly lights.
stars
That
and
doesn't
planets, right?
that doesn't prove that there's a vacuum above our heads.
Okay, but can you see like planets and all around you?
You can see lights in the sky, sure.
Yeah, we do. we don't think about them the way you do.
Light.
Because we don't have a preconceived bias. We removed the bias filters of baseless claims
It's not about
these
bias.
objects. Yeah, you have
There's no
a bias for baseless claims about these objects in the sky. We don't.
Dude, we can see them.
You can see
Yes,
light.
we
Yeah,
can.
what are
We see
they?
the same thing you do.
What medium are they in?
We're
What
not making
distance
a
are
claim
they?
about them. Nobody knows.
Yeah, you don't
We
know.
aren't
You've been
denying the
told a
existence of the
story
night sky.
that you blindly believe, right? So look what's happening here. When you came in, you agreed that you don't know anything about the globe, and now you're defending it, right? And you already admitted you don't even know anything about it, but you're passionately defending it. It's kind of like a religion, or like you're brainwashed to defend
No.
this.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, how do you know you're psychologically conditioned? You have emotional responses to rational inquiry. That's how you know you are psychologically conditioned.
That's political debate. I'm more interested in how do you imagine the Earth actually to be? Like, do you think it's infinite land? Everything above is sky and below
We
is
don't.
ground?
That's the point. We don't. That's the point. We don't imagine anything.
So what do you think?
We just
It's a floating disc?
no. We don't think.
No.
We don't think. Listen. What we deal with is what we can experience directly, not something that we're not presenting to you something that we have to try and imagine is, but can't prove. Right? We're not dealing with that. We're just saying go outside and experience reality directly for yourself. What can you yourself, without having to rely on anyone else's advice or anyone else's coaching, right, determine to be true?
Okay, but we already
Right, that's
established
how to
that
begin.
you can't depend on your observation. We already established.
Then what do you depend on? Somebody else's
What do you mean
observation
you
that you
can't
can't depend on?
No.
Whose observation can you depend on? Somebody else's observation that they can't depend on? Because if
You're making
everybody
very
can't depend on their own observations, why
No,
would you depend on the observation
depend
of somebody
on more,
else that they can't depend on?
You depend on more. Wow. Okay, you depend on more.
Yeah, so the more
like
observations that people
using
can't
telescopes and stuff.
depend on means you can depend on them
Like
more.
you can't depend.
Do you know how
when I say
insane
you
you're
can
sounding
depend on
right
your
now?
observation, I mean you can depend on your eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, no
It's not
shit.
a
Like,
very categorical statement to something a bit more
You
specific.
don't know what you're experiencing.
No fucking
You know
shit.
what
So
we-
we use scientific instrumentation.
Yeah, you're saying that you only believe what you see. So the world around you is like
No,
wherever you
that's
go
not-
is what you
Yeah.
believe in.
We mean what
So-
you can experience. Sight is what you begin with. Okay. Listen, we have long distance
Listen,
infrared
tell me what you
observations of
experience.
flat
Okay,
Earth.
Tell me.
10%? No, bro.
that
Hold on a sec.
I-
I'm going to take you
flat
off mute
Earth, I
in just
measure
a
it
second.
flat.
Hold on, guys. Try not to talk over each other, right? Our side and their side. 1%, someone else was just talking and you just butted in. Try to, like, tone it down a bit, slow down the conversation a bit. Yoda, what were you saying?
yeah.
Or Endless?
Yeah, I was saying that, look, when we say you begin with your sight and your lived experience, that's your fundamentals. We don't shy away from using scientific instrumentation in order to make discoveries about our world. What we do reject are baseless claims, unverified claims, claims that are unfalsifiable. These have no basis for us to accept on ethical grounds. Why should we accept baseless claims on any ethical ground?
Okay, so
You have
till
baseless
now your
claims about-
perspective is kind of
You believe.
yeah, continue.
I'm not denying, I'm asking for evidence to believe in, to accept, to interrogate. What is your evidence that Mars has dirt on it?
I mean, dirt is an interesting word to use, but I mean, it has something on it.
Right? So somebody else's observation that they themselves can't trust?
I mean, do you think Mars is also flat then?
What's wrong with you? Huh?
No, I'm just asking. Do you think Mars is also flat if Earth is flat?
Do we
No,
think
no, fuck
that
off.
light in the sky is flat? We're on Earth. Earth is what we can measure.
Yeah, why does that resemble anything like Earth? Why would you assume that Mars is like Earth to be flat? It resembles nothing like Earth that you live on and experience.
Yeah, exactly. When you look at Mars, bro, you don't see anything. You don't see anything which would lead you to believe that it's a place that you could go to and walk around and experience being upright like you can here. Right? There's nothing about its qualities, its features, or anything that you've ever observed that could possibly lead you to believe that. All that you use to come to that conclusion is what you've seen on a screen, a TV screen, computer screen, or in a book. That's it.
Yes, somebody else's unverifiable
We have satellites,
claim.
right?
Right? We no, we don't. You don't. I don't.
I mean, that way, all the observations that we had as a species, you will not believe, and you just say it's just a lie. So in that way, we cannot prove anything.
No, I'm asking for the evidence that's verifiable. How do I verify what
But when we give
satellites
that
are in your
evidence,
worldview?
what will make you believe that?
I need you to come up with that. That's the point. You don't have anything.
I mean, I have a lot of things.
What are you going to do? Are you going to support?
You have a lot
are you
of
going to?
trust.
Yeah, exactly. Are you going to support
go ahead.
somebody
You'll be
else's
open to
claim?
accept it,
Are you going to support somebody else's claim?
Probably, yeah, because I don't have a research of my own.
Right, we go get
Thank
them
you.
and bring them in here. Go get them and bring them in here. Let them support their claim. You don't have to. Why do you want to support their claim?
I mean, the best
then why
observation
would
of my own
support,
that I have is
right?
I have flown in a plane and I've seen little bit of curve. That's it.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Do you believe in gravity?
Has nothing to do with this. I drop a pencil, boom,
No, I'm
gravity.
just
So
saying.
what?
I'm just saying. Like,
Okay, I drop a
can you
pencil,
bring-
you drop
can
a
you
pencil.
bring-
We can call that gravity
can
and
you
move
bring-
on.
okay, can you bring Isaac Newton here to back up that claim?
Yeah.
That's basically what you were saying.
We can bring up Isaac Newton to debunk Isaac Newton because Isaac Newton actually disavowed his own theory on gravitation. Towards the end of his life, in a letter, it's in a museum. You can go read it. I'm sure someone could post it for you. What's
No,
there
I mean,
to believe in?
till now
Look,
your
we
points
can
have
call,
been
we
kind
can
of-
call the phenomenon gravity of dropping shit, okay? And then we can move on to discussing what Earth is. Because dropping shit
in the
has
same way-
no
No.
relevance to what Earth is.
In the same way, you can see planets around
Citation.
you. You can see the sun.
There you
Like
go
Spain.
again. You're making a category error. You're assuming that the light in the sky has the same features that you experience on Earth, or at least something of semblance, similarity, to draw that conclusion. And you don't. You don't have any observation or evidence to support that notion.
No, okay, we agree that everything that the world has told us is wrong. What do you think that the Earth actually looks like?
I don't
That's
make
what
a
I
claim.
understand.
Listen, okay, we agree that it's wrong. Great. The end.
No, it's not.
And that's it. I mean,
Yeah, that's
then
the
what
end.
do we have to
I mean,
believe in?
How about this one?
Your direct
Mean sea
experience to
level
start with.
is a horizontal plane. How about that? Mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
I like that one.
Yeah, also think about this. You went a little bit too far. You said, like, so if the Earth isn't a globe, then everything anyone's ever said, or the whole world is telling lies about it. Okay, that's not like a black or white sort of idea.
That's true. It's an all or nothing fallacy. Right on the nose.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you went a
There's
little
obviously
bit
other
too deep.
principles. There's other principles of physics that we agree with because they're blatantly either blatantly self-evident, or we can actually demonstrate them to be true.
Because we experience
Right.
them.
Testable
Yeah,
and
we-
repeatable.
Yeah, like if I drop a rock on my foot, it might hurt.
Hmm.
You can't test what Mars is.
I mean, do you have a way you would do that? How
So
would
it's
you
making-
do that if you could?
Yeah.
Someone told you Mars is a giant ball of dirt. How would you test that? Do we lose him?
No, he's still there.
Mic drop.
Or maybe he's thinking.
This guy Jason's posting all kinds of globe Earth proof. Do you guys have Jason muted? Or is he the one from yesterday?
There's a chat.
Yeah, today he's just in full chat GPT mode or AI mode, right? Just copy pasting whatever it tells him.
It's just the azimuthal equidistant map claim. He thinks we're
Holy crap! Look at
he
this.
thinks we're discus. Land
He's
beyond
arguing against
Antarctica.
the version of flat Earth.
I like when
year
people
is it,
say
dude?
we literally. We literally.
We've literally been to the moon.
But you're a flat earther. You're supposed to believe what I think you believe in.
Yeah, that's the.
It's the 21st
Jason, you're in-
century, man.
Jason, you're in cog dis mode right now, right? You're just coping at this point.
Wow.
I feel like
He's
the normal
imagining
trend
what
is
flat
when
earthers
two
ought to believe.
Right?
Yeah, because
Present
when
a
two
single
groups have different
measurement.
beliefs, I think it's the job of the minor group to represent their proofs instead of the major group to come up with the proof that already exists.
Oh, really? You don't think the major
Opposed
group
to
should have any evidence of their claims?
I mean, we have a
So
lot of
Mike's
evidence.
makes right, okay.
We just say it's not true.
You say have a lot. What evidence?
If I have all the nukes and I have all the bombs, does that mean that I'm right? Might makes
And we
right.
literally
Okay,
have
buddy.
pictures. We have videos.
Might makes right.
We have videos of
Preschool.
Bigfoot. We have video of Bigfoot. Does that mean Bigfoot's real?
Maybe. How do you know? Again, I can throw your argument back at you. How do you know?
That's. I'm not
that's
making a
your
claim,
argument,
though.
dude. Your claim was the majority always rules. So, I mean, this is interesting. Do you go around and tell atheists that also? Do you walk into a room full of atheists and say, you're all wrong? You have the burden of proof because 99.999% of all humanity has some version of a supernatural sky daddy. The burden of proof is on you. Go try that out. See what they think.
I mean, I agree. I still agree that but the burden of proof is on me. I still agree though with that.
Yes. So you claimed there's a whole bunch of proof and evidence of the globe, such as. I mean,
Yeah, if I'm the minority, it's my responsibility to bring proof of my claims.
Okay, we'll bring the proof then.
I mean, I don't have proof.
Make sure you can verify it.
Not being an atheist.
When they'll finish. Unmute me, DJ. I'll speak when they finish.
I did make one claim. I did make one positive claim. I stated that mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
What's your proof?
How are you
He's
sure
interested
about
in your
that?
evidence.
I mean, if it is
TJ,
horizontal
unmute
plane,
me.
can't you see the other country from here?
I think your next step is to ask for the evidence. Are you afraid to do that?
Yeah. Sure, I mean, if you have evidence.
The surface of large bodies of water don't have any curvature of their surface. And this can be tested in all sorts of ways. Optically, using non-visible light spectrum. You can do physical measurements of the surface. No curvature.
What he said right now, like
You guys believe in gravity, right? You said.
if water doesn't curve, then if you point a telescope at the sea, you will see all like the rest of the earth in front of you, right?
How much do you know about
Like
optics?
there's no air? Like there's no humidity, there are no clouds, there are no weather systems, there's no fog, there's no pollution, no smog.
And things stay the same size no matter how far away they get.
Okay,
you only see so
won't be able to see
forever sight.
True.
So
have you ever heard of the diffraction limit of optics?
I just looked up what the visibility is in my area, and it's 16 kilometers maximum visibility for today. It's the pretty much what it usually is around that. Yeah, I'm in the countryside.
Only on a flat Earth.
That's with your
maximum
eyes.
visibility should only be like 3 miles on the globe.
Yeah, visibility.
Okay, I have a proof. Have you seen the video of those ships going away from the coast, and as they go away, they start going under the sea?
Oh,
never
under the
seen
sea,
that.
like SpongeBob. Like SpongeBob under the
Never
sea.
seen that. Sounds like an urban myth.
They start to go below the horizon.
No, they don't do that most of the time.
What's the
seen that
geophysical
before.
location?
I've seen things shrink as they recede into the distance.
If that's the case, you should be able to give us the exact.
The bottom part
exact
also keeps going down.
You should be able to give the exact geophysical coordinates of where the ship's going down at, though. You should be able to give the exact longitude and latitude of where that ship's going down.
That'd be on a globe.
He doesn't know the claimed geometry of the globe, so we'd have to start by telling him what the globe claim is.
Right.
At what distance on Earth should things start being obscured if you're just standing at the shoreline of a large body of water?
I've never seen a ship disappear like that. They just fade away. I don't know where these guys get that from.
Yeah.
Or what about the weird? What about that weird one yesterday you posted about where you see planes going over the horizon? No, because I was like, what? I've never heard any flat earther ever say that. Planes going over the horizon? The fuck? You guys saw that thing they posted yesterday?
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Okay, so here's a giant ship in the side chat. Okay, giant ship. When he zooms out, you can't see the ship at all. Okay, when he zooms in, you can see the whole
use a
ship.
telescope. This is a normal phone camera.
No, it's not a normal phone
have to
camera.
use it.
Even if it
Okay,
it's
so
not
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Just let me finish making my point. All right, so when he zoomed out, you can't see the ship. This is a giant ship. So are you saying that with your naked eye, you can never see a ship disappear over the horizon? You have to use a telescope. Is that your argument now? Or you can see it with your eye? Okay,
You
so
can
when
see
a
it with
ship
your eye. You can't see
when
the
a ship
details.
sails away, so when a ship sails away from you, it gets smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Right? That's what you just claimed?
Yeah, because of that, you'll have to use a telescope. Yeah.
Okay, so it only happens when you use a telescope at the beach.
I mean, the size is too big of it. That's why you have to use telescope to look at this.
What
look at the
size is
ship.
that? When you say the size is too big, what are you referring to?
Referring to the diameter, I guess.
The size of the Earth. So what is that size?
Yeah, he already said he doesn't know anything about the globe. I already asked him these questions.
So you've been convinced of a general idea of the Earth being just very big in general terms. I mean, when you actually go look at the claim and the details, it turns out Earth, the sphere of Earth, as they claim, is not actually that big, and testing its geometry is actually quite easy and straightforward.
Oh.
Well, there's a few ways. You could shoot lasers across a lake or a frozen lake or a salt flat. That's one way.
The only way to prove is mathematics, and I think you won't like that.
You don't even know what the mathematical claims are, man. I'm just pointing this out to you.
I know.
Hey, how much? Hey, Jeff. How much curvature would that
enter? Well, hold on. I just want to address what he said. You would still need to enter real-world variables into those mathematics. That's what we're checking for, the real-world variables.
What kind of variable are you talking about?
Like observer height, distance of the object, those things.
Yes, you will. These things you have to do, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, like
it's not
measurements.
proven with the math, it's proven with the observation.
You can test against the claimed model.
Not always. Can you measure the distance to the sun?
Why are you talking about the sun? We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
I mean, because the only way to find distance is by using light and the time. That's it.
The only way to claim a distance to the sun is to make a whole bunch of assumptions that fall apart when you scrutinize them. The first assumption they make is that the Earth is a sphere with a particular size. That's the very first assumption they use in order to calculate a distance to the sun. The thing is, if you actually go and test that assumption, it's wrong. So any claims that are reliant on the Earth being a sphere of a particular size, they all fall apart. You can look up the cosmic distance ladder. It's so full of holes, it's absurd.
Okay, so the only point where you will actually believe the Earth is round is when you can sit in a rocket and you can leave the Earth and see it from above.
No, just show me the surface of large bodies of water curving at the rate that they claim. So simple. Just show me roughly 8 inches per mile squared. The thing is, we have observations that would require an Earth with a radius that's larger than the sun's claimed radius. We have observations along the surface of tens of miles, 32 miles to a horizon minimum. That requires a sphere with a radius of 1.8 million miles.
It's not a perfect sphere. It has a lot of errors, right? And 1 kilometer is
how
not
much
big
does
enough of
how
a
much does it
distance to
claim
reduce those errors.
How much does it claim to divert percentage-wise from perfect sphericity? You know, it's like a couple of percent. What I just described was the claimed Earth radius is about 6,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
I just described an observation that requires a radius that's millions of kilometers. You know the difference between 6,000 and 3 million?
How did you come up with this 3 million number?
We have an observation from a 1.5 foot observer height to an island where you can see the horizon beyond it. It's over 32 miles away. It's just simple math at that point to work out the required sphere that would explain that.
32 miles, okay.
We have observations of objects that you can see hundreds of miles away with decent optics. Like where I live, the air is very clean, very cool. Here, and I can go out and see 60 kilometers. Right, and I'm talking about, well, yes, you use those objects as distance markers. We know the distance between the observer and the island. And then when we look, we can see the horizon is behind that object. So the claim on the globe side is that the horizon is geometric. Some people will make this claim. But the reason that boats disappear is because they've sailed over the geometry, right? You can't see the bottom of the boat because it's hidden by the curvature of the surface.
I mean, not just that. The atmosphere also, as you said. The humidity also plays a factor.
Right, so boats don't just disappear over the horizon then, do they? They disappear into atmospheric effects.
Don't. Yeah, mostly they don't. Yeah. They
I mean, have you ever...
With atmospheric effect.
Is this something you've ever actually observed for yourself? Or is it...
No, I haven't.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's something I always suggest to people when they get to this topic. If you get the chance, take some sort of high-powered optic, binoculars, a telescope, a modern telephone with 100 times zoom lens. Go down to a lake. Just have a look around for yourself. Really think about what you see. It does not conform to a sphere with a radius of 6,000 kilometers. It just doesn't. You can just see super long distances.
India just put a great observation in the side chat. Don't know if you want to go over that one with him.
I mean, if India wants to do it. Are you looking in the side chat?
Yeah, this is the one you were just talking about, the Black Swan.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, I was talking about a different one, the one, the 32-mile one. So can you see that photo in the side chat, Jeff? Jeff? Jeff?
Mm.
So you have the oil rigs.
Yes, I can.
You've got the platform C, platform habitat.
Mm.
The horizon, would you say that's behind the platforms?
No, but that also depends on where was your camera, how much higher the camera was from the surface.
I'm just starting at the beginning, just agreeing on what we can agree on. The horizon's behind the platforms, right?
Yeah, horizon is behind, yeah.
Yeah, so you would have to say the horizon is further away than at least 10 miles.
Yeah, maybe around that.
Significantly more, I would say, because, I mean, you look at the difference between 6 miles and 10 miles, and then you look about how much more surface is behind the 10-mile point. Well, the observer height is 8 foot. And so, if you were just talking geometrically, the curvature of the Earth would start blocking things at about 3.5 miles away. But I mean, that horizon's, what is it, 10, 15, 20 miles away? So the horizon, whatever it is,
miles.
is not a...
I'll have to change that to kilometers.
I mean, times it by 1.6. So platform habitat is
10 miles, right?
16 kilometers. Yeah.
Yeah, 16. Okay.
I mean, but as I was saying, like where I live, the air is so clear and clean. I can go down to the beach. I can see a beach 20 kilometers away from my beach. I can pan my telescope along the coastline and I can see the horizon beyond 40 kilometers. You know, from 1.5 meters off the surface of the water. And on a really nice day, it's not particularly distorted.
Your points are good. All of them are good, I agree. But you also don't agree with Google Earth then?
How much do you know about how maps are constructed? I mean, just because they've taken data and forced it to conform around some 3D sphere, it doesn't mean that reality is that sphere. Mathematically, you can translate data into any shape you like. You can take all the data that's in Google Earth and make it conform to the surface of a pyramid, if you like. The way the data is acquired, though, assumes a horizontal plane. Mean sea level is a horizontal plane. It's all built with angles. Measurements of angles. Angles are all made out of straight lines. That's the thing. Test what you can test. Don't trust us. Go and check for yourself. And really contemplate what stories they're telling you. Because all of us here are in the same position as you, to a greater or lesser degree. Maybe we're slightly more interested in the topic beforehand. But we used to all believe. We just blindly accepted what we were told about all this stuff. At a certain point, some doubts crept in and we went and checked. And we found just holes in the story. Just hole after hole. Like, none of it None of it holds up under scrutiny. I think he's wandered away from the microphone for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well done.
Yeah, he said he got a call. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. Maybe En Passant was listening to that.
We have some interesting observations along the Mediterranean south coast of France, if you might be more interested in those, en passant. Some observations are made with infrared cameras, which minimize any claimed effects of atmospheric effects. Using infrared cameras, you should be more able to see directly the geometry that they claim, but it turns out you just can see even further. Turns out atmospheric effects tend to limit how far we can see rather than extending it.
What it mainly comes down to is people are upset that we don't accept on blind trust institutional claims that are devoid of any verifiable evidence. You know, why should we accept claims from institutions that run contrary to what is absolutely scientifically testable? For example, the ever-expanding outer space vacuum being a place where gas condenses under a pressure of gravity. And it's not the only thing that runs contrary to what we can produce on an evidentiary basis on Earth, but it's quite a leading example.
Cosmology is religion.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wouldn't you say that you have an ethical duty to not accept baseless claims that you can't verify, that nobody can actually verify? Wouldn't you say you have an ethical duty to not propagate baseless claims and pretend that you have firsthand knowledge or that you have some kind of collectivized knowledge?
Only if you value truth.
Yeah.
You trying to say something, Adem?
He said it earlier, he values majority. It doesn't matter what the truth is. As long as 51% think something, that's where his worldview and his values are, his value-based judgment.
49% of the population must justify its existence.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. I mean, maybe he grows up in a caste system or something where that kind of thing is allowed. I don't know.
If you got 1.5 billion people to get along with, maybe it's just practical. Yeah.
Yep. Or seemingly practical, but detrimental ultimately.
Everyone agrees that we don't need a functioning rubbish system here, so we'll just throw our trash on the floor. Everyone agrees.
Take dumps on the
fine.
beach.
Yeah.
Peeing in the deep end.
Miles and miles of men taking dumps on the beach.
Sure.
At what point does the man disappear due to the curvature of the earth?
Or the curvature.
You can no longer see rows and rows of men taking dumps on the beach. You think I'm joking too? I'm not exaggerating. That's called good morning in India.
Does the curve block the smell at least?
Gravity holds all the smells to the ground. None of the gases escape the area. They're nicely contained.
Because of gravity. Gravity.
I mean, there's got to be pretty heavy gases.
So if you put some SF6 gas into a fish tank with no lid, how long until it's completely gone from the fish tank? Just say in a still room with no breezes. Pretty short time, isn't it?
Yeah, those demonstrations don't usually last more than about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So gravity can't hold one bit of the heavier SF6 gas down in the tank.
I mean,
keep it there.
They find a certain parts per million 40,000 feet above our head.
Cool.
So some of it just gets everywhere. Those infrared photos, long distance photos, I don't see how you can look at those and have it, even a minimal understanding of the claims of the globe and just go, hang on a minute, this does not add up.
Well,
the contradictory claims of refraction are just so blatant. But they've just baffled everyone with bullshit.
Hello there.
Has someone fallen asleep on the mic?
Yeah, that sounds like snoring.
Yeah. Midnight Glober.
Sounded like sleep apnea.
Hello, DJ.
What's up, Jason?
I'm fine.
Good. Good to hear that.
Why did I get muted in the chat earlier?
Because you were just being confrontational with Professor Triangle, and also you were just posting AI copy paste, right? We would
Okay,
like you
so
to use your own words
no.
as much as possible.
Could you please tell me where this rule is written? I did
I
not
just
know
told you
this.
the rule. Yeah, it's my rule.
You told me right now, so please unmute
Yeah, I
me,
just
and if I next time doing that, you have the right to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
Alright?
says right there, if you're intellectually honest and want to have a serious conversation, you're welcome to stay. It says right there in the rules.
Yeah, I did have a
Spamming, copy pasting Chat GPT is neither electionally dishonest or someone who wants to be here. That's just disrespectful. Doing something like that is, you can try. If you don't believe me, just go. We have it posted in the rules already. But if you don't believe it, just go to any other
Okay, I
forum.
got
Go
you,
to
man.
any
I
other
got
topic,
you, man.
spam
Okay,
Chat
okay.
GPT messages and see what they think.
I got you. Okay.
and just
Okay,
consistently
DJ.
asking people how old they are as well. All right, don't do that. Passive aggressive. Okay, so you're being unmuted. Okay, so here's your chance.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
All right, done. It's
DJ,
finished. Okay, you're
the
unmuted.
things that you told me yesterday, I did ponder on that, and I do respect your view of all you believe. But I have I thought for a long time yesterday, the conversation that we, and conclusion that I came to was that no, I would still believe the Earth is a globe, just because I don't find any, because I think laser experiment you showed me.
Yeah, we've heard this shit before. Can you tell us a single flat Earth argument
Could
you
we
heard
please?
yesterday?
Okay,
Can you
let me finish.
Jason? Can you tell us? You said
Why are you
none of
not
the
letting me
arguments were.
finish, bro?
Jason, slow down, Jason.
I was not finished.
You,
Okay,
yeah,
I was
like
not
this is
finished.
a shtick. This isn't the
Okay, bro. I'm
Jason
not
show. This isn't the Jason show. Okay, Jason.
I'm
Really
not even
simple.
finished, and you started.
Okay, I'm going to count to 3, then you're going to be muted again. Okay, so this is very simple. You said that you're still a globe earther because none of the flat Earth arguments were convincing, right?
I want to talk to DJ, not to you. We were having.
No, that's not how it works, man.
That shit's
We're
funny
gonna
as
try this
fuck.
again. It isn't the Jason show, okay? You said none of the arguments were convincing. We're trying to find out why not. So I'm going to ask you, what was the most, can you just say a single flat earth argument, the best one, the worst one, anyone? Give us a single argument that we made in the last 2 days, by the way. It's been 2 days you've been here.
Just show us you're listening.
Yeah, we want to make sure you're actually paying attention and you're not just in here playing a game.
Moonlighting on the side.
Yeah. So I was saying,
You're going to
the
go back
Linux
on mute,
experiment.
dude. Answer my question.
In the side chat, he said, yeah, laser experiment wasn't convincing. Could you please tell me how the scientists catered interior mirage?
Yeah, that's my question. I was not even finished.
How they
Give me
accounted
any
for?
details about what the laser
Yeah, they
experiment was.
count.
'Cause
How they
we did
counted
this.
for. So I'm here
I
to
remember
learn.
talking to you about it, and you couldn't tell me anything that was wrong with it.
Okay, so Indio, let me tell you, we were discussing something yesterday. Maybe you were not
2 days
here.
ago.
Yeah, no, I was here yesterday. So
Yeah, I
you
know
might
that.
know
You talked to me 2 days ago.
what we were talking. We have a context in our mind. We both have a context. I'm just here to learn. So please let me talk
I'm trying
to
to
this
figure out what
guy
you
or
learned.
just answer my question.
Okay, Jason. Well, I'm trying to know if we are doing a good job, so I need to know what you actually learned.
I learned a lot of
This is
things.
the test.
I'm
You know
not.
how, like, when you go to school, the teacher
No,
teaches
I'm
you
not.
things, and then they test you to see if you actually learned anything. So this is the test part.
Yeah, ask me any questions about your
Okay, well, how
everything.
long
Okay,
was the laser test that you're referring to? How long was it?
I'll tell you what I learned yesterday.
How
Okay.
long was it?
I don't know how long. I'll tell you what I
Seems
taught
like
high
a
yesterday.
was
pretty
it?
basic
What
part.
lake was it at? What color was the laser? What do you know anything about it?
Okay, I just learned
Tell me
yesterday.
one detail, brother. I'm giving you an out.
Why? Please answer my
You
question.
can
I
literally just
don't know
say
anything
fucking
about that.
blue. You can just say blue laser, dude. You could just say anything. One detail.
I don't know. I don't know what. It was green, I guess. Green laser.
So if you weren't paying attention, how could it ever be convincing?
No, we did not discuss the
How
green
could we convince you when
laser
you're
yesterday
fucking got
in
your
detail. We were
thumbs in
discussing
your
some of the
ears,
things.
Jason?
Hey,
Jason, how
don't
can we
shout,
convince you
bro.
when you got your fingers in your ears?
Don't shout, bro. We were discussing something else yesterday. So if somebody
Well, I
can
just
answer
wanted to demonstrate that the purpose of this exercise was to demonstrate that you're disingenuous.
Okay, yesterday DJ explained me interior mirage when I showed him picture of.
Nobody knows what causes inferior mirages, dude.
Okay, let me finish, bro. You are so annoying. Let me finish. Okay, so when I sent a picture of electricity grids, he explained me that was just due to interior mirage. Okay, now I had a question. I was thinking about it, and then I had a question in my mind. How
Oh yeah, he posted Pontchartrain. Yeah, he posted the Pontchartrain
Oh
thing.
my god.
Yeah, so
How do we
he
know it's
explained me very well. Yo, please don't
It's actually
interrupt,
a
man.
temperature inversion,
Don't
and there's
interrupt
an
and let me
inferior
finish. You
mirage
are
on
so
it.
annoying. Just
Hold on,
okay,
hold
so
on, hold on.
he explained
Hold
me
on
very
one
well
second,
how
dude.
interior mirage.
Hold on, dude. I
So
want to ask
I had.
DJ a question, not you.
Hey,
DJ.
don't shout, okay? And
Dude, motherfucker, shut up. God damn. What the fuck, bro? So DJ, did you show him like the zoom in on the end towers that show it's an inferior mirage? Because
Oh yeah,
I'll post it.
yeah, man. Yeah. I showed multiple examples, and then we showed the bridge example, and then the side-by-side comparison, and then we showed the same thing happening over a flat floor by Skyfree, a whole bunch of stuff, everything. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we showed what it's
Yeah.
like on different days when you don't have that happening.
Are you
He explained
disputing
me
whether
very
there's an
well.
inferior mirage there, Jason?
Hey, let me finish, bro. Okay, he explained me what inferior.
How come you can't answer a
mirage is.
simple yes or no question? Are you disputing whether there was an inferior mirage?
Yeah, tell me how they counted it. I'm not saying it was inferior
Because you
mirage.
can see it.
Okay, tell me what was like. How did they count interior mirage in that experiment?
You can see it.
No, I can't see it.
Okay, I'll show you.
Is it can't or won't?
You know, I think in his head he's gone back to the laser test and he's talking about that now. Is that right, Jason?
No, I'm saying you explained me how interior mirage works yesterday. So I had a
called an
question.
I'll explain how it works. It's a inferior
inferior,
mirage
sorry,
is a
not
qualitative. Listen, it's a qualitative description.
Please don't.
Bro, it's a qualitative description. It's just what it looks like. So an inferior mirage, right, means that there's a reflection, a double image, where one is under the other and the bottoms touch. A superior mirage is one where there's a double image where the tops are touching. Okay? It's merely a qualitative description. Says
Okay.
nothing about
Oh,
what's
yeah.
causing it.
Hey, again, let me finish. I'm just
Okay, now
asking.
look in the side
I-
chat. Are you disputing whether it's an inferior mirage?
Yeah, I know it is an inferior mirage. I'm not. It's not an inferior mirage.
You know it is, or you know it isn't?
I'm saying the picture India sent me, the chat, is inferior mirage.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I also have the weather from that day, by the way.
So I'm agreeing to you. Why are you getting so triggered and why are you so so annoying?
No, because
tell me that.
I don't
I'm
want
just
you wasting
asking
our
what,
time,
like,
buddy.
how are we sure that the laser test did not bend?
Because that condition that would cause it to bend that much does not exist on Earth.
Okay, so you could have said me that in the very
You would
first
need a
place. and
70
you were-
degree temperature
no, you were
gradient.
being personal and no way, man.
Jason, you
And
would
the
need a
picture you sent
70
me-
degree temperature gradient in 5 meters.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a 7-degree difference between the water and air temperature?
Okay, tell me. I want to make
But we
my
know,
own.
but Jason,
comprehend
and
my-
you're asking me the same question you asked me before. You didn't listen to the answer. We know that condition did not exist, okay, because they took 2 meteorological stations that measured the temperature, pressure, humidity, and they had them at both endpoints, and they measured what the meteorological condition was that day, okay. So they know there wasn't a 7-degree temperature gradient.
Okay, I have understood what you're saying. You're saying that lasers could not
Then they
bend
did it 3
just
weeks
because-
later, which you also know.
I know it was same and it was not the conditions that could the laser. Now I'm okay. I have understood. So next thing I have to ask you is, okay, I'm just trying to comprehend. I can't place Antarctica like in
Dude,
my.
look at your own mind. Look at yourself, dude. Take a look in the mirror for a second, and how hard you're just trying to stay on the ball. You're just struggling. Anything we give you, you're just like, oh my God, I have to be able to explain that away to save the ball, when you don't know anything either about the ball or flat Earth, dude. You're not approaching this from you're not approaching this from the position that you don't actually know anything. You're approaching it like, I know it's a ball, and I'm going to look everywhere possible for information to support that, and any information that does not support it, I'm going to look for any excuse how it's false.
I'm approaching it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm approaching it as if I don't know how Earth looks. Okay, so I'm just
Okay,
trying
then
to
where did you come up with this
comprehend
refraction idea?
Because we discussed inferior mirage yesterday. So I had this question.
This is the day before, though, you talked to me. You brought it up that day, too.
So you were not there yesterday, so.
The day before yesterday, we talked about the laser, and you brought it up to me, too, then.
You were not there
that
yesterday.
day.
We discussed
The
inferior
day
mirage in
before
very details,
yesterday,
and
you were here.
he shared me a very good resource of Oxford,
Jason,
and I did.
Jason. See, this is more mental gymnastics. The day before yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before that day.
I don't.
2 days ago, you talked to me about the laser test.
Okay, I'm saying yesterday.
You
Let's
brought up
count from
refraction
yesterday.
that day.
because Yesterday
Why?
was a reset. Okay, the day before yesterday, I was.
You talked to me.
Yeah, but let's see.
Yeah.
Let's
And you brought
account
up
what we
refraction that day.
talked yesterday.
It's like you're not listening, dude. It's weird, really weird. So, you brought up refraction 2 days ago when I brought up the laser test. I'm asking you why you brought it up if you don't know anything and you're just here to learn.
I know about reflection,
Oh,
bending
really?
of light.
It's not the bending of light, dude. Who told you that?
Okay, reflection is
It's
changing.
deflection of the direction that
Hey,
light
let me
travels
finish,
in.
bro.
It's not bending.
Changing of direction of light. Just
Yeah, that's right.
changing
Angle of
direction
incidence.
of light just because
It's not-
it enters a different medium.
It's not a
That is
curve,
reflection.
though, is it?
No, it's not a curve.
Okay, so not bending then.
Yeah, not bending.
So now that you've agreed that the laser tests
Yeah.
don't demonstrate any bending lasers, what do you think about the laser tests now?
Yeah, so he has answered me that that was not possible. So
Do the laser tests demonstrate that the surface is
yeah, it does.
flat?
It does demonstrate
Okay.
that
So
if
if
there
this-
was
if the-
curve, it should have been where it should be 120 meters high.
Yeah.
That was
So if the surface isn't curved and it's just flat, what does that mean?
Hmm?
If there's no measurable curvature to the surface, can it be a sphere?
No.
So it's flat then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I just mispronounced interior as interior, so stop trolling.
Oh, he
me for no
mispronounced
reason.
curvy as flat. Got it.
So if the laser doesn't detect any curvature, does it really matter what the layout of the continents are? Will the layout of the continents somehow prove that there's curvature? Will the position of Antarctica prove that the surface curves? Or is
Okay,
this
I don't know if it proves or not. I'm just trying to comprehend how flat Earth.
How would that prove that? I mean, if the lasers prove that it's flat, how would the position of Antarctica prove it's curved?
Yeah, I'll lay his argument out for him. Just really quickly, 1 second, Jason. So this is his argument, right? So he says that because it takes a certain amount of time on a plane to get from Australia to Antarctica and from Chile to Antarctica and from South Africa to Antarctica, that could only work on a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, can you show that? How it can only work on the globe?
But the laser proved it's flat. So
well, I mean, can you give us like the mathematical proof or evidence or whatever it is you think?
he thinks we believe in the AE map. He thinks we believe that's the literal layout of the continents. He thinks we believe in ice
what
walls.
Is AE map? I don't know what is AE map.
The azimuthal equidistance map that makes Antarctica.
Can you show us the map? Can you show us the map? This is impossible on a flat Earth on the one you have in your mind that you're making this prediction based on.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. Okay, it's not strawmanning you, not a strawman. So that get triggered. But this is what I found from the internet. This is people
So
think how.
hang on. Do you know what a straw man is? Because if you've gone somewhere else to get what you think we believe, and now you're telling us what we believe, that is the literal definition of a straw man. We do not believe that the map you're referring to. We don't believe the map you're referring to is the literal layout of the surface.
Might not be correct. I did say that this is the one I thought you believe.
Yeah, well, we don't.
That person DJ told me yesterday this is not the one. I have this picture in my mind of the map.
Yeah.
Correct me correct my comprehension of this.
Well,
I know this is not what you believe. Please take me what you believe to. What image do you have of your map?
We
And
don't.
how do you comprehend?
How would I have
Think
an
of what you
image
see
of
when
the
you go to
entirety?
the image I have of the Earth. Is think of what you see when you go to the beach and look out
Hey,
across
Indio,
the
I'm
water.
talking to that person.
That's
Okay,
that's
so
the image I have of the Earth.
I'm talking to him. Wait a second. Yeah. Okay. Endless.
It's open panel, bro. It's an open panel.
I mean, it's the
No, I
same
don't want
answer.
to talk to India. I don't want to talk to
We
India.
don't
Okay.
think. Listen, we don't
Doesn't
think we're
matter.
gonna go far away from the
No,
Earth
no,
and look
bro.
at
You
it
were
like
so.
it's a little ball
You
floating in
were.
space or a little flat
Hey,
disk or
hey,
any of
shut
those
up,
things.
Indio. I'm just not talking to you. I don't want.
I
I'm
don't.
not comfortable talking.
You're going to get the same answer from me, man.
You can get the
It's
same
open.
result
It's
too.
open panel,
Jeez.
bro. Come on. Hey, so Jason, Jason, once I became a flat earther, I became unemployed. You know why? Because it only works on a globe.
Fucking shit, dude.
Wow.
That came out of nowhere.
Stamps don't work on a globe too. Fuck.
Right.
That's why. I mean, that's why they were canceling food stamps because Trump became a flat earther.
Right. It only works on a globe.
So, Jason, we're gonna try this again. Very simple. Okay. When you say this can't happen on the flat Earth, you're making a prediction. Okay. What is your prediction based on? That's what we want to know. And when we think about the Earth, we don't think about leaving the Earth to go to Never Never Land and take a look at it as if you're far, far away. Okay, that's how you think about it. You think that you can leave the Earth and astral project into freaking outer space.
Mhm.
You're unmuted, Jason. How come you think about the Earth that way?
Oh, he's giving you the silent treatment, Indio.
You don't sound like.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I'm sending. I'm. Okay. Yeah. What question? Sorry, I was.
we do not think that you can leave the Earth and look back at it. Okay? So
Yeah.
asking us what the Earth looks like from space makes no
Globe.
sense to us.
But the laser test proves that the surface doesn't curve, Jason, like you agreed.
Okay.
So if the surface
yeah,
doesn't curve, how could it be a globe?
And
Do you
it's
see
not
the-
a globe, and it must be flat. Hey.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So tell me how to comprehend Antarctica in my mind. How
Why
do you
need to
justify
comprehend
that?
Antarctica?
How do you comprehend it?
Okay,
Only
I've
you
You
shared
going
the
there,
map.
bro? Are you going there?
Yeah.
You're going there.
No, I'm not going there.
Okay, then freaking you're. How do I comprehend the Marianas Trench? Imagine whatever the fuck you want, bro.
No way. See, I've
Nothing
shared the
you-
map.
Listen, you can imagine anything, and nothing you imagine will actually be wrong because you're never going to go verify that your imagination is correct. You're imagining stuff. You're stuck in imagination land. Okay?
What to
Imagine
do?
what
We
the Earth
humans
looks like
do
from
imagine
far
things.
away. Imagine what the Antarctica looks like. Imagine this and imagine that. We're not into imagining.
You can transform
We are
the
into
data that
disproving
makes
everything.
You can transform the data that makes that map that you think we believe in. You can transform it into all sorts of shapes. There's all sorts of
Yeah.
projections of the data. But the map ain't the territory.
Yeah, but I'm trying to come a flat
Yeah,
earther,
no,
but I can't.
we would all like to know
can't.
exactly how the continents are laid out too. All of us would,
Yeah, so
would like
tell me
that
that.
question answered.
Just
Yeah.
suppose I'm a flat earther, okay? Just suppose. Tell me. How do you
Everyone's a
say
flat
that?
earther, buddy. There's only one Earth,
You
and it's
don't
flat.
think correctly to be a flat earther. You rely on authorities to tell you what reality is. You're even asking us to convince you. What you should be saying is, how can I test it myself? That's what you should be saying.
Have you seen a solar eclipse?
Oh my Jesus fucking Christ.
God.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen a solar eclipse. Why?
Okay, I'll share something. Like you're saying, solar eclipse would look like this. Am I wrong? Am I right or wrong?
No, he's broken.
Yeah.
He broke. Who said the
Lights
Earth
in the sky
causes?
proof globe.
First of all, that would be a lunar eclipse, genius. Okay.
There's only one reality, Jason. The things you see and experience, they all occur on a flat Earth. So the things you see out in the sky, you're observing them from a flat Earth.
Not
just...
according to NASA.
The wheels in his head are spinning over like overtime right now.
Reality isn't going to change when you finally wake up to the fact that you're on a flat Earth. You'll still be where you are. Nothing's going to change about reality. Only your mind will change.
Okay.
Down is literally still up and down, brother. Big surprise.
Yeah, but like I can't.
He currently thinks I'm upside down in Australia.
If I tell my friend.
Yeah, dude. That's the most unfortunate part is you got to take on this idea that you think upside down people actually exist. It's crazy.
I tell my friend that Earth is flat, he's going to. How do you? What is the shape of it?
Dude,
so what is
you prove? How do you prove other directions other than up and down? Prove it.
I don't have any.
Show us. Exactly. You can't prove any other direction other than up and down, right?
I can't prove.
You have to go to
Can you prove
NASA.
up and down as well?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
No,
yeah, you can drop
There's
something.
no up and down on a ball. That's silly.
Yeah. What is up and down?
Take something and drop it down.
What happens if I drop a balloon?
Dropping stuff down. Hey guys, dropping stuff down only works on a flat Earth. There's no down on a ball.
You have in and out on a ball.
Bingo. Exactly.
Burgers
Where's
everywhere.
That magic
Okay,
center. Prove
what
the
about
center.
what
that
about
proves
moon? Is it flat or not?
It. Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Right, Jason, did the lasers prove that the surface of the Earth was flat?
Yes, it does prove.
Okay, just so we're clear. So what was your question about the moon?
Like, what do you believe moon is? What shape does moon have?
I mean, it appears to be a disk to me. I mean, I only ever see it doesn't change other than the phases.
Okay, guys, sun is a big disk that is always looking towards us.
Yeah.
And moon is also looking towards us.
Yeah. I mean,
Why can't you see the edge of that?
You could
Yes.
talk about libration, and you could make inferences about some shape, but to me, the moon is just another light in the sky.
So
do you think
according
it's,
to you,
do you think it's a
Earth
rock?
Also like this.
Do you think the
Why
moon
do
is a
you
rock?
think a disk is more stable structure than a sphere?
A sphere is the best structure in the entire
Hold on a
world.
second. Hold on a second. You think the guy that just asked that? You think that the moon is a structure?
What do you think? It's a floating fish?
No,
You think it's a floating rock?
I'd really like to walk out the idea that you think that the moon actually has some kind of mass to it. It has a structure or some kind of ability to.
Do you
attract
have a mass?
stuff.
Do you have?
I don't know. Does it? According to you, you're the one stating it.
How?
What's your
So
proof?
in that
Prove
way,
it.
nothing have mass, right? If you don't believe in mass itself.
Prove that the moon has mass. Prove that the
Mass-
moon is anything
mass
more than
hysteria,
just a
never.
light up there.
Mass
I mean, moon,
hysteria.
if moon didn't have a mass, it wouldn't stick around. It would just leave.
Oh my, you're really brick there.
Like a fart. It would just go away like a fart.
Yep, exactly like that.
Or how about this, bro? How about this? What about a flashlight? When you shine a flashlight on a wall, does that beam of light have mass to it? And if it doesn't, will it just go
definitely
away?
does. Flatter Day, it definitely
Do
does.
you have a
brother.
proof it don't? Maybe it does.
Yeah, I shared a map of our solar system.
Actually,
But
light
that's,
does have mass.
Does it really? Mass hysteria.
Yeah. Nah, light have mass.
Or how about
Prove it.
Massachusetts? It has
Doesn't have mass,
Massachusetts.
it has momentum. It's a difference.
Massachusetts.
Does the moon have inertia?
What is inertia?
What is mass?
Hey, you tell me. I know what it is. You tell me.
Oh, you know what inertia is.
understand
It's
it.
just funny. No one else does.
You believe in Newton's 3 laws?
How old are you, people? flat earthers. Do you know a child has more intellect than you?
You were told not to keep on asking
I don't
people's
think
age,
age has
Jason.
where he asks people
Jason,
how
I don't agree
old
with
they
that.
are. What is wrong with
Age
him?
has nothing to do with it.
Looks for a date, dude.
Most
You trying to hook up with one of the dudes in here?
But Sagittarius,
Swing that way, bro.
Yeah,
Nah,
but Jason,
dude,
the
they're all
laser
freaking-
proved the surface doesn't curve. So how could?
Yeah, it does prove. It does prove. But tell me how.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what shape do you have of Earth in your mind?
Dude,
Flat isn't a shape, my friend.
Dude.
Mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
Jason,
so it looks
what's
like
the shape of a rock. I want
It goes-
the shape of
it
a
goes
rock
up and
right now,
down.
or rocks don't exist.
Indio, how old are you?
You're trying to get banned out of this freaking channel,
Yeah,
aren't
he
you?
is. Just
I'll just do it
mute-
now.
just
Why
mute
even waste
him.
time anymore? It was nice
Indio,
knowing
do you
you.
like long? Indio,
You're
do you
gonna
like
be
long
begging
walks
to
on the
come
beach?
back here.
Yeah, I have a
I'm not gonna
point
be
on
that jerk. I'm
that
gonna
flat
just
moon
mute you.
thing.
I'll just mute him. I changed my mind.
Flat moons.
Yeah, if moon is flat, then why do we have that 15-day cycle where
Who's
said the
claiming
moon
the
is
moon is
shadow on
flat?
it shifts? You guys said it is a disk, right?
Dude,
No,
I said
no,
the moon is a circle. I didn't say it was flat, you dumb ass.
Yeah, can you screenshot
What is a
where
circle
someone
then?
said the moon was a disc in the chat? Just screenshot it and post it where someone said that.
No, maybe you said maybe it is.
It looks like a circle when it's full.
Looks like a disc. Looks like does not mean is, right? In this,
I mean,
even if you look in
circle. Okay,
hey, bro,
circle is just a view, right?
Bro,
Yeah, you
let
continue,
me
you continue.
finish my
Sorry,
fucking
sorry.
Yeah, so even in the academic literature, they refer to it as disk of the moon and disk of the sun because that's what it looks like. Doesn't mean they think it is. It just means that's what it looks like.
Now we are using 3 words here: sphere, disk, and circle. Now,
Yeah.
circle is a view. Now, both disk and sphere look like a circle. When you look at it, them both
Yeah,
on one side.
congratulations.
Circle is
Circle is a view? A circle is a view. Sounds like you're in
Circle is a
circular
shape.
reasoning right now. Oh my. You're really lost,
Yeah, I mean,
brother.
if you're
Words
calling
mean
it
stuff,
circle, it either can be a
Words mean
disk.
stuff.
We're not saying the
Just-
moon is a disc. We're saying it looks like a disc.
Just looking at things in the sky, what does that prove? What can you, beyond what they look like, what can you prove?
Railroad tracks look like two lines that come together and meet at the end. That doesn't mean they're not parallel.
They look like
This is what
a
you guys
ladder.
do. You guys can't understand. You can't understand like how we see is a little bit different than how it is. Supposedly how it is.
They think cosmology is science. They're very confused. Cosmology is religion, my friend.
Oh yeah, then in that way, everything you believe in is a religion.
No, not
Wait.
everything. Why are you
thought
making such
science made-
declarative statements?
I thought science made cosmology. You're telling me science is not creation? Oh my.
I had coffee this
Yeah,
morning.
science is
that a
not
religious statement?
Cosmology.
I think cosmology learn about people, right?
What?
Cosmology. Astronomy. The looking up at the sky and declaring what things are without any adherence to the scientific method. The entire field
Science
of
is a-
cosmology cannot be scientific. They can't use the scientific method. They have no ability to manipulate the claimed causes of their claimed effects. It's just pointing and declaring. The entire field starts with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. But as Jason agreed to earlier, the lasers prove the surface doesn't curve. So if the base assumption for their entire belief in cosmology has been disproven. So once you've done that, you've knocked the foundations out from underneath them. The whole thing falls apart. The cosmic distance ladder is broken.
Yeah, so Baba Yaga has decided he wants to post in the chat and say flat Earth is stupidity. It might be, but that still doesn't prove a globe.
Right?
We could be the dumbest, retarded people on Earth, and that still doesn't
Can you
prove a globe.
prove a flat Earth?
Yeah, actually, I was just about to video if I may ask him. My question to you is, how do you explain the pressure that we observe at sea level? 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. How do you explain that, spheroid guy? Because the thing about it is, you can't weasel your. No, I don't. Right? You're the one with it. We have the observation, so you can explain how we have that observation.
No. At this point, we
you
have
can't
changed
weasel
the
your.
conversation. I'm saying you need to tell me why is it
we're still
flat.
talking about a sphere versus
I don't care.
flat.
Remove the sphere.
You can explain
It's a
how
fucking
we
spiral.
have.
I don't care.
Why do we need
care?
to why?
You tell me, why do you believe it's flat?
No, we don't believe. You believe.
Because we measured the surface.
No, I don't believe anything
It
anymore.
doesn't curve.
Okay, I'm a blank slate. Now tell me, why is it flat?
It looks flat.
Science proves that, bro. Science proves that, bro. That
Science doesn't prove things. So anyway, so let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
We're gonna start from the beginning. You don't know anything. You were just born. You're the only person on Earth. What do you see?
Yeah.
A flat-looking Earth, right?
I see the sky because I can't sit yet.
I see the sky. Were you born with a neck problem? You have some congenital disease where you can only look up?
Probably. Okay, yeah, I can see a ground and a sky.
Yeah,
and the sky.
and it
Okay.
looks flat, right?
And you can see the
pretty
apparent
flat.
position where the sky meets the Earth as well.
And that's also flat?
Horizontal. Horizon.
Now,
everything looks
are
flat.
any of the things we just described to you about... Hold on. Is there any of the things we just described to you a belief?
I don't get your question, but
Yeah, you do. You said flat Earth is a belief.
Correct.
I just described to you how we observe a flat Earth. That's not a belief. No one has to believe that. You can just go outside and look.
no, it depends. If I
let's
was
say
born at
now we're
the
gonna
peak of
go
a
from Earth
mountain,
as a
I won't
globe.
see a flat thing.
You think you can see?
No. Tell me that. If I was born at the peak of a mountain, I won't see a flat surface.
Holy smokes! What happens when you look at the horizon, dude?
Yeah, you're gonna
You're
see a
standing on
bumpy
top of that
flat
mountain.
surface.
Can someone
You're
post
standing-
the,
No,
the
I'm going to see a
360
lot of
pan from
mountains. I'm
the
going to see up
Himalayas?
and down.
Have you
everywhere.
seen?
You're gonna see a bumpy flat surface. What if you're born on an island? What are you gonna see?
I'm going to see. Okay.
What is most of the surface of the Earth covered in? Water?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be pretty flat. Okay.
So whatever the water is doing, the Earth is, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of. So 70%. Fucking people,
Kind of.
dude, the mental
Words mean
gymnastics
stuff.
and dishonesty you guys do.
No, I mean,
It's fucking crazy to me. Anyway.
I know, dude.
no, it's like saying that something is too big that I don't care to even imagine about
Why
it.
you don't
so
care?
like, okay. Problem is, Earth, like you can see.
But you've been in here talking
you can
about
see the curve.
the infinite void of space and the moon and the distance to the sun. But now talking about seeing stuff from the beach is too big to contemplate.
Well, that's the question, right? If you go from the beach up to this mountaintop he's talking about he's born on, the question is, does the horizon line change at all as you gain altitude or elevation going higher and higher up? Does the horizon line change?
Not in my experience.
Well, let him answer the question, brother.
Actually, it does, but all of it is water, so you won't see a difference.
What?
So wait a minute. You're telling me that
From the
water
top of
seeks its
Everest?
level continuously. You're telling me that water seeks its level continuously, but the higher up I go, you're telling me that the water is going to start to curve. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm.
Okay, how do you know that?
When have you ever experienced this?
See, this is where it comes into beliefs. You believe that will happen. No, hold on.
Oh, you just admitted he's never experienced it.
Look,
Yeah, I haven't
this is where we come into belief. You believe that will happen, but you have no evidence that actually will happen.
I mean, it would if the Earth was a sphere, but it isn't, so it doesn't.
See how easy that was? Super freaking simple. If you start from first principles, you can't even construct a globe from your empirical evidence that you have, your personal experience of the world. You have to imagine it in your head or accept someone else's imagination. But you can travel all around the Earth, fly in a plane, fly in a balloon, look around. You're never going to see the Earth as a globe. You're never going to experience the Earth as a globe. You're never going to experience it spinning. All that is a mental construct.
Can I throw a random guess? Like, okay, do you believe in money other than cash?
It cuts deep.
I mean,
what did you ask?
Money in your bank account, you can't really see that, right?
Dude, shut the fuck up. Do you believe I just said that to you? Do you believe I just told you to shut the fuck up?
No, it's just
money in my bank account isn't the natural world.
No, if you don't
We're talking
believe
about
in things that you
observations
can't
of the
touch,
natural world. My bank account is not the natural world, bro.
Okay,
How do you guys? So you're still doing it. So things like bank accounts and accounting, freaking values,
things we
on a
made.
piece
Okay, I
of
agree.
paper. Those things are abstract quantities. This is how far gone you are. You think the natural world,
that is
abstract
artificial. Okay,
quantities
I'm wrong
have
for
the
that.
same
Sorry.
quality to them. Okay, they don't. One is in your head, the other is in the world, right? But you're so messed up along with everybody else that you think your imaginations are real. Does the United States bomb people?
I mean, have you seen it happening?
Does the United States bomb people? Yes or no?
I don't know. I haven't seen it happen.
No, it doesn't. Okay? Because the this is to illustrate a point. The United States is an abstract thing, right? Bunch of people got together, they wrote down some words on a piece of paper and said, hey, we're going to make up this legal entity called the United States. It doesn't exist in nature. You can't stick it in a jar or measure it with a frickin' ruler. Okay? It doesn't actually exist. So when you say the United States did something, you're anthropomorphizing the United States. So you're taking an abstract concept like the globe and saying it's physically real. You don't have any evidence it's physically real because when you go into nature, you can't find it. Which is why we're here, because we looked. We can't find this globe they're talking about. Hey, man, there's this globe, man. Earth's a globe. Okay, let's go out and find it. Can't find it.
Is Australia real?
We can find Australia.
It better be real. We got people that live there. Oh my!
Is the cheese from California real? Is California?
So here we go to the brain in the jar. So is anything real, dude? Let's just go right to it.
I mean, if you're saying everything that you believe is real is something that you have experienced, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying is they make claims and we go test them and they don't exist in nature.
So your whole belief is denial, right?
I don't have a belief. I already illustrated that. There's nothing to deny. So if there's a claim and then there's evidence and I reject the evidence, that would be denialism. But there's actually no evidence out there in the world. There's only claims after claims after claims. Claims are not evidence of the claim. The evidence is the evidence.
Oh man, you would hate chemistry then.
What does that even mean? Can I verify the claims of chemistry by doing
70% chemistry?
Listen to me. Can I verify the claims of chemistry by doing the chemistry?
90% of the time you fail while verifying in
That's
chemistry.
fucking great, dude. Can I verify the claims of chemistry by doing the chemistry?
If you're only looking for 10%, then yes, 10% of the time you can
What does
verify.
that mean? So I can find 10%? You let's go out into nature and find 10% curvature. Where's that?
Yes, 10% of the time you can find a curvature as well on Earth.
Oh, really? Where?
Yes. There are a lot of places where you can see
A lot of
good enough
give me
curvature.
one so I can go there and check for myself.
Just one.
His voice sounds like AI.
Don't care, dude.
Mine?
No, that
Who
another
cares
guy.
what he thinks about your voice, dude? Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. They all stink.
Right?
I'm waiting. I want to book my trip, man. I got freaking Expedia pulled up right now.
.com.
Okay.
Crickets, bro.
So you done
Crickets.
making shit up? Okay. You have
No,
no
I'm trying to find
evidence the
something.
Earth is the globe. Okay. No one you know does. No one they know does.
I'm googling
That's the
shit.
thing. Well, where can I go to experience this curve of the Earth?
The top of Everest, apparently.
No, even there you won't be able to see a good curve though. That's the
But yeah,
point.
Were you just saying the opposite like 5 minutes ago?
I mean, you can see a curve, but you can always deny it because it's so
you
thin.
can't. You literally can't. It doesn't work within the model, mathematically, the claims within the model. And you can go look at 360 panoramas taken from the top of Everest. The horizon is flat. It's just a straight, flat line around you. Horizontal, like always. Like every single time you'll see a horizon. They don't curve. It's like even built into the language. Horizon, horizontal.
Literally. Airplane, sea level, you know? Why are they called car dealerships if they don't sell boats?
What?
Why are they called car dealerships if they don't sell boats on the lot?
Oh wow.
Why is it called a relationship if it happens on land?
I know, huh?
Because it's
Fucking land
sense, I
lubbers.
guess.
Be walking the plank. Shiver me timbers.
How do you text me, DJ? Is DJ in here? Who knows how to text me? Text me this doofus.
Yeah, only thing I want to ask is like the word you use is flat earther, right? So there is a flat in there. Where did this flat come from? Because
The
all you
water.
see is flat. Okay, got it.
Well, I mean, can you tell us? So, the top of the water in a bathtub is flat. In a swimming pool, it's flat. In a lake, in a pond, it's flat. In a lake, it's flat. In the sea, it's flat. Like, when does it start to curve?
Do you believe
It's
in
okay if
satellites?
it's flat.
Bro, do you
When
believe
does
in
the water
satellites?
curve, right? So we have but the oceans of the world are just basically one world ocean, all connected, right? So when does that water curve into a ball? What size?
Or where?
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Walter.
Yep.
Can you stop posting dead memes? They're old and boring, bro.
Yeah, my
You're
bad,
posting a
no.
meme that's literally originated on our Discord in 2017. So come on, bro. Get with the times.
Do you believe in satellites? What government
Believe?
plans?
Should I believe in them?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Why?
on you.
Well, hold on. Don't interrupt. Why should I believe in them?
You don't believe in that?
Why should I believe in them?
I'm asking to you. Don't ask
I'm
me
asking you. Why should I believe in them? You said I should believe in them. I'm asking you why.
Because it's science.
Because
But man, even I don't agree with that. Gee,
because science.
that was so dumb. Okay.
Satellites is science.
Oh.
Oh God.
Ryan.
But Earth was a sphere before satellites.
What about, do you believe in undersea cable, bro? Do you believe in undersea cable?
No, you don't.
99% of the internet goes through undersea cables.
They're just hanging on that 1% in the sky, though. You know what I mean?
Now, Walter, if I ask you, what evidence do you have that there's satellites orbiting the Earth in outer space? And when I say evidence, I mean data, as in, you know, you collected the data on how fast they're going, how far they are, their trajectory. If I asked you, where do you have that data to verify that those things are where they claim to be doing the things they claim to be doing? Could you provide that data?
Or an actual
But I
picture of
believe,
one.
Okay,
I
you are
believe
saying
in
that
that data.
government is using our money to make those satellites and
Well, people will never do
using
that.
the
To use,
wrong,
to
wrong,
use.
Yes,
wrong
people will do
research.
that, Walter.
Just let me
In fact,
complete, though. Don't interrupt.
well, that's
Come on.
because you don't know a lot about history. So in the
Okay, come on.
1940s, well, listen, in the 1930s, the United States paid people to make roads that literally went to nowhere.
Are you in 19s right now? Are you?
It's a work program,
You
Indio.
don't
Just keeping
understand.
people employed.
It's called a
People will not.
government
You believe in
make work
history?
program so that people stay employed and they don't start stabbing each other.
And you're thinking it's happening all in right now also. The
I know
same
for a
thing is
fact.
happening.
It's easy to prove. So check this out. If I took all the space stuff and I put it all together and we made a balance sheet, and then on one side of the ledger we write how much has been spent, and then on the other side I write how much has been made. Are we in the black or in the red? Have we made a profit yet?
And what's the like?
Super heavy in the black.
Did you repeat? Dude, listen to what I said. Are you not listening? Have we made any money off of space yet?
Not only money, India. What is the all benefit of that?
Yeah, the benefit, dude. What are we getting from it?
So you haven't. So you don't believe
Why are
in
you
black
asking me a
holes also?
question? I just asked you a question.
Because you
I
also
mean,
asked
money
me
is
the
a
same
different
question,
topic
bro.
then.
Come on.
I asked you a question, bro. You said
Question
people
for
wouldn't do
question.
this thing.
Because you're not
Well,
giving the answer. That's why question for question.
I'm giving you the answer. You're just not trying to listen. Okay?
I'm
You're trying
listening,
to.
bro. Come on.
They're already losing money, even if you believe in it. Don't you get it? You said, why would they do this stuff and just spend this money? They're already doing it.
No,
They're not making any money off of space.
70 million a day. 70 million a day.
Cool. I'm asking very kind manner. Now you're acting like
They're not.
thing like that and becoming cool. It's not cool,
Okay,
you know.
really simple. Okay.
Yeah.
Even
say it
if.
simple.
Listen careful, dude. Stop interrupting me, Walter. Really simple. You thought you would come in with some stupid sociological argument and it would do something. Even if everything is true, satellites, all that shit, they're still losing money anyway. You said it can't be
Indio.
true that it's all fake because they'd be losing money. They are losing money either way.
India,
Flat
why
Earth,
are you
globe Earth,
using money?
fake
You said
satellite,
it's
real
artificial.
satellites, they're losing money.
Why are you using money as in your talk, in your conversation? You said it's artificial. We made it, right?
Listen, you don't get it. What? Why are you guys
Come
so
on,
fucking
bro.
slow?
I know, dude.
Okay, first of all, money is not made and destroyed. It's just a way to move things around.
Yeah, people will never lie because
Thanks,
of money. And
economist.
they,
Fucking, we got a regular Adam Smith in here. So, bro, do you get it? That we, regardless of whether
And yeah,
you
by
think
the way, why is
satellites
money
are
not
fake
made?
or
SpaceX
real,
is making so much money.
no, they're not.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are. Ask Elon Musk.
Okay, what
You
do they?
think they are
What's
not?
their what is the product that they're selling?
They are not selling anything. They are making so much money
What's
from
in
government.
space that they're going to get?
The US government is funding them so much. So it is an income for them.
Okay, is the U.S. government losing money?
No, because they get that from you if you are earning.
What do they get? They get something that
Taxes.
generates revenue to make up for their costs. What do they get?
They inflate
When I
everything.
say
Purpose of
losing
government
money,
is
I'm
not
talking
taxes,
about
make
the
money.
totality.
Is it important to
You
make
understand
sense in
the
every
money's
manner?
being spent, but there's no way to recover the money with anything profitable. Okay? You can send all the
I
junk
think
in
That's not the
space
point
you
of a
want.
government, Indio. That's not the point of a government. What are you talking about?
Okay, we are getting into an economic discussion now. I don't think we should
It's
do
not
that.
really an economic discussion. This is basic fucking accounting. Okay? They've spent, what, $10 trillion on going to space, and they've made no money from it. I'm talking about
That's not true
take
either.
all the governments of the world, right? And you made a balance sheet, the ledger. What are our outlays? What's our income, right? There's no income. The income fucking part of the ledger is empty. They've
So is
never
it
pulled back
important to
anything
make
from
money?
space that they've made money from.
Is it
Right? They haven't gone mined the fucking moon. They didn't bring back fucking unobtainium from the surface of the sun, right? They're not making any money. That's how you make money, right?
Does
You
the
go get
CD
some
does
fucking
the
resource
CDC
and
make
add
money?
value to it by manipulating it in
Does the
some way.
It's fucking
does the post office make money? Like, why are you flying this for straight, like holding NASA
No,
to
the
this high
post
bar?
office
That
loses money.
exactly, it's not the purpose of a government agency to make money. I don't understand why that you're shaking your fist at
yeah.
this.
Money is not the goal. Issue is money is just a
He
way of
mentioned SpaceX,
getting to your goals. When you get
But if
money, what do you use it for?
But
Tell me one thing.
look at this example for the money. You gave me 20 million to build satellites. I built satellites for 1 million. I put in the pocket 19 millions, but I say to you that I spent all 20 millions for building the satellites. Do you understand how you accumulate the money? I show you the story, but I take the money. All that money, what I show you the movie that I was in the space and I said I spent 1 trillion, but I spent for that movie only 2 million. I put in the pocket other money. That's how it's working.
Tell me you know nothing about DFARS without telling me you know nothing about DFARS. Like, Jesus Christ, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Are you talking to me?
What did you say that?
Okay, I have a point about
Like, Jesus.
that. If you're saying they don't make any income, right? So you make an income. What do you use it for? To buy a new house? To go to experience new
Smoke
things?
crack, dude. That's what I do.
Go
with
on
it.
trips,
Jesus
right?
Christ.
Smoke crack, whatever.
Don't have
So
answer, bro. Don't have
also,
answer.
so is NASA and SpaceX is also they're removing the middle ground, the middle issue of money. They're removing that. They're directly experiencing new planets. They're directly looking at new stars out there and learning about them. They're getting to the end goal without money.
Bro, it's
Yeah,
called
that's cool.
If your way of learning about the world is money to go
Okay,
to other countries,
so,
they are
first of
looking
all-
at other stars without
Yeah.
using money.
I get all that, but your argument from the first go is sociological. Why would human beings do this and that and the other thing? Well, based upon the sociology of human beings that I've observed, and it has been historically recorded for forever, is that human beings don't do shit for free. Okay? So even Isabel and Fernandez were trying to make money off of Columbus's back. They weren't trying to explore the world, right? They were trying to make money. The people that discovered things in the past, their benefactors were trying to make money, right? So they aren't just doing something. They wanted to bring back tobacco or fucking whatever natural resource was somewhere else. Now, space seems to be a fucking outlier of human activity where they have no way they're actually going to make money from space, but they're going to dump an infinite amount of resources into it.
You just proved my
This
point.
makes no sense, bro.
Space is beyond the point of money. They don't really give a fuck about
so this
money.
is the one human thing that we do, which is done purely for idealistic reasons.
Sun is not going to send you money, man. They're
So we're
not
going to space for
the sun is not going to
ideology.
throw
That's what
dollars
you're
at you.
saying. We're going to space for ideology.
Public broadcasting, public food banks, like
All
this
that
is
shit
just
works
what happens.
without satellites. All that shit works without satellites.
No, I'm just saying this is all of things that you know when the government gets involved, that's not the point. Like you put money into it for the sake of the value provided. You know, basic R&D, scientific discovery, job creation.
What, name one
exactly.
scientific-
So
name
that's my
one
point. That was
scientific
Josh
discovery.
agrees with me. Job creation, make work.
It is a work program.
Listen,
Oh,
listen.
Lordy.
I just
but Josh, I agree with you. The government should do those things. I agree with you completely. Though I wish they
Yeah.
would fucking make high-speed rails instead of spaceships.
Yeah, well, that's no. We're you know, big car and NIMBYs and lawfare. You know,
Well, make
says that
high-speed
that's not going to
cars
happen.
then. I don't know, dude. Make smaller fucking rails.
Okay.
Well, you know what I mean? Maybe they should make like rails or fucking multiple rail fucking where the public transport was like a little car. I mean, what they do is regards the public transportation, well, not modes of transportation, the car, it's like the number one cause of premature death. Like
They should just bring
I
back
don't know,
airships,
something like
dude.
10 times more people die a year than died in 9/11, and they spent $3 trillion to stop people from dying from that shit. It doesn't make sense what they do, dude. They just fucking, it's just a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
One thing's
repeal
consistent is chemtrails.
You sound like a stupid guy.
Josh, me and you share a lot of political views, but you think it can be fixed. I don't.
Sure. I think it is fake.
I'm altruistic, and then I, you know, drive into the office and collect my Bezos bucks every day. So there's, you know, I have my own, you know, line as far as like, you know, I'll get mine versus, you know, sacrificing my own quality of life for the greater good.
Well, you got a family, so you got to think about that. I know you have a wife. That counts as a family.
Oh no, I got a kiddo too. He's just started walking. No, I mean, I don't know, man. The whole, you know, yeah.
No, so the walking isn't the problem. The problem is when they can just get their hand up over the countertop and they're just grabbing at anything that they can't see.
Yeah. We'll get there eventually. But no, I don't know, man. Basic R&D, tech funding, like it is economically profitable. You're not deriving profit from the outlay of expenditures, but you are deriving economic activity from the infusion of capital into these areas, right? NASA has an entire technology transfer program. You know, there's been studies that show that for every dollar that was spent on the Apollo program, $7 was created in the economy, in the areas that were manufacturing.
It's very self-serving.
Congressional research.
Velcro and MRI.
Well, I mean, no, that's not that's not what we say. You can't think of the government as you would think of like your household budget. They want economic activity. They don't fucking care what it is. It doesn't matter to them. They just want the churn, right? The money churn, to pass hands, and whatever activity it is. That's how they profit, is money passing hands.
Yeah, exactly.
But not too. Yeah, no, agreed.
I mean, I think that used to be true. I think at this point, it's all just debt.
Well, all that money transfer stuff got pushed into financial instruments and shit. So now it's 80% circle jerking, paper pushing.
Yeah, velocity of money used to matter, but now they just print as much as they want.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry, that'll be
They don't
over
need to have
soon
an
when they go digital. No more printing pretty soon.
They'll just print
no
another.
fiat currency has lasted, so I mean, this isn't a shock to anybody. Well, not me at least.
You imagine increasing numbers on a display is harder than printing actual real paper?
They don't actually print money. They sell assets and create debt.
Yeah, they create more fake assets. That's how they create more money.
Not printing cash. The Fed.
Ah, exactly. I mean, printing is just a word. They don't actually print paper. There's not enough paper on this planet.
This planet.
Look, U.S. government.
How many
bonds
trees are you going to cut?
They are still paper. You can get the paper equivalent of it. It doesn't have to be electronic.
Yeah.
Right, but there's not $300 trillion out there.
And there's a question on whether any electronic thing is enforceable like the paper, because the court system, there's certain stipulations on like verifying the authenticity of the debt, the paper, piece of paper, right? So it's a process. Is this the right seal? Is this the actual signature? Those things. You can't do that with an electronic credit. So the rules, like there's hard set rules that have been around since the 1400s for negotiable instruments, bonds, debentures, certificates, so we know how to treat them. When someone says, "Yes, I have a U.S. certificate," well, do you really, or do you just got an entry in some electronic ledger for some holding company, which has to pay you under contract, which is completely different than holding the paper debt in your hand. So the law of contracts going to apply to that, where the law about bonds is not, or certificates is not going to be actually applied. So your security is actually not what you think it is. This is a problem people have not really thought about, that the system.
You're getting awful close to stopping there.
Guts don't matter unless you can enforce them. And how you enforce them matters.
So does
Somebody
Black
ran to
Lives.
the court and had to enforce I want my money from the United States government, the government bonds. Okay, you got the bonds? No, I don't have the actual bond. My broker has my freaking serial number for the bond. But there's no physical bond anywhere. So how, and then that brokerage won't pay you out. So what do you have to do to the brokerage? Can you seal them under action on a bond, or do you sue them on an action on a contract, their brokerage contract? Well, I guarantee the brokerage contract is way more favorable to them than if they actually had to deliver the fucking bond.
Yeah, it all works on trust.
I'm just saying is when you deal with real things, physical objects in the world, the laws about them are different than the ones where you deal with electronic promises that aren't even promises. Credit accounts, basically. Because that's all they are, is you're just dealing with someone says, hey, you have a credit account with us.
Who were the secured creditors?
Yeah, completely different thing, dude. And within the legal system, and that's where it matters, like how you gonna enforce the shit. Because if you can't enforce it, that you don't. What do they say? Those who cannot enforce their rights have none.
Kind of.
We live in a society, man.
You can't enforce your rights.
Yeah,
dude,
I mean,
you
that
don't
is
have any.
true.
Because the rubber has to meet the road somewhere.
The end of a barrel of a gun.
Yeah, that's where can you convince the people with the guns to get your shit, basically.
Yeah. This cozy Western society we live in is a lot of it's just an illusion. It'll fall apart very quickly.
Or you have some empathy and trust other people, and maybe we can fix this.
I mean,
maybe we'll go back to the moon.
We're gonna seize the means of production, Josh.
No, you just you put a dampener on the top, and you put an accelerator on the bottom, and you do some nice progressive tax curves, and
what happens at the end of the empire?
You acquire the industries that have inelastic demand.
What happens at the end of the empire?
The curve, huh? Flatten the curve, bro.
Yeah, but the problem with that thesis, Josh, is that at this stage, all the real assets, not the paper assets, the real physical property that is needed, industrial metals and energy resources, all that's been pretty much monopolized. You would have to, with that group of people that have the real assets, they can just destroy everybody else. I mean, the only people. As far as industrial production, like that, if that goes away, then all the other shit goes away. I mean, we could freaking limp along on freaking. Even the farmland has been monopolized. So what are you gonna do? Like, cap the top to what, dude? It's like they own everything. How are you gonna even restrict them? Because they can just say,
you get rid of capital gains tax exemptions. You increase the progressive tax brackets back to what they were in the 40s and 50s. Like
just tweak at the edges incessantly and hope it never collapses.
Oh, I don't give a fuck about that. Pay your fair share. Get the fuck out.
But Josh, I hear you. Those are great ideas, but the assets weren't monopolized as much back then. The actual raw materials. It was a lot more evenly distributed. Right now, there's one steel company in America. They can
Living in
just say,
another
"Fuck
gilded
y'all.
age.
We're gonna dynamite our fucking factory if you pass this law." And that's every right to dynamite their fucking steel production. You know how long it takes to make a fucking steel mill? That's a decade lost. You know what I mean? Like this isn't a simple. If it was a simple problem, it would have been solved. It's a complex problem. That's why I have no hope.
They've been pushing the exact opposite direction for decades. We're all just-in-time production and
Yeah,
just-in-time production.
Thousand-mile long.
Just-in-time production in China, not in America.
1,000-mile long trade line, like supply lines. It's so fragile.
I guess this is what we all can agree on. Huh? we found a common ground. Wow.
We're all fucked.
Yeah, get a government.
We're all on the
gotten
same
out
level.
of before. We can do it again. You just need some politicians with some actual fucking balls to do shit.
Yeah, we
Some
got
spherical balls.
How did we get out of it last time? I mean, we've never gotten out of it. I don't know what you're talking about. We just changed the freaking captain of the Titanic.
We've oscillated from economic collapse to world war and back again, non-stop.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, the shit gets too crazy. So you gotta, it's like the natural burning of the underbrush in a forest, right?
Order out of
things
chaos.
have to get worse sometimes.
Things have never been so interconnected.
The beef, Josh. That's the beef. We don't let fucking the underbrush burn, man.
We don't. You're right. The bailouts, the satiating the folks that have capital to keep things from actually to keep the average quality of life up.
Have you ever thought why that was done? Is because it's a frickin' evil circle jerk between Wall Street, CIA, fucking and if you doubt me, there's huge ties between Wall Street and CIA. So Wall Street, CIA, and then Congress and freaking the executive branch and all that, they're all intermingled in this incestuous freaking relationship between all of them.
And everything they do it falls in place with certain dates for their quote unquote religious purposes or the ceremonies that they do. It's all numbers,
numerology and is honestly just like schizophrenia with extra data. Just at least from my perspective.
So the Zodiac's not for millionaires; it's for billionaires, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, Josh, this is what I think about numerology and all that shit is it's real because there's people that believe it's real and will act upon it. That makes it real. Because they're doing things in the real world based upon however they perceive some numerological nonsense to be.
Yeah, but it's not ontologically real.
If you knew that like 80% of the stock market believed in numerology and that they were all going to sell if a certain numerological event happened, and then that event happened, would you act it? So that's making it in the real world, right? Even though it's not actually real. Like, can they act upon this delusion? You could trade on the delusion even though you don't believe in the numerology.
Cause a flash crash with a tweet.
I know. There's a fat finger $100 billion fucking transfer. You fat fingered it.
Hey, if you think about it, though, one thing that we do know for certain is that they do go and set up shop in certain places on certain times and certain events. Like, for instance, 9/11. They do all kinds of events on 9/11, right? So, I mean, I don't think they're just doing this for like aesthetic purposes. The shit that they do has an actual purpose. You know what I mean? I think maybe certain things unlock or lock up like on the like the metaphysical plane on certain dates at certain times, and they have all that down. And that's the whole reason to think we live on a globe. We don't know when our time to shine is, bro. You know what I mean? They want to take away our time to shine. We all have an inheritance that we're just neglecting because for lack of just knowing how to use it properly. You know?
And I feel like that's leaning too heavily on an external locus of control and saying that your life is the way it is because of some outside force, not because of things that you've done.
You know what I'm saying is I'm encouraging you guys to look into this, so possibly maybe you might find some insight and you know what I mean, and be able to take advantage of it. You know, that's all I'm saying. Take it as you will.
Well, I mean, Josh, see, that's the crux of the problem, right? Say you have a gambler. When he picks the right numbers, it was him. But when he picks the wrong numbers, it was the freaking rigged lottery. Understand? Like, there's some level of you're going to take credit for the wins and the losses are somebody's fault. So there's a little...
No, I know, it's a mix.
Irresponsibility there. But the numerology is the same thing, right? So it's just really a confirmation bias. But, like, Flat and Nasty was saying... These things, these false flags and stuff, they are done around certain times, and it's not because the people that believe in numerology think it makes it work, not because it actually does, but they believe it to be so. It only matters what they believe. So Freemasons are all like into the 33 shit. The 33 isn't what makes it work, but they believe it. So the shit they do, because they're competent evildoers, they do things and those things work, but they attribute it to the fucking signs and symbols. They don't attribute it to their own doing, right?
It would also be a method for them to collude without having to actually talk to each other. If they have agreements about particular days, then they have foreknowledge of the behavior of the other people with all the money. If you've got enough money to move the market, and you control the market.
Do you think casinos should be legal? I mean, don't you think they should be illegal?
Illegal
or should not?
Pretty much libertarian on most stuff. Retards want to waste
government
their
keep
money.
them around because they get taxes out of them.
Yeah, I mean,
but what do the normal citizen benefit from it? Like the gambler loses it all in the end.
Entertainment
value.
I don't know.
You can do that with fake money as well, right?
I don't know. I'm not.
I mean, you can just get into a casino. They give you a fake ticket for like, let's say $1 off, and that number says like 1 million, and then you can just play with it if you just want to play. Why put real money into it?
I think it feels different for people who gamble. My issue with places like that is that it's a nexus for money laundering and other organized crime. That would be my main problem with it.
No, the whole idea of casino is fucking
my problem with those places is how much LED lights and EMF you're exposed to inside those places.
Yeah.
They always
that's the
keep
one
it
thing
bright,
I don't
so
like
you never
is
know
them
the time.
using psychological tricks and tactics to keep people in there.
Yep.
That's what I
all the
don't like. I think they should just be, if you're going to have casinos, they should just be freaking straight up. These are gamble machines. Not like dim lights and then bringing you free drinks and then the doors never lock and then like, you know, keeping the freaking things that hit the most at the end and just all that, those psychological tricks. I don't think they should be doing those.
Predatory applied psychology.
And everybody should have to have to go in with a fucking calculator and a chart with the fucking actual odds of you winning on it. If people got like a chart with the actual odds of winning, they'd freaking turn around and walk out the door.
Not sure that's entirely true. I mean, for some people maybe, but I don't know. It's predatory.
I think the odds
like,
of
I don't
winning
want to
the average
outlaw
casino
things.
game is 1 in 12.
I think
people really grasp the odds, even if you told them.
I think casinos are designed just like sports arenas to and they probably even have machines inside the casinos that can actually store our energy. You know what I mean? So people's emotions
harvesting
are
loosh.
gnarly. yeah, they're harvesting the emotions like a sports arena, bro, because they know they pull on their heartstrings and they just, you know what I mean? People get so hypnotized by those slot machines, you know what I mean? It's just like,
That
it's
is
like worse than dope, dude.
That is a framework you can view the world through, and I don't completely disagree with it. But people want money. People think they can get money. People are stupid. They lose their money. I don't know if you really
and that's
need to
what
have a more
casino used
complicated
against them.
analysis than that.
That
Well, it's crazy.
vulnerability is exactly what casino uses.
Simply do
They
not
put the
go
truth
into
right
them.
in your face, bro.
Yeah,
The
but
tr- the- it,
it's
right in your
very
face, there's
easy.
a pyramid with an eyeball on the dollar bill. They have the Masonic symbol right there on the bill. I mean, they're showing you, you know?
It's super easy not to go into the casino.
Yeah, we agree.
Exercise a
it's
little bit
easy.
of free will. It's very simple not to smoke the cigarettes. Simply don't.
Okay, we agree. But what do you think about casinos marketing themselves?
I don't
They
care.
they throw themselves up in front of your face all the time.
And
I don't think McDonald's is any better, honestly.
And that makes you
Medical
think
system,
about them for 5 seconds in a day.
Yeah, but I don't. It never
I mean,
crosses
at
my
least for
mind
5
at all.
seconds when you look at it, right?
I can solve the casino problem at the door. First of all, you say, hey, you need to be shown to be competent before you enter this casino. Okay. And you tell them the odds of winning the combined odds are 1 in 12. So here is a 12 cylinder revolver. There's bullets in every chamber except for one. Spin it and fire.
Would you do that?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Would you put the same sort of sign on a car? This is your odds of dying every time you get in this device.
I mean, I think people don't realize how bad the odds are. Now, some games aren't
People
too bad.
don't comprehend
like blackjack is all right. But
abilities at all.
All I play is poker whenever I
also
go.
land money for gambling, but they never land infinite. Because if they do that, they will always lose.
And there certainly are people who manage to profit from the system if they know the odds and they play it to the right degree.
I mean, if you can borrow infinite money, you can always win. But you can't do that, right?
Flat Earth and Flat Earth Discord.
There's a billionaire in the state where I live who's made his money
What's up, Banana?
gambling.
Oh, Banana left. Never mind.
Hey, but think about this though. If you had infinite money,
Can go
every
to
time
zero real quick.
what if every time you sat down at the poker table, you got the winning hand every single time you had the nuts? Eventually, it would get where nobody would even want to play with you, and it wouldn't even be fun. You'd be trying to lose just for a little entertainment. You know what I mean?
The casino will just ban you, man, if you're winning that much.
I'm just saying though, joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people are wired to fall into these traps. It sucks. But as I said before, I'm mostly libertarian on this sort of thing. I don't. People need to exercise free will and discernment. You're going to be surrounded by demons of all sorts. Just learn to tell the difference and simply do not participate.
Would you consider yourself like me a flatarian or no?
I mean, as a flatarian.
I'm a born again flat earther.
I mean, I understand the geometry.
I'm washed in the level blood. You know what I mean?
Yes. I don't know if I take it that seriously at this point.
It's the only thing I take serious, bro. It's literally the most important thing. It's the foundation of everything.
It just is, right? And once you know it, you know it. And I don't know. I used to care about it a lot more. Now I have
really
other things. concern myself with, like the difference between lawful and legal. That's a good concept to get your mind around.
Yeah. I think that the more you understand about the flat Earth, it eventually all roads lead to Rome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Because it's our history, dude. Like, flat Earth is our history, and our history's been rewritten. We're like hostages of wisdom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't directly relate to how horizontal the surface is. In scientism,
Everything's related to it because everything is on this plane that we live on. Everything's on the ground. You know?
Why?
It's like the
Is there so
chessboard,
much
basically. Like
effort?
you could have all the chess pieces, but without the chessboard, it's just you just can't. It won't work. You know what I mean?
It's yeah. I think there's more fundamental things than the arrangement of the surface.
Well, you think about it.
Opens your mind to other things.
Everything that's ever built in this world is all based upon elevation of sea level.
Yeah,
And so I mean, like, it is kind of important.
I get what reality is. I understand the construct that we're living inside of. I get that.
Yeah.
I mean, once you know it, doesn't inspire a lot of strong emotions for me anymore. I'm just very comfortable with my understanding of what reality is.
Yeah. That's cool.
When I first, accepted it, I went a little bit crazy for a while. Really
Me too.
Really,
Me too, bro.
It knocks having.
I went flat smacking every single person I could find, bro.
Yeah,
as soon as I found out, the first thing I did was I called my dad, I called my aunt, and like I'm thinking in my mind like they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, thanks for telling us," but nope.
No.
I pretty much isolated myself from my family.
I didn't, but I could definitely see it as that. Like, I was somewhat choosy about who I talked to about it.
I was like a shotgun effect, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a bunch of like flat Earth hats, like in old English letters, and like just wore flat Earth shirts. Went around just talking to people about it.
Yeah, I was into all sorts of alternative ideas about conspiracies and things for a long time. I've worked my way through all the standard ones, and I've been trying for years to get people to pay attention to what really happened on 9/11, yada yada yada. What went on with the financial crisis of 2008, yada yada yada. And people, on the whole, just won't deal with it. And at a certain point, I came to realize it's not a kindness to try to wake people up. So I don't try to preach to people about any of this stuff anymore. Any of these topics, not just flat Earth, but any of it. I'll have interesting conversations with people who are open to it, but yeah, that's where it ends.
I guess I just like being rejected by people. I love being rejected, bro. You know what I mean? I'm a glutton for punishment, so that's why I flat smack every chance I get.
Yeah, people won't deal with the easier ones. That Earth is too hard for most.
Yeah. I'd be breaking out with like the double blindfolded Fulcrum's pendulum, Cavendish, Michelson Morley experiment.
Yeah. I mean, as you say, it's more holes than model at this point. Like, it's not just wrong, it's a complete inversion of the truth. And that is hard to come to terms with.
What do you think about TFE, bro?
It's not an experiment. It wasn't final.
No, I mean, do you think they went there or no?
Yeah. Like their observations were basically what I expected. Just
what does that mean? I always hear people say that. They say something and then they say what I expected or something.
Well, based on I've spent a significant amount of time at many different latitudes. Like I'm currently at 40 degrees south. I've lived near the Tropic of Cancer. I've lived in Europe, and I've observed how the patterns of the sun change over the course of a year, the sunset and sunrise times. So it was quite a long time ago that I gave up.
Nah, mute up, dude.
The whole idea that there's an ice wall and Antarctica is yada, all that stuff. It doesn't. That didn't make any sense to me very early on in my flat Earth sort of thinking. So it makes, if there's a 24-hour sun in the Arctic Circle, I have zero problem with there being one in the Antarctic Circle, and it just lines up with how the lengths of days change depending on how far you are from the equator. I mean, I don't know why there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun if you go far enough.
I'm just not. I don't even think the sun is even really even that big of a point, really. And it's like the sun's kind of a moot point, actually. The way I look at it,
you can use the sun to navigate the surface with.
Well, but just hear me out real quick. So, like, the whole thing is like, if they didn't go there, then the sun is a moot point, just like everything else, because all you're seeing is like a Amazon 360 studio behind them, right? So, like, either A, they went to a studio, or B, they went to Antarctica. I mean, or you could say C, maybe they went to some other place there was snow. They weren't in a studio. Maybe they really were outside, although you couldn't see their breath or anything. But
so we have a lot of Antarctic research leaves from the city I live in. Like, there's an Antarctic ship here docked quite often, and the university I went to, you can do an Antarctic course. So a lot of the scientists down there come from here. People, I don't know, the scale of that sort of deception.
I don't know. I can't verify any of that. All I'm saying is that, like, there's too many anomalies, and these people, everything I saw in their stories, for me to think that they really went to Antarctica.
Yes, I don't know. But regardless, broadly, that's what I expect you would see if you did happen to be on that.
But I mean,
if
they didn't go there? If they didn't go there, though,
do you think anybody goes to Antarctica?
No, but not just anybody.
Do you think there's thousands of people down there at any one time or not?
All I'm talking about is the footage brought back that we have access to.
Right. I mean, there's other footage from other people who go down there.
I've looked, and I haven't been able to find any other footage
of people being in Antarctica, or of a 24-hour sun?
No, the 24-hour sun. 24-hour sun.
There's other footage before they even went there. There was other footage.
There's a lot.
I
have a look around on. You can. There's a bunch on, like, what's that? Higher end photography.
Okay, if there was a bunch already on there before that of the uninterrupted 24-hour footage of the sun, then why wouldn't they just go with the why would they make such a big deal out of it and make it so much on the news and everything that flat earthers went down to Antarctica?
Why did Netflix do that documentary with Jaren?
And then coincidentally another one with Jaren too.
Right. Yeah. So this topic, we know it's flat. There's some amount of effort being maintained to convince people it's a globe. If there's any sort of force maintaining this narrative, then the opposing narrative is going to be controlled in some manner. You're going to keep the animals in the pen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, with generational war, psychological operations, nudge departments, there's a whole bunch of applied psychology going on the entire population of the world constantly.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of how I view it. Jaren is either a retard, a useful idiot, I don't know.
All of the above.
Yeah.
And then some.
Exactly. So
he's a paid actor, bro.
It's a show. You are watching a show.
I have a question. Does Neil Armstrong lie?
Oh my god.
Does Neil Armstrong lie?
Did he lie?
What are you saying?
Does Neil Armstrong lie? And Buzz Aldrin, did they lie?
I don't know, bro.
I mean, they made the claim about being in an endless vacuum, and so
Yeah, most people saying they were lying. That was not there. Is that correct?
I don't know what most people say, bro. I don't know.
Do you think they said they was on the moon?
It doesn't matter what I think about that. Do you have any proof?
No, I said they said they was on the moon.
Okay, all right.
I don't particularly think it's a place we can go to, but maybe it is. I don't know. I do know that it's not an endless vacuum above us. The distance to that thing, if it is an object that could be stood upon, I don't know. Who knows?
But do you believe them? That's my question.
No, I have no reason to believe them.
What we believe doesn't matter.
Okay. Why we should believe some random people who said I wasn't someplace?
I mean, there is a little bit of a difference between claiming you went to Antarctica and claiming you went to the moon.
Because you can make a better video that you was on Antarctica than on the moon?
No, because with a certain amount of money, or if you choose a certain sort of career, you can go to a place called Antarctica. Whether or not that's an island.
And then you will go on the place where nobody was recorded ever in history life. But you will go on correct place to record that what will happen.
There's lots of people who go to Antarctica. What do you mean?
No, I'm saying you will go to that place to observe one phenomena, what will happen in that day, but never ever and nobody recorded in history of human life, but you will go exactly on that position where that happening.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring that in the last 70 years, nobody recorded 24-hour sun, but 2024 or 24, we could do that on specific location, specific day.
I mean, there are other videos of people observing the sun above the horizon at certain times of the year.
I know that there is no 24-hour sun in last 80 years video. And now there is no video, but I will go to Antarctica to make that video what doesn't exist. Do you understand?
I know. That is kind of weird, huh?
So if a lot of people can go to moon just like Antarctica, we will start believing in it as well.
My God.
Will I suddenly start believing that gas doesn't obey natural law?
No, like What is the point of this discussion that the Earth doesn't spin?
What?
Yeah, what is the point? We know the
Okay,
tides
it is
exist.
Discord.
Yeah.
There's no
We
point
know
here.
tides. We know high tides, low tides exist because Earth spins. Like,
Is it,
it
is
a
it that,
proven fact.
is it that when you say low tides and high tides, is that explanation of the curve?
It is a factor that you can prove.
Is
the
it
rotation of
is
Earth.
it changing a level of tides, only changing the levels, or is it that the curve?
Listen, my brother. Do you know how the tides are formed and deform?
Yeah, they
How
are
high and
changing the levels. So they are changing the levels. That means, can I answer to you what are the tides? Can I answer to you what are the tides? They are changing the level of the sea.
brother. The change
Yeah,
in the
brother.
level,
What tides are? Can you tell me
the
what tides are?
change in the level of sea.
Yeah.
By the gravitational effect of moon.
Why isn't there any tides in
Yeah.
lakes?
Yeah. Which lake
Like in
have
Lake,
a tide,
like in
brother?
Lake Superior. Why is there no tide in Lake Superior?
Bro, lakes are still water. Like there is
Yes.
water.
So that's special water that's not affected by the moon?
Brother, it is like fixed. Like how can you the point is pretty irrelevant, dude. Like
Why
if you
isn't
see
there
the
an
exact
effect
water
from the moon on the level
Yeah.
of the water
Wait,
in lakes?
have you seen the exact water representation of Earth?
You were talking about tides, right? You're
Yeah.
claiming that the moon is responsible for the tides. And I'm asking you why there are no tides in the large bodies of water called lakes, like Lake Superior.
Wait. Let me get you back onto you with some proofs.
Proofs of tides in Lake Superior?
Okay, I have one last question before I leave.
Yeah.
If you, not you.
Okay.
Endless. So, if we believe that some random wealthy people came up with the idea from NASA that the Earth is round, which we don't agree on. Okay, you say
They
you don't
didn't.
agree. So,
NASA didn't come up with the idea. You think?
No, I'm just
sphere
saying
Earth was invented in the 60s?
why did NASA choose to say that it is fair instead of flat? What do they gain out of it?
Well, for one thing, NASA is an organization. But I'll tell you an anecdote, like from an interview question I heard. So, a lady who worked in ground control, she stated that the simulations we run of the missions are so good, we can't tell the difference between the simulated mission and the real mission. So, what percentage of the people at NASA even have to know?
Here's another thing. All right. You asked, what do they have to gain? NASA was strictly created for to secure the sky and declare space dominance. That was
The genesis of NASA was
get
as a
space
psychological
dominance from
operation.
flat Earth as well, right?
So endless. Yeah, the tides exist in the lakes, but it is pretty small that it is
Yeah, they're
irrespectively.
caused by differentials in air pressure.
No. You can
There's
just
no
search it.
relationship
You can
between
just
the
search it.
movements, the levels of water in large bodies of fresh water. There's no correlation with the position of the moon.
Listen.
Here. I'll give you. Okay,
According to
the
the
moon
national-
causes tides. I'll give you the moon causes tides. How does that prove the
Yeah.
Earth is a ball?
Because there is a high tide and there is a low tide.
Yeah. How does that prove that?
You're describing reality. We're asking you
Yeah.
about the story. You've been told a story about the cause. We all observe the changes in the water level.
Yeah.
We just.
I'll give you gravity. How does that make the Earth a ball?
So, I didn't say Earth was a ball. I just said Earth spins. There says Earth doesn't spin.
Okay, so then how do you know it's spinning? Because the sky moves?
Because the moon pulls the water up and down, and we can feel that.
So
Tides
the
are
moon
caused by
moves.
air pressure.
You're confusing two concepts.
Who the hell
So
said
the moon
tides are
moves.
caused by air pressure?
Therapist, tides would work on a flat Earth as well. If
Yeah.
that's a point, then I mean,
But the Earth
you don't
spins,
really
no?
do anything with that.
There's if
How do you know the Earth's
Earth can
spinning?
also spin.
there's
The
no
point
evidence
is,
that the
the
ground
point of
is
this event is
spinning.
like Earth doesn't spin. I'm just basically saying the Earth spins.
The sky moves.
Yeah.
If
How can you say the sky moves? Now
why would
prove
I?
me that.
I don't.
You see
need
the
to
sky
give you
moving,
a
right?
reason or a
Yeah, you see the water moving too, but if that doesn't
Yeah, I see the
prove Earth
I see the
move.
water moving, but that doesn't mean the Earth is spinning.
We don't see
Yeah,
any of
so
the necessary
if you see the sky
consequences.
moving, that doesn't mean the sky moves.
No.
Maybe we are moving beside it.
No, it's exactly what
Tides
it
can
means. The
form
sky's
because
moving.
of earthquakes
No.
under the water
It
as well,
means
right?
what you said is true in your perspective, but when I say that same thing in my perspective, it goes wrong. How?
You have no test
Making
proving the
a
Earth
leap.
is in motion.
You have no chance
There's-
proving that the sky is in motion.
I
I
observe
mean, we
it.
can all observe the sky in motion.
Yeah, everything is relative to you.
We don't
Okay,
see
great.
any.
When have you ever left the Earth to see the Earth
if you was
moving?
a cloud? What if you was a cloud? You would be static, and the Earth will move.
We don't see any of the
When do you
necessary
see clouds
consequences.
static? Holy shit!
Hey, sheepdog, can you hear endless?
We
Yeah.
we don't see any of the necessary consequences of a rotating Earth. If
So
the Earth was
what is the
rotating,
consequences?
it would be rotating
Right.
underneath airplanes and helicopters and hot air balloons.
Brother, like when you drive a car on the road, your car pushes the road, okay? And then it moves.
Do you understand the concept of Coriolis drift?
Yeah, Coriolis
If
forces,
you
that's what
if you're
that was
observing
for, the hurricanes and the
you know
cyclones.
like a merry-go-round. Have you heard of a merry-go-round? You sit on the horse, goes round in a circle.
Yeah.
A rotating disc. Right.
Yeah.
So when you're
I have
observing
one on
things
merry-go-round.
from a rotating reference frame, it affects how you perceive objects that are not in the rotating reference frame. If you're on a merry-go-round and someone throws a ball from one side over to the other side from the non-rotating area, the ball will travel in a straight line, right? But for you on the merry-go-round, it'll look like it takes a curved path. And it's a necessary consequence of observing things from something that's rotating. Okay, so your claim is that the Earth, the surface of the Earth is rotating.
No.
But when you look up in the sky at things moving around, going in straight lines, they don't appear to take curved paths. They just go in straight lines.
Okay.
Also,
No, but some
if
things
the
go-
ground was physically rotating, it would impact how we traveled. Planes
does.
flying with the rotation or against the rotation, it would take different amounts of times for them to get from one place to another. None of this happens. Planes don't fly off in curved directions. We don't move underneath hovering helicopters. Hot air balloons.
The
don't just
point
curve
is that
away.
the point is that do you breathe air?
Sorry?
Do you breathe air?
Yeah, we're all breathing air. Pressurized gases. We're all breathing them.
Yeah. Okay. You breathe oxygen, and like your heart just senses oxygen and it just takes it in. Like when you breathe air, do you know the air exists?
He might be. You guys might have broke this one. He sounds a little bit on the mentally disturbed side.
I mean, man, just read his name.
We understand gases.
Yeah,
We've
so
got no problem with the existence of gases.
basically, if somebody some days just wake up and say gases were like a basic construct that was made by the people, Like they doesn't exist. You can breathe without them.
What's your point?
That's what you said. Like, because the flat Earth society
No.
has been formed after they proved that Earth was round. Before that, there was no flat Earth people.
What?
Yeah.
You
I mean,
think
they probably were, man. They probably were.
No, like from the
all
like
ancient religions,
yeah.
cosmology is based on horizontal planes?
Wait. Let me tell you.
The belief in a
basically-
spherical Earth is not very old.
Belief in spherical Earth is like pretty old.
Really?
You know, yeah, it is pretty old. It is
Yeah,
pretty
every
old.
single flat Earth is the original, right? Every single ancient culture believed the Earth was
No.
flat and contained.
No,
and
my brother. No,
yes,
no, my
yes.
brother.
Look in the side chat. Hold on, don't overtalk me, bro.
Listen. You are just taking.
Shush, bro. You're talking out of your ass right now. You need to get back in line. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you. Right, just stop interrupting. Okay, you need to get educated on this. Okay, because you can look this up yourself right now. There's an entire image of depictions there in the side chat. You can go and double check those in your own time if you want to double check that they all did know that the Earth was a flat stationary plane.
Brother, can I see something?
Are you looking in the side chat right now?
Did you acknowledge what I just said?
I acknowledge what you have said, but the point is that when you go for the Indian part is pretty much wrong, which I can basically say because I live in the place. You don't.
Indian, the ancient
Yeah,
Hindu
the ancient Indian
conception of reality. You think it's a sphere?
Yeah, because in ancient Indian texts, which I have read personally, and which is like the manuscripts and all, the Earth has always been depicted as a ball.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
not true.
It is.
It was only that was only by later, right? Much more recent people have described it as a globe.
No.
The ancient
Brother,
text, look
that
up.
is not
Go
true.
type.
How old you
type
wanna?
into-
No,
type
DJ,
in-
I am also from India. That
doesn't-
round thing is
yeah,
true.
I know, I've
It used to
spoken- I've
exist
spoken-
before NASA.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
was
but
used
that
to
doesn't
exist before
justify
NASA and English. Like before the people who used to talk.
Even back then, a lot of people used to believe that Earth was flat as well. While in India, we also used to believe that Earth was a sphere. These two communities have always existed. Flat Earth is not a new community. It has existed for years.
No. Yeah, but they are basically portraying me that the Earth was flat in India too. In the portraits,
Okay,
like
so
the
when
given
I go to
areas.
Google, I type in ancient Hindu depiction of flat Earth. Every single one shows a flat Earth depiction. Every single one. Not one of them shows. And then I can go to any
Google
AI.
search is biased,
Hold on.
right?
Listen.
Hold on. Then
my
I can go
brother.
to any. No. You listen to me, bro.
Okay.
Right. So any of the old texts describe it at the way that the depictions are showing it here. You can go and look this up yourself. You can even look it up on Wikipedia. You could go to any AI and ask any AI as well. It's all going to give the same answer as I'm giving you now. According to the mainstream, right, the ancient Hindus believed that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane within an enclosed system, just like every single other ancient culture. Okay, it wasn't until much later in history, or much more recently in history, that people thought it was a globe, the actual Earth.
So, brother, can I say you something? First of all, the word Hindu was a pretty much modernized word which Westerns gave them. If you're gonna go for the true meaning, you have to search for this Sanatan, right? The Sanatan depiction of Earth. You will get all the internal layers, how Earth is made, to the diameter of moon, to the diameter of sun, the distance from Earth to the sun was given there. Before
Okay, so
any
post
of
the
theories were born.
depiction. Post us a link to the depiction, okay, and the time period that it was from.
Okay, so what you have sent me is like Vedic Hindu cosmology. First of all, Hindu is a westernized term. You have to go for Sanatani. Like, just search this.
What's the spelling?
Yeah, I'm sending it. This is the true religion which has been practiced in India from last as much as long the India exists. The people.
And even I don't know this one.
Yeah, Sanatani. That's the true word you use for the Hindu people. That's the race. The Hindu is a westernized term.
Oh, it means the
which
same
is
thing
like-
then.
It doesn't mean the same thing because Sanatani is
Well, it
pretty
says many
vast.
traditional. Yeah, so how come? All right, so I just typed it in, right? I'm looking it up now. I'm not saying you're wrong. Many traditional Sanatani, right? And then it's got in brackets Hindu.
Yeah. Basically, that's the modernized because the most like Sanatan because the Sanatan contains many other religions too, but the most amount of them is from this community is the modernized, westernizedly called Hindus.
Yeah. So even ChatGPT says, right, it's starting from around 500 BCE onward, Indian astronomers clearly described the Earth as a sphere. Starting from 500 BCE onward. Right, so I'm talking about the ancient cultures. All of the ancient cultures depicted a flat stationary Earth. That's a fact. You can look it up yourself.
Okay, so when I look up, as you have said me, I have looked up. There is a line. While many ancient cultures believe in a flat Earth, Sanatan Dharma's text reveals that it's spherical in nature much earlier.
And
I've
so-
just simply searched on
So
Google.
you're one exception. So there's two exceptions.
I'm not exception. I can just share my screen if I had poems. Ancient Dharma, ancient Sanatan Dharma, conceptualized as the Earth a round spherical planet, Bhugol, which I had explained before, with advanced geographical and astronomical knowledge as reflected in the text and the monuments, like the Ban Satam at Somnath. So, if you know about the Somnath temple, which is pretty old, like it is older than what they say Hindu religion is. And it was made from a single rock at that time.
Okay.
A single rock.
Oh, so
and you
you've
can
got-
just search it up.
But there's one ancient culture who decided it was a sphere earlier on. What does this prove?
Yeah, how did they? How did they?
On India.
How did they know it's a sphere? That's where you're going to run into problems. How did they know it's a sphere? What did they do to test?
They
that it's
have
spherical?
they have mathematically proven it. They have mathematical
How?
equations.
Okay, so how
measure
how
the
did,
Earth though?
Yeah, how did
Yeah,
they match the
they
math to
did,
make sure
they
it
did.
measures reality? Okay, what did they, do?
have.
What did they do?
Guide us through it. Guide us through it. What they
Okay,
what was
so-
step
so-
one? And who was it? Who was it? And what was step one of the process?
Okay, so I have to dig a bit deep for that, but I will get it to you for within a minute. Let me just get you the proper
So you do
facts so that I won't.
Till then, I have other question.
Yeah, you can
Uh,
ask.
Yeah, Endless, do you believe in jet lag?
Jet lag.
So hold on a second, just
Yeah.
before we go to the jet lag thing. Okay,
Hmm.
the final answer, right after so I put it into ChatGPT, okay, which is just going to give me the mainstream response. Okay, and it said it wasn't until 500 BCE onward. Okay, and then I said someone is telling me they were claiming it much earlier, right? And it said that's not correct. There's no evidence that early Sanatanis Vedic era explicitly thought the Earth is a globe. The first clear scientific, unambiguous statements of a spherical Earth appear in the classical astronomical text starting around 500 CE with A.R. Bhatta. If you want, I can give you direct Sanskrit verses that explicitly call Earth a sphere and explain why earlier texts don't. I'm not saying this
Might be.
is.
I don't know much about Indian history.
Look, that's. Yeah, I don't either. But this is just what the mainstream's saying. That's all. I'm just parroting the mainstream right now. But it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It just. Like the guy's thing was like flat Earth didn't exist until the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, that is
Whereas all
not
the
true.
an-
I also agree.
Yeah, all the ancient cultures knew it was flat. It wasn't.
Flat Earth
you know,
used
and-
to
and-
be the main belief most people had before NASA's or big mainly it
Well,
was
no,
NASA
it was-
that
it
said
was
that
well
it is
before.
around.
I mean, in
Well,
the
before
West, you
NASA.
can talk about Galileo and things that were happening in like the 16th century and stuff.
Yeah, they also
Widespread acceptance of the idea.
Oh,
maybe.
can you explain me something on your topic? Like, at the poles of Earth, there is like 6 month day and 6 months night. If the Earth is flat and the sun revolves around the Earth daily, rotates around the Earth daily, how does that 6 months occur?
How is that an issue for being on a horizontal plane?
That's a pretty big issue. You have a single sun which rotates around it daily
But
for 24 hours.
Why?
There-
Why
there would be-
specifically?
Well,
He
specific
just
because it
gave
is.
he just gave the answer himself. He said the sun moves around. How does the sun move around? You're a
Like if the
weirdo.
if the sun moves around it daily, how can
It's
a
not
place-
if. It's not if, dude. It's not if the sun moves because you can just go look at it move. So the sun moves. Now what?
And his question is that, like, let's say you are in US and you see the sun comes up the horizon and goes down the horizon. But if you are standing in Antarctica, it just stays up there, completely revolving in a circle.
That's
but
not
always above
true.
the horizon.
No, it's not true.
And that. Okay.
And I can see how it could be an issue for someone who believes the azimuthal equidistant map is a literal depiction of the Earth. I don't believe that. I don't think at this point I'm not sure who does.
These guys now think that the sun never sets in Antarctica for some reason, but yet it's all ice covered. I don't get it.
Or
We
what
never said
about
never.
when they
We
walk
said
when
in
they
6
walk in the
months.
snow? They don't leave any footprints when they walk in the snow, or have any breath coming out of their mouth when they talk.
So there is a problem with that, Flat Nasty. I've been in dry locations where it's freezing cold, and you're not going to get the breadth of your air shown. And
Actually, why
if it's
Antarctica?
not snowing,
You can go to Alaska as well.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If there's no snow but it's really cold, it's just going to be frozen. That's not snow. That's ice on the ground.
Antarctica is claimed to be a desert.
Giving you the heads up on that. As far as who was it? Professor Triangle goes, you're correct. And up in the north, when the sun goes around for 24 hours, shit melts, and it gets real nice outside. In the south, when the sun goes around for 24 hours, all of a sudden nothing can melt. So there's a problem there.
Oh, so
I mean, that ice is too thick, man.
brother, the shit is happening in the south too. Like the Antarctican glaciers are melting.
Yeah, they do.
They do melt, brother. They break and they.
glaciers.
So
How come the sea level doesn't rise? How come the sea level
Sea level does rise.
And if
Sea
all
level
this
does rise.
ice is melting, why doesn't the sea level rise?
Yeah. So there is a
sea level
person-
rises, man.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, sea
I've
level
lived on the
always
coast
rises.
my entire life. The water doesn't come up any higher now than it did when I was a kid.
So
Did you say the ice is
Florida
melting?
is going underwater.
Even
Ice is
It is
melting?
going underwater every year.
Even with ice melting, it's not going to rain.
No, you ISIS.
You can prove this
ISIS?
by getting a cup of water. You can prove this by getting a cup of water, and you can fill that cup of water before you put water in it. Put ice all the way to the top, and then fill it up with water. And I promise you, when the ice all melts, it will not overflow the cup.
The claim is to do with ice that's on land, not in the water.
You haven't tried it, I guess.
What's melting? The
Ice
ISS? ISIS?
Ice has higher density than water. So when the water will melt, the density will be low. So that won't.
You are wrong, man. You said opposite. Ice have less density than water.
Yeah, ice.
Opposite, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look, let's get it back to a topic, a better topic.
Okay, yeah. So
all right.
one of your
Hold on. I'm
guys,
going to pick the topic. Okay, the surface of the water, right? We can all agree that most of the known area of the Earth is covered in water. Okay, and there is no evidence that that water is curving over distance. If the Earth's a globe, we can calculate that over a certain distance, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature. When we go out and actually test for that in reality, which has been done many thousands of times now, every single time there's zero curvature detected, and quite often many hundreds of feet of curvature missing, right? When you're talking 15, 20 mile observations, there's zero curvature, whereas on a globe, there would have to be hundreds of feet of curvature. when we go looking to the globe side for evidence that there is actually curvature, they aren't able to provide any. Okay, so this is what I want to ask you guys. If the surface of the Earth, right, being the water that I'm talking about primarily here, if the surface of water isn't curving, whatever's going on in the sky doesn't really matter. It's happening above a flat plane. Do you have any evidence that the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe, which is the curving water, exists?
That's a pretty interesting thing.
Well, this is the crux of the argument, really, because if you want to have a globe, then the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. Okay, but I can show you observations over, say, a 20-mile lake where there's zero curvature at all, and there would have to be over 200 foot of curvature, or nearly 300 foot of curvature over that distance. So we have that's kind of one of my main arguments against the globe, right? The water is not curving over distance. It would have to if the Earth's a globe. It can't not, right? The horizon would have to be at a certain distance, and things behind the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon.
So, can I ask you something about that?
Yeah.
Like, if everything is in a plain path, you wanna say, like, everything is on a straight line, why can't we see endlessly then? If nothing is stopping us?
This is the same discussion.
Yeah, because nothing.
Yeah, look, just really quickly.
Why can't we?
Just really quick answer. Really quick answer. The air is not perfectly transparent. Okay, it's only semi-transparent because we have gases and dust and pollution and fog and all kinds of things, right? So different days have different visibility, but the maximum visibility through the medium of air in optimal conditions is about 200 miles.
Why is that just 200?
Something like that.
Like, so if we are like just seeing why it just ends abruptly at one point. Like if you're seeing something, it just ends abruptly at a point. Like if you go,
It doesn't end abruptly. It doesn't end abruptly. Think about this, right? Say you're standing on top of a tall mountain and you're looking out over mountains in the distance, right? Each mountain that's further away gets less and less visible. It becomes more opaque over distance. Now, you could just look up the weather report and say, what's the maximum visibility in any location you want to ask it, right? And it's going to tell you the average visibility for that location. So in optimal conditions, technically, it's about 200 miles or 300 kilometers. But most of the time, it's like 15 miles or 20 miles or something like that, depending on where you live. Right now, for me, it's 16 miles. Okay, that's the maximum, 16 kilometers, which is just 10 miles. And I'm in the country. So that's the reason. That's one of the reasons that you can't see forever.
The issue for the globe, right, is if the reason we couldn't see large distances was because of the curvature of the Earth, that would happen very close to you.
So
we can see a lot further than that.
So can I say something?
Is it in regards to how far we can see?
Yeah, like if you have, like he has said, that the 16 mile is the radius which he can see the thing. Like if it is in the
you can
pure
see up
horizon,
to 200 miles under
16
certain
miles.
circumstances.
Yeah. Like if he's giving an example and he can see up to 16 in his location. So what, like the Earth's curvature, like what they give us, it's like around a mile and 1.6 mile. It just bends 0.8 inches, 8 inches around a mile.
Yeah, but it doesn't just bend 8 inches each mile, right? It's 8 inches per mile squared. That means that over 10 miles. Hold on, let me finish really quickly. Over 10 miles, there would be 66 foot of curvature, of drop.
Yeah. So
over
so
20 miles, there would be. Hold on, just please, just hold your thoughts, right? And just wait till I finish my point. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot of curvature on a globe. It would have to be there. Now, I want to show you an observation showing you that it's not there. Right now, you can go ahead and ask your question.
So the Great Golden Bridge, if you know that.
What
Yeah. Bridge?
Golden Gateway Bridge.
So
California.
So the height of the tops of the bridge is actually wider than the bottoms. And you
That's
can
based
measure
on a
that.
model. It's based on a model, right? It's just based on a model. No one's actually measured that, right? So you're not. If I said prove that,
Be the first
you're
one
not
to
going to be
measure
able.
that then. Be the first one to measure that then.
No, I don't need to, right? Because we've done thousands of
That's my point.
observations. Okay, so the bridge that you're talking about, I think it's actually a different bridge. But anyway, it would just be the tiniest
It's the
amount.
Verrazano's Bridge.
I
Verrazano's
will go
Narrows
back and
Bridge.
say.
Yeah. Hold on a second, right? So it's like 2 inches or less than an inch or something like that of
I think he's
curvature,
less.
right? The tiniest little amount.
He just left.
Oh well, that's fine.
And still, bridge is man-made. So I don't know why we are having a discussion about that.
Yeah. So, look, just have a look, Jeff. Sorry, Endless.
I was just going to say the differences in this, in how parallel the towers of the bridge is smaller than the expansion of the material over a given day. Like the variation in that distance is tiny. Like on a hot day, the difference will be more than it's not proof of anything. And then you see photos of these bridges where, you know, there'll be a subtle curve to the bridge, and then underneath the water will be perfectly flat. So,
exactly. Yep.
It's
So yeah, let's look. Jeff, can you see what I posted in the side chat?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. 293 foot. That's like a giant skyscraper building. Okay, so basically, if there was a 30-story skyscraper on the other side of the lake, you would only just see the top story popping out over the horizon. Okay, but we don't see any obstruction at all, or any sign of that horizon that would have to be there at 2.7 miles. It's not there. So he did this observation during the day, he did it again during the night, and then they shot lasers across the surface from both sides, and were able to see the laser beam on the other side.
2.7 miles, how much should there be? What did he say?
So the horizon should be at 2.7 miles. Okay, so based off the height of the observer, it will determine how far away the horizon would be on the globe. So from the 5-foot observation height, that means that the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away.
Okay, yeah. You sent that
And then-
photo.
Yeah. So think about this. You know the Titanic, the boat that sunk, the Titanic?
Mm.
Okay, so if the Titanic was 175 foot tall, okay, so if the Titanic was where the cameraman is, okay, on one side of the lake, if it tried to sail across to the other side of the lake and we were watching it, after 2.7 miles, the bottom would start to disappear over the curvature of the Earth. And then once it got to 10 miles, the bottom 66 feet would be missing of the Titanic. And then by the time it got to the other side of the lake, the whole Titanic would be hidden behind the horizon. You wouldn't be able to see it at all. But when we look at these long distance observations, that curvature isn't there. It doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm going to show you a close-up of what it looks like on the other side of the lake. All right, so this is the shoreline that he's zooming into, 21 miles away. Okay, and then here's a screenshot from the zoom footage, just to show you this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. And then he did it again at nighttime, like I mentioned. So this is what it looks like at nighttime. Okay, we don't see any obstruction. We can see the shoreline. We can see the big white tower. We can see the bottom of the big white tower. And then they shot these high-powered lasers across the lake after that. Okay, and they were able to observe each other's lasers from the other side.
Send me the link of this video. Also, I'm not sure about the numbers actually.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. You can check the numbers.
Anyways, I
Right.
think we
There
were
you
having
go.
a discussion about why the sun rotates. Yeah, I mean, it stays above the horizon for 24 hours in Antarctica.
What's
Did we
the
come to a
sun?
conclusion of that?
No. Yeah, look, this is the thing, right? None of us can check exactly how the sky works. Could be something far beyond our comprehension, right? You're not able to check how the sky works. Like, what is the sun, right? Is the sun that we see an apparent sun? Is there something beyond our comprehension that's going on with the sky that we don't know about? Who knows, right?
I mean, there,
Can you hear
yeah,
me?
there could be.
Yeah. So like we don't know exactly how the sky works, right? It goes in cycles. We see the lights in the sky. Planet, stars, sun, right? They move in cycles like a big clock in the sky, and they always repeat the same cycles. But when we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. That's what we can actually
Yeah,
empirically
but
validate.
you believe there's only one sun, right?
Yeah, I think that there's only one sun, but I have no idea what it is. Like how far away is it? Like exactly how does the sun work and what is the sun? That's a huge mystery. It could be something far beyond our comprehension, because the way you're probably thinking of it is like a little ball of plasma gas floating above the surface of the flat Earth. Okay, we don't know exactly what's going
Okay,
on with the
so
sun. It could be something
it has
more
some
complex than
properties.
that. Okay.
Mhm. So, okay, it is one sun, have properties of its own, but those properties are looking different from one place on the same flat Earth and on the other place. Why is that? Like, is there a difference in these two places on the same Earth if it is flat?
Well, yeah, like the way we view the celestials is unique to each individual person. The way you see the stars, the way you see the position of the sun, the position of everything, right? It's observer dependent.
So, if you go to
that's even
Antarctica,
the
you
way
will
it's.
see how you see it, right?
Yeah, but exactly what we're looking at and how does that mechanism work, right? And how does that work in relation to your personal perspective, your personal.
So, guys, I have a bit of a question.
Oh, he came back.
Okay. Yeah. So, if NASA have enough funds to go and search outside or create conspiracies, what are stopping you guys for go and search it on your own?
Searching where?
Like about the sun, just send a spaceship outside the Earth, like above, directly above.
You're going to give us a few $100 billion, are you?
Who's giving NASA? There might be some billionaires that
There is
are
a
flat
GoFundMe.
earthers.
Dude, this is
Yeah,
the thing.
there is a
right?
GoFundMe too.
Why would
Yeah,
we
so
need
there's
to?
something-
We can just measure the surface.
Yeah,
We have
there's also
access to the
something called the.
surface.
Like you just said,
Something-
no, you don't know how sun works. So just go up there and find it.
No one.
Google NASA's budget.
Who's stopping you from making it like a small satellite?
okay,
Google
hold on,
Indian
a
Space
second.
Program's budget.
Suggest to us
so,
how we
dude,
would go
dude.
about testing what the sun is. Give us a viable plan for doing that.
Yeah.
You know, the India's first missile, like the first satellite, was assembled on a cycle. It was so cheap.
Yeah, you think it went to the sun,
It's
did
not. It's not the matter of fact you guys don't have the budget. It's the matter of fact you guys just have ideas, not the initiatives.
No. This is the fact, right? There's something called the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents, right, which the countries signed, and it prevents anyone from.
So why can't you sacrifice
Hold on,
yourself?
bro, you got a
for your
problem
beauty?
with interrupting people, right? No matter how many times I correct you on this behavior, you just keep doing it. Like I'm gonna have to start muting you if you interrupt me one more time. I'm just gonna mute you until I finish talking, and then take you off mute. I shouldn't have to do that. I haven't had to do that once with Jeff. Okay, so there's something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, it prevents people from being legally allowed to launch their own things into space or to be able to film above a certain height without strict permits. Okay, so that's why nobody's ever privately launched their own satellite into space or sent their own rocket into space. Okay, so even with people that have those permissions, only the NASA Apollo astronauts are the ones that have left low Earth orbit. They say that now we can't even leave low Earth orbit because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Okay, so nobody has been above low Earth orbit in over 50 years. And obviously NASA faked the moon missions, right? But that doesn't really matter in this context right now because nobody's going up there to test the freaking sun. That wasn't what the Globe Earth did either. They didn't go to the sun to check how it works. Yeah.
So, go check the moon then. That's not hot ball of fire.
Okay, so when NASA was interviewed recently about how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, you know what NASA said? NASA said we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back. Right? NASA gets like $80 million a day, but you expect us to go to the moon when NASA says that they can't even go back to the moon?
Okay, so
India faked the moon. Should we produce some fake CGI like India?
Okay. Like if you're saying India faked the moon and all that stuff, which is, I probably agree with that. They might have faked it. We have a fake prime minister at this point. So, yeah. Why can't you just come in India and do that? Because it would be cheaper and resourceful.
We don't need to.
We don't need to.
We can just measure the surface. We've measured the surface. It does not curve.
Then measure it.
We did. It's flat.
Oh, when? When did you personally put a ruler on the earth and measure it?
Well,
You're an idiot.
Something in the chat.
You're an idiot, dummy. Dumb. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
There's a video as well.
There's thousands of videos.
If NASA can fake the video, like low budget people can fake it too.
Yeah, what I personally did is I took my telescope down to the beach.
Yeah.
And I knew the distances to various islands from where I was.
Yeah.
I compared what I could see with the claims, the geometric claims of the globe Earth. And I could see a horizon 40 kilometers away behind an island. Whereas I shouldn't have been able to see more than a few kilometers away.
Okay.
Yeah. Seeing 10 times further than any geometric claim, right? No curve. You can do this too. Take your telescope or your binoculars or your 100x zoom phone camera. Go have a look around for yourself. You won't find any curve. Just wander down to the nearest lake or beach and just check it out. See what you can see.
Okay. What is this? This guy just sent the DJ guy?
That's the Bolivian salt flats. It's a giant section of the earth where when it rains, it fills up a very small layer of water above the surface and it's completely flat for a huge distance. Whereas on a globe, there would have to be a giant amount of curvature over that distance.
Basically, when you say about that, I remember there was an experiment back in the days when they sent a ship to check. When they sent a ship from a port to check how long it disappears. And it, like the mirror images, like, you know about the refraction?
Yeah, sure.
The things are like, sometimes it appears above than what it is. So
sometimes it also appears, sometimes not just above, bro, sometimes below where it should as well.
Sometimes on certain days you have perfectly clear, undistorted, in sharp views from massive distances. You can also use infrared photography. Oh, he's gone.
DJ, just the truth guy have sent a video. That one I have watched as well.
Yeah, so in this video, we see a boat that's sailing out where we have an inferior mirage. Okay, so if you look carefully at the boat, right, you'll actually see a gap between where the bottom of the boat meets with the horizon, proving without a doubt that it's just an inferior mirage taking place. I have screenshots of it, which I'll just try to find quickly. or I can scroll through the video, and then I can show you a small scale example of the exact same thing where we have a small boat, right, like a toy boat on a flat surface, and we have the exact same thing, right? It looks like the whole bottom of the boat disappears, but really it's just an inferior mirage taking place. So have a look. You got to look closely at these claimed videos.
What is inferior mirage?
Inferior mirage, right? It's the opposite of a superior mirage. What, according to the mainstream, what it is when you have a warmer layer of air lower. Okay, so it happens quite commonly on a hot surface, right? So if you're looking down a road and the sun heats up the concrete of the road. Okay, and then there's a warmer layer of air above the warmer surface, right? So it can happen over water as well. If you have warmer air, just a layer of warmer air, so you have warmer air or warmer water creating a layer of warmer air above cooler air, with cooler air above it, okay, it can cause inferior mirage, right, or sinking. Okay, so it can look like something's hidden behind the horizon, but in fact it's geometrically unobstructed. And then you'll get, when you have an inferior mirage, you'll get a mirroring effect as well. It's called total internal reflection. So that's something that is always accompanying an inferior mirage. Yeah. Okay, so have a look at what Stark just posted. That's a perfect example of an inferior mirage, right? Obviously, this guy's legs aren't missing. Right? This is the same kind of thing you're looking at.
I think there's a curve as well on the road in this one.
Any significantly flat surface at oblique enough angles, like if you're very close, so it's very shallow angles, it turns into a mirror. Surface of water does it, roads do it. Whenever you're driving down a highway, there'll be times when if you're at the right angle, the surface will just appear to be a mirror.
All right, so I'm going to show you an example on a smaller scale, and I'll give you a few citations as well. So just a second. All right, so first here's some citations. Okay, so sinking, Oxford. This is the first one in the citation list that I just posted. Okay, Oxford reference sinking. Okay, so it's a refraction so sinking is like a form of inferior mirage, according to the mainstream. Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then underneath that we have Andrew Thomas Young, who's a subject matter expert in optics. Okay, so this is from Optics of the Atmosphere. Okay, it says an atmospheric refraction can bend light in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and there's some more citations and information there about that. Okay, so this is a mainstream claim that this happens. Okay, that's what we're seeing in that observation that you showed in the video, where it looks like the little sailboat is missing, the bottom of it's missing. Now I'm going to show you the same thing on a small scale on a flat surface. So I'll just try to find that video quickly. Does that make sense? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I don't think the water was that hot that day.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. It just has to be a slight difference in temperature. So when you get down low to the surface, just a slight difference in temperature vertically can cause pretty drastic effects in the distance, right? Because we're looking over quite a long distance.
But mostly I've seen mirage happening when there's good amount of heat.
Yeah, that's when you're going to get the full-blown inferior mirage, like that guy walking down the road there. So just give me a second. I'll find this one with the boat.
A lot of that is just turbulence, like heat, shimmer. You get that effect on like the hood of your car or near a bonfire or it just causes turbulence in the air itself.
You can have it really cold outside and have the heat cranking in your house. Open your front door and look out your front door, and you'll see the turbulence in the air.
Yeah, that
I'm just going to upload this smaller scale demonstration.
In reality, it has the effect of limiting how far you can see, not increasing how far you can see. It's a distortion. But I mean, we have observations on days that are pin sharp. There's very little of this sort of distortion going on.
Yeah, I agree. This can bias the observation. I agree. The last topic was like, why is there a jet lag though?
Because you've spent hours in a really uncomfortable place with low air pressure. You're tired. You're stressed out. And you've not had a good sleep. You'll get jet lag by pulling an all-nighter. You stay awake for 24 hours and see how you feel.
No, but the jet lag is opposite depending on either if you go east or west.
I mean, I've never personally experienced that much of a difference. There is an effect from the changing of your sunrise and sunset times. You get habituated to going to bed at a certain time. We're impacted by how much light is in the environment. When you shift from one place to another, your body's rhythms get very skewed. I've not found it to be very much difference whether or not I fly east or fly west. In my experience, that doesn't seem to make that much difference to me. It's about how dislocated from the previous time I am and how difficult of a flight it is. Like, I've had 44-hour transits, and that just wrecks you. But if you go a little bit slower and give your body some more, like, if you fly, take multiple stops and have a day's rest in between, it's nowhere near as difficult. So, yeah.
You live in the US, right?
No, I'm Australian.
I'll give you this, okay? How about this for an example? I've traveled from New York to Los Angeles by both air and by driving. I didn't get jet lagged when I drove. I stopped every little bit. When it got dark out, I got a hotel. I slept. I got up the next day and I continued on my way. By the time I was in California,
that is
I
not
was
big
fresh.
enough of a distance.
What are you talking about? It's like 2,000 miles.
No, 2,000 is not enough though.
Okay, well, when I went from Kentucky to Iraq, I didn't get jet lagged either.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't get
How
any
much is
jet
that?
lag from going to Australia to Poland.
There's a lot of things you can do to mitigate it. I found noise-cancelling headphones help a lot. Blocking out all that noise gives your brain a bit of a rest.
I think what you said
drinking
before
plenty of
makes-
water.
What you said just before, Endless, makes the most sense. Rather than it being specifically jet lag, it's just your body clock being messed up, right? I had crazy jet lag recently because for a long time I was going to bed at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And then recently we switched our body clock around and started going to bed at about 10 p.m. and waking up at 4 a.m. And I had horrible jet lag for about 5 days. The exact same feeling as jet lag, just from screwing up that body clock.
Yeah, if you want to
Hey,
experience jet
just
lag,
quickly-
just do a 24-hour. just stay awake for an entire night.
Just quickly, because the video finally finished uploading, right? Just in relation to the boat appearing to disappear bottom up in the video that you posted, or that guy posted in the side chat. So have a look at 7 minutes after the hour. We have the exact same kind of boat, right? It's a sailboat, a small sailboat. This is just a small model version, and we can see that it's placed on a flat surface. Okay, but it's a hot flat surface, and as he puts the camera closer to the ground, you'll see that the exact same thing happens that you see in that video. The whole bottom of the boat
is missing. Okay, now if you imagine that the background was blue sky and the surface of the ground was also blue water, it will look identical to what you see in that video. Okay, so it's not actually being obstructed, it's just a miraging effect that you're seeing here, a mirroring effect. It's the total internal reflection. If you took away the heat from the hot surface, this wouldn't be happening. Speaking of jet lag, I'm going to go to bed 3 in the morning. Yes. Oh, really? Damn. 5 p.m. here. All right. Oh, catch you later, Endless. Good stuff, man. Yes. Good night. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Endless.
Nice to meet you too. You only just met Endless Sheepdog for the first time?
Yeah, it was my first time meeting him.
Oh, really? Must be those time zones.
Is he one of those late nighter people from the American times? So he's only on when I'm not on?
Yeah, so Jeff, if you're still listening, right? Nobody ever in the past, right? They didn't just go out one day and decide to start conducting different types of measurements on the Earth, and then they said, "Oh wow, we've actually measured the Earth for the first time in thousands of years, and it's not actually flat, guys. It's actually curving at a specific rate, and we think it could be a globe. And here's our tests." Right, and here's our results, and you guys can go and confirm this by repeating the tests. No one ever did that throughout all of history. That's not how the globe was. That's not how it came to be. No one ever measured any curvature. Does anyone here think that somebody in history has gone out and actually validated that there is curvature over the surface of the Earth?
Well, I did validate once. I went to the beach and I saw a whole bunch of curvature. Of course, I wasn't looking at the horizon.
Hell yeah.
Come on, DJ. We've known it's been a sphere for thousands of years. but we didn't develop high-altitude balloons until 1931.
Eratosthenes. Isn't it funny that when you type in who like actually measured the curvature of the Earth, it just comes up with Eratosthenes. They don't even have someone that actually has like something written down that can be validated. It's just kind of like this mythical character, Eratosthenes, that never like never wrote anything down that we can confirm, or even existed that we can confirm, and that's all they got.
Yep, and even Cleomedes, who wrote up about Eratosthenes, no idea when he was born, when he died.
Oh wow!
Somewhere within a 400-year range, this man lived.
Like I've always said, if anybody in modern times had ever gotten the actual globe measurement correct, that person would be famous. When people discover things, their name's attached to it for an eternity. It's like Newton and gravity, right? Not that he discovered gravity. The things that he did, claiming that he tested for gravity, his name's attached to it forever.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for someone to win that Nobel Prize in physics for their proof of gravity.
But no, if you could just prove the flat Earth, you could win a Nobel Prize.
Like the Nobel Committee would ever do that.
What is there really a prize for that?
For what? There's a prize in for physics.
Yeah, send the link. Post in the chat.
I think there's 9 variations of Nobel.
Have you guys seen the video where the pyramids were made up of bricks?
No.
There's a video that pyramids were made up of bricks with mortar smeared over them.
What's it made out of? Oh, drywall. Drywall and rebar.
I mean, I don't know. Yo, what's up with the Flat Earth Wiki? I used to be able to see it said observation section, the whole website, that wouldn't work.
You have to put it into the Wayback Machine. It's free if you use the Wayback Machine, but in order to keep it up, you got to pay for it.
Yeah, and to that point, we do have I guess, an updated version of that, a little bit more modernized.
Yeah.
Some of the material is available on it, but not everything. I'll put it in the chat if you want to take a look at it. It's a bit of an easier read, in my opinion, but I'm biased because I made it. So, but you might like it.
Who made it?
Myself.
If anyone has any questions, just open your mic and let us know.
Why do Globers keep failing physics?
Who here is a globe earther?
Hmm. Um, maybe Momo, maybe Mag, Freddy Froghammer, perhaps. Jeff is a globe earther for now. Oh, no, Freddy Froghammer's flat as hell, he says. Sorry, buddy.
So, does anybody know what Witsit came up with when he went to Antarctica? What was the result?
He made a time lapse of the 24-hour sun. He said, this is what he said, right? He's like, yeah, I went to an icy place that was allegedly Antarctica, and I witnessed a 24-hour sun in the sky. But that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is a flat plane.
I don't.
It took a dump on the AE map, like people that were sort of claiming that AE map with the little sun and moon that circle around, and that you can't possibly have a 24-hour sun in the south, and those people kind of got shat on, which is good because that needed to be shat on, basically. Even though there's still many millions of flat earthers just pushing that AE map regardless, still to this day. I think the vast majority of flat earthers, they're just kind of like the TikTok style flat earthers. They claim that there's a big ice wall that surrounds the earth, and then there's lands beyond the ice wall, and there's portals in the ice wall, and blah blah blah.
Can we see like what it could potentially be?
Yeah, it could potentially be a bunch of things, but to make definitive claims about exactly how it's laid out in the south, it should just be very, very clearly stated as speculation. But a lot of the same people that I'm talking about with the the ice wall that surrounds the AE map, right? They just think that the AE map is like the actual flat Earth map, with no evidence to support that, and then a whole bunch of arguments that that are hard to, very, very difficult to explain if that was the actual layout of the South. And also just like the origin of the AE map, like it's just a globe projection, polar projection based off the celestial sphere.
Bro, I just want to see what it could potentially look like. I don't care if you want to send me 20 different things. I just want to see what it could possibly be.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But what could possibly be? The Earth?
Like the Earth, yeah.
Yeah, it's flat and
Right,
stationary. That's crazy, isn't it?
See, what happened was
We
the
can't get a
globe
model.
got
Why
taken
not?
away. The globe got taken away. You had this God's eye view of Earth, and now you have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating because you thought you knew more than you did. It was a humbling experience for us all. Right? We thought we knew so much, but we realized we didn't know as much as we thought.
We have northeast, south, and west. Or do we? What the fuck is that?
Well, north is just a cardinal direction where, if you're using a compass, it's pointing towards a magnetized area, or if you're looking in the sky, you're looking at Polaris. East and west just go around that northern spot, and then south is away from north. Like, I don't know. Right?
So there's
north is really the only true direction.
Okay. So there's some type of magnetic field north that we don't know what it is.
Well, there's a ton of anomalies when it comes to the magnetic field. They say, it's moving. It's constantly shifting, and then you look at the magnetic field lines, and they're all kind of all over the place, like bending and warping, and then they say there's two magnetic south poles on the map, all sorts of interesting things that they can't really explain very well definitively.
off the west coast of Australia, there's a part in the ocean that if you have a compass, it points to that instead of north.
Oh.
Call that magnetic declination.
Oh yeah, AV. Nice, man. That's the one that I wanted. I'm going to save that.
And in the south, you need a special compass to make it work there.
Got vintage bait asking questions, huh?
Had a couple.
Yeah. Are you new to the topic? It sounds like you just heard about it not too long ago, or maybe you have never really had a chat with people that talk about flat Earth.
AV.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I don't know if I ever talked to you before. You're new.
Well, new to you, but I've been here for a while.
Oh, he's so new, bro.
Yeah, I'm new. I'm a newbie.
Well, it said June 2025. Oh, that's this server. Okay.
I mean, is today the day that you started challenging it, or were you always trying to figure out why flat earthers are saying what they're saying? Then you came in here and just like maybe started challenging yourself. Like, what's your position right now?
Just happy you guys are hosting events. Like, I'm glad to be able to join. Listen, I'm a flat earther.
Really? Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Welcome to the fray, as it were. It's not easy being on this side of the fence, man. People are going to come at you if you declare it in any way. I mean, I'm not sure if you're going to do it where the people around you, your social groups, but if you do it in any way on social media, you definitely will. People will come against you. So, like, this group has been like a place for people to actually discuss this topic without it going to a place where the normies have control. Like, if you go to a normie platform where they have the mute button, you wouldn't be able to challenge them. That seems to be the issue. In all of their platforms, they say that they have a fair and balanced like platform to discuss, taboo topics. But when you talk about flat Earth, they shut you down, or they'll constrict the conversation to what they want, and they won't allow you to like hold them accountable for what they say. That's the most important part about this. If people aren't held to account, then we won't know if they can actually prove what they're saying. I don't know if you know what I mean. Like, whoever's platform is that they have, and they're saying, "Hey, this is a fair, balanced platform. Come over here. We'll debate flat Earth." The moment you go over there, they don't like what you're saying. They don't have to answer or be held accountable to answer what you're asking. And in here, we take everything that we say to a logical conclusion. It's vastly different from every other platform out there. That's why we need a space like this. They call those other spaces fair and balanced, but that's a lie. It's not. They'll take it to a certain level, and then they'll try to make it to where the platform is, okay, well, you speak for 10 minutes, and then you got the flat earthers speaking for 10 minutes, and that's fair. It's not. A conversation between two people who disagree should be held where both people are held into account. So,
can we get Owen Benjamin in here?
Dude, I wish. But there's people that actually follow his social media. I think he's a bit too popular to kind of like, you know how it is with those types. They'll feel like, well, where am I going? Where you invited me to? why would I be incentivized to go there? I mean, you guys gonna pay me for my time? Because they are doing things with their social media accounts, and they have their own thing going. So to downgrade would be they'd probably have to do it for a friend, maybe if a friend asked them. I wouldn't know if they're doing it just pro bono. But outside of that, I mean, we have people that I consider legends in this chat, in this particular chat. So, probably names you've never heard of.
I know these guys, yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, well. Yeah, if you've heard any one of us challenge the academics, then that means something. So a lot of people say, well, why don't you take it to academia, challenge those guys? We have been. It's just that the type of rejection that they give us whenever we start bringing things up is the same type of rejection that, even though they say all you guys have to do is publish a paper and submit it, that's not, I don't think people understand the bigger picture here. You're taking this information to an organized club. The club will reject anything it doesn't deem necessary to be looked at in the first place. So that's why a lot of people think that, well, it's peer reviewed. Science works as like they're open to hear new ideas. No, they're not. Not the type of academic circles that people are actually held to a high account. No, those guys aren't. It's a social club, and you're not invited.
Yeah, anything that makes them look stupid will be blocked.
Yeah, of course. If it's not according to a specific narrative that they're already spinning, then they're not going to entertain it. I mean, climate change and all that stuff, you know what I mean? People debate on that because it's within a certain parameter. Flat Earth is destroying every single parameter they have. So they can't bring it into the same playing field as somebody debating climate change, or debating Bigfoot or whatever. It's not the same. You'd have to change your worldview entirely as to what you think the cosmos are and such. That's why we're asking people to kind of engage with the topic, because wherever you go, the truth goes with you. I mean, it would be nice to have Owen Benjamin or what's his face on Joe Rogan's podcast, Eddie Bravo.
All right, cool.
We'd love to have those guys on, but
I mean,
yeah, they've only heard of Flat Earth from like the bigger established, like followed persons. You got.
I mean, I don't know if Owen Benjamin would even know about like Discord
24/7. Oh yeah.
I don't know if he knows about Discord in general. Like, bro, he has like 100 views here and there. He's not popular, because he's so banned.
What platform is he on anyway? Like, does anybody know what platform he's actually on? He's on X. Is that his main platform?
X and Instagram.
His own website. Like, he only has like 100 likes here and there. He's not making money from social media.
Yeah.
And he's banned everywhere. So, I mean, he's got us. Like, we agree with the shit he says.
Of course.
He probably doesn't know we exist.
Yeah, well, yeah. And the type of circles that he lives in is mainly like people that follow him. He might get suggestions from people that follow him, but he doesn't necessarily check in on those suggestions. It'd have to be something that comes as a unified voice. Like a group of people are coming at him and like, dude, go check out 24/7. Go check out 24/7. Like, and then after they start pestering him enough, he'd probably like, okay, like what the hell is this 24/7 shit? Like, and he'll go come by and check us out. Other than that, if it's just like one or two people on there, just like, you know what I mean? It needs to be a constant bother to these social media types. I mean, wouldn't you, if you were doing your own thing,
I guess
if somebody's one or two people suggested it, well, yeah, if one or two people suggested it, you wouldn't just bother to go check. But if a whole bunch of people were like, dude, you need to check out 24/7, and everybody's like pestering him, then he would be like, oh, okay, like all of my following is asking me to do something. Like,
yeah.
He you know,
it's not just that. He also, you got to think about it. How does he usually do his videos? He's usually out on the farm, and then he just like posts up a video real quick, right?
Yeah.
So he's a busy dude, man. Like, he knows about Discord. Like, I know a few people that talk to him like frequently, not regularly, but frequently. And you know, he's just a busy dude. He don't have time for that. Like Dave Weiss, he barely learned about X, and the only reason why he got involved with X was because he could just it was something that would grow his name even more, or at least grow the message that he's trying to put out even more. Like AB said, like they're looking to grow the message or grow their brand.
Yeah, I think it's more of the brand, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, even though he's been shut down from platforms, it's like, what the reason why he was shut down? Does anybody know the actual reason? Is it just because of Flat Earth? Or I don't think that's it.
I don't think that's it. I think it like he's made some.
It was like COVID or something. He was like,
what was that? He made some other references about. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like some racial references. That's shut him down before too.
That's another thing. 24/7 guards its platform so that it doesn't tip the hand on like what we can and cannot say. Having people on our forum and saying risque things, dude, that's another, like, we guard our platform. It doesn't matter who they are, the entity, it doesn't matter. If you start saying risque things on our platform and we know that we're guarding YouTube and all the other places we're on, we're not going to allow it. Like, doesn't matter who you are, Owen Benjamin, Eddie Bravo, whoever. If you're tipping the hand on like what we do here, you will be removed, dude. Like, that's.
Yeah, you have to put a leash on him.
Well, that's the thing. That's how precious it is to us, dude. We've been doing this for years, and we're damn good at it. So we're not going to let even, popular persons come in here and have their way with the platform. We'll allow them to come here, and that would be great if we can find common ground. But it's not their platform; it's ours. It was curated by all the people in here who care about this topic every single day they come in here. So, I don't know. It does mean something to us in here. We've had our differences. We've seen past those of us who stuck around, seen past our differences and like worked them out. And then you have like people that have like matured into this topic, have saw the reason why we keep coming back. It's not just for the funsies, dude. We're on a mission. And to some effect, we're hanging out with each other. It is kind of fun to hang out with people with like-minded. But
that's what I'm trying to hear. That's what I want to hear.
Well, I mean, dude, I'm going to tell you like this. I've met the smartest people in this room that I've known on the 24/7 team. And I say team because it's the people who have actually really care about the brand 24/7. I've seen them they want more. It doesn't it doesn't matter the speaker. If the content of the message isn't like up to snuff, that will get scrutinized. Like arguments. Let's talk about like arguments. There's a lot of arguments that are really bad that are out there on social media about Flat Earth. And a lot of new Flat Earthers don't know the difference. But when they come in here and they bring those arguments, they start to find out how bad they are because we don't allow those arguments to proceed in this room. Especially the esoteric type of Flat Earthers. Sorry, Sheepdog. But especially the esoteric types. Like once they start, going forward with those ideas and then telling somebody who's new to the topic that wants to learn about flat Earth, these esoteric, ideas, we quickly shut them down. Like there's no way that you can give somebody a foundational truth with this idea of like what's beyond the ice wall, and that sort of thing. Or what kind of Earth do you think that you live on then?
I
Give me a
thought it was,
cosmological.
Till today, I thought it was the disc with the ice wall.
Well, that and many others, right? Because let me tell you, that's just scratching the surface. There's so many bad arguments that flat earthers out there have, and they're carrying them. But I'm glad you made it here. I don't know how you found us, but whatever way that is.
AV, you gave me the test before, bro. Chill. You need to remember me.
So
I changed my name. My name used to be Amazon. So
okay. Well, what I'm saying is, like, dude, I've seen so many faces,
yeah,
so to speak, voices, I should say. But that's the thing, dude. Like, we just want this message to be heard by people who can carry the message forward. Like, whether it's a prolific type or whether it's just a normie person, like, it doesn't really matter. And yeah, we'd love to be more popular, of course. Who wouldn't, man? But we're gonna do it the right way. And what does that mean? We're not gonna sacrifice the integrity of this platform just to placate to a bigger audience. Like, for what? Like, let's get in bed with Sungenis or whatever because we want a bigger platform. Like, and then compromise our standards of what we've been curating for years. Why?
Yeah, good point.
Also, it's all for continuity and cohesiveness as well.
Yep.
Let's not forget that, and the occasional repeating of this standard, which is what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah. Well, Jen's been.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You're cutting in and out. That's why I interrupted. Sorry, Jen. It was like you're lagging or something. I didn't mean to. Yeah, hopefully everything's going well in your neck of the woods, Jen. I heard there was a volcano that was erupting. I just wanted to mention that to you. I don't know if you guys are doing okay over there, but hopefully everything's all right.
Yeah, we're fine, man. Nowhere near me at all. Thank you.
Okay.
That's something I've never heard any Glover. Hey, I heard there's some bad stuff going on in your area, man. To any flat earther, I've heard some bad stuff going on in your area. I hope you're okay. I've never heard of Glovers do that for a flat earther.
Yeah, it's the objective of why people are on here. It's not to help their fellow man. It seems like it's just to get a W for the day. At the end of the day, man, like, we even tell people who are globe-minded, hopefully you don't think that you're lower than anybody else. Like, I'm too stupid. I'm not a scientist. And I honestly, I hate when people say that about the topic when they come in here. They castrate themselves, dude. As if they're not enough to understand information. Yet it's kind of odd because they say those words and they're in here defending the globe. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you defend it if you say at the very point that you're telling us that you're not a scientist? How does that even, how do you make sense of that? You're not a scientist and you can't understand it, yet you're in here defending it vehemently, like as if it were an actual truth. So it's
hey, I'm not a gynecologist, but I'll take a look.
Really? Bit savage, bro. Yeah, I mean, well, what do you guys think? I mean, we revised much of the arguments that we've had in here, so hopefully you guys that have joined us late, you can appreciate that we don't just let any argument fly by. We're going to check it ourselves to see if it's something we can be appropriately teaching people about the nature of our Earth. There's a lot, man. There's a lot to review. But does anybody in here have any questions about the topic of the shape of the Earth? One of the things I brought up before was, I think the reason why we talk about flat Earth and even has that name is because it's provocative and people believe it's a globe. But if it wasn't for that, it would just be Earth. it wouldn't have flat in front of it. But the false dichotomy that we have to talk about flat and globe is the reason why people have this idea that there's two types of Earths that we can speak of. There's the one that's the one I know of, which is globe, and then there's the one you guys talk of, which is flat Earth. No, it's just Earth. That's all that's ever been. There's no two types of Earth. There's just one. The one we all live on and experience.
Cracks me up when people hear it for the first time. If the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
No.
They always come out the gate with that, don't they? It's like, if the Earth is flat, how does this work? And it's like, dude, it's not if it is. We live on the same Earth. It's not a different Earth. You've been programmed to believe it's the globe. Is why you're asking that way.
Another one that I consider more stupid when they ask, and they feel that they were cornered, and they ask, so what would I benefit if I know if the Earth is flat or globe? At that moment, they feel that they were cornered, and they start asking that stupid question.
The one that always cracks me up is the ones who come in here and they're, it doesn't matter to me anyway. They're indifferent. I don't care if it's flat or globe.
Then you ask them, what do you think it is? Oh, it's a globe. Why do you care if you don't believe it?
Yeah.
Or why do you believe it if you don't care?
No, like I like Indio's perspective. He's not in here right now. He was, but his perspective is like, okay, well, let's say if you don't care, right? You don't care either way. Go tell all your friends and family that you're a flat earther. If you don't care. Because you don't care anyway, right? But see how that goes over well with her. It's not going to go over well, dude. They're not going to be like, oh, okay, you say you're a flat earther? No. They're going to fight you tooth and nail, dude. They're going to probably chastise you for saying it.
Or why would they lie? Well, what would be a good enough reason for someone to lie to you?
And it never satisfies them anyway. Even if you give them the answer, well, we're doing it for, look at all the billions of dollars they've spent over the years, like millions of dollars a day. Like, even if you give them that answer and they can actually look at, the agency's finances, some sort of paper trail, it still would not satisfy them. They'll be like, it's not that much money. When you think about it, it's not really that much. Oh, it's so good. But if you're a flat earther, what are the planets? Like the planets.
So we're the only flat planet?
Is the sun flat too? Is the moon flat? What are the planets?
That's why I'll give it to them. I'll give them all of it except for the heliocentric paradigm. The Earth has gravity, things fall. Okay, cool. Who measured the curve? Where's the curve?
You want to go for the main source that you don't care about the other stuff. You give them everything. You'll hand them everything except for the curve.
Were you in here a couple of days? Was it like 2 or 3 days ago? I think we were talking to a guy, and he said boats go over the curve. I said, how far away is the curve? Why does that matter?
Yeah, dude, they always say that.
I know
they always say that.
But we had one of those. Like, he would not let it go, and he just refused to give any numerical value to the curve of the Earth.
And the thing that they stop on is like, well, I see it. It's on every video. Every video is showing it. Look, I got a video right here. And they're confident, like, dude, I need the data that supports the observation, which is from the observer to the ship. I want to know how much drop there would be if we're going to calculate this or measure it out. We have to know some information like that. Well, but I see it. Look, it's right there. And they always do that. They don't hear what you're saying. They don't listen to the numeric value from where they're standing on the beach to the ship would be something that is known so that they can get a distance that would be drop over that distance. If it was curving, measurable. There's nothing that they can give in that one.
reference. You could use a basketball reference, and then like, oh yeah, we can calculate the curve of the basketball because we know the radius of the basketball or the diameter of the basketball. Like they can give you all these numbers. Then when you expand it out to a globe, what do you mean?
No numbers. No numbers because we see it. Look, there it is. The ship disappears from the bottom up. Okay. How do you know that's curvature? Well, I see it. That's how I know. Well, you don't need to measure it. I mean, people that have a conclusion about something have data that supports that. They'd be able to tell you. This is how much it curves from where you're standing to the ship. Well, I see it though. And it just always, it's like on repeat. And it's the only thing we're fighting for 30 minutes to an hour maybe until they finally realize, well, I don't have that information. Okay, so that means you don't know. A lot of people think they're open-minded too, right? I'm open-minded. No, you're not. It would be evident quickly if you were open-minded. You would entertain ideas without having to fight them as if you were fighting against some sort of like, personal religious, attack or something.
I want you to convince me. How can I convince you if you're not going to look?
Yeah. I need you to convince me. Okay, let's just say that I don't know if the Earth is a globe. Now convince me that the Earth is flat. That one right there, I know is always disingenuous. They're not doing it genuinely. They're not really saying it because they want to know, that they're wrong. They're just saying it. Like, I mean, we can go through it. It's not a problem.
I got a meme for it. AV, check this meme out.
Evidence globe lover. It's chasing them.
Convince me.
Yeah, they don't. I don't know. Do we have anybody in here right now that wants to have a conversation about this? Challenge your worldview, guys. If you open up your mic, we can challenge your worldview or perhaps find out if you actually know or maybe just believe that the Earth is a globe. It'd be a great conversation, I guarantee it. If you're not afraid. I mean, if you're afraid, that's fine. You can stay on mute and maybe think. And well, think about it like this. You're behind the mute button right now, right? Your own mute button. You could open it up and have a conversation. Maybe you might know something new that you didn't know before. Or you can hold on to your long-held beliefs of the Earth being a globe. But I guarantee you, my friends, it's not a globe. Period. 100% is not. But I feel like if somebody does want to open up their mic, they're going to, well, what are the planets? Once it usually happens, dude, when I put out this challenge. Well, what are the planets? Like, what are they? Not what you've been told. That's for sure.
And then you tell them lights in the sky, and they're like, "What?"
But on this hand, we have an explanation. There's the explanation. Duh.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm gonna head off to work, AV. You have a good day.
See ya, sheepdog. Have a good day at work. All right. Welcome to the panel. Who am I speaking to? Hello? You said hello. You can say hello again.
Hello. Are you talking to me?
Somebody said hello. Is that you? Did you say hello?
Yeah, I think that was me. I was just checking my microphone. Am I audible now?
You are audible. Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So, what are we talking about today?
Well, it's always been the context of whether the Earth is what you think it is, being that it's a globe, or perhaps it's not that. Well, there seems to be an event. I don't know, DJ, is the event the Earth doesn't spin? I'll go with the event if he was lured in from that.
It is pinned and I just came in. So, what discussion are we? Have we?
What is the Earth Striker? Striker, sorry.
What is the Earth?
Yes.
I think Earth is a planet just spinning around the sun in a certain path, and just a planet.
Would you be surprised to know that it isn't any of those things?
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's completely nonsense that we are talking about this because,
why? Well, think about it like this. Don't you think that science is built on people challenging the narrative? Answer that one, Steiker.
I don't think that one is true, but because
No. That's
for everything.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the foundation of scientific endeavor. Do you think it's because people challenge the narrative, or they go with the status quo? What do you think it is?
I think that every conclusion that science ever made is from the lot of experiences, lot of experiments.
That's great. No, what I'm asking though is something different. The challenge for science. Do you think if somebody has a different idea than another person who studies science, do you think it's okay for them to challenge the other person? Or no, it's not okay? We have to go along with whatever's being said.
Yes, they have the right to challenge because everyone has the right to freedom, So
Well, that's what we're doing in here, right?
Oh, okay. I got
We're challenging the narrative, right? You might think it's science. I say it's not, but that's still neither here nor there. The thing is, we're challenging a specific type of narrative that like right now, they think the Earth is a globe. So that's what we're doing, right? So it's okay to do this. This place that you've just entered, this room, is a place where we do this all the time. We get somebody to be able to challenge not only the narrative, but their own ideas of what they think the Earth is.
Wow.
So it's interesting, right?
It is interesting, to talk about this topic, but it's really strange that a lot of people are here that maybe think otherwise than Earth is a globe.
But that's okay, Steiker. That's okay, because as you believe things in your life, other people believe other things, and we can live together, right? But here's the thing: if somebody challenges you on this specific topic, and the only thing you have to respond is, "I can't believe people are talking about this in 2025," then that's not engaging in a civil discussion. And all we're asking for is your best effort to maybe prop up the understanding that you think you live on a globe the best way you can. Okay?
Yeah,
the best way you can.
What you come from, so let's hear it, what you have to say. And
okay, so first of all, when I asked you what the Earth is, you said it's a planet and it's orbiting the sun, in a solar system. I mean, you were saying things like something like this, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I'll start with the very first. Sorry? Someone say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to myself. I thought I still had myself on mute. My bad.
No, you're okay. Okay, so people say that the Earth is a planet, right?
Uh-huh.
Like what you mentioned. Okay. How do you know that it's a planet, Steiker?
All of us don't have to go there by themselves to be sure that we are on a planet or not, because
no. I mean, that's great, Steiker. Okay. For the sake of this conversation, if you may, just answer the question that I ask you. This is intellectual honesty from your part, and the audience will know that you answer honestly from your part. Please don't divert to make another comment about something else. Okay, so just, if you will, challenge yourself and answer my question. How do you know the Earth is a planet?
Okay. I know Earth is a planet because I wake up every day and the sun rises from the east and sun, departs from the west. How is that happening? Because Earth is spinning. So that's my belief. That's a proof, and everyone on science and everyone every time I had been taught in school, taught in school that Earth is a globe. So I believe them. So that is the way I believe that Earth is a
So the sun moving across the sky, and you think that the Earth is spinning, right?
Yes. That is my only experience of proof.
Okay. Well, you said the only experience of proof.
Yeah, my own
what you said?
experience. I'm talking about my own experience because I have not been to the outer space to verify that Earth is a planet or not.
Oh, okay. So you didn't verify if it's a planet or not. But because of the things that people have told you, seeing the sun move across the sky, experiencing day and night, you're putting together in your head that it's a planet based on this, right?
Yeah, that one, and another thing that everything that has been happening around us, like how the plane moves from one country to another. They use the certain way around the globe. I just checked it on the flight radar. So
That's fine. Okay, so I'll try to condense it so it won't get too far into the. People are going to get lost of what you're saying. So you're basically telling me the sun moves across the sky. That's one way you think of the Earth as a globe, right? Moves east to west from horizon to horizon. And the way that planes fly. The way that planes fly is another way you can think of the Earth as a globe, right?
Yes, that is.
We need to define these terms, right?
Hold on. Let the gentleman. Hold on. Let the gentleman.
Okay.
Let him. He's got to process it in his own mind, in his own way, and I'm allowing him to. So, Psyker, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you: is there any other evidence you want to put forward? Because I'm going to put it all together for you, and I'll allow you to tell me in your own words. Is there any other evidence you want to add? So we got the sun moves across the sky from east to west, from horizon to horizon, and the planes the way they fly. We'll go into each topic if you like, but this gives you the understanding that the Earth is a globe. But you said, well, important thing, right? That you can't take a rocket to go up and verify for yourself. So you don't really know. You just have an assumption because of the things they told you that are happening that you're looking at on Earth.
Yes, yes, that is true. But just like I said, I have never tried to convince and verify by myself. So I believed what I learned. So that's it. And for the real verification that Earth is really a planet or not, that's I have not done. So that is the thing. That is the only true thing that that comes up in my mind as a proof.
Okay. All right. Well, if you don't want to add anything, that's fine. Maybe you'll think of something later. But let's look at the first one. The sun moves across the sky from east to west, horizon to horizon. Now, they tell you that you're on a planet that's spinning, correct? It's what the mainstream narrative is.
Yeah, you're
Psyker?
right. Yeah, they actually told us, they taught us that Earth is spinning around the sun, and that is the reason that sun comes up from the east, horizon to horizon, just like you said. So that is my kind of own experience that telling me that sun is Earth is planet. That's it.
Right. Yeah, but here's the important information for you. There's no way to make a distinction whether the idea that the Earth is in motion or the sky is in motion, meaning the sun, moon, and stars. You see those things moving across the sky, but there's no way to determine whether the thing you're on is spinning or those things are moving.
Yeah, you are right on that.
Okay. And that's just going to give you an idea like where we're coming from, the reason why we're challenging the narrative, right? So that's just a way to think about that. So I'll move to the other one. I'll kind of keep it brief so that you can see where our perspective is. And so we're going to move to flights now. So in what way do flights, an airplane, how it flies, or maybe how they do their navigation or anything, what way do we know that we're on a globe based on what you might think?
Okay, so I check this. I check a flight history on the flight radar, and it shows me on which route the plane moved from one country to another. So, if Earth is not a globe and not a round, and it's kind of like a flat, it would be like straight. You know what I mean? But it is.
I know what you mean.
The history, yeah. If you see the history in the flight, they're just a line, and it's like a curved way. They make a curved way to move from one airport to another. So from that perspective, I can assume, just the assumption that Earth is.
Well, let's bring something to light here. What are you looking at when you say it takes a curved path? What are you looking at? Can you give us an idea?
You just go to flight radar and do you try flight radar 24?
I think I know the website. There's many people here who can go there right now. Flight Radar is a website, yes?
Yeah, exactly. Website. It's a free website. Anyone can go there.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. What are they staring at when you go to Flight Radar? What are we looking at? What's showing? What are we staring at that shows that the flights are taking a curved path? What are we staring at?
I'll just send you a screenshot, or just give me a minute.
That'd be great. I know there's some people they're chomping at the bit. we go through this a lot, man, with people. So I think what's useful is that the gentleman can actually produce the information from his own vantage point, his perspective. It helps him understand what he knows and what he doesn't know. So I don't have to decide for him. He can decide for himself. Just trust the process, my friends.
Exactly, bro. Nobody decide what other things. They just decide on their own. We can just give a suggestion or advice, outer information only.
Yes, it's actually the perfect situation. Sorry to interrupt.
Yep. Because on the one hand, we're being told the Earth is something, but it's someone telling you or information you're receiving. And you can't, like what we're doing right now, you and I, we're able to say, I disagree with that, or I don't think that's correct. When you're giving information about what the Earth is, you're not given that opportunity, which is why that when you first came in here, I said it's important for us to have this discussion because we have a platform now that we can discuss these things. Whereas, everywhere that you can go, if you mention flat Earth, it will get shut down in a heartbeat. Nobody won't want to listen to you. And if there's go ahead.
We just said that we have now platform. Yeah, you are right. We have now platform to raise our questions, but I think it is for the more, obvious kind of discussion, like more related, practical discussion. And this one.
That's fine. I mean, that's your opinion, but all right. Let's see. Did you find the image so we can continue our?
Wait, did he find a picture of the Earth?
No, I think what he's going to produce right now is radar.com. If you're following the conversation, he gave two evidences as what he assumes why he would assume the Earth is a globe. The first one is the sun moving east to west on horizon to horizon, and the other is this one, which would be flights and the way they operate. And he's using radar.com. And I was asking for what is he looking at that gives him that flight paths are in a curved path. So I think he was going to post an image. Not sure he's actually got the screenshot or not, but waiting on that. If it's going to take a while, Steiker, maybe we can ask someone else if they want to come in and ask questions.
Okay, let someone else come in. I just I don't know why my app, but I'm experiencing some lag in my computer. I'm not trying, not getting an update on the flight.
Okay. Tell me the logic behind why you say that this is going to help you understand, at least assume that the Earth is a globe. Why use this for what?
I use that.
Mm.
Okay, so what is happening that I'm working in this logistic area, so I have to track a lot of flights every day, and so that might be the main reason that thing that came up in my mind.
Oh, it's a part of your job. What you do?
It's
okay.
I move cargo from one country to another, so it is my job to track the cargo, where it is.
Oh, okay.
And,
so you're in logistics. That's
logistics.
All right.
Logistics.
Okay. So the map that you use for this, it's a map projection, right? It's a map projection.
Kind of map projections, and in flight radar 24, and you can show where that flight went, and eventually if you go to history, you can view what path the flight take to reach its destination.
So you would have a bit of understanding of a flight actually leaving a port and going to another port, right?
Yeah, a bit of understanding, not much in detail, but
okay.
Kind of
do planes fly in a straight path?
Exactly.
Or do they fly?
That's
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying. They do not fly in a straight path. If the Earth is really flat, it should have been fly in a straight path. Isn't that right?
No.
No? Why not?
Mm-mm. Planes fly in corridors. I'm pretty sure if you're in logistics, you'd already know this answer. But planes don't fly. They don't. Okay. Straight line travel is a myth. I'm just going to tell you right now, it's a myth.
Why is that myth? Why is that myth? Just
any kind of proposal for straight line travel is a myth, and the reason being, it's the type of navigational systems that people use. So let's say you use a compass or whatever type of navigational system. That system is built on something that it references, right? It's referencing something. So the compass references the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah, magnetic field lines. That's what the compass is pointing north to. It's not pointing north to a static position. You know what is a static position?
Static position, a position that doesn't move or something like that.
That's correct. That's correct. That's a static. It's not static. North is not static. The magnetic field lines are fluctuating, so they are not someplace that they're always going to be forever. They move.
So you mean like North Pole and South Pole, they move?
Yes. Well, I didn't say South Pole. I'm just saying North, because that's what the compass is based on. Magnetic North.
That's a new one for me. I didn't know that.
Okay. Well,
Can you explain a bit further? How does it move? Yeah.
Well, the fluctuation of the magnetic field lines have been established because of the fact that the compass it's not a static position. So when a magnetic north is said to be in a certain location and that it moves, so it's not going to be where it was, and it's on the move. So what I'd like for you to do is when you have off time and we're not here, you can start looking for magnetic field lines. You can start looking for magnetic north. Does it move? And you're going to find that that's true. It does. So
Okay,
in the case, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. And I was just asking, how is that connected with the flight and not moving straight?
Okay, so the flight is referencing the navigational systems that it uses, right?
Uh-huh.
So that system references the other thing, which would be like a compass that it gives it directional heading. So the directional heading, not just a compass either. There's other means of systems that they use. But that's partly the reason why people know which direction they're going cardinally. So the cardinal directions are based on these magnetic field lines. So they're following the north magnetic field line. That's going to give them a heading. So a straight line, the idea of it, you're thinking you're traveling in a straight line when the compass is adjusting that flight path along its route. So its route, where it's going, it's going to be adjusted from the travel from the navigational system. It's a bit confusing if you start. It's a layered answer. It's layered because you think that you're traveling in a straight line. It's not so. That's a myth. People don't travel in straight lines. They use a navigational system that they follow. That system is actually referencing something else, like the compass. If you say, "Well, I follow the compass," okay, what is the compass referencing? Well, the compass is referencing the magnetic field lines of the Earth, which are in fluctuation and they're not static and they're not the way you might think they are. Do just a little bit of research on this, you'll find out for yourself. So straight line travel is a myth. It's not true. No one ever knows if they're actually going in a straight direct line, unless it's a short distance. And that's even difficult. But yeah, short distances, you can tell straight lines are, in a close proximity, you can get a straight line. Long distance travel, however, it's going to make things a little bit more different because you're extrapolating what a straight line would look over a large distance, and there's not enough room to actually visualize or actually compare that straight path.
There is not enough room. That's why we have maps, That's why we
maps
have GPS.
Yeah,
and GPS
but maps. Maps
so
are not.
going,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Maps are only given to you as a projection of what people think the Earth is. It's not exactly what the Earth is. Now, I'll give you an example. There's many different types of maps. Okay, so many different types of maps. There's hundreds of maps. So you could type into Google right now and say, how many maps of the Earth are there? Currently, right now, anybody listening to me can do this. How many maps of the Earth are there? You're going to find out there's hundreds of maps. And each one has a very different purpose. Now, the continent sizes are distorted. The orientation of the continents are distorted. Nothing seems to line up exactly the way you might think on the flight paths on the map that you use for the flight paths that have a parabolic arc in them. So that doesn't mean necessarily that the Earth is a globe. It just means that the map you're using is distorting the path so that makes it look like it's doing a parabolic arc.
That's a pretty specific detail you just mentioned there. I just searched it on the Google and it says political maps, physical maps, thematic maps. It's just a version of the map. Actual things do not move, right? You're just adding the layers in the map and adding different kind of indication of how for the terrain maps you just add terrain, which terrain it belongs to which country.
No, I meant
doesn't move.
There's three main types of maps, right? Is that what you're looking up right now? The three main types?
Yeah.
Cylindrical, I think azimuthal. And then there's the other one.
Types of map. It shows political, physical, and thematic. Thematic, that is only that focus on the pop.
Well, no, that's within the type of that's the type of map. The
exactly
the
what
ones that I'm
talked about.
Yeah, but the ones I'm talking about are going to show you what it looks like on a 3D surface or a 2D surface. It just depends. The 3D surface is like the Web Mercator projection that Google Earth uses, and I believe that's the one that you might be using for your logistics, if I'm not mistaken. That might be the one you're using for your logistics. But either way, what I'm trying to elucidate here is that with all these maps, there's only one that's been chosen to represent the travel distance for the use case. The use case would be for the type of logistics that you're utilizing it for, I don't know if it's ship or airplane. I'm not really sure what you're doing it for. But if it's for ship travel, then yeah, it would be used. So the idea that you have that the Earth is a globe is based on a projection, a map projection. But not necessarily does it mean that the Earth is what the map is projecting. Because it doesn't have to have this parabolic arc in the way that you envision it. Like, well, I'm looking at a flat map. So in order for this to make any sense, it had to be on a globe. Do you understand? Like that to you makes sense in your mind, but in no way is it representing the actual Earth. That's the most important part about this. The maps themselves. Say again.
Yeah, continue.
No, go
I'm
ahead.
listening.
I'm counting what?
Continue. I'm listening, brother. I'm listening.
Oh, there is on the map themselves. It says that also. Do not take this as it's the terrain. It's not. It doesn't represent the terrain. It's not a one-for-one. Maps they're not used for that purpose. They have a specific purpose, like what you're using them for. Yeah, logistics. But it's not necessarily representing the Earth as is. That's false. So you don't have, even though you might assume, well, the Earth is a globe, you can think that, but you have to be able to prove it, and the map doesn't help you prove the Earth being a globe. Is what a point I'm trying to make.
Are you saying the Earth is not spinning?
Yeah, go ahead. What'd you say?
So, did you say that Earth is not spinning?
No, not that it's not spinning. I'm having a conversation with Steiker 477. He has two evidence, or at least assumptions, that the Earth is a globe based on the sun moving east to west from horizon to horizon, and the path that I think a boat or a plane takes over a distance, and that means that he's assuming that it's a globe based on these two things. But he admitted at the very beginning he's never been on a rocket to verify for himself that the Earth is an actual globe. So he said it straight out. Which is I mean, that's fine. And most people think like this, but Pema, I think you've seen the event, the Earth doesn't spin. Is that what you're requesting you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth does not spin. So would you say that it does spin?
Yeah, but scientifically, so they proved that the spin, right?
Okay. How did they do that?
So before the hypnothesis, they have a lot of hypnothesis that there is that they go on the rocket and they see everything, and then they told us that Earth is spin and not sun and moon.
Yeah, but how did they prove it on the ground? How can you prove it that the Earth is spinning? What can we observe? What can we test that we know that the Earth is spinning?
But I believe, because I can't prove, because I'm not able to go on a rocket or something like that, but I can't prove it. But they prove it because not only one person, they prove it all over the world. Like most people, they verified it. So
I will think about it.
Believe it.
No, we don't. We can challenge. You can challenge. I can challenge anything that someone says. Anybody can do this, right? Your mind is your own. You don't have to believe everything that they say. Anyone says, not just they. Anyone. So if they're telling you that the Earth is spinning, you have your own mind. You can challenge this. You can say, how?
Yeah.
Show me a. You can, whoever your teacher, maybe just a person, whoever it is. They're saying the Earth is spinning. You're like, okay, show me a method so I can know for myself the Earth is spinning. What is my observation? What do I need to look at? What is the method I need to test?
Yeah. But because I think it makes sense, no, when you think about the Earth is spinning or something like that, when you think about it by thinking logically and scientifically, everything, it makes sense. So like,
I know
so
it only makes sense. Listen, you can think of the Earth that's spinning because you look at the sun, moon, and stars, and they're moving in the sky, right? You see those things moving in the sky.
Yeah.
So you can think about it like the Earth is moving, but they didn't prove it. It's not conclusive that the Earth is spinning.
But
it can be assumed. It can be assumed that it's spinning because you see those things moving in the sky. That's the only thing you can do.
But what you have to think is, if Earth doesn't spin, then why sun, moon, and there there is a lot of America and Asia and a lot of countries. There is Earth. There is east, west, north. So when Earth is spinning, that times the suns and moons, their timing is different because Earth is spin.
No, the sun is moving around the Earth that we live on. It is moving everywhere.
Yeah.
So imagine this. Imagine the Earth not moving and it's just a horizontal plane, just a flat Earth, right? The sun moves across the top. So if I can give you an example so you can put in your mind. So think about your kitchen table, right? You have a table where you put your food on. Okay, that table, you can put a flashlight above that table and you can move that light around in a circle. I'm not saying the sun's path is like this, but what I'm telling you so that your mind can envision what I'm saying. So the light can move across the surface, a flat surface, moving in a different location as it moves across the table. Just like a flashlight or any other kind of light.
I think, how do you know that?
Well, there's no way to detect that the Earth is in motion. There's no way that anybody's ever detected that our Earth is moving. There's no detection for this. None. Zero. The only thing we observe is that the sun, moon, and stars are in motion.
But there is no one scientist who are saying that sun, moon is spinning. Do you get what I mean? There is no scientifically proof that sun, moon is going around the world.
Yeah, there's no proof.
Yeah, there's no evidence though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the only thing that we can test and verify are things that are objective. Now, it's not objective that the Earth is moving because it cannot be tested. We do not observe the Earth in motion, nor can we verify that it is in motion by any detector.
So what your point is, you won't believe anything unless you see by yourself, right?
Not really. I'll put it this way. If something can be tested by anybody, not just me, right? So I'm not putting myself only as the limit, but if somebody can test this, and there's a method to test, and they can prove it, that the Earth is in motion, I will grant it. But it cannot be tested because it is not in motion. And there's no way to determine whether or not the sun is moving or the Earth is moving from a vantage point of being on the Earth. You can only know right now that you are not moving because you see the sun move across your sky from east to west.
Yeah.
So we don't have to believe in anything. So if there is evidence, however, that, like as you say, other people have tested and verified, I want this. I want to know where you got this information that they've tested, they verify, and they know that the sun is still and the Earth is moving.
Yeah, there are a lot of information that you can get on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah,
have you looked at this?
Yeah, I have looked at it before when I was, I think, before 3 years ago. So yeah, they have verified it. So by themselves, it's not only one person. There's a lot of people who verified it.
What did they do?
Sorry.
What did they do?
Yeah, they go on rocket and but still even they don't go. They sent rocket away from the Earth and looked every circle of our Earth, and they know, wow, it's not flat, it's round, and they know Earth is spin. So not sun and moon. So they know everything and they prove it.
But do you just believe this or do you know this?
Yeah. Now, I know that. Now you're talking like a believing and knowing. Yeah, I know it through believing.
Okay. What? No. You don't know it through believing. No. Okay, so let's put it this way. The story that they told you, how, or you looked on the internet or however you learned this information, do you believe the information or do you know the information? There's a big difference.
First, I believe the information. But after I believing, then I know it. You know what I mean?
No, you don't know. You don't listen. You don't know unless you can discover this information is true in any way. And you can't. If you validate the information, then you know. You have to validate it. You have to know by. So you're breaking up.
But I know what you're trying to say. But these days, like before Osho, no, you know Osho and Sadhguru, they are telling like you. They are saying, if you know, then you don't have to believe. If you believe, then you don't know it. They're saying like that. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Osho and Sadhguru also take like that. But what my point is, there is two types of believing. You know.
No.
One type of, there are two types
you
of
have
believing.
listen, you can believe something is true, right? Like your friend every single day, he comes and picks you up and takes you to work. All right? Tomorrow you believe your friend is going to pick you up. That's the way you were trying to say it. But you can have faith that he'll come by tomorrow. Like he may come by, but at the same time, he might be tied up and might not come in because he calls in to work because he's sick or whatever. And he can't pick you up. But you don't know this. You just know that every day, he's going to pick you up. You're used to this. But this is not the same. Okay? Because if you know, then there's no reason why he would not show up. You would have evidence that he will be there. There will be evidence that's going to produce that you're going to say, tomorrow I know he'll be here. And knowing means that there's no room for, he might come, he might not. No, you know he's going to be showing up. So it's not trusting in what he's saying. There's information that you have, data, that's going to lead you to the fact that he's going to show up at your doorstep. But you don't have that. All you have is his word. His word is his bond to you.
That's why after believing, we will know it. I have an example. I will let you know. So what year you were born?
Oh, I can't release that, but yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, but no, I'm just telling you something. So, what year you were born? Are you 1937 or something like that? Not 1937, 1988 or 1989?
Yeah, well, just make up a number.
Make up a number. 1989. Okay, we will keep it 1989. So, how do you know that you were born in 1989?
You wouldn't. There's no way to know that.
How did you know that I was?
There's no way to know that you believe you're born there because there's documents that show that you were born there, but you don't know it. Yeah. You weren't able to check that information yourself because you were just a baby and your baby mind wouldn't be able to recognize what year it was.
Yeah, but now when someone asks you, "Oh, do you know what is your birthday?" So how can you say, "Yeah, I know my birthday. I was born in like that"? Didn't you say?
No. I believe my birthday. You can correct yourself. You're saying you know, but to correct the statement is, I believe my birthday is, 1989. That's what you.
But you don't know your birthday.
No, you can say that's your birthday. You believe it to be so. You can believe your birthday is that day. That's nothing wrong with that.
What you believe your birthday, it is true or lie?
Well, how can you? The point is, here's the point. How can you know the difference between whether it's a truth or not if you can't verify it? How would you know this?
Yeah, after believing, you can know your birthday, no?
No. You just believe it. It's still a belief. You believe you were born in that day. You can't know it.
Yeah, I can know it because I was born in 1993.
You can't.
I can know it.
Yeah, you believe it. Let's put it this way. Let me put it to you this way. If you say that you know it, and I was to show you a document that you were actually born a day earlier, What would that do to your knowledge right now that you thought you were born?
Yeah.
Well, what's going to happen? Will you tell me what's going to happen if I show you a document? You were born actually a day earlier, not in the day you think you were. What's going to happen?
It's happening sometimes, but most of the time documents are.
No, you're not answering me. You're not answering my question. If I show you a document, that you were not born in the day you thought you were, and you said, "I know I'm born, 1989." If you say that, and I know it was March the 5th or whatever, and I say, "No, I have a document right here that shows you were born March the 4th. It's signed by the doctor." And you thought you were born a day after, but you said, "I know I'm born March 5th." And I show you a document that shows you were born March 4th. What happens to you saying that you know? Then you could just say, "Well, I believed that I thought I was born on the March 5th."
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know I am.
Yeah. But when it happens truth, if it's a fact.
Dude.
What?
You couldn't verify this information. Look, let's put it this scenario. Even if I showed you the document, I'm going to make it so you can realize what I'm saying. Even if I show you the document, the doctor signed it, right? And then there was a witness that saw the doctor sign it or whatever. How would you know that document was not signed incorrectly? What if you were born March 5th?
Yeah,
and they thought it was March 4th. It's a clerical error. So here's
I'm telling.
Hold on, brother. Just listen to me. What I'm saying about your birthday analogy is not going to help here because of the fact that you cannot verify this information. It can only fall under a belief, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Your mom says you were born this day. That's okay. You can believe this, right? There's not anything wrong with that. But it will remain a belief you have, because if for some reason the person who says you were born that day made a mistake, you wouldn't be able to verify the mistake.
Yeah.
There's no way you can do this.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I was saying to you. Yeah, that's why I was saying there are two types of knowing. There's two types of believing. So
no, dude, there's only knowing and belief. Dude, it's like at the same time, you think you know. This is the issue, right? You think you know something. You think if you can use the word belief and know, you think you know, right? I think I know, but I am only trusting something. At some point, I have to trust. That's not knowing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's two types of knowing.
No, brother, there's not. No, there's not. So you can listen, dude. No. You have this in your head that you've separated two types of knowing, and you think you're correct. You're not. Because when you know something that's followed by information that you can test, you can verify, you can falsify that information, you can know something. There's things that you can know, and there's things that you cannot know, which would be a belief. I believe this is how something went. I believe this is true. I don't know it. So you can't know something if you believe it. It's not interchangeable. You either know or you believe.
There is many people in reality who live that example. They believe that their parents are their biological parent. They believe that birthday is their birthday, but it happened that it's not even their parent, or the birthday is their birthday. They just fake the paperwork. They lie to the. It's not a lie. They hide the truth.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie. They hide the truth. They didn't tell the kid that he was adopted or something like that, and they lived their life believing something which is not correct. So they accepted that their parents are their parents. They accepted it without any evidence. So that's the meaning of belief.
And switched at birth too. Some parents don't know. They did not know that was not their child.
Yep, that's another. There's so many layers to the analogy you brought up that's inconsistent with knowledge that everybody in here understands. That's not knowledge. You don't know this. There's no way.
Yeah, Rice, I have any questions. So
let's just make a distinction. Let's just make a distinction that belief and knowledge are two different things. And so in the realm of, I just want to get us back on track. I know you want to go in a different direction about it, but I have to, let's go right back.
I'm not going to different directions, so I will.
I know, but let me give the audience back the context, right? The context is we're having a discussion with Pema, and Pema is talking to us whether the topic of the room was this Earth doesn't spin. He was given evidence because he works on logistics about the Earth in motion. Oh, wait a minute. You're not the guy. You're someone else. I was speaking to the other guy. Sorry, I mixed you up with him. So Pema just wants to know if the Earth is in motion. And go ahead, Pema. Do you have any knowledge that you can tell us that the Earth is in motion?
Okay, so you want to go back? Then
no, we've covered the fact that you have a misunderstanding of what belief and knowledge are.
No, I don't. Yeah, well, you have also your point, but I have also my point, because I suggest that there's two types of believing and knowing, but you don't believe. You don't like that my suggestions. That's what we are debating, right?
Well, at the moment right now, you're confused because you think there's two types of knowing and two types of belief. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you ask him to present them and develop a little bit too? Let us
I mean, he can. What are the two types of knowledge? And if the two types of knowledge are one of them's a belief, we're going to all point it out to you. But go ahead, two types of knowledge. Start with those, and we'll do two types of belief. Because your analogy of the birthday was a belief, so that didn't work.
Yeah. When I believe my birthday, after believing, then I know that my birthday because of believing.
No.
So yeah,
it never moves. It never moves, sir. It never moves into the realm of knowing ever. You're claiming knowledge when there is no knowledge. You cannot claim knowledge when there is no knowledge. You do not have knowledge of this. You've been told the knowledge. The only thing you can say you know is someone told you something. But it's not actually knowing, it's believing still. You believe that they're telling you this, but it's not knowing. Knowing would be factual, evidential information that you can test and verify. You cannot say that you know this.
It's okay.
As in you know it for sure, like I know this is true.
Yeah.
You're saying knowledge on top of a belief. And knowledge on top of a belief is just a belief.
Okay.
Using that, it's colloquial, right? When you say knowledge, it's colloquial. It's like, I know that my mom told me I was born on this day and day, but I might not be. That's what you can, like, colloquially, but it's not knowledge as in, like, I know my birthday is this day. See what I'm saying? You're trying to mix it up with the idea that you're interchanging the colloquial term with the actual way that we describe what knowledge is, knowing. So I'm trying to give you a separate understanding so you don't have to confuse yourself, because when people talk about this and the Earth being a globe, when they talk about the Earth being a globe, they get confused. They think they know it's a globe, but it's not knowledge, it's a belief.
No. I'm not confused. I'm saying just logically. No,
that's what I'm
saying logically. So when we know that
logic. There is no logic in saying that you believe what you know. You know what you believe. You know what you believed. So at the moment when you change that belief by something factual, so you have direct contact with that thing. Like, for example, witnessing yourself being born. And being able to realize that and being conscious about that action that you are being born. So yeah, you were a baby, you didn't have any possibility to that moment and to acknowledge that and to put it in your mind. So the only way to know your birthday is to be present, witnessing yourself being born.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that, and you can't do that. There is no way to do that.
Yeah.
That's the only way to be able to know that you were born at that moment. Otherwise, you will just have to believe that. You believe that your mom is your mom. You believe that your birthday is your birthday. That's what I do too. And
Yeah,
Alpha,
right.
yes.
We all do that.
Yeah, yes. Now we have same thing, same thought. Yeah,
Nice.
I believe. Oh yeah, you and my mine is same. What my mom told me, I believe her. After believing, I know my birthday.
No,
no.
Yeah, not even that. Because if she got it wrong, then you don't know that your birthday was that day that she told you. Because what if she got it? Dude, listen, just listen to me, Pema. If she mistook your birthday for actual the day before, like I give you the example, maybe it was the day before, and she told you it was the day after, but she told you this, and you say you know, and she came back to you 25 years later, and she says, I made a mistake. Your birthday was actually the day before.
Okay.
And then you say, okay, wait a minute. I thought I knew my birthday was this day. Now I don't know when my birthday. You would say that to her. Now I don't know my birthday was that day. So wait a minute. Wait, time out, Pema. Listen to me.
Okay.
You would say, I know my birthday was that day, but now I don't know what my birthday was. So you would give doubt to her, and she would say, yes, because now I'm correcting you 25 years later, and your birthday was actually a day before. And so let's say you believe that and say, okay, now I'm going to change my mind, and I'm going to say I'm born a day before. And then you changed it, and you can say now, I know now my birthday is a day before. Guess what?
Yeah.
Hold on. What if the doctor came by and said, ma'am, you were on heavy medication, so you were out of it, in and out. You didn't know if that day, what day it was. You thought it was a week before. And the doctor corrected her. Then you would say, wait, hold on, Pema. You say, let me change my mind again. I don't know my birthday was when my mom told me. Now I'm going to change it to when the doctor said it was a week earlier. You never know, dude.
Yeah, you have a point. I
know I do.
But what if my mom was right?
You don't know that. You can never know, bro. Listen, based on somebody else's word, you can never know, because your mom could have been on medications that didn't allow her to understand what day it was, or maybe she lied. I mean, there's many reasons, right? But for the fact that you're saying you cannot. You cannot know.
I have same question for you, Alf. Yeah. What? See, let me guess. So your parents died. I'm just example. Your parents died long before ago, right? And
yes.
you raised by some parents, but you never know that. You always think that this is your real parents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You always think that they're my real parent, and
that happens. That happens a lot everywhere. That may be happening to somebody in this room right now.
I'm adopted. Swear to God.
When someone asks, "Do you know your parent?" What did you say?
I believe this is my parent.
Yeah, then you know it's your parent, right?
No,
because the authority told me.
Listen.
And I believe them.
Okay, you're separating. Here's what you're doing. You're separating the fact that you're saying the information given to you, you can say you know it, but as far as the foundation of it being true or not, you don't know that. So you're not using knowledge. Listen, the way we're using knowledge is an established fact with a way to verify and or falsify the information. You're not using it in that way.
You know the parent?
What do you mean? Do I know the parent?
When someone asks, "Oh, who is your parent?" You will.
If I did or didn't know them, would it change the shape of the earth, though?
No, we're just identifying the fundamentals of his miscommunication. He's trying to figure out whether or not he can use the word knowledge and to say that he knows that the earth is a globe based on a belief. He wants to stack a belief on the bottom as a foundation and then use the word knowledge or knowing after that. That's what he's trying to do. His argument right now is trying to build a case for him saying that he knows that the earth is a globe. He wants to use that. And I'm telling him in the case for the earth being a globe, he cannot verify and or falsify the information, which is the type of knowledge you need to have if you're saying you know the earth is a globe. So it's not the kind of knowledge where you say, well, I know that my birthday's in March the 5th, 1989.
So
you don't know that.
You will say, I know that they are my parents.
Listen, dude.
I talked to my parents about that topic, and I wasn't ashamed to tell my family, and my mom was there, that I don't know and I can't know if she is really my mom. I just believe it. I can also add that I believe it so deeply, but I don't know it.
That's right.
I wasn't present there. She knows the truth if she is my mom or the doctor also and nurse.
Well, hold on a minute, Necros. Here's the thing, too. What if you were switched at birth? Would she know that? If you look similar to another child, how would she?
I believe depended to what they told me. I was born in the house, so it was a traditional birth.
So basically, you accept the person that you call your parents as your parents. But you don't actually know they're 100% unless you're going to do a DNA test. Hang on, please. Hang on, I've been listening. I just want to say a few words. You can tell if the parent is your real parent, blood parent, by checking the DNA blood test. That's one way. But knowledge-wise, when you were born, your presence of mind wasn't switched on yet because you had no education. So you're being born, but you're not aware of that. That awareness is not there for you as the baby being born at the time.
Even with the DNA test, I can't be sure because I just have to believe that the DNA test is reliable.
We should have strictly defined the terms that we're using from the very beginning.
The DNA test wasn't switched with some other DNA test, and it happened in reality. Some people divorced because that they found that the father is not the father, but he was the father. They just switched the test.
Yeah, it's possible, of course, but the test is reliable as long as you follow the chain of custody.
I have to study DNA tests from scratch to understand it and to be able to say that.
Let's put it this way, guys.
DNA test is reliable.
Yeah, let's put it this way. The guy left, right? But the person left that we were speaking to. When Jin started talking, he said, I had to leave. But anyway, he left. But the context of it was he wanted to use the word knowledge and to say that the earth is a globe in some way. He wanted to use the word knowledge. And I told him the type of knowledge you'd have to have was a type that you could test, verify, and or falsify. If you don't have this type of knowledge, you don't know that the earth is a globe. So if he said he knows, he'd have to fall under the category I just outlined, which he'd have to be able to know with data that we could have a method to test and verify this information. Now, there was a lot of this or that kind of like, what is knowledge? And
yeah, he was bending the definition. That's why if we would have just stated like strict definitions of terms, like there wouldn't have been a lot of wiggle room.
Well, he just wanted to make it seem like he didn't know what we were saying, but he used the birth analogy, being born, as a way to explain what he's talking about. But it backfired on him because he didn't know he was going to have a conversation with critical thinkers, dude. He thought he was going to come in here and just be like, well, you can say your parents are who they are, even though you can't verify it. That's his point. He wanted to just leave it there.
You think he was like intentionally?
Yeah, he wanted to make it sound like we can use the word knowledge.
It didn't come off that way to me. I thought he was just slow.
Yeah. Well, no. If you're trying to use the word knowledge, go ahead.
I felt that he was using the word belief to confirm knowledge, and that's not the way to do that. Plus,
opposite
sounds
concept.
like the other we had last week, where believing is quicker. Believing is easier and quicker. You don't have the knowledge; it just believe it, and away you go. Do you remember last week? You have your belief, and that's your knowledge, and you move on.
Yeah, belief is the one word for that sentence that says that you accept something without evidence. So you want to say that in one word, you will say believe. That's the meaning of the word, accepting something without evidence.
But that's the only meaning that we accept in this context, though. That's it.
Well, it doesn't need to be anything else, but he was trying to make it sound like you can interchangeably use it within the context of this conversation, which is what he was pointed to, that you can't. Because in the case of like a being born or the earth being a globe, on one of them, you can know for sure it is what they're telling you it is. You can know this. And it's not like a knowledge of like, oh, they told me information. I know the information. Right. It's not knowing the information. It's verifying the veracity of the claim of the information. So that he was using it colloquially and thinking that he can just keep using it and it's not going to work.
I feel you. I got you. I didn't think he was like being like intentionally, shifty. I thought he was like really struggling.
No, he wasn't struggling. He was trying to make a point about using the word knowing in the sense of saying that he believes. Kind of like what he was saying with the birth, like I know that I was born, 1989, March 5th.
Right.
And I said, well, you don't know that, dude. Like you can't say that because you say that your birthday was at, and I showed him an example.
Right.
Yeah. I felt that guy, there's a culture difference, and he truly believed that his believing was knowing. His believing was knowledge, and you've just corrected him for the first time in his life. It's been put to him that believing is not actually knowing, because you can't. In the analogy he gave from his belief system, he couldn't verify that he was born. You can't do that because you wasn't aware of your birth. So you cannot say you was born on this day. You can't know that. That's impossible. But he doesn't understand that. Well, but perhaps now he will understand that his believing is the wrong mechanism to be using in life. That's what I think is going on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vintage Bait says, could the Earth be a globe like 1 million times bigger than current model? No. Does anybody? I'll give it to the audience or the 24/7 group. Why can it not be 1 million times bigger than the current model?
Because we've measured this, right? I mean, there's like it's supposed to be a definite, diameter. Like it's right. So like that. Your calculator. I thought it was like 8 inches a mile.
Hold on, Freddie. I do want 24/7 to respond to this. So if anybody that's been around our group, what would we respond when somebody says, could it be 1 million times bigger than the current model?
All right, update it. 1 billion or 1 trillion. Even that's 1 million, fine. Whatever.
That's fine. But why couldn't it be that versus what? Why couldn't it be that? I'll give the answer.
Everything else.
I don't know.
Go ahead, 20.
Everything else would be thrown off. Right? The entire cosmology is based on the assumption that it is the stated size. So if it is bigger, then everything else is fucked up. Right? We can hypothetically give that caveat, I think. But then there are more problems than you think. But then one might have thought originally.
What's the biggest problem for saying that the Earth is way too big?
I think it's the gravitational mechanics. It does throw everything off, and so everything in cosmology doesn't work anymore.
You don't actually have to even bring that into this at all, I think.
It's the measurements, isn't it? Not the measurements. We're not measuring this.
What's the first rung of the distance? Isn't the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder? Right? Because if they say, if we're told that the Earth is yay big, one of the first assumptions is Venus is the same size, or something like that. So therefore, Venus would also be whatever 1 million bajillion times bigger. And then there's all the the equations about the mass and the gravitation that go with that, and then the distances, et cetera, et cetera. But
the distance to the sun changes.
You can't go to that. You can't just strawman the idea. He just talked about what if the Earth is 1 billion times bigger, but I don't know if he want to claim the cosmos with that same Earth. So you want to go with that because, like with the flat Earth, imagine it. There is a pond on that on the top of that giant sphere, and everything is just above, and the sphere is just that sphere that is hovering there. Who knows how it works? No, you will just have to strawman him to debunk that. I will ask him to validate that, but because if he claimed that it is 1 billion times bigger, that will be a claim. So of dimension and that it is a sphere, so curvature. So water will have to curve with that.
The only reason I said it is because you keep saying it's not a globe, but like I don't know if it's not a globe that's just a trillion times bigger.
Yeah, I know, but the problem we're having.
We all know it's not 3595. So.
Yeah, the problem we're having right now. The problem we're having right now is the proposition, right? What are they saying about cosmology? That the Earth is a sphere. There's a lot of what you say is the evidence that they would produce, right? The videos, the pictures, all of that stuff. So to say that it's a billion times bigger or whatever is to say that you're going to make up a different type of cosmology. Now, you can't say one without the other, right? It's married. So if you say that it is, you're going to have to be able to provide some sort of evidence for it. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So all we're saying is, where is the evidence?
I just said it could be. Why not?
Right,
Why
right. But if it was, you wouldn't be able to tell, and then it would just be flat anyway. You get it? It's so big that it's flat. Well,
Hello,
that's
sir,
good enough, but what's going on, man?
I'm audible?
Hello?
Like Alpha said, when you claim that the Earth have a specific shape, a billion time bigger sphere, that will be a claim of shape, and you will have to validate that. That's what we are not doing. So we are claiming the description of the surface, the known Earth, known surface that we humans are living on, and that we know, that have been explored, that we are navigating on, and all of that. We are not claiming any shape because we don't know if the Earth is literally and really a giant bigger sphere.
But see, the word planet implies that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, the word planet itself, that implies a spherical, globular, round planet. Just that word in itself. When you use that word, it is that you're talking about a round sphere. Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, so the thing that's
what is a planet? Can you tell me what is a planet? Define the word to me. I don't understand what do you mean by planet, because for me, what I understand by planet is just those stars in the sky that are moving independently to the plot of stars, the rest of stars. So there is stars, there is wandering stars. The one word for wandering stars is planet, coming from the Greek word planos. So what would you define the word planet?
Hello, sir. Everyone.
Well, the second definition of planet is a celestial body that orbits the sun, has sufficient blah blah blah, assumes nearly a round shape, blah blah blah. Like it's in the word.
Okay, nice. So, celestial body, that's one, meaning that body have to be in the sky. Celestia is the sky. Celestia is the sky. Terra is the earth. So that's
you can dismiss all those other words except for round. You just focus on that word.
Round and must orbit a star like the sun. For that claim about those planets in the sky, or the Earth, if you add the claim that it is a planet too. So that will be 3 positive claims that you are throwing there. It will be just like begging the question. Validate that the Earth is spherical, validate that the Earth is orbiting the sun, and validate that the Earth is in the sky.
I can't, because I don't believe any of that shit. I'm just saying the terms that you're using. You know, okay, so like we were talking about whether or not Earth is flat or not, and you want to throw in like that we're spinning around. Like those two don't have anything to do with each other necessarily, do they? Like, am I wrong about that? Like your shape doesn't imply any motion that you may or may not have, right?
Yeah, the shape doesn't imply the motion because we have globe earthers that are geocentric. They don't claim any motion on their spherical Earth, but still they claim a spherical Earth. So the thing that is common between those two claims is that sphere. Geocentric or heliocentric doesn't matter.
All right, let's see if there's new people that we can speak to in here. Guys, if you're joining this channel brand new, you can ask some questions. There's an event going on right now called Earth Doesn't Spin. We can talk about the event topic, or you can come in here and challenge yourself on what you think the Earth is and why. So we're trying to see if there's some people that can stir up some good conversations about it. So if you're brand new to the topic, we'd love to hear from you. Yeah, that's how you get involved with this topic, is to engage with us, and we'd like you to. So if you've been in here for a while and you're listening to what we're talking about, we want you to participate. Go ahead. We got a few people that are in here. Does anybody want to come forward and have a conversation? We got Bithray, Flurney, welcome. Fufu's in here.
Or I just think that you gotta disregard my question. You don't think
Miguel's
it's a
in
good
here.
question?
That's not a good question, because the Earth is not just a billion times bigger. It's only a certain size that they propose it to be. Vintage.
I've got a question.
So we're actually talking about the narrative and not what you think cosmology is. How about that? That's what we're talking about. The topic is what it's been proposed to be, not what you say it is or it could be. But go ahead with your question.
Who, me?
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah, I was wondering. You don't believe in gravity, right?
Oh, wait. Before you start off, I'm going to tell you and ask you, what is gravity?
It's a funny way of answering a question, but I'd say it's...
Well, I know it's important because it's contextual.
Space-time.
Okay, the curvature of space-time.
It is mass attracting mass, and it's also the curvature of space-time.
That's fine. It doesn't matter how you say what it is. Okay, so what is the effect of gravity?
It's a pseudo force. It pulls things together.
Okay, what do we see that we can say it's an observation of gravity?
Things falling down.
Okay, things falling down. What is causing that effect? Things falling down.
You know what I'm going to say.
No, I don't need to know. Just tell me, like, what is causing the thing falling down? Gravity is a cause and effect relationship. So, okay, when you talk about gravity, you always got to parse it out. So when you ask, do you guys believe in gravity? Gravity is actually a cause and effect relationship. I don't think you understood that. But now that I'm elucidating that to you, you can realize the implications of saying gravity. So gravity is a cause and effect relationship. So when you say, I see gravity, what you're saying is, I see something fall, like you just said right now, right?
Mm.
That's called the effect of gravity. Now, the cause of gravity, what is causing or giving that thing the propensity to move in that vector?
Fuck, should I know? I think that's quite.
Well, you should, because you just said it when you first stated.
Hold on. I think that's no physicist knows why gravity does what it does in the same way that we don't know why. But you just said it. Oh, you just said it. We don't know why the limit of the speed of light is that speed.
Wait a minute. We're not talking about speed of light. So you say gravity. You said, and I'll go back to the conversation when we first started, right? Because you asked me what gravity was, and it sounds like You're not giving me the answer that you said before. So the answer you said before was it's the bending and warping of space-time and or Newton's gravitation, right? Which is mass attracting mass. Those are the two answers you gave me. Those, sir, were the cause for the effect, according to you. You said so. Now you're saying you don't know, which is what you said before you did know.
No, hold on. Let me address that. I don't know why it happens. I don't know why gravity does what it does, but it would seem that
what
I know. Well, I don't know, but the best explanation would seem to be not cause and effect. Newtonian.
Okay.
Mass attraction.
What is Okay, so now the cause is.
He didn't ask you why. He asked you what is it. And then,
no, but my understanding was he was asking why does this force, like, the fuck should I know? I don't give a shit.
That's not what he asked you.
I asked the question, and I feel like this is sort of this is backfired on me. I'm just out of sincere curiosity.
You think? No, but I'm saying the problem is people are asking, well, I see something happening as the effect, right? Something's falling through the medium of air. We all notice this, right? It'd be absurd to say that that's not what we witness. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So when we all witness this effect, people like to say the word gravity. Well, that's gravity. Well, I see the same effect that you see. So is that gravity too? I'm looking at the same thing. You drop the pencil, it falls to the ground. I saw it. So you're saying gravity. Do I say gravity too? Because I saw what you saw. Okay. So now what we both, we're diving into it right now so you can understand the reason why I asked the question where you said, I don't know why you're asking me the question. I'm asking you the question because there's a lot of presumptions of what people have when they come into this topic. They think they're asking us, do you guys believe in gravity? And you don't even know why you even asked that question. Now I'm elucidating it for you. I'm breaking it down. So it's a cause and effect relationship, but there's a effect that everybody sees, and you can quantify it, right? The average rate of fall and that sort of stuff to the whatever medium, doesn't matter. And then you're going to try to figure out what is the cause for the effect. What is causing that effect to do what it does? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you.
I would say the curvature of space-time.
Excellent. So if that is true, how was that scientifically validated?
Do you want the real answer?
Yeah, if you can.
I don't have a fucking clue, brother.
Thank you. Neither does anybody in this room. How about that?
Yeah,
we're on the same boat with you, bro.
Yeah, I'm
deGrasse Tyson couldn't define gravity either.
Way, I'm
hold on, Freddie. Let me talk this. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear it.
Fuck should I know? You know, I don't want this to be like a. Yeah, no, but just dude, if you can answer the question, what makes things fall down if you don't believe in gravity?
We don't know that, sir. As you stated, I just finished telling you, we agree with you. Nobody knows.
But am I right in saying that a lot of flat earthers do say density and buoyancy?
Yeah, that's the quantification of the effect. You can quantify the effect, and I just went over that. You can quantify the rate of speed that something drops. You can quantify the object and medium relationship by testing, hey, look at the egg in water. If I put more salt in it, it'll float. If I, put it in fresh water, it'll sink. Oh, I see something happening. That's the effect, sir. You can quantify this with buoyancy and density. Yes, you can do this. Anyone can.
Buoyancy requires gravity in this equation.
Sir, let me finish. But what's causing that to move in the way that it does is a law of nature by which nobody can know what's causing it to move in that direction. You can manipulate that with the object and medium. So, dude, don't interrupt, please. Just wait. So you can manipulate that with the object and medium, which is a quantification of the effect. That is not the cause of the effect.
Hello, excuse me.
Yeah, I get you.
Okay, so we're in this. You and I, sirs. You can wait just a minute. Okay, sirs, just wait. Just wait.
Oh, excuse me.
I know that you want to come in, but let me finish because me and the gentleman we're finishing up, and then I'm gonna let you guys come in. So the important dudes, really.
Hello, brother.
So the important. All right, if I get that one more time, I'm just gonna look for your name and mute you. How about that? I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. You can just wait just a little bit. All right, so when we talk about this subject, a lot of times people ask us a question, and I get it, right? It's important to know what we're talking about. What guy was that? Please, someone tell me.
Are you listening to me?
Right. So it's important for us to discuss the fact that we're going to engage with the topic of what it is, right? And for you and me, we're on common ground. I don't think we're disagreeing at this point, not unless you think that we are. We can quantify the effect. I mean, that's easy enough, right? Buoyancy and density explains the quantification of that. You can say, yeah, I've manipulated the medium and the object responds in that medium. Thereby, it moves in a specific direction, up or down. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say my contention with that is, from what I've looked into, if it is density and buoyancy, density, if it's in a heavier, a brick falling, for example, it falls because it's in a medium it's heavier than the surrounding medium.
That's correct.
But
yes.
The medium above it, the air above it, is so slightly less dense than below it. So,
well, I mean, yeah,
why shouldn't the brick fall up?
No, the brick's relationship with the environment. It's not. So, it's the brick's relationship with the environment, dude.
But you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know what you mean, because the air that you're talking about has
a
equilibrium.
Dense equilibrium. Why shouldn't it fall up? Because the sky above it is less dense.
No. Because of the fact that we're dealing with the mediums, right? The mediums and the pressure and medium, all they're working together. So the pressure right now is greatest at the surface. You know that, right? The air thins out as it goes.
Pressure. What do you think causes pressure?
The container. The container is the cause. So when you have a container and you have you put pressure in it, like air or whatever, what's causing more of that pressure is that that is being contained by that container.
If all
not all systems. No. Yeah, but not all systems. Not all systems are the same. So in this regard, with the Earth, it's a dynamic system. It has an ever-changing, fluctuating system. So it'll have high pressure and low pressure move into and continuously mix in every environment. That's why we have ever-changing weather on the surface. There's always highs and lows mixing in with each other. All right, so
yeah, I'm not denying temperature definitely does have a role to play in the fluctuating temperature. Pressure. But so for me, I'd say the pressure gradient makes complete sense if there is a force pulling.
Well, if there more like you should say more. The way you should have worded that was if there was a force. There isn't a force that actually regulates that. Unbeknownst to you, I don't think you've never dove into this topic enough to find out whether or not you can prove what you're saying. I'm telling you, if it was,
yeah, no, you're not wrong. I definitely haven't dove into it. No.
Well, I mean, I'm allowing you to kind of go down the path of logic until you realize whether you can produce the evidence or not, and I know maybe challenge me or whatever. I don't care. I want you to see whether you can come up with the answer that you're seeking. Perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, okay. So here's my contention. Do you think that high pressure can't exist adjacent to low pressure without a container?
Yes, of course.
These are laws that we understand with gas pressure.
It's just a genuine question.
Yeah. Hold on. It just depends. Why do I get people interrupting? I don't understand.
I think
All
that
right.
guy's hot, Mike.
Hey, Mano, can you put yourself on mute, please? All right. So essentially, like, you know, with gas pressure, you're going to have to say that not all systems are the same. Or would you say they are?
No, they have different temperatures, different humidities.
Okay. So there is such a thing as a static system with pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But there's also a dynamic system, which is not the same. So you can't equivocate the two systems to be the same and then make an analogy like you're saying something that's correct. So you'd have to be able to, in context, be able to separate those systems and be able to tell me which one's which. In a static system and a dynamic system, and be able to like differentiate why you would say this is different than that.
Yeah, no, I can explain this, but
go ahead.
If you wouldn't mind, just answer the question that if the kind of high pressure system exists adjacent to a low pressure system.
If it's contained, yes.
It can.
What?
Fair enough. I mean, no. Yeah. So a high pressure. So what's
yes. This can be tested. This can be tested
adjacent to pressure.
No, that's incorrect. That would be the way that I would say it cannot be. But a low pressure enough. Okay, so there's a proposal about the narrative, right? So this is what's in contention according to the way we're discussing, right? In this particular arena, what we discuss is whether or not there's free expansion into a vacuous environment. Do you understand what that means?
Say it one more time, please.
A free expansion of gas into a vacuous environment.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand that's the narrative, right? That's what we're being told is up there.
Well, it's what we observe. It's not just what we're
being told. No. Don't put the cart before the horse. That's the narrative though, right?
No, but it literally is we observe it.
Dude, you just relax, dude. I'm going to get there. But that's the narrative we're being told, yes or no?
Okay, right, yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. So that is the narrative we're being told. There's a free expansion of gas into a vacuous environment. We can actually have gas expand into the available space if it were so. Now, we do not, on the Earth, the paradigm of it being the globe, why is that not the case? The gas would expand into that vacuous environment. Why doesn't it go out there, just into the void?
Yeah, so I just to say, like, by the way, every time I say this, they don't believe me. I looked into flat Earth, and they almost sold me. This was the point. This was my main contention, because I thought, literally, how can a vacuum exist next to a pressurized atmosphere? Surely the abundance of the vacuum of space should. But once I realized that it's so, let's say it's like 100% pressurized at ground level, and then it's 99, 98. That's not the actual numbers, of course, but so it just gets less and less until it's eventually a vacuum. So when they say gas,
I can give you the numbers.
Equilibrium.
I can give you the numbers. Sorry to interrupt. I can give you the numbers if you'd like.
But just for the audience, to finish the point.
Well, but for the audience sake, though, I just want to say, for the audience sake, the pressure on the surface is said to be around 14 psi, and at the top of where the ecosystem of the Earth, the ecosystem is said to be at the exosphere, right? Well, excuse me, right at the top part of the thermosphere. It's said to be 10 to the negative 7 torr. So it's super low pressure up there, right? But beyond that would be the vacuum space, or, so they say, but that is a vacuum, correct, to say that from the surface at 14 pounds per square inch up to the vacuous environment of space. So those are the two high pressure differentials we're dealing with. But continue, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say it just gets less and less until. So you say that gas pressure, and rightly so, it seeks equilibrium. Hence the gradient that is it's seeking equilibrium. There's more of a differential in gas pressure from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom than there is from the top of Mount Everest to space. So the real question flat earthers should be asking is, where's the container between
No.
top?
Let me stop you there. Hold on. Let me stop you. I got a very important message to bring to you. This is something you probably never heard of before. Now I'm going to enlighten you, because this is going to challenge this is going to be challenging for you. What is the highest level that you could measure pressure or air pressure? Now, I'm going to speak in terms of the atmosphere known on the Earth being a globe. You have the troposphere at the very lowest parts of the atmosphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. What is the highest level of altitude we can measure air pressure?
I don't have a fucking clue.
You need to know, because that information is a gap of knowledge you don't have currently. And if you don't have that currently, you're assuming that those numbers that I just given you about the vacuous state of where the Kármán line is said to be, up the upper parts of the thermosphere, where low Earth orbit is, you're putting that as a given. Most people do. It's not your fault. There's been a challenge to even flat earthers. The argument has always been gas pressure without containment, right? That's the way you've heard it. But there's even a bigger one. There's not even any knowledge that we have measured pressure in that specific altitude that the thermosphere is. Unbeknownst to you, you've been arguing this point for quite some time, and it sounds like that is your point to make now. You don't know this. Nobody does, because it's never been measured. I'm going to give you another big one. Temperature in that environment has never been measured. Now, you can get calculations, you can get inferences, you can get all kinds of derivative understanding about what that environment is like, but never measured at all. So there is a huge assumption with this argument that there is a specific type of pressure that's up there, 10 to the negative 7, that's never been measured. You nor anyone else in here cannot provide a direct measurement of air pressure in that environment. Bar none, dude. You're going to walk away from here going like, shit, I can't prove that the vacuum exists like I think it does, because nobody can. You could look online, talk to ChatGPT, phone a friend. I don't care. I've challenged many people on this. You will not find an answer of what you think the vacuum is up there. So to make this argument come alive, you'd have to know. Hold on a second, sir. To make this argument come alive, you'd have to know how it's been measured. Measured, not calculated. There's two very big different things there. Not inferred, actually tested. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So that argument will not proceed.
Point. I will admit I'll have to. I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, this shit doesn't really keep me up at night. I guess I'm just bored.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, the more interesting point,
conversation, because I am curious about people's worldviews. I'm not.
Well, this is
flat earthers,
bro. I understand this, right? But what I'm saying is, Building 7. Most people have not challenged themselves to find out how they formulate their arguments. So the argument was that, of course, the one that you were coming in here with, or at least proposing, was gas pressure without a container, and the way it's proposed. But I'm here to tell you right now that a lot of people don't know this, that they're giving that argument a lot of weight when they say that what the pressure that I told you about, 10 to the negative 7, up at the upper levels of the troposphere, is said to be that as a given, and it's not. There is no measurement of it being what that is.
Unfortunately, I can't take you saying there's no.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. Let me add a little more to it before I conclude. I spoke to a good buddy who's actually a glober. His name is Brendan. He's a meteorologist, right? He comes in here every now and again. We've had a lengthy discussion many times about this, and I've actually wanted to know more about it. But from an academic standpoint, I can guarantee at 2025, it's never been measured. The highest level that you can actually measure in situ, which means in the localized area, is only up into the stratosphere. So right above the troposphere is the stratosphere. From the stratosphere beyond, you cannot measure air pressure. That's it. That's where this argument dies, dude, because there's a lot of assumptions people have to make if the argument is to be alive and is to be had.
Okay.
You have to tell me what the temperature, how the temperature and the pressure is measured in that environment that they say it is up there. Otherwise, zero argument.
Yeah, so what,
I mean, we could hypothetically, but
what is if it's not a vacuum, then what is it?
Well,
and your
God knows, brother. God knows.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm asking you to speculate. I'm not.
I don't do speculation. Not when it's crucially important for people to understand. The position we have right now is one of honesty and integrity. That means that I have to tell you I don't know. So I can't proceed forward to tell you, well, you know, if I really think about it, it's a dome and it's got like blue and it's, you know, kind of curvy. I can't do that, bro. Not today, not now.
I just think here's my issue. The heliocentric model is it's fucking ridiculous. Like when I looked at it, the bodies spinning around each other, I looked at that shit and I thought that is ridiculous. A spinning water ball, like this spinning fucking basketball with water glued to it, flying through space. But then I looked at the flat Earth model and I thought that seems ridiculous as well. So I'm not.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Biased in the sense, but either way, it's like either a snow globe or a basketball.
No. Wait a minute. Wait. You got us all wrong over here, man. Listen. Okay, 24/7. The group. This guy's in here. Very smart guys. Nobody in here is gonna like. You have to first ask us what do you think cosmology is? What is the Earth like? Is it flat Earth? Like, what does it look like? We're gonna straight up tell you, man. That if somebody proposes a snow globe, I'm going to tell you straight up, there's no way you can verify that, bro. At all. Pizza disc Earth or whatever it is, you know, it doesn't matter. You can't verify this. 24/7 will stand behind this. I don't think anybody here is going to be like, oh, it's a pizza disc. I guarantee it. No one's going to say that, bro.
I don't
Everyone's going to be like,
just got a pretty, as he left, where's obvious at? He's got a pretty pizza looking profile picture. Like
I know, but it's just an image, dude. It's like, it's something to get the conversation started. And you know, our server had that too as well. I think our 24/7, but it's just a picture. It's not like people take too much. They make too much of things, right? Because people like pictures and stuff. But I know obvious it'd be. He's a very smart guy, that guy. Anyway.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Maybe you had a run-in with him and you don't like him. What I don't care. What I'm saying is though, it's important.
I love him. I love all flat earthers, but I disagree. But I just think these conversations are interesting.
Well, yeah, of course they are.
I think people often take it the wrong way. The reason that flat earthers get a bad name for themselves isn't necessarily what they believe. It's the way they go about it.
It's a presentation.
Yeah, because you're like completely reasonable, and we've had a fruitful conversation. I've learned some stuff that I'm going to have to go back and, you know, you've stumped me on some stuff, and I'm going to have to. Again,
the only thing I'm trying to
keeps me up at night. Yeah. But I think flat Earth is often
Building 7, man. Look, man, we're both living on the same Earth together, man. At the end of the day, we both want to know the truth. Okay, we both do.
Yeah,
that's what we both seek. We don't care about what narrative is being spun. At least that's what I'm getting from you. We don't care what narrative is being spun. We just want to know what is the truth. Like, let's get to the bottom of this. And if we can reason with each other, bro, that at the end of the day is we win. Both of us win.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. My issue is what I started to realize is, like, does it really matter? I'm not saying so. Revolve. To be fair, if it is flat, that would necessitate God, and if God exists, we should probably be thinking about our actions and morality.
You could take it in that direction, Building 7, and I don't mind you that you do. You can take it in that direction. A lot of people might not see it in that perspective, which I still.
But my point.
I mean, I'd say I respect it, but you know, to each his own, I guess.
Yeah, my point is,
in that regard.
See, what I do like about flat earthers is, like, I know for a fact we agree. We probably have a similar worldview in the sense that we know the fuckery that's going on, and we have a radical distrust of the government. and
I see that by your image, dude, your profile.
Yeah, yeah, you get it. You get it. That's the beauty of it. I don't need to explain it. The Building 7 is like, you know.
Yeah, they can fool some of us, but not all of us.
So you don't watch TV then? So you don't watch TV or the news or anything like that then, right?
Just pure fear mongering degeneracy. No, I don't tend to watch that shit. I can't actually enjoy any body slap anymore because I realise that it's all just fucking propaganda.
So to someone like you, that, or you know, the mainstream school for your children, or anything like that, like I can see you kind of detesting because you hate when the government lies. And you said, well, what would it matter? Well, to a person such as yourself who hates, you know, governments that lie and do things like that to deceive people, flat Earth matters to you in the sense that, well, every time you turn around, they're trying to force it down your throat. I'd be pissed at that if I was you, if what you were saying was true.
No, if it turned out that they were lying about it, I guess I just
not if it turned out.
Yeah.
When you say you don't see what difference does it make, so it's like you do know what difference it would make
Elijah,
if they were
it's
lying.
It's one more lie to add to the ever-growing abundance of government lies.
But you know what difference it would make because you said I heard you already. That's why I'm speaking now. So my point to your point before, and I can end it with this because I heard what you said. You spoke clearly for yourself, right? So you said it wouldn't make a difference. Well, clearly it would. And you're sitting here trying to debate me about how it would make a difference. Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. I'm just pointing out, obviously it matters to someone such as yourself who cares whether or not the government lies about stuff.
Yeah. So my point is, of course, if it turned out to be flat, as I said, again, this is my opinion. I'm not speaking on behalf of the flat earthers, but it would seem that it's a creation and it completely goes against the whole narrative that we've been sold. Probably evolution would be bollocks, that God would be true. And so I agree that if it's true, then that shakes up the whole fucking system. My problem is, like, we've still got to go to work and pay taxes to pedophiles.
Yeah, I know, brother. But like, truth, I get this a lot, bro. It's not just you. I get this a lot. The indifferent perspective, right? It doesn't matter because I put on one pants leg at a time. So it does matter because people make a big deal out of it. Like Elijah was saying, every day you turn around, they're talking about the globe this and globe that. Everybody wants to talk about how it's a globe, and we're just like, dudes, how do they know? So it matters to us. It should matter to you too.
It sort of did matter to me, and then I just thought, who really gives a shit? Like I've started.
We do.
Focus.
We do.
I get that, but I'm trying to look into like the Federal Reserve and how they print money out of thin air and charge us interest.
Follow your own whatever.
That's just an arbitrary. Well, it's not arbitrary, but shit like that is like that's what I'm trying to understand.
You're talking about what affects your physical world, like if it's impacting your finances. If it impacts your finances, but okay, and to Elijah's point, because not only are they just pushing it down your throat, but not accepting that narrative means a lot of the other derivative narratives are true, which makes whatever your mind thinks about, it also makes it true in your mind. So your body goes wherever your mind is. We need to get off this rock. We're gonna die. Let's go colonize Mars. Or your head's in the clouds, bro. Like, so it's a lot of the implications of the Earth being a globe. Motivate the body to do something about it, right? You want to.
I've heard that argument. Me personally, so the argument of like they want you to believe that you're like an insignificant speck on some like fucking spunk bubble flying through an infinite space vacuum. Now, again, like I still have to wake up and pay taxes. To me, that I don't really give a shit. it doesn't have a tangible effect on my life, which is why I try and look into the things that do matter.
We do try to watch the F-bombs while we're here as well. This is the English hub after all. We're trying to watch the language for the listeners, so drop the F-bombs. And if you don't really care, that's
I'm not
fine.
allowed to swear.
Well, because we're trying to keep the place clean English. That's why. Okay, that's why we try not to swear. So can you stop the F-bombs? Thank you. It's offensive.
All right.
Right. Now,
All right,
secondly, if I can just finish now, because you're interrupting me. Secondly, if it is up to you, it's up to you what you want to consider that's important. People in here consider the fact that the shape of the earth, we've been being misled, and what I would like to happen is that situation to stop, because industries have sprouted from this lie, and we need to try and stop that. So I do give a hoot about that. Thank you. I'll stop there. That's all. Just watch the
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
So, Building 7,
Go on.
the thing about the truth is that there's people in this world that say that they value the truth, whatever it might be, but I don't think that they really mean it, because usually when they figure out what the truth is, and then they actually have to make a decision to either stay in the pattern that they were in by living according to the lie versus living according to the truth. Once they weigh that out, they go, well, it's too costly to live by the truth. Even though it might cost me in this area, it gives me freedom in this area, but I'm not sure that I can make that leap. And so I'm going to stay living in the deception that I've always been in, because it's what I know and it's comfortable and I get by. So if you say that you love the truth, or you're trying to find it, what are you going to do with it when you find it? Are you going to change your behavior? Are you going to change how you live? Because if you realize that the mainstream news is nothing but a bunch of propaganda and you've decided to turn it off, that's great. You learned the truth. It didn't cost you much. In fact, you gained time in your life instead of, checking on all these talking heads to see what kind of bullshit they're going to feed us today. So now you've gained time. Right.
The truth is, at the end, because he's like, oh, the government's this and that. Guess what? It doesn't really matter until they're in your face telling you, listen, we're going to war, which means you're going to war. But that's not the point we're at. We're at the point where people still, with their mouths and their signatures, make choices, even that they're not thinking about. But here's my point, though. Like, if all you really cared about was the truth, that you'd be rich right now. And I'll tell you why. Because if I cared about the truth as much as I claim I did, so would I. Because I would be disciplined. So the reason it is, and we've spoke about this before. Now that I remember, and I think we literally had this conversation already. Listen, it is that cut and dry. Here in America, it's that cut and dry.
I'm not interested in materialist possessions. So my strive.
So I'm not talking about materialist possessions. I'm talking about.
No, but you said about money.
The freedom to care for your family, live somewhere, eat. Do the politics that you want, vote the people in that you want. All of that.
I value things above. The reason I'm on a quest for knowledge is purely just because I'm fascinated with the world. I want to figure out.
But you're not, though. But you're not.
Oh well, I'm glad that you know more than me what I know about myself.
Well, you just said one of the most deceptively talked about topics, which is this one. Doesn't really matter. You care more about government stuff.
But for you to try and presume what I know better than myself seems a bit like, if you want to know what I believe, surely I'm. Take it from the horse's mouth. I'm the best person to elucidate what I believe in. I just think that's a fucking strange thing.
Did I ask you that though? I didn't ask you what you believe in.
No, you're saying you don't believe this. You're presuming what I believe.
No. I don't believe what you said was true. That's not saying that you don't believe what you believe. What are you talking about?
What don't you believe?
First and last initial.
Building 7, you came out of your own mouth, man.
That you care about the truth. No, you don't. Because this topic right here is the
most deceptively talked about topic. And the first thing you said was, well, when it comes to this, I used to care, but I don't really care anymore.
Yeah. So Elijah, listen, because this is quite important. You're saying I don't care about truth. The avenue I've taken is I've tried to study philosophy and arguments for God, theism. These are, and again, the whole like building 7 shit. Like I'm trying to read a shitload of books to try and figure out what's the game plan here. If I'm going to raise a child, I want to know exactly what the fuck's going on. The UK is being fed to the fucking
well, that's
dogs,
it. See, that's what I was trying to talk about.
An idea of what,
but then you said that's what I was trying to talk about. But then you said you don't care about this monetary. You cut me off. To tell me that you don't really care about what I was trying to listen. I was talking about the school system. I was talking about the school system that you may or may not, have your child involved in. But again, you brushed it aside.
Education board.
But then again, you brushed it aside. But then again, you brushed it aside to tell me exactly that you were worried about the same thing that I was telling you. That if you were worried, you'd be worried about this.
No, listen. I said I'm on a quest for knowledge, and you said no, you're not. And I thought, well, that's strange. Like some guy on Discord's telling me what quest I'm on. That's.
I didn't say you weren't on a quest for knowledge. You said you were on a quest.
I've got to clip.
Well, okay, is knowledge and truth synonymous? I mean, because you can learn anything you want, but when you say you're here for the quest for truth, and you're not interested in this topic in this room, somehow you found yourself in this room, in this topic, not giving a fuck. That's the only thing I need to know. Oh, you don't give a fuck about this. How could you say you care about truth if you don't give a fuck about this? All right.
Well, I'm here asking sincere questions. Who knows? Maybe if someone presents
the questions are irrelevant to the questions are irrelevant to whether you care or not. You said you didn't. So that's what I was responding.
What I said was I'm interested in these conversations because, again, like I'm just here.
Yeah, but you also said you didn't care. You also said you didn't care about the truth of it. So
yeah, I said it doesn't keep me up at night.
You said you didn't care though. So
yeah, it doesn't keep me up at night. I think there's utility to be had in these conversations.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So there's no reason to disagree with me when I point something out that's flawed. It's like, okay, well, when you say that you're on for a quest of knowledge, but you drop the ball here, but you're asking questions that aren't really relevant to the point that
if I say I'm on a quest for knowledge and you say you're not on a quest for knowledge because you don't believe
no, that's not what I said. And again, you interrupt me to say things that I didn't say. The bottom line is if you don't care, you can't convince me that you're on a quest for truth. Because I don't know.
I'm not trying to convince you. Frankly, I
well,
don't.
That's my point. That's my point. When you say that I don't care about this topic, when you say I don't care about this topic, I just care about the quest for truth. I'm like, well, that's a very dumb, contradictory statement. That's all. That's all I said. That's what I said in the.
Can I say something to him, Elijah?
That's all I said. That is. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're entitled to be wrong.
Building 7, maybe you're on a quest for truth, but you're not on a quest for truth to the same standard that we are on a quest for truth, right? I'll give you here's like a metaphor, right? Say you got some knight that wants to, some fantasy knight that wants to go out and slay evil in the world, right? And he's all willing to go and fight other knights, but then you point him to some dark mountain with some massive evil dragon flying around it, and they say, well, that's also part of the evil. So you said you're on a quest to slay evil, so that's part of it. Well, no, I'm not on a quest. I don't want to go and slay that dragon, right? Because it's a monumental task in front of him. It's terrifying, right? So it's just fear, really. So he's just going to stay at the kind of lower level stuff, right? So I don't. I'm not going to call you a liar, and when you say you're on a quest for knowledge / truth, I just don't think you take it as serious as we do.
Yeah. So what I'd say to that is, I focus on the things that actually matter. Like if the Earth's a dildo, if it's a fucking oblong rhombus,
it's
frankly,
absolutely impossible.
I'll let you speak.
This would not matter. It's just absolutely an impossible notion
I think it's a futile
that this would not matter and not affect the world. And we're not
what we need to be figuring
effect.
out is what is happening within said Earth, and can we do anything to try and fix it?
But everything that we see that's going on with this in society, the way people are acting, the way they're kind of bringing their own systems down, they're working against their own interests with the way they think, with who they vote in, with what they allow to keep happening. It's all just a consequence of another thing before it, right? And the biggest consequence we have in the world today is people just don't know how to ground themselves. They don't know how to think. They don't know how to trust their own authority in things, if they even give themselves any authority to begin with. And you play that out long enough and you get to where we are today.
All right, I want to just
but it's all rooted in this stuff, right? So, yeah. On you go.
I just want to wrap it up here with what Avi has said. That's a good word. But Building 7, at the end of the day, we're just going to go ahead and see if somebody else that does care, we can have a conversation with. There's enough of people that come in here and say, doesn't really matter to me. I don't care. And that's okay. That's how you feel right now. Perhaps later on you will. Who knows? We don't know that.
I'm not trying to take the spotlight. I'm just, yeah.
Let's see if there's anybody else in here that wants to chime in. We have a number of people that are in here, like Miguel. We got Rumi, Rice Bowl, Taco. We got User in here.
I appreciate the conversation anyway. I'm going to hop into the philosophy.
Thanks, man. All right, so Bithray, if you're there, welcome to the channel. Is anybody else in here that want to have a discussion? The floor is open. You guys can chime in with your questions. Perhaps you want to challenge yourself if the Earth is a globe or not. Moving right along, we get a lot of that, man. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. It's like, well, then, yeah, go to another channel. Perhaps you will care about other things.
When somebody says that he finds utility in this conversation, it's like, well, what utility are you finding in it? Are we here for your amusement? What's going on? What utility? If you're not going to do anything about it, if you don't care, jeez.
He's got Eli scratching his head. He wants to find out about truth because he knows truth is important, but just not this truth. This is like, other stuff. Nah, bro, This ain't other stuff. This is the truth. You said you cared about truth, but it's weird.
That seems to be for a lot of people. Trips into like discords like this is like a vacation. That's all they're here for. Temporary vacation.
Maybe.
Like it is for their amusement. Pretty much.
Yeah, they're degossing from the world. They're just like, let me go over here and kind of argue with somebody just to kind of get it out.
Yeah. I'm going to go beat up on these dum-dums. Yeah. For sure.
They find out they bite off more than they can chew. All right, so the new people that are in here, do you like to have a discussion? There's a lot of you guys listening, so.
Dildo Earth? Anybody?
No, we're not going to go that direction. No, we're not going to.
All right.
What about you, Freddie?
Freddie reminds me of, what's his name? Flatterday. Anybody know what Flatterday is? Latter-day Saints?
I don't think so.
That nasty.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah, it's similar kind of.
I don't.
Have we spoken to Rumi? Rumi, are you Rummy? Are you me? Somebody said that's the way you say it. How about Taco? Taco, welcome.
They just listen.
Ty, how you doing? Yeah, Ty. Really trying to get people out on the dance floor, man. Maybe they don't like 80s music.
Who don't like 80s music?
You ain't right if you don't like 80s music.
We're trying to get the tune that somebody wants to come in here. Oh, Taco's typing. Doing good, buddy. Okay, well, thanks for joining us, Invite your friends in here. We're trying to get a conversation going, and perhaps if you have a academic friend, that'd be even better. You got a professor somewhere that PhD? I've been seeing Obvious come back in, 24/7. You were gone a while, right? Weren't you, Obvious?
I was away for a bit, yeah. Well, I've been back, a few months now. Not being so active in VC, but picking that up.
You need an outlet for things that are happening in your area. I've been talking to Jedi. We kind of, I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that we did for Frontline Unfiltered.
To come and be around sane minds, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Pretty much everybody thinks that they have this idea of what the Earth is or how they can present it, but in reality, they just believe that the Earth is a globe. They don't know.
I don't.
It was kind of weird.
Oh, that last guy, Building 7, can't connect the dots and see how it's.
Dude, he said he had a run-in with you, man. He's like, and I was like, oh, obvious. He's a pretty smart guy.
His other username is alcoholic. He was on here last night.
That's how he knows you. Because I told him, I was like, dude,
he got banned.
You did something
exactly because he's using multiple accounts. No, I never banned him, but he got banned yesterday after. He never spazzed out or anything, but I forget who just banned him because he was on an alt account or because he was already banned. And then he's back.
You weren't his favorite person, I guess.
No, he's not that bad. He's not bad at all. He's pretty decent, actually. But yesterday he was explaining to me in AI how he felt he had been tricked into becoming a flat earther previously.
Oh, jeez.
At some point.
By who?
Based on bad arguments.
Fooled you.
That guy. Building 7, that guy, he was saying yesterday night. And he was like, I don't want to, it doesn't matter. Don't need to go into it. But yeah, he did have some some of them older, trashier arguments, as reasons. Of course, when he went through his list, he never mentioned the fucking ground for being any reason for being a flat earther originally, which is always silly.
Indeed. We got Kareem that just jumped in. What's up, Kareem? Welcome to the room. You want to say hi? Just open up your mic. Kind of doing a panel where people can ask questions about the nature of the Earth. So what do you think the Earth is? You think it's a globe in the vacuum of space? Time is it? I'll have to dip here in just a moment.
5 after 1. Central.
Dude, this freaking this head cold or whatever it was I had knocked me the hell out this whole week.
Like sinus infection?
Yeah, something like that, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, those are rough.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Get them pretty often around here. Actually, it'll be congested most of the time. As soon as they get 90 miles away from the city, though, totally clears up. Crazy.
Well, I'm out the other side of it, but yeah, it was this whole week. It sucks because you just don't enjoy like food and stuff. It's weird.
Right. It does. It totally impacts your quality of life. 100%. And then if you're taking antibiotics and shit too.
What'd you say, obvious?
Saying if we spoke the vintage bait bomb.
Yeah. Used to go by Amazon before. Said that I spoke to them before. I don't know. I might have. I spoke to a lot of people. You have to kind of remind me of like a specific conversation we had that would, I remember.
The flat earther test.
What was it?
You literally had to walk me through it because I'm a little soft.
Was it the 3 points? The 3 points? Earth curve, Earth spin, and the vacuum of space. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay, that must have been. Shoot, I'm talking about 2 years ago or more.
No. Maybe 1 year.
1 year. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there another example though of an actual vacuum in nature, like besides the vacuum of space? I didn't think there was, but
not the kind that they're proposing. It's
right,
like naturally occurring.
So vacuums don't occur in nature, basically.
Well, I mean, not in the sense of like animals that breathe air and their lungs are like vacuums, but not like out in nature without, living animals.
Well, part of the vacuum is like it's completely empty.
Yeah, those don't exist.
Yeah, that's not
true vacuums do not exist in nature. No, where there's zero energy, zero matter. No.
Right. So why do we just think it does in space, though?
Well, there's a lot of given for the people give the narrative its power by assuming that things are there. The assumption I went over with Building 7, the assumption that gas pressure is said to be measured at that altitude, what it said it is, even temperature. These are given with the argument that gas pressure needs a container, because it's like we don't even know the pressure that's up there. We can assume that it's super low.
Josh brought you them receipts yet, Evie?
Nope. Still hasn't. He put it in his bio that the REL device, which is that arm on the ISS, has some way to measure it, but it's not. I looked into the article that he has on his bio. No, it's not. It says not the not the one that the REL, where the REL is, but on the other side of the REL.
What's it supposed to measure?
The air pressure in the environment where the ISS is. Plus, it's in motion. It needs to be stationary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are just.
It's only 90 miles up, too, right? Or
255.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I looked that up. Originally, forgot.
255.
The ISS, yeah, 250. Claimed.
Sounds made up to me.
Nah.
Yeah. Josh, yeah.
Josh is he's
satellite engineer.
I never get tired of like taking his arguments like down every time he brings, because he puts them up in his bio, man. Just by doing that, he thinks that that's evidence. Oh, look, it's in my bio. It's like, doesn't matter, bro. It's not. You're not showing how it's been measured by just putting something in your bio. And he doesn't even know too. He's like, well, look at the diagram. Not so much in the text of the PDF. It was a 14-page PDF. Not so much in the text, but it says it shows you in the diagram. I'm like, bro, how do you know that? I was like, you as an engineer, you should be able to tell me the inner workings of that device if it could do that. It functions exactly how you say it allegedly supposed to. I don't know. He doesn't come up with that. If that device existed and you could measure that pressure in that environment, then I think people would have that information readily available on how they do it.
Oh yeah, yeah. If they had it, they would definitely be bragging to everybody that they know the truth, the answer, just to prove the retarded flat earthers wrong. You know, if they had it, they would definitely.
I don't know so much for that, but I think more than that, just to give the information, like, I don't know what's the word here, continuity. Like it would be exactly what the device was created for and can do in that environment. We wouldn't have to be appealing to like, oh, well, who said it and where was it and look for it, and then that device isn't the actual one that could measure it, and let's look for another one. Like it's stupid, dude. We have to go on this Easter egg hunt trying to find information out.
Yeah, there's always gonna be, a claim like prepackaged and ready for how they can do anything at all regarding space.
I'm just like,
the question is always how did you verify that they're actually doing what they claim to be doing?
One thing I was telling Josh too, I was like, wouldn't it be awesome if we had a documentary that was like an exposed or a tell-all? I'm pretty sure that you guys know about this one that's coming out. It's called The Age of Disclosure. It's coming out on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I'm not sure like what the topic exactly is going to be.
Marco Rubio and some of the other like political figures that are in the know. They're not
like aliens.
They're not
alien disclosure.
Yeah, but they're gonna tell you about like that there's alien craft and alien bodies and all kinds of dumb things, dude. And then that they're disclosing that information where it was highly held. Dude, if you listen to the trailer for this thing, you'd be like, man, they could be hiding the globe like in the same manner. Because they're like the secrets that the government wouldn't allow. And of course governments have secrets. Like there's a bunch of people that are advocating for this like boldly because they're disclosing it. Yeah, we had to hold some secrets. It's like, no shit, dude. So you're admitting it on this alien disclosure thing, but yet how could we not? And a lot of it was like, well, most of the public, like they don't know, but the government does have these secrets. But talking about the aliens and whatnot. And it's like, okay, so they're admitting they're holding secrets away from the public based on the type of information, like the, space aliens. And yet people are still like, oh, well, of course they would hide secrets about the space aliens. And we didn't know about that. But now that it's being disclosed, now we know about it. It's like, bro, so everything that we've been talking about, the Earth being, a horizontal plane, flat, doesn't make any sense to you that they could be hiding the globe idea because you can't verify it. What if that's the other thing they're holding back too? Like, it's age of disclosure, my ass, dude. Sorry,
dude. If you think about that for just like long at all, like they can never fully disclose anything. Guilty of so many fucking crimes, like against everybody on this planet, pretty much. Like all the abductions and the murders and shit. Like,
yeah.
If they really have that 0 point energy for almost 100 years, they didn't tell us. Like, that's just robbery, epic level.
But it's so bad though, because people come in here like, dudes, I can't believe we're talking about flat Earth in 2025, and they're kind of like chuckling to themselves and like, if they've been not only the age of disclosure with the space aliens, but the chemtrails is another one coming out on Amazon.
Dude.
That's another one coming out on Amazon. Huh?
I think Hibbler has a chemtrail documentary. I don't think it's on Amazon.
No. This is like a I guess you could say mainstream. It's like more of a mainstream type thing, where they were saying, well, the people regarding the conspiracy of chemtrails, they were right. Like you hear like this dramatic kind of. Like, dude, like it has to come from these guys. It has to come from these guys for you to believe. Like, why? If people have been saying and like this is, and I looked into it. Sure enough, dude.
But they're normalizing it, AB. They're normalizing it,
Bro, listen, dude.
Oh yeah, dude.
Slowly being injecting it into the public conscience, so that it's just like
there's a computer program.
That's just a thing we live with now.
Guys, this will fuck y'all up. Feel free to fact check this too. there's a computer program that's supposed to like alter eyes in the old photographs to make them look like the skies now. So you can look back in history and say, no, it's always been this way.
No, the thing that I'm talking about is
fucking seeing a photo from the 1800s with crisscross patterns in the sky. Oh, must have been all them blimps at the time, maybe.
Of course, man. They're trailblazing up in the sky. Well, one thing that I'm going to tell you is like every time that these topics get brought up, like other ones, it's hard to kind of like talk about them because they don't have a lot of weight behind like any information we could show for like documentations or anything like that. But ever since like people have been talking about like weather modification, stuff like that, that is an actual real thing, and it's not a tinfoil hat conspiracy. It's a for real thing. Like a lot of times people are like, "Oh, let's not talk about the tinfoil hatness of it." Like, no, it isn't. They freaking got documents that are saying there's companies like I saw the document that showed that over a certain ski resort, I think it was in Nevada, somewhere, and next to Colorado. Like there's certain ski resorts they're modifying the weather up there so they get more snow. They're making it snow more in those regions so that the resort can have,
Dude, we probably haven't had like real natural weather since the 60s, man. First weather modification patents start off in like
most people said they started in the 80s, bro. Like in the 80s, like it really took off.
No, we've got patents going all the way back to the 1920s, if not before that. I got it bookmarked on X. There's a giant list of them.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, there's like seriously 100 patents.
I saw a video. I need to hunt it down now again, but it's basically it just goes through every single patent that is even remotely related to weather, right? And these go back to like almost the late 1800s. They started tinkering around with this stuff.
Yeah,
but it used to be though, we would be like, oh, if we bring this topic up, and especially with critical thinkers are in this chat, it's hard to discuss things when you don't have any evidence to present like people that are going to discuss it. So you could say, hey, they're modifying the weather. They got chemtrails. And somebody asks you, okay, specifically what type of chemicals are they releasing in the air? Which ones? And so let's say, for instance, if you're just one of those that were really hyped about it and didn't know, it would make it look like you're just a conspiratorial tinfoil hat wearing person. You just want to talk about things that are edgy and you don't have any information. But now you can look these things up. And of course, I don't know if it was the Trump administration or not, but there has been documents released to the public based on NOAA and all them guys that have to document or have been documenting people modifying the weather over certain areas. Dude, it was like, I put it in Frontline Unfiltered, by the way, and I was blown away. I was like, dude, I didn't know they were specifically targeting certain areas and making it rain more, making it snow more, making it like, what?
In Vietnam, man, that's where cloud seeding tech started, I thought. I mean, that's an official story. We're flooding the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Vietnam because it was such a vital.
Dude, I've heard of that. Like, there's it rained for quite some time, like consistently. I don't know, but
yeah, it's not hard to make rain. It turns out.
Yeah, but
it's not that hard.
Because modification is like not just like producing it from nothing. There's like certain conditions that need to be met in order for you to make more of the thing that you're trying. So it's like,
well, there's already enough moisture out there, right? All you need is a particulate for it to like collect on for it to rain. Sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm saying them.
Tons of climate alarmists are going to watch this documentary, right? And I imagine none of them are going to ask the only valid question to be asked. Like, oh, okay, what? So if you've been modifying the weather, then how much of all this catastrophic weather is because of you?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yep, exactly. So you can't, and then like, and here's the thing, right? There is normal weather and there's modified weather. And to distinguish between those two, that's a difficult situation, right? Because you'd have to have the knowledge of how it was being done in order for you to give the distinction to a critical thinker of how it looks like or what's being done. Because if you're saying, well, that rain right there, that's modification. And if it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weather.
Oh, yeah. And then if you go into like, that hurricane totally got steered directly into, land, like that sounds even crazier. Totally has happened.
Yeah, dude.
It's like, what could you do, remember?
They're putting all this stuff out in the public mind now because, the timing's right. The majority of people running around this earth are climate alarmists, They think we're about to fucking die in some way because of the weather And then they're never going to ask that question. And they're going to just normalize it into society, and as they do, that, we had to go about these means and manners, because of the climate.
Yeah. That was crazy. Like one day, Bill Gates was just like, well, it turns out we're not all going to die real soon. I was a bit. And that's not
you have kids now that like freak the fuck out on a hot summer day. It's like, it's summer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll say it's the hottest the world has ever been. Like, nonsense. Because we've only been doing that since the 70s, right?
It's like, the temperatures can get up high. They can get, kind of uncomfortably high. But don't worry, as long as you're not a total spaz that doesn't drink 0 water in the day and you just stand in full fucking sunlight for the whole day, you're not going to die.
The warmer, the better, man.
And you're okay,
I'm way more concerned about it getting cold.
Of course, these types of weather, heat waves or cold snaps, of course, like elderly people and all that are more, more susceptible to this stuff. Of course, it's just natural. Always has been.
But it's just crazy. We are.
Yeah.
I think though,
it's uncomfortable for the human body. Oh shit! Earth must be falling to pieces.
No, I think we're living the age of disclosure. I think was a good name for that movie that they're going to show about the space alien kind of whatever. It just shows that the time we're in right now. I think this is kind of like that age where, because we have social media and people are fully aware that they can talk to each other from anywhere on this earth, that's, I think, where it's a disadvantage to keep things in like this Cold War secret scenario anymore. It's no use. Those old ways.
Disclosure one.
It will always be useful. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to just say about the disclosure one. You're going to get all the Globers that are going to lap that documentary up, right? And then they're going to come straight in here and be like, why would they lie?
Yeah, dude, they're doing it in the comment section of the trailer for that video. They're already doing that. I mean, they're going to do it even more in the 21st. Because that's when it said to be. It's been out on theaters, by the way. Like certain viewings of it in certain locations.
Yeah, but you don't remember like 15 years ago, like that guy, what was his name, Alan Greer or something? He had a whole thing called the Disclosure Project. It's like it's nothing new. This,
Yeah, no,
it's a way for them to like. It's just them dangling the carrot endlessly. It's the same with we're gonna have space colonies. They just repeat that story every few years.
I wanted to propose something obvious, like to the group that we have here. I wanted to propose that, maybe at some point we can elect a few of us to actually do a documentary of like these long-held secrets to people that we could actually have an open dialogue with certain questions that we want to actually propose to them, and see if there's anything that we can gain from like why things aren't being disclosed. And I'll give you kind of an example of what I'm talking about. There's certain information that's kept from our minds, right? Like, is there any way to know the gas pressure, temperature measurement at the altitude where they say the ISS is? That's one. Number two, the black box that we have inside planes. There's an actual information inside of that was not disclosed to like people that want to know if it's actually referencing a horizontal plane or if it's actually using a curved surface. That information inside there could give the answers to those questions. And why they're kept under like doors that are behind like proprietary systems. So it's like we can't access any of this information, and they're saying things like national security, for public and safety, like. So they're not allowing people to know information that really isn't like something that's detrimental to a specific country. It might be detrimental to a company because if they disclose this and another company could copy their the way that they've made that technology, that could be an incentive not to release it. But as far as if
we were to go through it practically, Avi, like what possible information could be within a black box that would pose a threat to national security?
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, if there's any there's like Yoder was mentioning, like there's a black box within the black box. So there's like a secret behind the secret. So it's like you can know some of the information that's given to you, but that's not the actual thing that's inside the inner part of that black box. So it's like if we knew that information, that would give us the raw data measurements of what was really going on with the airplane flight.
But remember, the public interpret the black box as it's not this construction intended to keep information secret.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be highly durable to endure a crash event.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's their interpretation of what a black box is. Whereas we, from our perspective, our understanding, know that the idea of a black box is definitely to protect information that would kill the globe essentially.
Hello.
Exactly.
Jesus is the only king, bro. Jesus is Hello. the Lord.
Welcome. Hey. So we got a few new people jumping into the chat.
Bro, wait. So, who's moderator in here?
No, well, we're not concerned with that, Resha. What we're concerned with is people coming into this room and be able to give us some information about the Earth they believe is a globe.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. It's true.
I believe it's flat. Yeah.
Jesus is true.
Okay. So if you guys want to participate in the conversation, we're gonna have to do one at a time. So Calamity or Resha's just left. Calamity, would you like to go ahead and tell us how you know it's flat, sir?
No, Earth is flat. If you move it on the ground, you will see that it's only flat. Yeah, you cannot feel the curvature. It's true. It's written in Bible that Earth is flat. So it's true.
We've spoke to this guy before.
Well, have you? Okay. All right. So what we want to do is, if you're able to, sir, be able to tell us how you can test outside in the field if the Earth is indeed flat. How would we make a test?
I don't need to test, bro. I just believe it.
No, we don't say that in here. We do not say those words. We would say to somebody, if you're saying the Earth is flat, you can go outside and not only observe that it's flat, but be able to test. If you're not able to test it, then it doesn't hold the validity of you saying that it's flat. Because somebody say, well, I see it flat, but it's just a huge ball. Understand?
There's a test, like a lens, like a telescope that can see farther ships, stuff like that.
The Nikon.
Okay, so you see ships that are farther? You see ships that are farther, but why would that matter? I want you to explain to me, why would that matter if I see a ship that's far away?
It matters because it proves Earth is flat.
Okay, how?
Because if it was flat, you could see. If it was curved, you couldn't see that ship. It would go behind that curvature. But since it's flat, then you can see clearly with a powerful telescope. But
what's the distance that it should go behind the curve? What is the distance from the observer? Let's say the observer is a 6 foot person. 6 foot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 6 foot.
At what distance away should the ship disappear from the bottom up?
I don't know. I don't know the math. I was bad at higher math. I was bad at physics, so they kicked me out of high school, so I work in
That's
a
fine.
factory. I'm kind of illiterate, but I believe in God and Jesus, and so I believe in flat.
Yeah, but you can't listen, dude. Listen, you don't have to believe in things if you can test them. That takes it out of the realm of belief and into the realm of knowledge.
Well,
that's why I'm saying when you say that the Earth is flat, you have to give somebody who you're talking to a way they can test and validate what you're saying to be true or not. And if you can't do this, then you are just a believer in flat Earth. We have many of those. Many people who believe the Earth is flat, but they can't test and verify it for themselves because they've never done it. So they are a believer in flat Earth.
Man, truth is harsh, bro. Truth is harsh.
Well, the truth is harsh because you haven't tested it. So it's not true that you know the Earth is flat. It's only, to you, it's just a belief.
You know, last time I tested my girlfriend and found out she was cheating on me. So truth is very much scary, so I don't try to find the truth.
How did a blow up don't cheat on you?
Yeah, so I just better delude myself with.
Well, I mean, that was an odd confession from Calamity of what he thinks flat earthers are, that they were bad at science, bad at physics, believe in Jesus and God. Bro, all you did was tell us what you think flat earthers think without any basis for it, because you're obviously not a flat earther. So when you try,
and there's not a real consensus anyway.
You're really just revealing your own bias and bigotry. So, because there's Muslim flat earthers, there's Buddhist flat earthers, like flat Earth was the common thing that everybody thought for millennia after millennia after millennia.
Oh man, now you're calling me bigot.
Native Americans, Aborigines, Polynesians.
My ex. Oh my god.
All right, so you're either going to be able to bring good conversation to the topic, Calamity, or you're just going to put yourself on mute. You can listen. You can sit here and listen, but we're not going to endure much more of your nonsense. How about that?
All right.
All right. What's up, Indio? Sorry you pop in here, bro.
What's up?
Nothing much. Special K, shout out to you, bro.
What? What'd you say?
Oh, Special K at the very bottom, the homie.
Oh, yeah, what's up, homie? We need a freaking rap for Special K, man.
Yeah, that guy right there, man. I've eaten many tacos with that man.
Sounds weird, but
that didn't come off well. The way I thought about it in my head and the way I said it didn't sound right.
Tijuana.
I can't make that better. Let me just leave it the way I left it.
Get better.
That's all right.
So, what do we got for brain rot in here today?
It was pretty good, man. I guess right before this guy came in, we had a good conversation. Building 7 was here from yesterday. It was a drunken mess, according to Obvious at B. Then, I don't know.
I wasn't drunk. His name was just alcoholic.
Oh, he wasn't drunk. It was just...
again. Remember Jason?
Yeah, did he come back?
Oh, yeah, he came back.
Was he actually trying to engage, or was he now again back on the offensive?
I mean, he was going all right, and then he fell apart.
He got triggered, yeah. He couldn't remain composed.
I don't know, because it should be so simple.
Ridiculous. I mean, he just fall apart. You know how they fall apart into ridiculousness? That's what he ended up doing.
Well, because they get frustrated because they think it should be so easy. There's all this proof and evidence. They can't explain it and make it make sense to somebody. They're like, when somebody's like, ask real questions. Yeah, they'd have like complete meltdowns sometimes.
There's a new guy that came. There's a new guy that came into 24/7, kind of like hanging out with us, Freddie. The guy who's just speaking right now. I haven't seen him, I don't know him from Adam, but he's been hanging around.
I lurk from time to time.
It's Freddie. What's up, Freddie? So,
what's up?
How long you been involved in this topic?
Oh man,
It will be
so
you old hat.
so like when did Eric Dubai first start making videos on YouTube? It was like 2015, something like that.
Yeah, probably back then. 20.
Yeah, I think it was
He's
probably
been
about then.
around longer than that, but I think he kind of went public 2016 or 17 or something.
Eric freaking Dubé, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that you
I thought this is retarded, easily disprovable. Not so much though.
have you seen anything since then?
Any of his
I mean, that was like
documentaries?
10 years ago.
I mean, no, I don't think so. Not that I could like him off the top of my head. I don't think so. Not like dedicated documentaries on just
Well,
the topic
that's
of
what I'm
flat Earth,
asking.
you know?
Like, are you involved in
No,
this
I don't think
topic,
so.
or are you just like a drive-by shooter?
I mean, you could
How
praise that you
involved
want
are
to,
you?
but I'm not
You don't expect
insincere.
people- Yeah, I understand. I understand, dude. Like, I'm just asking questions. I want to know. Like, I try to
No,
talk to
like
people
I'm not
based
like
upon
deeply
what they
committed.
know. Well, I just try to talk to people. I try to listen to people and talk to them basically. There's no point of talking to somebody at like making references to what would be considered advanced or high level stuff if they don't know that, right? You don't start talking about general relativity to a fifth grader.
Right.
That's
Right.
kind of pointless. So I just wanted to figure out kind of like where you're at on this topic, because we're so far past what Eric Dubay did. It's like
I get it.
it's grown
I
way
just-
past that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just threw his name out there because that was the first dude I could remember.
You know who he reminds me of, Indio? And I've said this before, and that was, I think, Says Who agreed with me. He reminds me of Latter-day Saints. That's his demeanor, I think.
Yeah,
It's a rad handle. Real.
he was on here earlier too.
Yeah, he's about the same. About the same.
He's stuck in United States is stuck in 2016.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what
No, I could probably definitely bone up.
He asked the dude, "Do you believe in undersea cables?"
Yeah, totally. And NASA being like the biggest. Wait, is that not true?
He's right
Is that
there
totally
with
not true?
Latter-day Saints, bro. He's right there.
Look, we don't
I'm gonna take
debate
that as a
Glovers.
compliment.
Just Freddie, we don't debate Glovers anymore. We interrogate them because
Always.
we're at the point where we know that they don't have any
Oh, yeah.
information. Nothing. The average person, we're not trying to like. We can prove the Earth is flat, but they can't even give you evidence the Earth is a globe. That's the thing. All they can do is say some other guy. There's some other guy. He knows the Earth is a globe. I don't know. They know. And that's where we're at this point, where we've scraped away all the bells and whistles, all the propaganda, all the stuff. There ain't nothing left. It's all been laid bare at this point.
Yeah, dude, there was some real globe murderer in here. He's like dismantled a few people that I've personally seen in like the chats and shit, and on voice chats.
Well, you got to
I don't
think the
remember
Earth is
saying
a globe is a positive claim, dude. Okay, you're going to say that despite all experiences to the contrary. They need to demonstrate how they actually know that that is true, which obviously they can't do.
Oh, that's called Russell's teapot too. The concept that the burden of proof lies on the person making the claim, not on the person to disprove
That's
it.
always been the case. I mean, that goes back to like Aristotle. That's way
Sure,
back
I just
then.
didn't know that it had like a fancy name like Occam's razor and shit. Call that
It's a
concept
burden of
Russell's
proof,
teapot.
right? It's called the onus probandi. That's what it means. Burden of
Sounds Roman.
I love when Glovers try to say, "Oh, it's no longer a positive claim because it's the consensus." Just like, get the fuck out of here.
They wish it was.
Onus probandi means the obligation to prove an assertion or allegation that one makes. So the claimant, the person making the claim, has to prove it.
Right.
They have a positive claim that isn't obvious, right? If it's obvious, You know what I mean? It's obvious that, like, there's no men that are 50 feet tall. That's obvious. You kind of don't have to prove that. But when you say the Earth is a ball, that's not obvious. So they need to prove it.
It was fun talking to this guy earlier. You should have been here, Indio. It was the guy who wanted to actually use the word knowledge in replacement of belief. And he gave me an example about being born.
It was Stryker or Pema, right?
Stryker, yeah. Stryker, okay. Whatever his name was. No, wait. Pema.
It was one of them two.
It was Pema. Pema said that, well, you could know that you were born. And he used that one. And I know you like that one because we always talk about that one. He's like, you could know you were born on, a certain day. And I gave him an arbitrary date, March 5th, 1989. I was like, think about this, right? You're told you were born that day. You say you know that. That's information they gave you. You know the information, right? But you don't know the veracity of that information being true or not. So you don't have a knowledge of that. So you can't say you know based on being able to verify and validate that information for the veracity of its truthfulness. You can't know that. So you just believe. You weren't there to witness this. You didn't know it. So it was put to him in many ways, right?
He was there. He just couldn't read the calendar.
Well, yeah, he wasn't aware of it. So the awareness and the ability to cognitively realize that whatever the passage of time or whatever, to know that day is whatever day it was, to say that, so you couldn't test and validate that is exactly what day you were born. Oh, but my mom told me, so I know that is true because she told me. I was like, yeah, but you're saying that you can't validate that information. How are you going to do that, man? You can't test and validate you were born on that day. And he's like, but my mom said I was born. I was like, yeah, so your mom could have been on medication. Maybe she lied to you. Who knows? Whatever reason it was.
At birth, right? Maybe your mom's a kidnapper.
Now, there is no way that you could validate that information. You're taking it as a truthfulness because you think that's true. But if for some reason she came out and said, no, your birthday was one day before that, then your birthday has changed. And it wasn't true that your birthday was on the day you knew where it was. So knowledge of the information has been tested and verified, and it's not true. So it's not knowledge, it's just a belief. But it's like a colloquial way of saying, I know that I'm born on whatever day.
Right.
And the whole premise was that he wanted to interchangeably use the word knowledge with saying that he knows that the Earth is a globe. That he was greasing the skids, or trying to. Anyway. So that he can have a better foothold to say that he knows, just like he knows his birthday is whatever day, he knows that the Earth is a globe. Because he's trying to say, I can believe and know at the same time. I was like, no. Somebody can tell you information, but you're not able to check it. That's the part where you either know or you don't know. Not the part that you know the information. They could tell you dates, and you can know that those dates are something they told you. That's good. They told you some dates. But how do you know that's when you were born, dude? We got back to that.
Dude, it's like reading a book, right? You can know what the book says, but you don't know that the information in the book is actually true.
Yeah.
Right. So they call reading the book. I have knowledge now. Yeah, you have knowledge of the contents of a book. That's the only thing you know. You know that book says something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the real meaning of history and versus historicity. History doesn't mean it's accurate or true at all. It's just study of documents. I think that's all it really boils down to. It doesn't have to be true or accurate.
Rabbit hole. But it's really like the mental gymnastics, right? That Jason was just we're giving him evidence, and then the mental gymnastics he has to do to even maintain the position for 3 seconds. That I'm like, so there was a laser test that was 40 kilometers across a lake. And he's like, well, it could be refraction. I'm like, okay, you need so much refraction that basically you have a 70-degree temperature gradient on the surface of the water. And obviously that's not physical, and that doesn't occur in nature. So, that's not going to happen. So what else you got? Could be gravity, could be this, could be that, could be freaking, dude, just inferior, like everything but the kitchen sink. Instead of just going, hey man, that test result is pretty freaking interesting. That's too simple.
Yeah, I mean, it's way easier to just say you don't know something. It's just really easy to admit that you're unsure of something. Like, I don't know.
Well, when you ask them, hey, you say it's refraction, what's your justification for that? They don't know. And it's amazing the amount of flat Earth evidence is that the Earth looks flat. It's freaking insane. Or that you can't observe something, and that's the evidence for it not being that thing. Oh, what's your evidence the Earth is spinning? I see the sun move across the sky. Okay. Did you think about what you just said? You said, I saw the sun move across the sky. You didn't say you were spinning. Oh, I'm moving.
Yeah,
what do you see? The sun is moving. I mean,
yeah, what's that final speed that we're all supposed to be hurtling through space at? Like, isn't it?
Oh, it's freaking
ridiculous.
1.6 million miles per second or something.
Oh shit, that's even more ridiculous than I thought.
Or per hour, something like that. So, AB, you were going nuts. I mean, not nuts, but dude, you were freaking. You were doing batting practice yesterday.
Hello?
Yeah, he was just teeing up balls, man. He was just teeing up ballers. One would come up, out of the park. Another one would come up, out of the park.
Yeah. It was fun because I was allowing them. The thing that I like now is that because these guys, they come in here, they think that
this dude, you weren't in here anymore, but I was like, I go in the live stream and I'm listening and I hear you like, go look on Wikipedia. Like, we'll take Wikipedia at this point. Like, we'll take we'll take ChatGPT at this point. Dude, I'm like, that was so funny, but it was old, man, because I came in here to freaking tell you that was funny, but
I wasn't here?
Yeah, because the stream I was listening to, like, it didn't update.
Oh,
like hours before.
It was lagging.
Yeah.
But
that was
I told these guys, honestly, like, most of the ones that are in this server, the English hub, they're just learning English, and, whatever country that they're from, they're trying to get English learned and then speak it. I think it's hard for them to even conceptualize, like, how wrong it is. So I'm just like, dude, come up with whatever you want. Like, phone a friend, like, talk to your professor. I don't care. Call ChatGPT. Do whatever it takes for you right now to get the answer. And it always comes back to, like, they don't even know how to do that, dude. Like, to approach finding out information about the Earth being a globe. Dude, they don't know how to do it. They're just totally.
Well, I mean, how would you do it? All they can do is go debunk flat Earth. That's the only thing they can do is type that. But how do you confirmatory evidence for the globe, right? If you like, say you actually didn't know anything about this topic, like, I need confirmatory evidence for the globe, and tried to search for that, you'd have a hard fucking time, man.
Yeah, that's the thing, that they don't know the ways to do it, or even if they were attempting to. But they come in with this religious, like, fervency, like, it's just like, oh, it is a globe, but it's not flat. And then they launch into how it's not flat. So well, you didn't even prove it was a globe, dude. And it's hard for these guys. They've been living under the guise of the Earth being a globe for such a long time. They're just accepting it as a norm. That's not their fault, they're being oppressed by this information. And then you get the ones who, like, Building 7 was like, oh, it doesn't matter anyways, like, just not, flat Earth is not a top of the list of my priorities of looking for. It's like, the man's in here, curious about what we're saying, And it's like this whole he's indifferent about it. You know how I feel about when people say, I'm just indifferent, it doesn't matter. Like, no, dude, like if you're on the search for truth, it does matter. You're just selecting what you think truth is, and oh, I like that truth over there, and this one, not that one, which is flat earth. Don't like that one either. You're selecting. It's if truth is what you're after, it would cover a myriad of topics, bro. Everything. That and that and that and that is all truth, all of it. And if you're not seeking it out, then you're not searching for truth. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for what is inconveniencing my life. What is inconveniencing my? They're talking about the Federal Reserve and how it's a scam and all. Oh, that impacts my life because I pay taxes. Like you just want to know about the stuff that directly impacts you. But how do you know this doesn't? You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
But how does that knowledge though impact?
I mean, how does it impact you guys? Right? Apparently, you guys have had your eyes open. Like you guys don't believe in the global, the sphere Earth agenda. I want to hear from you guys, right?
It doesn't exist, brother. It does not exist.
Why are you asking us to believe in something?
It's a mythos, just like the Greek gods and all that. All that stuff is a mythos. Like you don't right now. And we're talking about it just right now. You couldn't even tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. Even if I gave you ChatGPT and your professor and academia, and you don't have. There's no way.
My question.
Well, you don't get the veracity of the importance of the claim that the Earth is a globe. It's so entrenched in your mind. It's almost
interested in that debate or that claim. I was just interested in how it affects your day-to-day life.
Yeah, because you listen. Listen. You know why you can't. You know why you can't understand? Because you don't know the importance of it. You can't understand. Like if you look into us, kind of like scratching your head, right? You're like, why do these guys think it's so important? You don't realize how important it is because it's not a part of your important. The things that you register as are important, right? Because a long time ago, when you were a young child, they told you it was a globe. Your teachers or whoever, you've accepted that as a part of your worldview. Now it doesn't matter to you. In your mind, you're like, I don't care. Why are you talking about the Earth as a globe? We learned about that when I was so young, but you didn't. You were told it was a globe, and right now that you have a critical thinking mind, at least I think you do, you won't be able to tell me how you know it's true, and so you don't understand the implication of you thinking that it's a globe. Then it wouldn't register to you if I said, look, the flat Earth is important. Because if you're starting to think that the Earth is a globe, then everything else that motivates you to do things like support climate change or fight for a war that's telling you that you're running out of resources or whatever, then you're not going to get it. But if you understand the fundamental principle of it being a globe and all the things that are following that, then you would understand. But you can't right now because you don't know.
Okay, literally the first thing you think, Silver, when you wake up is, where am I? Everybody does. And now you're like, oh, flat Earth, globe Earth, where I am, that don't matter. When it's usually the first thing you think about when you wake up.
I don't say that I don't care. Like this guy, he went on to a ramble because he didn't understand what I was asking.
Not ramble.
Wait, it was a ramble, right? Like, I was just asking you how it...
A rant, maybe, not a ramble. Listen, dude, you have to realize if I ask you if there's any way that you can prove that the Earth is a globe in any way, right? By testing and verifying it, how could you respond to me that you know anything about the Earth being that thing that you've been told your whole life?
You don't get it, bro. You don't get it.
Yeah, you could answer that. I mean,
why does it matter? Because you currently believe in something that doesn't exist, dude. That's why it matters.
It's a mythos, bro. And it may trigger you to keep yourself silent because if you continue to speak, it might trigger you to get upset or whatever. But this is the point, sir. If you don't realize the importance of it, then you just continue to believe something that is not true. It's called misinformation. And that's what you currently have. You're misinformed about the Earth. But you're choosing to stay that way, to stay misinformed. It's your choice. Anywho,
I mean, there's an easy answer to that question, right? how would you know? I mean, so if you think that the Earth is round and you know the shape, then the answer is that you've obviously took some kind of measure of it, right? If you had this knowledge of what the diameter was, then you'd be able to calculate a curvature. Able to say that this is so many feet around, and at every so many feet, it will curve this much. Right? Like
he climbed up.
But am I remembering this wrong? It's 8 inches per mile, right? I mean, supposedly.
Squared. 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, we get it, man. It triggers a lot of people. That's why we have this conversation. It's an open forum so that you can challenge yourself and or challenge us with what you might think it is. It creates an interesting dialogue for others to hear.
For sure.
You have any more input? It's over. Hold on, Freddie.
I mean, I don't know what to say really. Like,
I mean, let's start. Let's start
with like the consensus of the experts in the field. I can't really get into a conversation with all of this stuff because if we go into like backing up claims with evidence, I'm not an expert, and even if you guys have studied into it, I wouldn't really be like able to understand myself anyways.
Okay, so currently right now, would you say it's not wrong for us to say that you just believe that the Earth is a globe?
No, I've been in this VC before. I've had a couple of talks. I am what you would call a globe earther.
Right, but you just believe it, right? You don't know it.
Belief is as in I don't know in a
matter of faith
or certain.
It's accepting the premise of the Earth being a globe without any evidence.
No, so belief is a very funny word in the sense that it's just wherever
I just outlined what it is. It's not funny. I just outlined it. Belief is acceptance without evidence.
I'll explain it. Well, that's one.
Yeah, we can strictly define it.
Can I?
No, yeah, but in this context, we can strictly define it to have one accepted meaning. You know?
Okay, sure.
And then we don't have to bend words and shit. You know?
No, we don't. I'm not bending words.
Freddie, let him finish.
Like belief has two definitions. One is just stating something as to be true, and the other one, which is saying something as true without evidence, right? Which is faith. I don't take that, like, I don't believe it because it doesn't have evidence, right? If you were to ask me to present the evidence, I would just refer you to the consensus of the scientific.
The consensus. Okay, let's look at that. What is the consensus pointing to? What specifically?
I mean, in every single major like scientific field, like it's kind of a resounding yes. The world is clearly a sphere.
A resounding yes. What yes to? Yeah, but yes to what? Silver. What are they saying yes to?
Well, I mean, it's not a question. It's not that a question has been proposed to them, but it's the fact that they all like.
So that whole statement that you made about them saying the whole statement you made about saying them a resounding yes is untrue because he never made that statement according to you.
I can be more accurate. Like it's like they all
do.
Like the kind of point I was trying to get across, right? Like you're kind of nitpicking my words. Is the fact that the scientific community as a whole accepts, like the Earth being a spherical body.
Oh, so they accept it without evidence, then.
Go ahead, Suzu.
No, so they in their own field have different bodies of evidence, making them reach
such as.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing. It's like in each field they'll have their own different things, right? Whether it's like,
give me an example of one.
I mean, if it's like if it's astronomy, it's like they can like see how like it makes sense to them in the field of astronomy. If it's like geography, they can like make sense of like the Earth's tectonic plates. If it's in the sense of like biology, right? They can make it sense in like terms of the seasons and how like the Earth and the sun, like the Earth being round, as you guys I'm sure like would like change every single aspect of science, right? It's like in every aspect of science.
Dude,
no, sorry. Everything that you just yeah. You just gave me a kind of a laundry list of nothing right then. You gave me different types of fields of study or institutions or whatever, and then you said they studied their thing and they came up with the conclusion that the Earth is a ball somehow, but you didn't actually give me the evidence.
No, I told you from the get-go that I wouldn't have anything to give you. I'm saying, I've said this from the start, like, it's because of all of these bodies unanimously come to the same conclusions, right? They are people who are experts who have studied the evidence, right? The scientific consensus is based on evidence, right? They
How
don't
do
just
you know
make
what the scientific consensus is, Silver?
Well, because that's, well...
Yeah.
How
do you know what it actually
or
is?
like in general, how does...
How do you,
Yeah,
you're
okay,
saying
so
that
it
you
depends.
unanimously agree. I know that's nonsense right off the bat. But how do you know what the consensus is? And how would the consensus determine what the truth is?
Sure. So in each... Well, it doesn't actually mean it's the truth value, but it's the closest we are to the truth, right? That's what the scientific
How do you know
method
that?
is. And the
Since
more
when? Since when did how do you know consensus gets you the closest to the truth?
No, it's not just any consensus, right? So science is a method of getting closer to the truth, and the scientific consensus
No,
is
it's
based
incorrect, bro.
on... Huh?
What you said is incorrect. First of all, science, even according to science, doesn't try to prove things. So since they don't try to prove things, they can never actually find out what the truth is. What they try to find out, they try to give the best explanation based upon the available evidence. But the word best is subjective. So best to one person might not be best to the other. They're storytellers, Silver. They're
Okay,
storytellers.
so
And you don't know what
firstly,
the
you said,
scientific consensus is.
let me
And even if
please
there
address the
was,
thing you said,
hold
right?
on, Silver. Even
You
if there,
said
you don't know
wrong.
what the scientific
You
consensus
said wrong, and
is.
then you debunked a point I never made, right? I never said that science is trying to prove to the truth, right? I
You said truth. They said they try to find the truth.
Yeah, no, I mentioned the word truth, and
Truth
you
and
said
proof are
you
the
took
same
my
thing.
wait. Let me finish. You took my words out of context, and you said they try to prove the truth. I didn't say that, right? I said that we tried to get as close
Truth
to the
and
truth as we can.
proof are synonymous, dude. When
They're
you say
not.
they try to find the truth, they don't try to find truth.
No, truth and proof are firstly not synonymous, right?
Yeah,
like
they
that's
are.
that's just not true.
In this context,
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
I would beg to differ.
Okay, so how would you prove something to be true?
How would you prove something to be true?
Yeah. Can something be true without proof?
Proof is a way for assurance of truth, right? You may not be able to necessarily prove something, but that doesn't mean that its truth value is reduced. But
doesn't it have to bear out in reality, friend? Doesn't it have to have some kind of qualifying? Isn't there a quality to it? There has to be a quality, right?
We're getting into a tautology debate. Look,
no,
this is a tangent. I don't even know
no,
what
it's
you're
not.
saying.
Yeah, no. If I know something to be true, wouldn't it bear out in reality? Wouldn't I have some proof?
As I said, some things are true. You can have proof. Some things are true. You cannot have proof for them. Like
Give me an example of that.
And that's
proof. Give me an example of something that is true without evidence or proof. Give me something true without proof of it.
Well, in the scientific world, we wouldn't really like.
You wouldn't call it.
I'm asking you for anything.
So
I guess it would be like logical truths, right? Like, do we like go into like 2 + 2 = 4? Do we take that as truth? And like, it just goes into a whole different philosophical field. I don't know what you're asking me here.
Yeah, if I have 2 apples and I have another 2 apples, I prove it. Okay, I can count 4 apples now. Great. Can you give me any instance where something you say is true you don't have evidence for? You have an example of that?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you have something that is true that you don't have proof for, evidence for?
Well, I mean, like I said, there are some like logical truths, right? They don't necessarily have proofs. They're kind of circular in reasoning.
So as this conversation.
You're not giving me an example. Can you please give me an example, dude? My goodness gracious, it's like pulling teeth with you.
I already did give an example. Just
no, you didn't.
That's not conceptual. That's actual truth with evidence.
Yeah, but
I can get 2 apples and add to another 2 apples, and I have 4 fucking apples. In reality, I have proof of it.
Jesus,
that's not an example of what I asked for.
I don't think that's how you do a proof, bro. Okay.
You gave an honest answer earlier, right? You said you would just appeal to authority because you don't know, right? Appeal to the experts. There's a resounding consensus. Okay.
Even though he doesn't know what the
who's an expert?
Hold on, Freddie. That's what I asked him. I said, how do you even know what the consensus is? He doesn't even know. He can't tell me how he found what the consensus is, or how they found it, or what they did. It doesn't matter. Listen, brother. It doesn't matter if they unanimously agree on something.
Like a medical. If we're talking about like a medical.
How do you know what the consensus is?
You'd see the different organizations of different medical institutions.
I don't know.
What happened to that guy? Just cut off.
Medical.
Yeah,
we're not talking about medical anything in here. Use a different example.
Medical stuff. So, and that's the worst thing to bring up, dude. Really, because one of the leading causes of death are medicine. So just stop, dude. Medical malpractice is like the #1 cause of death.
Third, right? I thought it was third.
What rule did it take?
Okay, the point is that I don't know why you guys bring up medicine for some evidence of scientific truth. It's literally
I was literally explaining something, but I got caught up. I don't know.
We want to know how you know what the consensus is. Did they take a survey?
Yeah, I was explaining that, but I'm afraid I'm going to get muted again.
No. We want a quantification of the number, as in they took a survey or they did a vote or something.
Or an even easier question is, what consensus?
We're not getting off this. No.
You
I want to stick to this because Freddie, it's important to point out his flawed reasoning and that his reasoning in the first place.
Because it just feels like people are just speaking to each other here.
You can feel whatever you want to feel. How did you know? How did you figure out what the scientific consensus is? Is there a paper somewhere I can read where they voted or counted what everybody thinks?
Yeah. Sure. So sometimes they will have large bodies of scientific institutions.
Okay, show us the vote they took. Show us the vote they took. Show us the vote they took.
Yeah, sure. Look, you be patient first of all. So I said sometimes, right? It depends on the field. It depends on what you're talking about, right?
Astrology.
Okay, show me any fucking scientific body that took a vote on the shape of the Earth.
They don't take votes. Like this is again, you're like
I know that. So you don't know what the scientific consensus is. Thanks for proving my point. You prove my point. You don't know what it is. You don't know what it is because they don't know what it is.
Let me answer.
You don't know what it is. Why don't you just admit you don't know what it is?
Okay, I guess there's no point in talking, right? Because you've already made up your mind. No matter what I say,
you're just assuming. You need to validate your claim.
You haven't even given evidence of what the scientific consensus actually is.
Scientific consensus is formed in
whatever you say it is.
Organizations like
how do you know what they think? I'm asking you how you know what they think.
I am answering. I'm answering. All right.
So no, you're saying the same stupid shit over and over again.
Okay. Well, it seems to be like jumping over your head, though. Like I don't know what the issue is there.
Listen. To determine what a consensus is, you have to take a vote or count the number of people. You have to do a survey.
Consensus works. No, that's not. See, this is exactly the issue, right? They don't do a vote.
No, that is how scientific consensus. Because the word consensus is a quantification of a number. Consensus means that there's a quorum of people that believe the same thing, right?
Yes, exactly. But they don't.
And what is a quorum?
Right?
Is that more than 50%? Can you have less than 50% scientific consensus? Yeah, it's a number, dude. You can try to run away from it. Scientific consensus is a quantification of a number. So when you say unanimous, that means if everyone voted, everyone would vote in the affirmative. And when you say consensus, that means a vast majority, a super majority, would vote in the affirmative. Okay? You're trying to pretend that you have some sort of quantification of what people think when you don't. You don't know what they think, and even if they did think it, even if I grant you, yeah, there's a scientific consensus, what tests have they done? That's what I'm going to ask you next. I'm going to go, hey, These scientists that you're talking about, that you're appealing to, when did they test the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, so you can't validate right now that there's a number of how many agreed to say that there's a consensus, is what he was bringing with that first point. Do you have that numeric value that we can know 10 out of 20, like what is it, 15 out of 20? Like what?
Yeah. So I said this from the start, and obviously, like, it's still just not hitting. That there isn't like a vote, there isn't a number. That isn't how scientific consensus. Like, I get it. You found a nice new
Then
word
how
and you
does it
like
work?
the idea.
How do you know when there is a consensus?
So look, I'm gonna try
but we
one
need to
more time
determine when there
explaining
is
it.
one versus
Listen,
there isn't
all
one.
right.
Maybe there's a scientific consensus for flat Earth. How do we know there isn't?
I can try explaining it one more time, and hopefully I won't get interrupted. And maybe then you can repeat back what I said scientific consensus is, and hopefully then there isn't miscommunication. Right? Do you want to do that?
We heard what you said 4 times.
No, you didn't.
We want to know how you know.
You said it twice.
Look,
you both
dude, all you're doing is defining it over and over again, Silver. Silver, all you're doing is defining it over and over again. How do we know whether one exists or not?
How are you still messing up the definition? If I'm repeating it, why do you keep saying
you repeating it's not going to make it
Silver,
true?
it's not the definition that's the problem. How do we determine whether one exists or not?
You're questioning that if there is a scientific consensus. Cool.
Well, how do you know if one's there? How do we know there's not a scientific consensus for flat Earth?
There isn't. You could go look it up.
How do you know?
Because scientific consensus is made by having majority major organizations.
There he goes. Quantification.
There you go with the major. Silver. You're getting. Hold on. Silver. You're getting caught up. Silver. Yeah, dude. Just wait, dude. Wait, hold on. You're getting caught up.
And has he validated any of this?
Dude, hold on. You're getting caught up in you're like doing a big giant like circular logic right now. So in order for you to know there's a consensus of how many agencies or organizations have agreed upon or said this is like true, you have to give us some way to give a standard to that. If you didn't give us a standard, you saying that doesn't give it any validation that there is a consensus. So there needs to be a standard by which we can understand. You have a method to understand there was 5 agencies that agreed and then maybe 2 didn't or whatever. But you're not giving that to us. So how do we know what you're saying is something you validated? There's no validation here. You're just making up things that you're saying, oh, it's the scientific consensus. Yeah, but when there's no standard given to validate it, we don't know how you came up with that. You're just saying it. You're just saying it, Silver. You're wanting to feel good about there being a consensus, so you're saying the words, there was a consensus, and you don't give us a method to verify the veracity of your claim that there is a consensus.
There is, because I said so.
Because it's such a ridiculous question, because there...
No, it's not, dude.
Let me finish. Are you going to let me finish? Can you... There we go. Thank you. All right. So the reason I think this is a very ridiculous question is because within the scientific community, there is a unanimous agreement that the Earth is spherical.
How do you know that? You're just saying you're just making the same claim over again.
Unanimous or consensus? It would be
the claim,
dude.
Like,
it doesn't matter that you say the claim. It doesn't matter that you say the claim.
5 or 7. No, listen, it's not because there are like 5 or 7 agencies. It's literally every single.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
Look around. I can go.
Don't tell me to look around, bro.
So, Silver, did you go and do the survey? Did you go and check every single scientist out? Excuse me, sir. And you've asked all of them to perform this consensus. You went and asked every single one of them.
He's never talked to a scientist.
Now you understand the stupidity of your claim, Silver. That's the claim you've made, that every single scientist is saying the same thing. So you've gone and asked thousands of people right across the world the same question.
Screaming doesn't make your point anymore.
I'm not screaming at you.
Very familiar to me.
Oh, it's familiar, all right,
first of all, you've confused scientific organization with scientist, right? Again, you've done that one thing. Like, it's not.
You have.
No, you said have I spoken to any scientists, right? Like, it's not about.
You're the one making the claim, Silver, not me. You're the one claiming that it's scientific consensus. So that means the same question.
Consensus? Are they part of it?
Well, so Yeah, but we don't go determine that, right? We don't choose as individuals, as lay people.
Then what is the standard? Then what is the standard? What is the standard? First, tell us what the standard is. What's the standard to evaluate? Sure. Well, what's the standard to evaluate that there is a consensus? What's the standard?
Okay, so that's I think it's that the crux of the question is that, right? That scientific consensus it's not standardized in that kind of way where every single thing. All right,
well, how
there is a
do we know?
Oh, yeah, because that's the beautiful thing about science.
Hold on, Freddie. We're getting. Hold on.
That is the beautiful thing about science, is right. It's meant to be done like a reproducible scale across the world, right? So
no, that's not what we're talking about. Hold on, Silver, you're getting confused. Hold on, don't go off into the weeds. I need you to answer the question. What is the standard of evaluation to know that there's a consensus on this topic? What's the standard? How do we know this?
Usually, consensus is gauged on, like, I guess, like a major, like if major organizations have done their own kind of stuff and what kind of findings they found, and you compare that with across independent different organizations. Like,
okay, have you done this?
Right?
Have you done this?
With like the Globe Earth.
Yes. Like anything.
No, that's been established since time.
No. Have you done this? No. I don't want to hear it's been established. Have you done this?
No, but all I do is I refer to the scientific. I don't do that myself, right?
Okay, so you don't know that. Okay, so back to my point. You don't know that there's a consensus, like you said there was.
No. There is.
Yeah. No, there isn't, because you just said you evaluate those other guys, whatever they say. You don't do it yourself.
No. So this is scientific consensus is like, it's a self-replicating, self-correcting system in itself, right? So
what?
You will have other scientific.
Dude, you're saying that is a lot of words for a guy who's not telling us how you evaluate what consensus is in a way that we could standardize it to say, okay, there's 10 out of 12 of these scientists agree. You're not telling us that. There's nothing you're giving us that we know that there's a specific organization that has, or whatever, disagreed with the majority to give a consensus. You haven't given us a standard. You're saying words that don't mean anything. Okay, give us a method of evaluating what you're saying to be true or not. How can we do this?
Right? Look, you have an issue that the fact that they aren't standardized, right? Like, I've already addressed this, AV. Like, I don't know what
you haven't. You've danced around in circles for the last 15 minutes.
That's not an
honestly, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt so that you can produce the evidence on which we can evaluate your veracity of the claim that you're making, that there is a consensus. So we're looking to you right now. Give us something that we know that you're saying there's a consensus. At least give us that much. How do we know that you're saying there's a consensus, that you're saying the truth? I don't know that.
So, I mean, okay.
I think this conversation needs a reset, AV. I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Jesus bricked. Bro.
Well, he was about simple.
to.
What were you going to say?
Differentiate between consensus and non-consensus and no opinion. We're trying to figure out how you differentiated those three possibilities into the one that you think exists, i.e. consensus. How did you determine consensus exists, and what method did you use for that evaluation? Yeah, nothing. You went seat of the pants, bro.
Huh?
He didn't get
made a seat of the pants evaluation based upon your textbook said, you saw on TV and that shit. You never made any. You didn't review the academic literature. You didn't read the minutes of the fucking conference meetings. You didn't do anything. You just wanted to chant scientific consensus as if somehow that gets you past your burden of proof. Doesn't matter if there's a consensus. It doesn't matter if there's unanimity. It only takes one.
If you look up logical fallacies, and if you look up appeal to scientific expertise.
It's your opinion, Silver. It's your opinion that there's a consensus.
No. So,
it's your opinion.
Silver, if there's a scientific consensus, then there's an experiment Silver, if there's a scientific consensus, then there's an experiment validating that consensus. Can you provide it?
Yep.
Are you still doing this?
Yeah, if you're not going to contribute, please don't say that we're still doing this. Sorry.
Endlessly talking about the social aspect of things is going to get nowhere. Just provide the scientific experiment validating the consensus.
I haven't looked into it. As I said, I wasn't really planning on getting into debate. As I said,
if there in your mind is a scientific consensus, right? If we just grant you that, then
No,
there
I
must
agree.
be an
There's probably
experiment
experiments as well. Yeah,
that,
I just
that
said
validates that consensus. Where is it? Because that's what we give a shit about, the evidence, not the blah blah
Again,
blah rabble of the
I
people.
heard you the first time. Like I don't have it on me. I haven't looked
So
at
you
it.
don't have it
Well,
on
that's
okay.
Was
So
it in
that's
your
it.
burnt down house?
That's the end. That is the end. You don't have the information to validate the claim that you made that there is a consensus that says that the Earth is a globe. You don't have the information to validate it. Thank you, obvious.
And
We
I
reached
want
the
to
end.
point out something, Silver.
Yeah,
It directly refutes what you said. The scientific is required by science is testable, repeatable, verifiable. Now, I 100% agree with that. It doesn't say testable, verifiable. Check the consensus. Right. So, do you have the testable, verifiable, repeatable tests that show that the Earth is curving on its surface? Because that's the only property of the Earth which would determine 100% one or the other.
Time's up. All right, maybe we can see if there's anybody else that wants to come in. That was pretty good. Mic drop, whatever. He's not going to have the answer later. He's just going to look it up probably. Anyways, thank you for participating, Silver. It was good engaging with you for the moment. If anybody else wants to challenge their worldview, you can do so. There's a live event happening, which is Earth Doesn't Spin. If you're in here for that event and you're brand new to the topic, you can chime in. We want to speak to you. And perhaps you can challenge us. We'll challenge you. And you'll find out whether or not you know what you think you know. Sound fair? Don't be afraid to jump in here, man. Yeah, we get a little kind of motivated to have a robust discussion, but it can't happen if you're just going to sit there on mute. So open up your mic and let's talk about it.
Well, to be fair, Silver came in with trigger words such as, you guys believe the flat Earth, and that triggers me because that's his position. That's his position. I believe the Earth's a globe. It's not our position.
Yeah.
I mean,
Body
we
of
just spent
science.
a long going over knowledge versus belief. It's crazy, dude, that even after that 30 minutes, you come in with that.
I like it. I do like it because it gives good exposition and people to engage in the discussion that haven't heard how we argue this point. So it kind of, so some people that come in here, are we still discussing this? Really? Like it's all the evolution of the discussion to make sure that we're going somewhere. So a contribution to it would be add something that would be relevant to what we're saying, and it would move the needle on the discussion. So that would make a lot more, sense to do that versus just coming in here and just blurting things out.
Yeah, I said it. I said it before Silver showed up. I said the ones that think the burden of proof disappears because of consensus.
You did say it. Maybe you manifested our reality, obvious. Was that what happened?
Wow.
This conversation exists now because you put it out into the ether.
I'm the guy behind the curtain, man.
Yeah. And here comes Silver with the...
I'm bringing in all the globetards for you.
I think Obvious just made a post-diction.
No, that was actually a prediction. You said that before he said that shit. We were talking about knowledge and belief, and Obvious B said, then in the burden of proof and what it means, and he just came in and said, unless consensus, and the dude said the same thing, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And during the discussion, I think he was here. He was here listening to us actually have the discussion about that. That's the most weird part about it, dude.
So, yeah.
Dude, that's like when they were coming in and they were like, is there any scientific proof of a globe? You did that for like 5 hours. A person up in, they were in there when they heard the answer and still got the answer wrong.
Yeah, you can't make this stuff up, bro. You cannot make this stuff up.
He's went on Deafin, I doubt he's went on Deafin so he can go and find that experiment. He's just not going to listen to the rest of the conversation. Not going to pick up anything.
Well, you heard him say it didn't. He started with the "it doesn't matter," and then he said, "Well, it would rock science to its foundation. I think I'm going to clip those together. I got to cut that out, man. That's funny.
You can put it all together for a good sound clip.
He argued for 10 minutes that it didn't matter and then let the truth slip out. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
They've been doing, there's a lot of that.
Obstinate donkeys, man. They're just being donkeys.
There's a lot of that today, bro. A lot of that. It doesn't matter to me anyway. And then later on, they're like, oh man, it wouldn't matter if it was. It's dumb, bro.
Dude, if they came on TV tomorrow and we're like, yeah, the earth is flat. I don't even know who would even announce it. The UN, the United States, whatever. Consensus. They all consensus governments. The UN voted that the earth is flat. I mean, you know how many people would just like, I don't know, their freaking brains would melt, dude. You you just see heads exploding all around you.
Like the end of that one movie with that spy.
Scanners? Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Scanners.
Hello, friends.
It'd be like the Dave Chappelle with the when Dave Chappelle takes off his Nazi hood and he's black underneath, fucking doing the crowd.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we got Osama. Osama wants to say hi. Welcome, Osama.
Yes, I say hi. How are you doing?
You're doing well, my friend. Welcome to the room. Did you join us for the topic of the room? Earth doesn't spin.
The first time I am enjoy with us here in this room. I don't know what's happened in this event. I want to know and I want to enjoy with you with all people here.
Yeah, we're discussing whether or not people can tell us the nature of the Earth that they live on right now. What it is. What is this Earth you live on?
I don't know actually. This is my first time I enjoy
I don't think his English is enough there, AB. So just listen to it. Just go on a.
Yeah, if your English is not that good right now, just you can listen. But having a discussion with you would be very difficult. So we appreciate you here, man.
I can listen. I hear you. I hear you. I can understand you.
Okay. That's fine. But if your English is not either intermediate or advanced, I would say just put yourself on mute for now, and you can listen, but try not to contribute because it's going to be hard for somebody who speaks fluently English to you, and you don't understand how to respond.
Okay.
So. Thank you for joining us.
People that are native English speakers that have no idea about some of the stuff we say, so you know.
Okay. Got some other people jumping in here. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, we're having an event right now. DJ started the event. It's Earth Doesn't Spin. If you're here for the event, then welcome. Just open up your mic and say hello. And then we'll have a discussion with you, perhaps, if you'd like.
Bro, I'm sorry. Who was that really loud guy with the accident just a few minutes ago? Who was that?
Which one?
We're in the English Hub server.
I said, I think I know, I get it. I said, like, I think I recognize that voice, and he answered me back. He's like, hey, Freddie, you remember me? Is that guy?
Oh, yes, Freddie, I'm here.
Matrix?
How you going, little fella?
Hey, Matrix?
Yeah. I can't remember your name, man.
Matrix. I'm telling you.
Oh, sorry. Gotcha.
And plus, you're chopping up, so your internet's kind of choppy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
It's all right, man. You're choppy.
Dude, Silver's still going at it in text chat saying, there is one, damn it.
He doesn't realize what happened when we were discussing with him, so if you're saying there's a consensus, then we need to be able to evaluate how you came up with that. You can't just say, oh, there's a consensus. Oh, yeah? How do you know that? Well, there just is. Like
the least he could have said, AV, was, I came to this conclusion because they're all paid to say the same thing.
That's the only time you're going to get a real consensus on anything, pretty much. Like, if you're paid to agree.
I'm going to start trolling on. You're going to keep saying there's a consensus. I'm going to tell them, yeah, for a flat earth. Prove me wrong.
Now, DJ's got a little snippet there from Crichton M., the transcript at Caltech lecture 2003. There is no such thing as consensus science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus, period. That's a pretty cool statement, I must say.
So even scientific consensus says there's no consensus. That's not good.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That's like microwaving instant coffee.
So everybody pretty much agrees that they're not real? The consensus don't exist?
Well, the thing is, the point of science, the scientific method, is to leave that shit behind. It doesn't matter what any human being thinks, what their opinion is, whether they agree, disagree. The results of the experiment are the results of the experiment. And no one gives a goddamn what anybody thinks about them. Right? So when you start appealing to human beings and whether they agree or don't agree, whatever, then you've left science and you're in the realm of sociology. Right? We don't care about that. Right? If I do an experiment, I go to frickin' try to boil water. I can tell somebody exactly how I did it, and they can do it exactly where they live, the same way I did it. And somebody else can do it. And it doesn't matter what anybody's opinion is. They follow the procedure, they follow the method, they'll get the same result. That's what science is. It's not all that other crap.
Anybody else that just joined us right now that would like to open up their mic and have a discussion with us about the topic of the room, which is Earth doesn't spin, or the nature of our Earth? Welcome to the room, guys.
Just to wrap a bow on what I just said, as it applies to this topic, what we want is the people that are saying the Earth is a globe. How did they measure the curvature of the Earth, and how can we go repeat it? What was their method? How did they do it? We want to do it too. But we've come to find out that they didn't do it, that they just believed it.
Yep. We have Davis in here. Davis, welcome to the room. Bombi Dagroot, welcome. Bith Ray, you guys that are joining us. Gon Pachiro, I think everybody knows him as an anti-flat earther, right? Or used to be. Not sure if he's one now. Jesus Christ. We got Laugh Out Loud Wretch. He's an anti-flat earther, right? Wretch. Miguel. Welcome, Miguel. NFT Wiz is hot micing right now. What's up, NFT Wiz? Nicholas Dare. Welcome, Nicholas. Are you M.I. or are you me? About, let's see, going on the list here. Trey, Zero, Eternal. All new people, you can open up your mic if you can speak English, intermediate or well. We'd love to have a discussion with you.
Mm-hmm.
Who said mm-hmm?
Me. That was me.
Okay, Zero, welcome to the room. We're having a discussion. We're having a discussion about the nature of our Earth. Now, the topic of the room is Earth doesn't spin. Now, is that what brought you into this room, or would you like to talk about whether or not you can provide evidence for the nature of the Earth that you live on right now? Do you want to prove that it's a globe, or
you can't prove it?
Do I really have? What? Yeah, we spoke about aviation yesterday, but that doesn't matter right now. Yeah. So why do I have to put evidence to the Earth? You said.
The nature of our Earth right now. Do you think it's a globe?
Nature of our Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a globe?
So. Yeah.
Okay. So the evidence put forward from you should be easily proved that the Earth is a globe, not just evidence, but proven. Yes.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. What do you have right now that you can give to us that we can look at?
Like I don't have.
Tell us, not just look at, but tell us.
I don't have any specific thing in my hand that you can speak about the Earth, but yeah. What do you exactly mean with that that appointments you're giving me.
Let's say it this way: if I was to see you on the street, right? I saw you walking, and I say, "Hey, do you know if the Earth is a globe?" What will you tell me?
I will tell you the same thing I said before. You know, you're living on Earth. It's a globe. It's a globe, you know?
Okay. How do we know we live on a globe?
I mean, there's a lot of pictures from the space that proves that the Earth is a globe we live on.
Okay, if I look at one of those pictures, how can I know that I see outside anything that resembles this picture?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any proof on that. Like,
all right. Well, it just turns out that I challenged it all the way to where you talked about the photo, but the photo, I can't take it with me and go outside and verify that any of the photo looks like what I see outside.
And why does Okay,
but, so they're handing you a belief system.
Mm-hmm.
They're handing you images and videos and things, but you can't. There's nothing that you see in the physical world that look like these things.
Hello.
What they give you.
The guys, I was here before, or I was here yesterday, and I know what you're trying to do. I'm not stupid.
Getting you to admit the truth that there isn't evidence. What's wrong with that? Is that wrong?
Trying to get people so frustrated that they're gonna fucking blow up.
Wrong.
Like my football.
Why would this even be emotional for you?
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna answer any questions anymore. I'm gonna mute myself.
So Zero, you're getting upset because you don't have evidence.
It shouldn't be emotional though, Zero. So you're
evidence for what? Evidence for what? Because I live on Earth? Nah,
the shape of the ground.
You're emotional. Why are you emotional?
I'm so emotional. Like
you are. Like, you said we're trying to get you to blow up. That means you're feeling emotions.
So
Why?
Zero, just out of curiosity, if I got you to measure your kitchen table, would you be in tears or would you be jumping for joy or would you just have some kind of breakdown? You grab a tape measure, you measure your kitchen table. Are you going to get emotional?
That will never happen. So that's a question I will never answer you. It will never happen. I don't even know you.
So why are you getting emotional over us asking you for evidence when you wouldn't?
I'm just telling the truth to everybody in this call and in this thingamajiggy.
Yeah, dude, why do you even care if somebody? Okay, why would you even care then? If somebody's in a call, Discord call, talking about a topic that has nothing to do with you at all, it doesn't include you. At what point would you include yourself?
If I remember correctly,
tell the other people that
I was a guy
they included you, not you including you, and the only reason for including you was to cause some kind of emotional distress inside your
I'm
own
so emotional, man. You actually exposed me, man.
It doesn't make any sense what you're saying, dude. No one here included you but you.
No,
you made the choice to click the channel.
You exposed yourself when you said, hey, you're trying to get people riled up.
So how long have you been in this VC? You have been here for 95 hours and you try to talk shit about me?
I've been here for
relax, bro.
I don't think you have to talk any shit anymore, okay?
Take it easy, my friend.
I'm completely easy, you know.
Who are you talking
Take your shoes off and your socks and go put them on some grass outside, brother.
In this VC for 95 hours.
Yes.
completely.
I've been on social media for 95 hours.
Dude, your mic is inside of your mouth, brother. What?
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Who
it's
just
that
timer's not been here for 95 hours.
Yeah, I'm just telling you right now that you should maybe consider to do something else because
that 95
hours. How many hours you got? Zero. How many hours you got on?
And 25
Flight Simulator. How many hours you got on it?
Dude,
got on what?
How many hours? How many hours you got on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Oh god.
So I got about
Post the time
like,
played from your Steam profile. Go on.
in Sims, I think I got like about 5,000 hours overall. But you know, I can actually use that in the real world.
And I'm not going to rag on you for having 5,000 hours. You're doing something you enjoy, right? So why are you attempting to rag on us?
Are you enjoying to rage bait people in here for 95 hours?
We're not rage baiting,
Why would anybody
right?
be emotional about
came
this
in with
topic?
emotions.
Yeah, you have said a lot about emotions. I understand that.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. You just said rage bait. That means emotion. Rage is an emotion, right? Yeah,
Yeah. But you
would you be
actually
emotional
He's a
about
bit
this
of a
topic?
troll, honestly. He's here
I'm
for
a
the
troll,
whole
yeah.
stuff.
Answer this.
Wow.
Why did you play Microsoft Simulator for 5,000 hours when you could have got a real commercial pilot's license with 5,000 hours flight time?
I don't really have 1 million crowns in my bank account to pay my instructor and the academy to my education for the flight school.
Well, maybe because
So no, I'm not that rich. Okay, I'm only 21 years old.
2,000 hours working.
Listen here.
Yeah, you don't want to go there, bro. Okay.
Don't want to go where?
Back to topic. You don't want to go there with the stupid personal insults, dude. So let's get back on topic.
You can say whatever you want to say. I really don't care.
Yeah, you do.
So
that's why you're emotional.
Your name is Indio007. So
yeah, that's right. So you're emotional.
Respect, okay?
Yeah, I am being respectful. You're emotional. I don't know. AB was just trying to tell you the truth. Can you tell me one thing AB said that was factually incorrect?
Honestly, he's probably correct of all of that shit he said to me.
Why is this shit?
Can you tell
telling the truth is
AB
shit?
actually fucking said?
Probably not.
He probably spoke about, evidence about the Earth is a globe we live on. I can't exactly remember because I was.
And that's what's sent you into this
emotional
spiral.
You were talking about a photo.
You got
had a photo. No, you had a photo that was shown about the Earth. And I asked you, how do you know that this is of the Earth? What do you have to compare it to outside? Obviously, it's a photo of the Earth that you live on, right?
Okay.
And if that's true, you're going to take that photo, go outside. You have nothing to compare it to. Doesn't look like anything you've ever seen. How do you know it's the Earth?
I don't know, man. You exposed me. But yeah, do we live on a flat Earth then? If it's not a globe we live on, what is it?
A flat topological plane. Yeah, giggling is not a refutation, brother.
Why are you laughing, Zero? Have you got some kind of measurement that disproves what Indio just said?
Let me ask Zero. Let me ask you a question. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out on your own?
I really don't care about if the Earth
now you
was
don't care.
flat or a globe, or it was formed like my thingy with Jiggy. I couldn't give a fuck.
Oh God, you're coping, bro. Really simple. Why can't you answer that simple question? The answer is no. You wouldn't have figured it out. So us being flat earthers and you're like giggling that we think the Earth is flat. All we've done is reject the stories that have been told to the contrary. Okay. We didn't go and do anything different. We just said, hey, those stories you're saying, those stories can't possibly be true because they make certain predictions and statements about nature. But when we go out in nature, we can't find them. Mm-hmm. Okay? So that's how the scientific method is applied. It's a systematic study of the natural world. And all claims or hypothesis needs to be tested in nature. So we go out into nature and we go, hey, this curvature that they say should be there, is it there? No, it's not. This spin that's supposed to be there, is it there? No, it's not. Mm-hmm. So these things that they say exist don't actually exist in reality. They exist as a concept.
Yeah.
They exist on TV, but they don't exist out in nature.
Yeah, I agree.
Just like your 5,000 flight hours don't exist in nature.
So I'm gonna say something to you right now.
Go ahead.
The hours I have been flown in my simulator, I have learned how to fly the wheeled aircraft. So if I was a pilot, I could easily.
But you've never flown a real aircraft to compare to.
That's true, but
So how do you know you can do it? How do you know the flight sim isn't just bullshit?
Because we do real procedures.
Microburst in the flight sim.
We got the MCDU, we got the FSU, the flight control unit.
Microburst weather in the flight sim.
You probably don't know what that is, but because you
know what a
didn't play
microburst
my
is?
game. Microburst?
Are you
No.
listening?
What is it?
So it's a weather condition. So do they have that in the flight sim?
Yeah, we have weather conditions.
Okay, so a microburst is a like 100 mile per hour downdraft that will cause your plane to drop in altitude thousands of feet very rapidly. So do they have that in your flight sim?
Yes.
No, they don't. Of course they don't. So you don't know if you can fly in the real world, dude.
Why are you saying no? When I'm
Because
saying
the
yes.
weather, because they don't have the weather of the real world in your flight sim.
Yes, we have real life weather.
We have rain. You have freaking fog. You have snow.
I can prove it to you, so that's not a problem for me.
You got flying into a jet stream of 1,000 mile an hour headwind. You got that?
Oh, Indio.
Of course not,
You
dude.
have a good time. You have a great time.
It's like a dude working as like a farm.
Debating is not working, unfortunately.
Play Modern Warfare
Debating
and
is
went
not
over to Ukraine
working.
and got turned into fucking.
Debate is not working.
Yeah,
it's not bite.
Yeah, dude, can you imagine someone saying they worked like
I thought you
5
said the
years
debate's not
as a
working.
farm simulator?
I'm such an idiot. That's why I'm falling for debate.
It's not a
It's
bait,
not
dude.
bite.
Think about this.
We're
You
pointing
just
out
said-
your lack of evidence for the shape
so
of the
weird in
ground.
here. Like, holy shit, man, guys, come on. How old are you again?
Nobody gives a
You
fuck
think
about
you're a
your
pilot
bullshit,
because you
man.
play a video game. I'm a pimp because I play Grand Theft Auto.
And there it is.
Oh shit! Don't crush my dreams, Indio.
Yeah, it's like, come on, dude. It's like some guy who plays like Power Washer Simulator or Farm Simulator, and suddenly try to say like, "Oh, what's your job? I'm a farmer." You're like, "Oh, really? What do you farm?"
Oh yeah.
You're like, dude, come on.
It doesn't really work that way.
That's what you sounded like yesterday. You kept reiterating, "Oh, I'm not an actual pilot," but every time he spoke about anything to do with piloting, he was using we do this, we do that. We've got this for us.
Yeah, how many passengers he delivered? to different
You're in your fucking
airports.
bedroom on your simulator setup, bro.
2D cows. 2D cows. You're going to go from 2D cows to 3D cows? Good luck with it, bro.
It's like, yeah, the one time he said like how many passengers he delivered or something like that, and I'm like, dude, like there ain't no people on your plane. What the hell are you talking about?
It's not even a fucking big deal. I mean, like, people that spend a lot of time in the flight simulators are really knowledgeable about planes and how they operate and operating them, It's a genuine thing. If you just had a bit more humility about him, we wouldn't take the piss out of him with it. There's tons of people that, spend thousands of hours in the sims before they actually go get their actual piloting license.
Yeah, but the Sims are a little bit different. It's not just a video game. They'll have training scenarios built into the simulator, like react to certain emergency contingencies or to go through different procedures. The train simulators have to sit down and go, what high score did you get?
Commercially available sims are pretty advanced at this point. They've got them. They're not like the big setup they've got at the actual airline companies training their pilots, the whole articulated thing and all that, but it's pretty close, as far as what's available in the software at this point. So, but again, he's clowned himself, so we're not going to take him serious on that point.
I mean, just think about it. It's very difficult to say that he believes in cause and effect, he believes in science, and then blame you for his own emotional state that only he has control of. If I was in control of his emotional state, I'd be, don't be triggered. I'd snap my fingers. Be emotionally regulated. And he would do it because I would be in control of it. But since I don't have control, he's going to do exactly what he wants to do, and there's nothing I can do to change or manipulate that. I mean, just arbitrary. He said, this event's been going on for 90 hours. That alone, just 2 digits, caused him to freak out. Just the number of hours next to a voice call. If that alone can cause some emotional reaction, I mean, at that point, she's it, dude.
I mean, I think it's telling on what he, where that came out of, what AV was saying when he was like, I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Well, Zeus, or Zero, I'm going to unmute you. Can you try to get it together? The topic is flat earth, not your flying skills.
Which are Zero?
What's up? I'm back,
Zero.
I guess. What's up, man?
We're not trying to convince you that the earth is flat. Is that what you think we're trying to do here?
No, not at all.
So why would we try to trigger you? Or anybody, for that matter. Let's say you
don't gonna... What? You don't gonna try to trigger me.
And it wasn't you when we're talking about somebody else. It wasn't your emotions. It was everybody else's emotions you were caring for. Why are we trying to trigger people again?
I don't think you do.
You said that. That's how all this started. Now you're backpedaling?
So I have said you try to trigger people to be frustrated, or what do you try to say to me?
Yeah, rage bait. You said we're rage baiting. In what way are we rage baiting?
I can't remember I've said that before. Like,
is it just like a knee-jerk thing you just happen to say when you can't actually deal with the topic?
Can
you say?
I think you have misunderstood something.
That made you rage?
I've never said that before. So.
Well, I mean, why?
Yeah.
Like, why would you think we're rage baiting? I don't get it.
You are not rage baiting. What do you mean?
Well, this is interesting because we have this recorded, right? And so we have you on record saying that you know what we're trying to do and we are trying to rage bait people. Those are accusations from your mouth towards us. And now you're going to pretend like you didn't say that at all.
Can I say that? Can I see that? Or listen to that recording you have?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll get it for you. And then when I play it back for you, you're going to be banned permanently. You understand that, right?
I'm for that.
If you're going to make me go through all of this, and you're going to pretend like you don't remember saying those things.
I really don't know you will ban me. I want to be in here, like, to talk with you guys, you know?
Well, then...
I will then be honest, because if you're going to make me go through the work of proving to you what you said, that you're now denying that happened maybe 5 minutes ago, you know.
You don't have to do it. If you don't want to do it, you can just say no.
We live stream this. So
live stream that.
Got globe, because this is what we call globe news.
Are you serious? Have you are you actually serious?
Yes.
Don't you see YouTube Live up the top of the freaking PC, dude?
With two big red circles. Like holy, one says live with a big red circle.
Went over his head there.
Like this guy, like imagine you're going to a pilot, like you're like, hey pilot, you know what live with a big red circle means? And the guy's like just drools. Would you get on that plane?
So can you say again?
I wasn't talking to you.
I was not listening. Was you talking to me?
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking to you, so you don't need to worry about it.
Okay.
YouTube bot with a big red circle. Another YouTube bot, 24/7 live exclamation point, big red circle. And dude has no fucking clue what that means.
I was actually not noticed that before until now.
They always seem to know what the fuck it means when it's on some NASA footage, right? On the ISS or something. Oh shit!
Right.
This is definitely live.
Okay, so you're ready to be honest now that we got you recorded. It's been live streamed and recorded.
Mm-hmm.
The words come out of your mouth. You can keep lying.
Keep lying about what exactly?
Yeah, this is his game, so he can just go away as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, playing dumb. Just be dumb.
It is my game, playing dumb. So please tell me right now, have I said you are wage baiting people?
Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. Is there someone else we can speak to in here?
I am Spartacus. Like another 19 minutes is going to flip over to 96 minutes and he'll just pop a fuse. Like every hour that goes by just like has a kitten.
He thinks he's too intelligent to speak to us seriously. You can hear it. His credentials for that belief is his 5k hours in flight sim. He's good evidence, though, you know? Like, I don't think he couldn't become a proper pilot. And it just goes to show that you don't need much brains to be a pilot, even.
Yeah, they're selling a fantasy. That's what video games are. They're an escapism, a fantasy. If you really wanted to be a pilot and really thought about it, I mean, like the same thing, like some guys say, I'm a war hero on Call of Duty. You're like, what? Really, dude? Do you think that? So you think because you've played Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, that you've got a Call of Duty in you? Like, holy crap. Like, dude couldn't make it through basic training Shark Week. I mean, like, get off the cattle car and, like, lay out your duffel bag, and this guy would, like, shit his pants.
I wouldn't say it's equivalent, though. Call of Duty's just... It's not a simulator. It's arcadey.
Or surgical simulator. Yeah, straight up. There's a surgical simulator with it. Now it's got the CPR DLC, which is like some sort of co-op replayability. You'd be like, dude walks in, I'm a surgeon. Really? Wow. Well, I've got 9,000 hours on Surgeon Simulator and Surgeon Simulator 2.
Got 9,000 hours playing Operation board game.
Yeah, Operation board game.
When the big buzzer goes off, the patient is definitely dead. He wants unmuted. Somebody wants to unmute him.
I wouldn't even waste a click. you all here are rage baiting me. Okay, so why are you here? I want to talk to you guys. So you want people to rage bait you? Well, no. I think rage baiting is evil. Okay, but you just said the only thing we're doing here is rage baiting you. Rage baiting is like something wrong with it, and you want to talk to us. And you hold all those things in the air at the same time. I mean, dude, that's cognitus, man. That's deep-seated cognitive dissonance.
But just projection. He's in here rage baiting us.
Yeah, it's
if you start speaking to him about planes, he'll sharpen up real quick and he'll give you all the fucking details and he'll go on and on, man. Tell you how he knows this, how he knows that, right? But as soon as you take it off of planes, like, okay, now the globe and the rotation and the curvature and how that interacts with, flight dynamics, how it should, how it doesn't, yada yada. That's when he goes into the stupid mode, So he's more than capable of having a serious conversation. Just refuses to regarding the actual globe.
Well, shit, I guess I'll mute him then.
I talked to him about planes. You can put the theory to the test, though, Kurt, if you want. Unmute him, ask him about the artificial horizon instrumentation on a plane. He'll explain it to you in detail. Then ask him how it relates to the physics, the geometry of the Earth, right? And then how any of that geometry is proven.
Yeah, I asked him one question about aircraft. I said, who was the first flight? Who were the first two people to fly a powered aircraft? An airplane. He had no clue. I'm like, so dude, your whole thing is planes. And you have no idea. He didn't even know what year, was it two brothers?
Didn't even say the Wright brothers.
Yeah, I didn't even say anything. I go, like, what state, what country did it happen in? Didn't know that. What year about did this happen? This guy's like super autistic about aircraft. I mean, like, holy crap, dude. Like, why don't you go, okay, if you think you're being rage baited, people are here fucking with you, just go learn about airplanes. You have enough, there's enough content there to keep you busy for the rest of your life. You wouldn't need anything here. You just go read about plane number one and different ideas they came up with and how things are perfected over time. I mean, just turbo engines, or just pick one thing, just one, like the skin of aircraft, how that's changed over the years. I mean,
I know what you're trying to do, Crit.
What's that?
I know what you're trying to do.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to trigger him.
Yeah. Encouraging him to go ahead and just research things that interest him. Yeah, that's rage bait.
Yeah, telling him just like, hey, take some time, and that's what I tell people all the time. Why is this topic important? Because we document the downfall of humanity, and when you're not doing that, find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. And this guy's like, you're trying to get me to do something. Okay, don't then. This shit is just advice. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do.
We triggering some Globers right now, or what?
Yeah, that's the Zero here. Came in and said, "I know what you're trying to do. You guys are trying to rage bait people, and we're trying to figure out if he has any evidence for that." And then he pretended like he didn't say that. So I think
pretended like it wasn't being live streamed because he didn't know it was being live streamed. Then when he figured out it was being live streamed, then he's like, "Oh, that's so pathetic. Oh, you guys live stream. What a joke." You're like, yeah, we live stream for this specific reason. Globnesia. You'll say something, and then they'll instantly forget. They just said that.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Cyclone? How you doing, man?
What's up, boys? Yeah, all good. How's it going?
Pretty good.
It's going pretty well, man.
Conversations have been okay.
Good, good. Any good Globers in right now? Good Globe believers? Who believes in the Globe the most here? Any takers?
Hey, Cyclone, would you like to speak with Zero?
Zero. I feel like I've spoken to a Zero before, but sure. Maybe he's a different guy.
Yeah, he's certified simulator pilot with 5,000 hours.
Whoa. 5,000 hours over a simulated flat Earth. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little paranoid that you might be rage baiting, but you're the least rage bait person I know. So.
Yeah, I'm not looking to rage bait. Unless observable reality makes you rage, then I can't really help you. Yeah, I'll speak to Zero for a little bit.
I'm kind of curious to see how you'll converse with him, because I know you've got significantly more patience than most of us in here.
Well, we'll see. Even my patience has a limit. As long as he's respectful, though.
Well, if you're up to the challenge, you can always unmute him.
Oh, is he muted? Alright, yeah, let me have a look.
Hello?
Hey,
What's up, guys? I'm back, I suppose.
How's it going, Zero?
It's going great, man. Apart from I was muted for a certain time, but yeah, we are back.
That's okay. If getting muted on Discord's the worst thing that happens to you today, you're doing all right.
Yeah, not really, but you know, it's okay.
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Can you say again?
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I don't know. Like I was just went home for my work, my job, and I had like not anything to do.
Okay. Have you ever looked into Flat Earth before? Do you know what it's about?
Yeah, I was here yesterday. So yeah, I know what you were talking about.
Was yesterday the first time you've spoken about it, or have you been into the topic for a while?
I think it was yesterday. The first time I was here. Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh wow. Okay, so you're totally new to the conversation then.
I am indeed.
What did you hear? What did you come to understand about our position from your conversation yesterday? If you could summarize what you learned.
I learned a lot yesterday. Yeah. We spoke about the Earth, you know, if I had any evidence on the Earth was a globe and not flat, and stuff like that. Like, I cannot really remember exactly what we were speaking about.
And how convinced are you that the Earth is a globe?
I'm pretty convinced. You know, you guys are smart people in here, and I want to give you all the respect I can put into my words right now. So yeah, you gotta have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you heard our position that there's no detectable, measurable curvature of the Earth? You heard that?
I've never heard that before, but yeah, if you say so.
Well, that's like the crux of the whole argument for us, really. I mean, you can talk all day about gravity and satellites and space and all this stuff, but if there's no curvature of the surface, then none of that flies, and that seems to be the case as far as can be observed and measured. No curvature commensurate to this 59 mile radius ball that there would have to be for it to be a globe. So, I mean, if that's not the case, I would ask you who you think has actually measured and detected the curvature of the Earth. Do you know of anyone?
No, unfortunately not. But I have another question. Okay. Is there any reason why I'm the only one that speaks in here and make the conversation continuing? Like,
oh no, there's loads of people.
I have not seen anybody apart from me that has unmuted the microphone.
Okay, well, think about this. Maybe in the day or two that you've been here, you haven't seen that, but this room, this channel, which is on YouTube, has been going for like 7-8 years. We've probably got over 30,000-40,000 hours of live streamed conversation with thousands of different people. So I assure you, my friend, you are not the only person having this conversation. Maybe in the times that you've been here, it's been quiet, but we do this 24/7, 365 days a year. We've spoken to thousands of people, all coming in new to this or not new to it. So yeah, we speak to loads of people. So don't worry about that. But we'll see, people mute themselves because we like to have a good discussion, 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, whatever, like small numbers so that people can hear it. You go into the other channels, like 15 people screaming at the same time. You can't tell what the hell's going on. We ask that people stay muted if they're not speaking here so that, the conversation is enjoyable.
And uninterrupted and, good manners. That's what it's all about. And we wait our turn to interject or make a comment or give advice. This is what we do here. So that's what it's all about. We don't want audio chaos. Thank you.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And it's pretty simple. I mean, I know it sounds like a lot, sounds pretty crazy. The Earth is flat, but really, if you just boil it down to is there curvature or is there not, that one question answers the whole topic. Because if there's no curvature, then it cannot be a ball, can it?
It cannot. It's not a globe.
Geometrically impossible for it to be a ball if there's no curvature. And that's the case.
It is.
I mean, you've never seen anyone measure a curved lake, have you?
No, probably not.
No,
not in my lifetime.
You understand that bodies of water, regardless of the size, are just level, flat.
Okay.
So it's pretty simple stuff, really. Also, the ground isn't moving or flying around at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum. None of that's happening. So,
yeah.
So it's pretty simple stuff, really.
Yeah, pretty simple.
Yeah, what you see is what you get. Because have you noticed that in reality, you experience the surface you live on to be essentially flat and motionless? Like if you go to the beach, look at the horizon. That horizon's just a horizontal flat line.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess you haven't experienced the ground moving around, spinning about at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, I've not experienced that before.
So there you go. As far as you're concerned, the only thing you do know about the Earth is that it's flat and motionless.
Mm-hmm. It is flat. We live on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. No objections. There you go.
But
that was pretty easy, guys.
I have a question about. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, when the Earth is flat, and you know, the Earth has to spin around, so we can live our lives on the Earth.
What are you talking about? The Earth has to spin around so you can live your life? No. What are you talking about? I just told you. Remember, you go outside, the ground isn't spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? The ground needs to spin to live our lives. No. The ground is motionless.
Because it's about the time.
Right?
If the Earth was just standing in one position every time, we could not sleep.
All right, hold on.
And then we
What are you talking about? If the Earth was in one position, we wouldn't.
Why is your colleague laughing? Why is your colleague laughing?
Some absurd shit. You're saying some absurd shit. If the Earth wasn't spinning, we wouldn't sleep. Is that what you just said? See how ridiculous?
Yeah, you're gonna make me look like a fool right now. I know that.
No, the globe belief is gonna make you sound like a fool because that's the requirement. You literally have to act like a fool to claim that the Earth is a spinning ball.
But can I ask you a question one more time?
I'd like to know why you think if the Earth wasn't spinning, you wouldn't be able to sleep. But okay.
Okay.
Do you feel like when you go to sleep at night, it's the comforting axial rotation of 1,000 mile an hour ground that helps you get to sleep or something?
So the brain and the human has learned to sleep when it's dark outside, and when it's dark in a room.
Come on, keep going.
You know, and when it's dark outside, you know, the brain is start to think like, oh, I have to sleep right now. You know, I've been doing work all the day.
Okay, so what about it being dark outside makes you think that the ground is spinning?
Can you say that one more time?
Well, what about it being dark outside makes you think that the ground is spinning?
I've never said the ground is spinning. That would be pretty impossible. I said the Earth is spinning around. You know, there's time zones in every country we live in.
Well, that would be the ground, right? The ground outside that you live on, that's the Earth that you're claiming is spinning around, right?
Yeah, it's spinning around.
Yeah, so you're saying that the reason you sleep at night is because the ground is spinning around, and you know the ground is
I've never said
around.
That. You try to put words in my mouth.
That's what you said.
Why is your colleague going crazy right now?
Well, that's what you just said.
You're just funny.
You just said, if the Earth wasn't spinning, we wouldn't be able to sleep. Was what you said. And now you're getting to the idea
time
that
zones. That's what we call time zones.
It has to be dark in order for you to.
Don't have to be, but
that's
just
what
a thing
like.
we
You
do
like
as human beings.
Yes, I get it. So you're somehow linking it being dark with the ground spinning, right?
Are you never okay? Can I ask you about something? Are you when you know, like it's evening right now? We're getting closer to. We're gonna hit our bed in a minute because
now,
we have to sleep.
Because the ground is spinning.
No,
exactly. Right. So what does the ground spinning have to do with it being dark and you going to sleep?
Sir, I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
That if the Earth wasn't spinning at all, the time was just standing by. You know, the time was not go any.
No, you need to think about.
The time will not go any further. You know, and then we will not be able to sleep. At least, maybe somebody could.
I get
but
it.
You know,
I think what I think's confusing you.
Yeah,
is that you're just talking about day and night.
I'm talking about day and night. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So why do we have day and night? Is what you're getting at?
Because we have time zones.
No.
Oh my god.
It's not okay. Why?
It's due to the presence of the sun and the light emitted from the sun where you are.
You know what?
So
and you know what?
If you can see the sun, then it's daytime for you. And when you don't see the sun, it would be nighttime for you. Yes?
Yeah, that's why the Earth is spinning.
Right. So this is where you're getting confused. And it's understandable because this is what you've been taught. This is what we've all been taught. We've all been taught that the sun is appearing to move because the ground is spinning. That's what you're actually thinking. Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Is it possible that the sun is appearing to move because the sun is moving?
So you are actually telling me that the sun is moving?
Well, that's what the observation is telling us.
Okay.
Is it not?
Do we have any? Yeah.
Zero, don't you see the sun rise in the east?
Isn't that what you're
and set in the west?
Hold on, you pick this up, Sezu. I'll be back in a few.
Well, yeah, don't you notice that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west?
Yeah, I have noticed that. Why?
Okay, so you notice that the sun moves.
Yeah, it moves, but your what should I call him? Your colleague, your friend, is try to, to try me think of, is the sun really spinning around? Have everybody
say that.
in my childhood tried to lie to me? I don't.
No, they didn't try to lie to you. Nobody said that. I don't know why you're bringing that up. Do you think there's a conspiracy? Are you a conspiracy theorist? Your nervous laughter is my favorite, by the way. That's how I know we're having a pretty large effect on you. Yeah, it's nervous laughter for sure. Because you don't know what to say. You laugh instead of saying what you ought to say. But, you're getting wrecked, and so you giggle as a compensation for that. It's hilarious to me. I hope you keep laughing the whole time. So anyways, you notice that the sun moves, yes?
Yeah, it moves. Yeah, correct.
Right, okay. And you also said earlier that the sun, you don't notice that the earth is moving at all.
No, I'm not doing that right now. I cannot see any thingamajiggy that's spinning around right now.
Do you see how they've tricked you a little bit there? They've told you that the reason you see the sun moving is actually because the ground is moving, but they didn't give you any evidence for that. And now you're confused And you think the reason you go to
I'm
sleep...
not confused at all.
Well, yeah, you are, because you think the reason you sleep is because the ground is moving. When the ground isn't moving, as you know, because you live on the ground.
So what you are exactly telling me is that are you not going to bed? Like, are you never sleeping? Have you ever slept in your life before? Have you been? What?
The ground's never spinning. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that the ground is the Earth is not spinning. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Yeah.
So what you're left with is the sun moving. So the reason you can sleep at night is because you live on a flat, stationary Earth. That's cool, isn't it?
He's giggling still. It's funny.
That's okay. Nervous giggling can be part of the process.
Okay. What should I be nervous for? For what exactly?
Well, your worldview is dying, and you don't know how to cope with it.
Yeah, your belief that you go to sleep at night because the ground is spinning is debunked. Like you're realizing that you've never actually had any evidence for those beliefs. You were just told the story. Right? For example, what evidence did they give you that the ground is spinning? They didn't give you any, did they?
I don't think at all. No evidence.
There you go.
Unfortunately.
There you go.
No evidence at all.
Yeah. There you go. It's pretty easy for you to figure out what's actually going on, which is that obviously the sun's moving.
Yeah, I guess we learn something new every day.
Well, you'll learn a lot if you come and listen to the conversations here, certainly more than you learned at school.
Yeah.
Since they didn't actually tell you anything about how the Earth's a ball. They just told you it was. Well, that's all right.
So I guess you don't believe of the folk called pendule. Have you
Foucault's pendulum
about that before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what does that prove?
What's this you've got for me now? A fancy pendulum is going to prove to you live on a giant spinning ball? Tell me all about it.
I will not explain that because I'm not kind of that guy.
It would only be a waste of your time anyway because, you know.
So, but I think it's
how you live on a spinning ball.
My teacher told me in my time I was in school that it proves that the Earth is spinning a lot.
How does it prove that?
Well, once you start swinging the pendulum, then the Earth moves underneath it, and when it stops, Earth stops.
Yeah, right. Because you're going to have to swing the pendulum, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cause of the pendulum swinging would be you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you are correct on that because I'm gonna have a little conversation with my teacher. I think because
just ask him who's ever measured curvature of the Earth, motion of the Earth, who can demonstrate a ball of gas existing in a vacuum. Your teacher will have no idea. He's just paid to teach you these things that he was paid. He was taught by someone who was paid to teach him, and so on and so forth. Until eventually they all just appeal back to NASA and say, well, NASA showed us images and some video, so that's it. So yeah, there you go. Crazy, huh?
Don't be too upset with your teacher.
Crazy. Like, it's mind-blowing as fuck. I like it.
Yeah, yeah,
I like it.
yeah. It kind of is. You'll be all right though.
Yeah.
You'll still be able to sleep even though the ground isn't spinning. Don't even worry, Zero.
Wow, I didn't know that. Like.
Yeah. Well, soon you'll realize I didn't need the ground to be imaginarily spinning for me to sleep. What was I thinking all these years? I've been a fool. But that's all right.
Yeah.
Don't be too mad at your teacher. It's not that he was lying to you. It's just that he didn't care about you at all. He was just doing a job that the state paid him to do. They said teach the kids this, so he did, and he took the money. So don't be mad at your teacher.
Yeah, everyone's got to eat.
Is that pretty hard to say? Like what is? I think I didn't really say anything to you that was against the EU in any point at all in this conversation.
I didn't say anything against you either. I was talking about your teacher. You're going to have to pay attention, Zero.
You just said to me that my former teacher didn't give a fuck about me.
He didn't. He doesn't. Did you get a call from him this week at all? Does he care about it? Or was he just taking money and making sure that this year's students
he
get
has
to the next grade?
You know.
Well, no, he might have cared about you, but the fact is, when it comes to the globe Earth, he's just telling you what he believes based on what he was taught. He's never measured curve or seen a globe. None of them have. No one has. They just all eventually say, well, NASA told us.
Okay, but I want to say something to you. The thing is, my former teacher was actually, how are we saying this? He worked for NASA. He worked for NASA.
Some bullshit now. Nah, don't start doing some bullshit now, Zero. Don't start trolling now just because we've educated you, okay? We're not in the
I'm
mood
not
for that.
trolling you. I'm actually telling the truth right now.
Yes, you're not trolling us, but you're attempting to.
He had a former job with NASA.
You're trolling yourself. In the process, you're trolling yourself. So we're not going to entertain that. Just
he was monitoring
if you don't have any sensible questions or points to make
in the
Zero,
space.
you can just sit and think about what you've been told. Just sit and think about it. Right?
Can you please let me finish? Like you interrupted me.
Well, no. If you're just going to talk nonsense about how your teacher worked for NASA,
no, he was.
Don't waste our time.
He like.
Yeah, your teacher
if
worked
you don't
for
believe
NASA,
it, if you don't believe it, you don't believe it. That's okay. That's completely fine.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So don't waste your time.
Okay.
That's okay, Zero. You can give me his name. It's okay. Can you give me his name? I'll look him up.
Okay.
Are you going to let yourself be caught in the lie?
It is a few years ago now.
Oh, it's a few years.
You know
his name. Let me just Google the NASA directory so I can pick a name.
Yeah. Quick, hurry.
Why even dig your hole deeper, Zero? Why?
I mean, you have our contacts. You know, you were saying at least you have contacts in NASA. So yeah.
Yeah, most of the people that are employed by NASA, they have public record that they work there. So all I need from you is his name, what school he went to that he taught you about Foucault's pendulum, and then I'll just start doing some Googling and see if I can figure out public record. So what was his name again? That's what I thought.
Zero, you need to be a quicker liar.
I can't remember. I was getting. It was a time when I was very young. I remember.
Yes.
Didn't you say you're 21?
Hold on a sec. How
I am 21 years old. Yeah. So at least 8 years ago, I was in my public school.
Public school. What's that? Like high school, primary school?
Primary school. Yeah, you want to say
primary school. So this guy used to work for NASA and then just decided he was going to be a primary school teacher. Did he? Come on, Zero.
Yeah.
I don't know if you think we're
he had another dream, you know,
or something. People that you know. What? I don't really understand what you're trying to do here.
I'm just telling about my teacher. What are you talking about?
Let's have an honest conversation.
Okay, but now you are backing down. It's not
What are
me.
you talking about? A guy who works at NASA.
You don't want to talk about this anymore. You don't want to talk about this anymore.
A primary school teacher in Norway or wherever the hell you're from.
No, I'm not from Norway. So, yeah.
So
but which another conversation to talk about.
Listen, dude, we don't care about your embarrassing lie. We understand you told a lie. Just concede and move on. We can say that you were joking to save you some more embarrassment.
Okay. Can I ask you? Okay, you're talking about lies. Okay. Do we have any evidence about that the Earth isn't spinning? You know, you have many contacts in NASA.
Yeah.
Okay. At least. So can you give me any evidence at all about the Earth is not spinning around?
Yeah, no one's ever measured any spin. How's that?
More nervous laughter.
I fucking love you guys.
Is that a response? Is that a rebuttal?
We have been talking for 1 hour and I don't know 10 minutes, and it has been a great time.
And what measurements?
And now you know.
That time.
But you know, sir.
So in all that time,
said to me before, this conversation has been recorded on YouTube.
Yes. So you'll be.
You have said the Earth isn't spinning.
The Earth is not spinning. Correct. And you'll realize that in all this time, you haven't presented any evidence that it is spinning. Remember?
Yeah, I have. That's correct.
Yeah, you haven't presented any evidence for that.
I haven't. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So what are you laughing about?
I'm laughing about. The thing is
having no evidence
that you have said. You just said to me that I've never said that the Earth isn't spinning.
No, I didn't.
You just said
the Earth isn't spinning.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, the Earth is not spinning, dude. Remember? That's what made you spiral to begin with.
Fucking like. I have never.
This guy not know what's going on.
No, he doesn't. We have to teach him. He's 21 years old. He barely knows anything. There's something called the burden of proof, and the person who makes the positive claim carries the burden of proof. So if you were saying positively that the Earth is definitely spinning, then you would have the burden of proof to show that, to prove that. We're saying we don't experience any spin. We don't have any evidence of measurements of any spin. So what do we need to prove? It's you must prove. Or somebody who believes that they're on a spinning Earth and that's how they need to be able to sleep at night, that would be your burden.
But you already conceded, Zero, that you don't have any evidence for that, right?
Nah. You got me. Oh,
so there we go. Welcome to Flat Earth. What time to be alive.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
He hates it, right? He's so nervous.
Okay.
He giggles.
What? Like
maybe the last.
We're just watching you implode. Yeah, we're watching you implode. You realize you can't prove any of the things that your teacher taught you that worked at NASA. You don't have any evidence for any of it. You're just realizing it, and it makes you laugh and giggle.
You work for NASA. What do you mean?
What about the Foucault pendulum?
What about it?
The most common way to prove Earth's rotation.
Okay, how does it do that?
So basically, it's a long and heavy pendulum. It is suspended in a high roof above a circular area.
Yeah, we know what it is. We know what it is.
Okay, yeah,
just explain the principles of it.
Okay. Okay, so basically, hold on.
Have you actually?
Hey, another giggler.
No, sorry. English is not my first language. I'm trying to think of the words. I'm sorry. Okay, so it works kind of like a gyroscope.
Good luck. Good luck.
We can use the let's go. Based on the geographical, like using the latitude of its location, we can use that same point to calculate, for example, how long a day is. Okay, so to sum up, to make it more simple. The way that it
are you reading off of something right now?
What?
Are you reading off of something right now?
No, I'm trying to remember. So basically, the way that it moves, we can use that in maths, in formulas that prove and.
What's the formula?
If I remember, 2 pi. It was 2 pi radius square root of. Gravity. Okay, it's 2 pi square root of the length of the pendulum divided by gravity.
Okay, what's gravity?
Gravity is the acceleration that the Earth puts on us.
Oh, so you're just taking an average rate of fall. So that would be little g, not big G?
Yeah, little g, little g.
Little g, okay.
It's not gravity.
And so what does that, how does this formula help us understand anything about the Earth moving?
We can use, even without considering that the Earth moves, by taking this acceleration, let's call it gravity. Let's change gravity to acceleration because that's what it is. By taking this, the acceleration, the base of the pendulum, we can report and it's not report. How do you say it in English? Let's see. I'm terribly sorry if I'm not being consistent with what I'm saying. I'm trying to make up the words.
Pendulums swing back and forth.
It's confusing.
Yeah, Foucault pendulum swings back and forth, and there is a claimed precession because of the Earth spinning out from underneath the pendulum, and it's supposed to process at 15 degrees an hour. This is a roundabout way, essentially affirming the consequent, to prove or to insinuate that the Earth is spinning out from underneath the pendulum. The problem with that is that if the Earth is spinning out from underneath the pendulum, then the Earth would be spinning out from underneath everything not attached. And it does not do that. So why in this one situation does that happen when it does not happen anywhere else on Earth?
We can prove this.
And why in some situations... Sorry, go ahead.
No, we can prove this at a smaller cause experiment. If we put a small base moving below with a pendulum that where it's stuck, it's on the base that's moving, but the cord and the pendulum itself is free moving. We can check the same exact movement.
Yeah, but Jaiko, your problem is you don't know. Well, I mean, what's the cause of this pendulum swinging? You swing it. Someone has to start it, right? It's not like they're just leaving it hanging there and it just starts swinging because the Earth.
Correct. I'm saying that the base where it is underneath is spinning.
Right. So there's no way for you or any observer to say that that pendulum is moving in the way that it is because the ground is spinning. That would be begging the question. You don't even know that the ground is spinning to begin with.
Okay, fair.
Right, so that's pendulum out the way. That'd be begging the question. So.
Okay, I'm just using this like to correlate. Okay, this happens this way without going, we went to space without using any of that. I'm just
which you can't verify, so that would be.
Yeah, my point of view is that if we can prove this at a smaller, if we can prove it at a smaller scale project. And the only other way that we see it is...
Listen, it's easier than that. It's easier than that. All you need to do is prove that a body of water, say a lake or a shoreline, is curving down and away from you at around 8 inches per mile squared, because that would match what the globe is claiming. That's all you need to do. To prove the curve, anyway. To prove that the Earth is a ball. That's the first thing you need to do. Do you understand that? Do you understand the curvature claim?
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So how can we, as members of the public, verify that this claim of a curved surface, in order for it to be a ball, is true? What can we do?
Well, the least you can do is just believe and move on.
No. We don't want to just believe and move on. That's what we're exactly pushing back against. We're saying we want proof, we want verification. We need to know that it's true. We're not interested in a religious belief. So, are you saying that there is no way that we can verify it?
Okay, I would say that there has to be a way to verify if it doesn't or if it does spin. There has to be a way.
Well, I want to know first, before you say spin, because when you're talking about spinning, you're talking about a ball spinning, but we don't even know that it is a ball yet.
I mean, well, what I'm saying is, okay, okay, I would say that there is, you're correct. I agree with you. First, we need to know what it is on itself before discussing if it's spinning or not.
So we need to verify this claim of curvature. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can we do that? Has it been done? Can we do it?
I mean, being done, I believe it is.
Great.
What was
Who did it?
What was the name of the experiment? Was it on a Reddit sub where two guys they made a documentary about it and everything?
Two guys on Reddit.
No, I'm thinking it originated on Reddit. I didn't.
It can't have originated on Reddit. NASA were supposed to have been flying off to the moon in the 1960s. They must have known before Reddit.
No, what I'm saying is a group of flat earthers wanted to prove that the Earth was flat. So they made an experiment.
They're trying to prove that the Earth was a ball.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
and it wouldn't have been flat earthers, right? Surely it would be NASA or the government somewhere or MIT or something like this. Wouldn't it? They can't be flat earthers proving the globe and no one else. Because then how did NASA figure out that it was a globe for the 1960s Apollo missions and everything else? That doesn't make any sense at all. What's happened here is they released a mockumentary, some propaganda on Netflix, like 5-6 years ago or whatever, and all the globe believers have just seen this like 5-minute clip that's edited to make you think this flat earth guy measured the curve when he didn't.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let me think.
Are we talking Jaren and his flashlight?
We're talking lack of any surface curvature and therefore lack of any globe.
Lit.
Because Jaiko's figuring out that is step one of claiming that you live on a ball. A ball.
Yeah, man, just reject large institutions. They're all lying to you. Only trust your own first-person observations.
No, Josh. You need to reject all observable, measurable, practically used reality in favor of government space cartoons. That's what you need to do, obviously.
Yeah, damn straight. Yeah. If I can't experience it myself, it doesn't exist.
No. It's if you can't experience it, it must exist because the government said so, right? That's the logic.
Oh,
it's in some ethereal governmental Narnia realm.
Yep. So these large institutions must be lying to you. That's what they're professing.
It's either the Earth is lying or the U.S. military and government is lying. And yeah, they've got quite a good
no, not just the U.S. All of the global governments.
No, they all go through that. No. You think Zimbabwe's going about claiming that they've been to the moon and doing all that? Don't kid yourself.
Zimbabwe does have a space agency, and they are represented at the Nations sub-agency for space policy. So
yeah, they're not
every single member of the UN is a member of that agency.
That they've sent Johnny 5 to Mars and that they've went and played golf on the moon or any of these Narnia children's fairy tales, are they?
No, but they do operate small space systems that orbit using Keplerian motion around the globe. Yeah. Zimbabwe launched.
No. You caught yourself again there, though. You said globe. That would require curvature of the surface, though.
That would require the institutions to be lying, correct?
That would require the lakes to be bending at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Remember, which they're not doing.
That would require assuming Cartesian coordinates, and that constant radius is not level in spherical coordinates.
No, it would be requiring around 8 inches per mile squared of a lake bending down and away from you.
Yeah, in Cartesian coordinates. If you assume spherical coordinates, you can have level and curve at the same time.
Which doesn't exist, right? There is no lake curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
All lakes curve at 8 inches per mile squared.
All right, perfect. Just post the measurements.
Oh, so we'd have to do measurements without a medium, correct?
Well, presumably they've already been measured, since you're saying that this is definitely a ball, and we can go and teach all the kids that it's a ball that's been measured. So where's those lake measurements?
Oh, they're everywhere. But the light used to take those measurements is traveling through a medium that alters the perception from the observer.
Interesting. Well, let's see one of these measurements of an 8 inches per mile squared curving lake in the chat.
Oh yeah, I mean, have you seen a picture from orbit for any of this?
Josh, he's asking you to post it.
Oh, I can't touch the side chat while driving. I apologize. I get yelled at.
I could just go on mute because we were having a conversation with somebody else. So you can just go ahead and mute up. I should be safe.
Yeah, Josh already knows.
Go beat on someone who doesn't know what's going on.
Come on, Josh. Yeah, Josh, you don't know what's going on. Well, actually, you do. You know the lakes aren't curving, so don't
I know
be
the lakes
silly.
are curving.
Yeah, they're exactly. Anyway, Jacob, you had a look yet? You found any measurements of that curve?
I was looking at what Josh was saying about the wakey thingy, and I found the rainy lake experiment.
No, the lakes are curving.
Okay, why don't you tell us about that? What was measured?
Hello?
Oh, sorry, I forgot I pushed to talk. Yeah, I just sent the article. I haven't read it. I haven't read everything, but I mean, it's there.
What's there?
The article in chat.
A measurement?
Yes.
All right, what was measured?
I've said I'm still reading the article.
Well, excuse me. Why would you say that everything is there, but you haven't read it?
Because I'm still reading it.
So how would you know that everything is there if you haven't read it?
I'm trying to find what I can. When I say everything is there, I mean everything I'm reading right now, trying to make a counter argument, is there. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that.
So the counter argument would be what? Good grief today. You guys say something. We asked you to go ahead and elaborate or support or whatever, and you go quiet. What is going on?
Mate, if you can give me the time to make a proper argument.
Yeah, you go ahead. Read up what Walter Bislin has said while he already begs the question, and then we'll talk about the begging the question fallacy within the papers that you're reading. Go ahead. Take all the time you need.
Oh.
Good evening.
Premise. Oh man, what happened to Josh? Alright, where did we get to there?
He came in full sophist mode AI.
Oh. what happened? I had to dip off there for a sec.
Oh, I was just asking our friend from earlier if, since he had read the material, he said everything was there. I said, okay, what is everything? How does it pertain to this? He says, no, I'm still reading it. So he's still reading about the Rainy Lakes experiment or whatever the hell you call it. And he's going to come back with a rebuttal.
Okay, very good. Yes, you guys should be reading. That's good. That's a good start. All right, anyone else then? Who else we got?
Apologize for the outburst. Got to keep you all on your toes.
Sorry, Josh. We understand.
Have a good day.
Some people find it difficult to control themselves on this topic. It's understandable.
No. You got to sprinkle some seasoning in every once in a while. I don't want you all to think I'm completely complacent in these spaces.
Well, that's all right. We're just waiting
in
for
terms of evidence.
Can be late. You know, it's not a big deal.
I was going to say, evidence is in the profile. Happy for you all to go dig if you'd like.
Measurements of curved lakes in your profile, Josh. Come on, stop it.
Oh, no. I can go add that, but it's, whenever I get a request, I go find the source and throw it in the notes section of my profile.
Well, you've certainly not thrown any measurements of earth curve in the profile, and that's basically all we've asked for. Sorry, AI.
I mean, yeah, you can see the uncut rocket footage there. It shows a curvature before stage separation.
We don't want the government space cartoons. We want publicly verifiable measurements of this globe. Not cartoons from the government.
So does a rocket automatically make it government, from your point of view?
It doesn't make it Earth curvature.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, if I attach a camera to a rocket that goes high enough up to see Earth curvature, does that automatically make it government?
You don't have the Earth curvature. First, you need to get the Earth curvature. Because when you say, hey, look, here's my rocket seeing Earth curvature, I'm just going to say, okay, well, if that's definitely Earth curvature, why can it not be measured on the ground from point to point? And you don't have an answer.
Okay. Yeah, but, I mean, you can't see it on the ground from point to point. No, you just can't. That's why you gotta take a step back and look at it from a
you just have to take a step back and rely on the government space cartoons. That's what we're saying.
Lordy, we're back at the beginning of the conversation. If is the ability to take a step back automatically make it government?
No. It's the inability to detect any surface curvature in reality that stops you getting to the government space cartoons, Josh. And I know you know this.
I understand. No, I understand, but I'm saying
so hard-headed about it.
No. But if I'm a commercial entity, if I'm a non-government entity, and I have a rocket that's able to go up high enough to take images, and they come back and show you Earth curvature, does that automatically make them government space cartoons?
And that's not the point. If you're going up and you're seeing curvature, then it would make no sense that when measured on the ground there is no curvature.
Agreed. Yes. It would make no sense.
Right. So in reality, no one's measuring any curvature on the ground. So when they're purporting that they're showing images of a curvature from above, those can't be true.
So you're saying that from a human perspective, at a human scale, you are omnipotent to the context of your existence.
No,
there's no other perspective that could elucidate other context, other scale.
How much curvature is claimed under the globe model over say 20 miles?
67 feet.
No, that's 10.
No, what is that for? That's 10. Oh, geez. Okay, I apologize. I don't use your parabolic parametric function.
At least you know the 10 mile. Okay, so who's measured that over 10 miles then?
Well, it assumes Cartesian coordinates, which is not what we see in reality.
All right, so no one's measured that.
Correct, because that's not
all right, so there you go. Yeah. So see, when no one's measured that, and then you go and tell me, oh, hey, look, we went into the sky and we saw it. No, you didn't, because then it would be measurable. You just said it can't. You said it's never been measured.
Yeah, because drop assumes Cartesian, right? If you said 20 miles and you gave me an arc length or an angular rotation, yeah, then you could use a gyro.
Yeah, no, Josh.
Go do that.
If you claim that we're living in the same world as an organization that can launch a robot onto Mars and faff around for a few years, hundreds of thousands of miles away, then you should be able to measure 60 feet of drop over 10 miles.
You can't measure 60 feet of drop because by using the word drop, you're assuming Cartesian, which isn't true.
Oh, dude,
so that's not true. I apologize.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? See, this
drop
is your sophistry coming in.
Coordinates. No. Drop assumes Cartesian
The drop refers to the curvature, Josh. Is there no curvature?
No, curves drop in Cartesian coordinates. Curves do not drop in spherical coordinates. There is no drop if you're on a globe.
The surface isn't curving down and away from you.
From your initial plane, if you draw a tangent plane from where you're standing right now, and you assume Cartesian coordinates, as in walk directly straight.
A curved surface commensurate to a sphere. You're standing on the top of a ball, yes, in your little imagination land. Yes?
What coordinate is the drop in?
Josh, you're standing on a ball, yes?
Yes. What direction is the drop in?
So then the surface would be curving down and away from you, wouldn't it?
Okay, let's carry this forward.
Yes, okay.
What direction is the drop?
10 miles,
let's say we go
down and away from you is supposed to amount to around 60 feet, yes?
What direction is the 10 miles in?
Yes.
Can we assign some variable? Can we assign some variable to the direction forward?
You can just stop playing dumb, Josh.
I'm not playing dumb.
It's funny. You like to play very intelligent most of the time, but then when it comes to you considering what geometric curvature is of a sphere, you all of a sudden play very dumb.
No, not dumb at all.
Why is that, Josh?
Oh, Lord. I'm standing on top of the ball,
so you just agreed. So the curvature of a ball would be that the surface is dropping down and away from you over a distance to be the curve of a ball that you're standing on.
What
over
direction
10 miles,
is that drop?
You agreed that, and then you agreed that over 10 miles that drop would be equating to around
67 feet. Yeah, 66 and 2/3.
Okay, finally. So why is that not detected in reality?
Because that assumption assumes a flat plane. That drop assumes a flat plane.
That's not an answer, Josh. You're saying in reality, the surface curves down and away at a total of around 67 feet over 10 miles, but that's not detected in reality. We're asking why, if you're saying that is reality, is it not detected in reality? And you're giving us a non-answer.
Because reality is in spherical coordinates, not Cartesian. You're asserting Cartesian.
That's a non-answer. Josh, your belief in this globe has a physical necessity, a requirement of this 67 feet of drop over 10 miles due to curvature. You can't deny that. You're denying the globe to begin with, or you're denying that the globe exists in its lack of measurement. This is what you're doing.
Okay.
And Josh, don't say it's not true. You just agreed.
What direction is the drop in? What direction is the drop in? If I'm standing on a ball on top of a table and I take one step forward, right, or I walk 10 miles directly forward, parallel to the table, and I want to measure how far should be between me and the surface of the ball, what direction am I, is it towards the table?
Josh, this is no problem, brother. It's obviously a vertical drop. No one's going to contest that here. But if you're going to say that this is spherical, coordinates, then you'd be begging the question. And so we need to get the original measurements of the Earth curvature and how they were attained for you to start begging the question.
No. Josh has already conceded there is no measurement of this globe fantasy. That's why I don't understand why he's continuing like this. He's already conceded.
Oh Lord, because y'all don't take into account the medium that the light transfers through.
That doesn't matter. Our argument isn't about the medium that light is traveling through. Our argument is there's no Earth curvature, and you've just agreed.
Your argument is that there's no observations of Earth curvature from a human scale.
No. I didn't say just observation. I said detection. I said detection.
Okay, there's no detection. How do we? Is it possible to take the medium out of it? Is there an experiment where we can completely remove the effects of the medium?
Out of what detection?
I don't know. You pick. You just said there's no detection.
There's no example of a detection to take the medium out of. Yeah.
No, you just said so you look around and see that it's flat.
Even
do you see that there's no medium?
Globe. There's no globe to even posit as a possibility. You've got reference. You've got no reference in reality for anything that tells you live on a globe. It is true.
Yeah, you go up and look at it.
Yeah, you've never done that.
Because once again, the first thing I said was overrule.
No one has ever seen a globe Earth except on TV.
No, because you're requiring the government to lie to you. That is your assertion,
Josh. I don't care about your belief, Josh.
Your belief is the government's lying to you.
You've never seen it. You've just agreed no one's ever measured it. So yeah, you don't even have a globe to posit.
Not with my own eyes. Not with my own eyes, but we have 153 satellites on orbit right now.
Yeah, we've seen Bigfoot and Santa Claus on a screen.
Okay, so you're positing that these organizations are lying to you. That is your requirement for the Earth to be flat.
I don't care. I don't care about any of that. I care about the fact that there is no curvature of the surface. There's no observation of it. There's no measurement of it.
Agreed.
There's no detection of it.
Agreed.
In reality, in reality, there is none.
At the surface, you just said at the surface there is no detection or observation of it. So if you really wanted to figure out what the hell's going on here, wouldn't you want to
verified?
That can be verified. There can be verified, but you throw out the evidence by saying that these institutions are lying to you.
No, it can't be verified.
Yes. You can build an antenna. You can track these spacecraft going over that are taking the images.
Amazing.
You can. You can downlink direct imagery.
You don't need to do any of that. Just measure the 67 feet of curvature over a 10-mile lake. Why couldn't you
can't? Because you can't throw out the medium. We've already talked about this.
It doesn't exist because it doesn't exist.
How do you know?
Because it's not measured.
Okay, then my assertion is that you can't measure it from the surface.
Yeah, yours would be a baseless
How do you prove that wrong?
Yours would be a baseless assertion. I don't need to. I can point out that your assertion is baseless, based on no evidence, based on no measurement, and therefore can be dismissed.
No, you're disregarding every single asset that we have in orbit.
You don't get to just make a claim and then say, well, it doesn't matter that we can't provide any measurement or observation of it.
We can provide measurements. You're the one who throws them out. Yes, we do provide measurements. You're the one who throws them out.
Josh, you can't measure the 67 feet.
From the surface. I'm saying we provide measurements from altitude.
You can't measure it from anywhere.
Let's disagree. That is not true.
No, you can disagree all you want. It is true. You've got no curvature.
Oh Lord, man, you have to
without risking circular reasoning.
Yeah, you've got absolutely nothing.
Go ahead, Yoder. Yeah, go ahead, Yoder. We're going in circles here. I appreciate your insight.
No, I was just asking. I'd like you to convince us that you can establish these measurements like you say you can without circular reasoning.
Well, yeah, you go build an antenna that is able to, build a ground station that is able to downlink information from assets moving around the northern and southern hemisphere at a constant angular momentum.
Hemisphere, so circular reasoning again.
To begin with, Josh.
No. Moving around the
coordinate reference system.
Oh Lord.
Josh, you're getting wrecked, dude. Just go ahead and bow out. This is fun. Getting wrecked.
That's fine. I stand to get wrecked.
All you're saying is to go and tap into a data stream that's providing data that's depicting a certain thing. You can't verify where this data is coming from.
Yes, you can. You can get ranging data from the clock on the asset, and you can observe the relative motion by the data stream moving across the sky. If you just want to throw out all of RF
use
propagation,
the same data to verify the integrity of the data. That's what you're saying.
No, you use ground-based observations.
Pseudo-ranging can be applied to any coordinate reference system, Josh, even flat ones.
Yeah, you can do all this
Yeah,
Star Wars stuff, but you can't measure
constant
67
altitude
feet over
can't
10 miles.
Constant altitude can't occur
You can use
on
the
a flat
same
plane.
pseudo ranging. You can use the same pseudo ranging and apply it to a lunar datum.
Sure. But that
right, so it doesn't prove anything without invoking circularity.
No, that's one data point that you use. It's the range plus the relative velocity. To your point,
Yeah, how do you get the relative velocity?
Guys, I really don't think we need to entertain another hour of Josh and his space fantasies when he's already conceded that there's
throw
no
me out,
detectable
dude.
surface curvature. I'm not throwing you out, dude, but you've already conceded there's no surface curvature, so what, we're going to talk about your imagination for another hour or two? No thanks.
No, we're gonna figure out why you throw out all of the institutions that claim that they have access to a different point of view.
We just want verifiable evidence, okay? We're not denying anything. We want you to present the positive claim.
The institutions that are performing sci-fi,
the telemetry data from the ISS is public.
Millions of miles away, like little Johnny Fives, but they can't measure 67 feet of surface curvature over 10 miles. Cool story, Josh. Cool story.
Cool.
Josh, you said that curvature is not detectable from the surface by any means, right?
From a human perspective, no.
Okay.
You put
that other guy onto the Rainy Lake experiment, right? Walter
I did not.
No, you didn't.
I did not.
Are you aware of Walter Bislin?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was waiting for you.
Hold on, wait a second. So, Josh, are you throwing out all of Walter Bislin's stuff as well, then?
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Yeah, right.
I'm not. I'm open and honest. I do not lie in this
Any
room.
Glober has done, right? Fucking McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. I'm sure you're aware of some anti-flat earther out there, right? They've done observations. They claim to have done measurements, whatever. Are you throwing all that shit out too? They have all completely
I followed
wasted
the final
their time.
experiment. I was going to say I haven't done a ton of long range observations.
That's something in the sky. We're talking about global observations as well when they went to attempt to detect curvature. Are you throwing all that?
I was going to say, to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything terrestrial long distance observations that convinces me that the Earth is curved. No.
Right. Yeah. Right. So all the boats over the horizon,
definitively that can't be thrown out with refraction.
That's all gone. Right. That's all fucking gone. At least you will never make that argument again. Right.
From my perspective. No. From my perspective, I don't fight in the terrestrial arena at all because I don't think either side knows enough about.
Right. So anytime a boat comes in here and says
medium,
there's a boat going away, it's obstructed. That's evidence of curvature. That's horseshit, right? I'm
not saying it's horseshit. I'm not saying it's proof either. I would say that I wouldn't rely on.
Why is it not horseshit? You already conceded that you cannot detect it from a terrestrial position.
Definitively detected. I'm just saying I can't reject the null hypothesis.
Definitively. Okay, right.
Well, no.
How close can we get to definitive?
Oh,
let's add more qualifiers, Josh.
Sorry, what?
Add more qualifiers. It's great.
What? I'm just saying it's data that I see as noise because you can't definitively say it's a globe or flat based off of it. I'm not saying it's horseshit. I'm not saying it's accurate.
Everyone so confidently that the Earth is a globe, but at the same time, you've realized there's no way to actually confirm that we live on a globe for any person on Earth.
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
Well, I'm saying, isn't it amazing that they're teaching everyone and all the kids at school so confidently that we all know that we live on a globe, and yet at the same time, you, who is ostensibly at the higher levels of a profession which deals directly with this question, are admitting that no human being on Earth could actually confirm that he lives on a globe.
I'm saying it's just noise.
That doesn't answer anything I just said, but okay.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm ceding that point because Josh, I think that it's noise.
So they're just teaching the kids noise
where we definitively knew we lived on a globe. Then, what was the moment in history?
You go up and take a picture. At least for my
Aristophanes doesn't count. That's a load of shit.
Yeah,
Alberoni
I understand.
Of shit.
When
did we actually definitively know? What did it take?
I'll go 1942. Some of the high altitude V2 imagery that was returned. Like I'll go with if I had to shoot from the hip where I think humanity figured it out definitively, you can posit like Eratosthenes that there's not a local sun, it's parallel sun rays, relative to the Earth, right, etc. But I'm saying, at least from my point of view, if I'm saying that you have to go up and look, I'd go with the World War II V2 camera observations.
I'd love to see your basis of research in that, because I've looked into that too.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's me shooting from the hip. I haven't actually, I've seen the images. I haven't gone into like where they were launched from, et cetera, to, fully flesh it out. But if you're asking me when I think we figured it out definitively based off of my criteria for what is definitive and throwing out ground-based observations because we don't know enough about how the medium interacts with light to make any claims either one way or the other. Yeah, that's what my answer would be.
So why are they making claims to everyone, adult and child alike, that they can tell the Earth is a ball because they're seeing boats disappear bottom up and the sun set? If what you just said is the case, that's a contradiction.
I'm assuming that most folks that are not in this conversation can. Oh, Jesus, was that a creaking chair? Or did someone just rip ass? Jesus, goddamn, what'd you eat? No. I think from a simplified point of view, like folks that go into this conversation blind, right? We were talking about elementary school teachers at this point that have no exposure to quote unquote flat Earth, assume that is true, right? Whereas
those elementary school teachers are not the ones coming up with the curriculum. This is the curriculum that they're given by the government to teach to people. And the government's supposed to be the one in the position to know all this. They're the only ones who apparently have the capability and the technology to take technology into a position where they can actually see a globe.
Yeah, that's not true.
You just mentioned the V2, true. Josh. Don't backpedal.
No, I was referring to what he was saying. Not what you were saying.
It's all military purview above a certain altitude, so don't give me that shit.
Not anymore. I mean, these are purely commercial plays at this point that have access to it, and that's why I come in here professing. That's the only reason I'm in here.
No. How many of those launch facilities don't have a facility clearance?
Are we talking about proprietary? Are we talking about IP? Are we talking about there's different types of clearances?
An FCL, a facility clearance with the facility security officer, KMP, and a cage code, and all that other jazz.
Yeah, Kennedy does not have that. Kennedy Space Center does not have that. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station does. They're right next to each other, but the launch complexes that are no. You don't have to be. You have to be there's ITAR restrictions, but you can tour most of the facility, almost all of it, as not even a U.S. citizen. Commercial. Yeah, I was going to say commercial launches from Kennedy Space Center don't have an FCL. I know that for certain.
Kennedy Space Center, what, being a government facility?
Yeah, civil, not military.
Yeah, then they wouldn't need an FCL because we're talking about the NISPOM for private industry here. Try to follow along. You mentioned private industry is completely open, and you just invoked a government facility.
There's no commercial launch facilities. There are commercial launchers, right? I mean, the commercial, Brownsville, Texas. That is.
There's no launches without government permission. Just stop, dude.
Oh, George. Yeah, and all of those license applications are public. You can just pull those.
That's right.
There's no secrecy there.
But that's not the point. The point is, there's a gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper is the government. You're pretending it's not there.
Oh Lord, it's not a gatekeeper. It's somebody who signs your permission.
It's not a gatekeeper. Then why do you need permission? Why do you need to ask permission if it's not the gatekeeper? What happens if I build a rocket in my backyard?
Because the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the launching administration takes on liability for any assets launched from its territory. So it doesn't even, you have to. Basically, the government has to make sure you're not putting a bomb up or weapons of mass destruction.
Well, where's the Native Americans program? Why don't the Native Americans make a space launch site, then they don't have to worry about any of that shit. They didn't sign those treaties; they're not bound to them, right? They don't have to listen to the FCC or the FAA or anybody. It's just fucking launch from Navajo Nation.
No, it's still sovereign territory of the United States. The U.S. would still be liable.
Oh, there you go. Shot yourself in the foot.
Right. So yeah, it's all government military party then.
So come on, Josh, you're playing games like
I'm not lying. Jesus, how the instant that I actually engage, y'all think I'm playing games? I don't lie.
Oh, you're playing games.
You may not be lying.
These are government controlled freaking activities, dude. They are.
Yeah.
No, it's government authorized, not controlled.
We get it. You're just lying to yourself.
Authorized.
You don't understand the system.
Games, dude. That's a game. It's a word game.
It's not a word game.
It's government authorized, not controlled. What if they don't authorize it?
Then they have to have a reason for not authorizing it. They're not. No, they're obligated to tell you why you're not, and that's public.
Why they're saying no.
And what's your recourse if they don't do it? Nothing.
Okay, does he say these things, Yoder? Hold on, Josh. Is he saying these things because he doesn't have the clearance, and so he's just assuming, Yoder? Is that what you think?
No. He's just a little green. He's a little green behind the ears when it comes to how all of this works inside the Beltway. That's all.
Because I don't detect that he's. Hold on, I don't detect that Josh is actually like maliciously trying to like skirt any like truth of what he's saying. I think it's. Like maybe like as you stated, it's probably he's not aware of it. So he's like basically
regulatory affairs.
I'd rather just phone in the other guy.
Oh, Jesus.
Listen, among my many jobs that I had, Josh, I was an ITAR compliance officer amongst my many jobs I've had in Washington. So it's not like you can say ITAR and like.
Right, we have an ITAR guy and we have a regulatory guy. There's two separate jobs.
Yeah, and I was a regulatory guy too. I also used to serve as an FSO for
facility security officer. Okay, but I'm just saying like that's not putting in.
Yeah, I was the most highly cleared person in my company. Okay.
Okay.
It's all right.
I'm saying it's not regulatory affairs.
That there's no curvature. That's all that's going on.
Jesus.
Who are you talking to? Who were you talking to before Josh? He
left. I think Josh accomplished his goal.
Good job, Josh. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Mission accomplished. Y'all can't beat up on somebody who can barely speak English.
No, that wasn't. No, you just jumped in just so he didn't hear anymore, dude. You're basically a government censor.
Yeah, that's me. A government censor.
Josh, and in the protest, you have to concede.
No solipsation for y'all today. Sorry, I'm here to make sure that doesn't occur.
That's ironic. You're here just to confirm to all the new people listening that there's no way for them ever to detect any of the curvature that's required for a globe. Well done.
Oh, just go build an antenna.
Just go to Google and type in Earth glob, and you'll see all the cartoons. That's all you need to do.
Oh, Lordy.
It's kind of funny that you did say that we're solipsists because people rely on information coming.
If that didn't, I was going to say I was being sarcastic. That was not serious.
Josh, yeah, I don't know if you seem to fail to remember that people that are in here, they kind of rely on people such as yourself to kind of know whether or not they can tell. So they're leaning on your expertise per se. I mean, they're waiting to hear. They're waiting to hear this information.
Save a whole globe, save our hero guy, and all he's actually doing is being an authoritative voice that confirms what we're saying, which is that there's no detectable curvature. No human being on Earth has ever detected or measured any curvature on Earth in reality. So it's quite ironic, Josh, that you see yourself as saving them when in fact you're throwing them to the wolves worse than we are.
Oh Lord, I was being sarcastic. Y'all, you just end up people walking.
Don't say you're being sarcastic, Josh. You've just embarrassingly faffed around trying to claim that the Earth's definitely a ball, whilst at the same time saying there's no way for any human being on Earth to ever validate that it's a ball like they claim.
No, hold on, friend. Including all of Geodesy. You just threw Geodesy under the bus. Good job.
Yeah, that's true.
That's interesting, actually. There's many things. There's many evidence. Like when he interrupted, he did like a multiple cascading effect of different things he was taking down, which is one of the other things on top of Geodesy that AI mentioned. I was talking to Yoder about like the clearance level that he has, and he's speaking from like, it sounds like he's not aware of certain things, but he's confidently speaking about the things that he does know. So it's not. I didn't detect that he was doing it out of like malicious intent. He just doesn't know like what there's more gates that are not open to him.
Nah, because all that stuff that he's doing when he's talking about that is simply him trying to deflect from what I'm holding him to, which is the physical geometric curvature that must exist in order for any of the shit he's saying to be true. He just deflects off of it. And then when we say, okay, well, who's actually measured it? If we don't let him just run away to some space fantasy story, he concedes no one ever has. But then he says, that's okay. We don't need to. We can't
so what you're saying is that all these institutions are lying.
Yeah, let me help you out. Let me help you out, guys. Real quick. So he said is we can't trust the tests on the surface because either side doesn't understand the medium fully. But I can trust when I get high and look back. Wouldn't the same thing that nobody understands the medium fully be applied to any observation, regardless of how high you are?
It would even work. It would be even worse.
There is no medium.
Yeah, what?
What?
Yeah, again,
the atmosphere, the asymptotically.
There is no medium.
There isn't.
Hey, listen, Josh, let me help you out with some logic here. In order to see the surface of the Earth, you must look through the atmosphere. The answer is yes. Period. Even if you're far away from the Earth, looking back at it, you'd be looking through the atmosphere. So this idea that there's no medium is self-evidently false. So you're just wrong.
No, you look at the edges of the atmosphere on both sides, right? Like it's what happens when you put a spectrometer up to Mars, right? You can see CO2 on either side of it.
Up to Mars, Jesus Christ, Joe.
Why are you saying that,
Josh? For 1 minute,
Josh? Spectrometers use on emitted light when the source is emitting light. You talking about reflectance spectroscopy?
Yeah.
No, this guy.
Hey, guess what I just found?
Guess what I just found? You're talking about at all? Do you just come in here try to bullshit people?
Yes, he does.
Obviously.
Okay. So Cyclone. So you missed Cyclone's whole point that he was making with that person, is that he can't verify it himself. He has to rely on somebody else, namely the government. You disputed that, but ultimately the government does gatekeep who gets to see that point of view you think it exists. They are the ultimate authority that sets that line. And I'm sure if our Cyclone protagonist who he was talking to was some type of undesirable, he ain't going to space.
Of course not.
Think they're letting Charles Manson jump in a fucking rocket? Come on, man. I mean, I'm trying to be reasonable, man. But
you can buy a ride.
Unreasonable.
Josh knows this. He's just doing his bullshit. I don't know why.
You can be a flat earther and still work in the satellite industry. You just have to be crystal clear what the globe is, what the coordinate reference system is. You can still use it.
Yeah, I think part of it thinks, maybe, I don't know, I'm speaking for him, but maybe he has to abandon the way that he views it now versus, looking at it as the spherical coordinate system as for what it just stands for. He's thinking he's going to have to stop doing all of those things.
Satellites do not work as they are designed in any other coordinate system besides spherical.
Well, that's the thing.
They just don't. I've yet to see any propulsion tech that would keep them in the motion that we observe from the ground.
You don't have any dynamic readouts, any telemetry, any of the dynamics, any of the physics involved in any of this equipment to make that evaluation. So
yeah, and
actually have internal avionics. So
Oh, Lord.
Well, I told you this 4 days ago, Josh, and you just freaking quit. Okay. You have kinematics. You don't have dynamics.
So that was I was going to a Magic the Gathering pre-release, so I was literally walking in, so I had to hop off. I apologize for ducking out at that point.
Sorry, Josh. Needless to say, you've got literally none of the things you need for Earth to be a big swinging ball. So, no worries.
I don't lie in these rooms. I really don't appreciate the sarcasm that I'm lying to your face. I do not lie in these
You're
rooms.
not lying. Listen, there are flat earthers in DC who are highly cleared in your industry right now, Josh. You just don't know them yet.
Josh, you can't
I've
lie
already
to
explained
us.
that to you,
Don't worry
Josh.
about that.
Hold on, Josh. If I can indulge, sorry to break it to both of you morons. That's right, both Josh and whoever flat earther was just speaking. I just proved the Earth was concave. So you guys can keep talking. I'm going to post my evidence. 100% proof. So go ahead and keep talking while I upload my evidence.
March didn't hear that. I'm open and honest. I do not lie in these rooms. I have zero reason to lie in these rooms.
Yeah, Josh,
so if I say that I had to drop out, wait. If I say I'm had to drop out because I had stuff going on, and somebody says, "Sure, Josh," like, dude,
all right,
there's no reason for that at all.
I'm not saying that. You have to go sometimes. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
damn
not
fucking
the
straight
issue.
I
That's
do.
not what we're
Get off
concerned
my
about.
back.
That's not what we're concerned about. And honestly, Josh, there's nothing really that you can say that's going to rile up any of us because we already know the situation as it pertains to Earth having no curvature and therefore not being a globe. And you've just agreed with it here tonight anyway. So
okay,
don't worry about it.
Agree with you. That's yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, from your point of view, that makes sense. But there's other points of view. But you have to posit that those are lies.
Oh, there's imagination. Yeah, you can have imagination if you want. That's fine.
No, we're not positing that. See, you just lied right there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he's a little snaky, Josh. I mean, it's a little snaky. Come on.
Wait, Indio, how did I lie? Honestly, like
when you said we have to say their lies, when did we say that?
Well, I'm telling you, there's other perspectives.
You just said things like they get a spectrograph of Mars and they know it's carbon dioxide. Okay, that's bullshit. You're misinformed.
So other perspectives,
spectroscopy. Because because carbon dioxide does not emit light, so you wouldn't be able to get its spectrum. Has to be the source of the light. Because what are you capturing, right? You use the Bohr model to add on the orbitals, then it's emitting a certain frequency. That's how you tell what it is. Well, it would have to be reflectance. So you're wrong. So when we say you're wrong, we're saying you're lying. No, you're wrong, Josh.
Okay, that's fine. I can be wrong, but I'm telling you everything that I say is honestly from my perspective.
Josh. That's fine. And it's fine, yeah, from your belief, you believe in the globe. We get it. We don't care. We're not interested in the belief. That's why we're asking for verification and measurement. You're saying it can't be done. Fine. You can't evidence the globe. We agree.
From a human perspective on the surface. Correct.
From a human perspective. That's a pretty redundant thing to say, Josh, since literally that's the only thing we can deal with. Are we going to deal with the cow's perspective? The kangaroo's perspective? Whose
camera's perspective, the thermometer's perspective. I'm saying from your own five senses.
Reading the thermometer. So who's doing any of that?
Let's ask Josh. When was the globe confirmed then?
We already talked about this. I was saying that I
never talked about it with you.
Oh, sorry. Like 20 minutes ago, we talked about it.
It was an American bald eagle. It was an American.
Was it with a camera? Did Apollo?
Yes.
So who was it? Was it
German V2s during World War II.
How is that? That doesn't. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Wait a minute. This is perfect.
The V2
Indio.
picture.
What about the
V2 horizon? That one?
Photograph?
Yeah, I'll have to dig into it. But if somebody was asking,
brother, I just posted my photograph. Okay, in the chat there. It's an actual photograph, printed from a film, from a plane, and it shows a concave horizon. So I just proved the Earth is concave. I rest my case. You're a loser.
Lit. You're taking a picture through a medium as well as the glass on the plane. Good job.
Oh, but V2s aren't taking a picture through a medium? Holy crap, dude.
At least he's taking a picture.
Josh, you just boned yourself, dude. Like, wow.
Whoa. Everybody needs to bone themselves every once in a while. Come on.
All right, Josh. Put your
I know, fun little joke, just kind of, deflect from the fact that V2 for you is evidence while looking through a camera lens and probably the visor, right?
Yeah. I was going to say,
through the window.
Shooting from the hip on that one. I haven't dug into it.
Yeah. Right. And that was your confirmed proof that you haven't looked into.
Just shooting from the hip, guys. Teach all the children. Just teach all the children around the world that this is true. Just shooting from the hip.
Damn, I got to see this repository of clips y'all have on me. It's
dang,
hilarious.
brother, I messed up, guys. I messed up. I'm sorry. I publicly apologize to the community. I'm flipping through the images here because I got multiple prints of different shots. And some of the horizons are curved down and some of the horizons are curved up. So I have to retract my claim that it's concave Earth because I have contradictory information from the same altitude.
No, just ignore that one. Just ignore those ones, and you're fine. That's how you do it.
You tell me I can just burn. I can just burn these ones, and then that one will be true.
Pick the ones you like. That's how you do it, isn't it, Josh? You just pick the ones you like. Just pick the results that make you feel warm and fuzzy inside.
That's exactly what y'all do every day in here. That's hilarious.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, really?
You use the V2 rocket, bro, and it's showing concave and convex. So you're doing the thing that you're... Come on, bro.
Come on. Josh, you agreed with us that there's no curvature to be measured or detected. That's not our preference. That's just a hard fact about reality.
No, I'm throwing out long distance observations because I don't think folks know enough about the medium. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying from a debate point of view, it's impossible to prove it to this audience or to the quote unquote globe Earth audience using long distance observations.
You expect us just to accept unverifiable claims from the government and various institutions that no one can actually verify what they're claiming?
I was gonna say, I'm happy to walk you through how to build an antenna yourself to start get your own data and confirm that these space systems are operating in the way that they're claimed to operate.
No, I don't need an antenna. Remember, we just need the curved lake, which you said is impossible.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying you don't need that.
Josh, the way that those systems work, do you think that's what's in contention? How they operate? Oh, I can show you all of that. Like, why do we need to know that? How they operate?
Because it doesn't work in a flat Earth.
Why not?
It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Why not?
Because things accelerate towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second square.
Reality couldn't work on a flat Earth, guys. The observable, measurable, practically used reality could not work on a flat Earth, even though that's exactly what we're talking about.
Correct.
You're confused, Josh. You must be thinking that we're describing some depiction of a model of reality that isn't detected, when in reality, we're talking about that reality that is observed and experienced. So to say that couldn't work with what we're saying is... It just doesn't even make any sense, because that's what we're talking about. That is flat Earth.
That's why I'm saying you can't observe it. You can't observe it from a human perspective. You hit the nail right on the head.
You can directly observe a flat, motionless Earth, Josh, already by default.
Correct.
Wait.
And the way that space systems work is in direct contention with that.
So when you
which
say
means that you're not omnipotent.
Observable reality, it's incoherent. Doesn't make any sense.
You're right. It doesn't. Therefore, one of them must be wrong.
We can measure the Earth to be a globe with an antenna?
I'm contending that you can confirm that space objects are operating in the way that they are claimed to using an antenna.
How? Can you tell us how to do that?
You can do range data plus velocity data and corroborate those measurements. Yes. So how far away the object is from you?
How are we doing that?
The time between the clock and the clock on the satellite and the clock. No, you receive the time of the packets from
the satellite.
Correct.
Are we syncing clocks, buddy?
You're not syncing clocks.
What do you mean we're not syncing clocks? How do we know how long it took without a ping, right?
Oh, lordy. I'm saying you get the data down at time X, and the packet is labeled with time X minus some amount of time.
Yeah, then you compare it to measure the time. You need the time on your end, right? So how are you syncing clocks?
And latency is not a factor here?
That's the whole point. Latency is the factor. Latency is the whole way that you get the distance. But so we can double click on that if you'd like.
It leaves there at freaking high noon, and then you get it at freaking 1 millisecond freaking later. How do you know it was noon on your clock when it was noon on their clock?
I mean, we can get into Sagnac if you want. You don't need to do that.
I'm not talking about Sagnac. How did you sync clocks in the first place? We're not anywhere near Sagnac yet.
Because exactly.
You can't even tell me how they did the most basic part.
Oh, Lord.
The most basic part is syncing the clock, dude. Otherwise, there is no measurement.
Hey, brother, I got real world experiment. I got a real world, dude. I got a real world practical application of this. So in the military, we have a radio system that's coded on a revolving frequency that requires you to be on time. And the current code sets that's going to be revolving are on a device called the ANCD, which you have to plug into your radio before the mission. And then everyone has to sync their clock to the same time at the same time. Okay? If you don't do that, you cannot listen to the other person on the radio. All you will hear is gobbledygook. Okay? So the key component in all of that system is that everyone who's the end user syncs to the appropriate time. How hard is that to comprehend, brother?
Can we do that with a satellite?
If it's your own, correct, yes.
Indio, you're gonna make him go under,
bro.
Let me ask you this question, Josh. If somebody takes the time coding device out of your building, are you authorized to kill them?
No.
Oh, that's weird.
It's an encryption key. It's the same thing that you do for all of your proprietary information that's encrypted.
All right, let's just take a quick moment to double check, because we've got how many people in this chat now? 41 people.
41.
There must be another space fantasist that wants to ask a question. We can get back to you.
Yeah, it's all good, y'all.
But let's
no, don't worry about it, y'all. I got home about 10 minutes ago from my commute, so I'm gonna head in and get some dinner. But no, appreciate y'all again. It's fun. It's fun to mix it up every once in a while. Actually,
good stuff, Josh.
No,
you enjoy your dinner.
Hey, Josh, how is your answers any different from some guy who just plays Kerbal Space Program on the weekend?
Probably not much. Not gonna lie.
Exactly. You know why? Because just like the NASA guy said, and also the leader said, that the people in the actual doing of the job cannot tell the difference between a real mission and a simulation.
Yeah, unless you're actually there.
Wow. At least he's not as bad as the flight simulator pilot guy. That was pretty funny earlier.
Damn. I heard
no. Go ahead. I'm gonna.
No, you're about to leave, man. You might as well just say what your parting words were.
No. I agree. I can point you towards resources that are publicly available. But I will, concede that, because a lot of this, a lot of space tech has sort of separated from government. It's not NASA launching shit anymore or NASA operating and stuff. It's these commercial companies. The issue you run into is less of national security, yada yada, government clearances. It's more of proprietary, intellectual property stuff. So I'll take the action item to what was the ask?
How come no one's going rogue yet? That's what I want to know.
The ask would be that we need some actual empirical, verifiable evidence for any of these wild fantasy claims about the ground being.
Yeah, we'll find some nonprofits. Yeah, we'll find some folks that are doing stuff without commercial incentive or motivation. that
Just
are also
establish the
government.
basis of your claims, right, as being true.
It could literally be the dog catcher. If he goes and measures some curvature, that's fine. We don't need.
Okay.
Lasagna's getting cold, man.
Hey,
well, that's the basis. That's the basis of his claim.
I'm having locks tonight, man. We're doing bagels. All right, much love, y'all.
Okay. All right. Peace. Okay.
Crap.
Floor is open. New people. Who's got a question? Any comments? Questions about what you've just heard? Let's hear it.
So this is something just I'm all about. What does the government do if one of these commercial entities go rogue and they just like, oh, we're not going to use it for that. We're just going to hover over all the military bases and take pictures and sell them to the Russians. Then what do they do?
Talk about who's holding them accountable? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like once they get to space, right? They don't. Whose jurisdiction are they in then?
And like maritime law up there.
We want up here, right, bro? We just do what we want. Like you can't.
No man's land, brother. Well, that's what they say the Karman line is. That space between like that little gap. It's really just like there's nobody that's laid claim to that, so you can technically put something in there and not be responsible. You fly it over a country.
Yeah, you just freaking launch your satellite the next Patriot and be like, fuck, dude, I'm starting my own country in space.
Oh, there is that already. Asgard. Look it up. There's about 1 million people that are joining up on that.
Is this space based?
Yeah, there's yeah, exactly. You want me to pull it up?
You know what?
Yeah, let me
I got
pull
some
it up.
space news too, man. You know what, dude? We used to do on Friday the Dr. Science show. Remember, we used to do space news. That was awesome. I loved space news.
Zany space news is what we call it. Here, I'm gonna drop something.
I got one. I got another one. You go. You get yours, and I'll get mine. I'll show you yours if you show me mine.
Look, I'm gonna post it, but
would be doing the zany space news and having Josh defend each story.
Now, whether you believe
like
this
it.
or not,
brothers, please stop. We've been trying to do a show like that in the vein of Hannity and Combs. If any of you remember Hannity and Combs. It was one conservative and one ultra liberal. They were both co-hosts, and they would present the news, and the other guy would zing the other guy back. Oh man, what if Josh is our Combs? Oh, all right, go ahead.
That could work. Yeah, that could work. I'm about to post this link. Now you don't have to take no flat earther made this up. So you're gonna look at what's in here, and then you give me your judgment of what this is. There it is. Now Indio just said this, but there's an actual space nation. It's called Asgardia. And, we can tell Josh if he's really concerned with all of this, he can join this nation. They have their own flag. They have their own motto. There's this like alma mater, I think, or what alma mater. There's a song that they sing that, like their flag song. So, I don't know, man. You guys make up your own mind on it. The population of Asgardia is 1,124,241 people. Build the future through democracy and innovations, no matter where you are. Asgardians, they have their leader. I think their president is, as a matter of fact.
They have a currency.
Let me see.
The solar.
I don't know how far they've got. I'm just
of Asgardia.
All right. The head of the nation is Dr. Igor Ashubele, whatever. Let's see here.
Is that like an Indian name?
Uh-huh. Perhaps.
I'm not being part of that country.
Let me see if I can share this video.
Go live in the Fishies belt.
What is Asgardia? Asgardia, the first space nation, a unique international community of forward-looking people, a digital state with its own transparent economy focused on scientific progress on Earth and in space. I put in there a video from the Asgardian Executive Congress. So Look at this. Democracy. Be part of the first digital democracy in the world. Make the space nation better. Inclusivity. We don't care about your gender, race, or faith. We care about you. Freedom. Express yourself. We value your freedom to be you. Asgardia 1 satellite. Send part of your life to space today and remain in history forever. A community, it tells you how many people there are, Asgardians. Exploration, pave the road to living in space with like-minded Asgardians and help build a better future for humanity. Like, I am not kidding about this. This is real stuff.
Yeah, what if you don't live in space, though?
Well, they don't live in space. This is here on Earth right now. They're establishing their nation on Earth, and when the time comes, they're going to have residency in a type of space station. Is my understanding of it.
You gotta pay taxes.
More globe-based fantasy escapism.
Yeah, look,
you gotta pay triple taxes, bro.
Let me just post some for you guys so you can see what the identification looks like. Yeah, I don't know if you're wondering that, but I'll put in the text.
Bro, this looks like a cult or some shit, man.
Nah. What, space cult? What do you mean? Is there such a thing as a space cult? What would that even look like?
Scientology.
It's an offshoot of the globe cult.
What would that even look like? All right, look at that resident identification card. That's legit, bro. Legit.
Don't Scientologists think that at some point there's like a spaceship coming and take all of their souls to Titan? Whatever.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's another globe cult.
Here's this. A few snippets, I think. We can probably get the juices flowing.
Do you have anyone in the chat that's an actual globe believer, like a real life one? Do we have any real globe believers in?
How was he the head of the nation when they said it was a democracy? Did they vote him in there?
I think he's a founder, if I'm not mistaken. They have a roadmap. That is cool. Kind of like space lore. Look at this.
Dude, I should make my own competing nation, and then go to war against that nation.
You gotta do like flat Earth here or something, and then gotta get your members up. Go to war with them.
There was this old Star Trek episode where the Star Trek dudes, they landed on this world, and they were involved in this war. And then it was like this nation and this nation were fighting. They were saying all these casualties. Oh, we launched a rocket, and we killed 1 million people in the city. And then they launched a rocket, and they killed 250,000 people that were having a party on the beach. And it went on like this. And then, Kirk, was trying to be like, why are you guys fighting? This is so crazy. And it turns out towards the end of the show that they weren't actually launching any weapons. The war was a simulation in a computer. But whenever you made a move that actually succeeded, you had to actually kill your citizens commensurate with the casualties that were in the simulation. Crazy times.
Damn, I didn't know Star Trek was that hardcore.
Yeah, dude, the people, the citizens would willingly come to the vaporization chamber to be eradicated. And the reason why they did it is because they were convinced that if we do this war in a virtual world, and that we just actually perform the casualties in these vaporization chambers, it's more humane than actual war. And it's more peaceful.
Yeah, I could see Globers being convinced of that. Willingly vaporizing themselves for some government story. Doesn't sound too far-fetched.
Yeah, so imagine like the most broke nation in the history of the earth. And they're still alive today. They literally have nothing. All of a sudden they say, hey, we launched a ICBM at your nation and we killed 3 million of your people. Well, how'd you guys get an ICBM? Hey, that's a secret. You better have 3 million of your people line up in the vaporization chamber. Like, wait a minute, I don't trust that you really have a nuke. Dude, these are virtual nukes anyway. Just have your people line up and be killed, okay? We win, you lose.
Well, they unlocked it on a RNG box.
Yeah, they got it in a loot box.
Like a weapon case. Yeah, a loot box. That's where they got it.
Yeah, so you're finally starting to get it, brother. Space programs to emerging nations are loot boxes.
I would like to interview that guy.
Oh, guys,
maybe
watch
he
those
even
clips
has
I
a
put
good
in
skin
there.
and shit, right?
Well, speaking of skin, if you watch that clip that I put in there in the chat, it says that one of the most disgusting things about space, and it's a foot doctor talking about a clip of a girl pretending she's in space and then her feet are gross. And what the foot doctor was saying, well, if you're floating in space for months upon months, you'll lose the callousnesses off your feet, and your feet will become baby smooth again. And so you have to shed your calluses, and they would just be floating around. Let's just say the ISS, for example, clogging up all of the filter machines, being a danger to the health of the people. And then she showed an image of a whole bunch of people allegedly on the ISS showing their feet, but they had socks on. And then she said, this is why you never see them with their socks off. Isn't it weird how she phrased it that way? You never see them with their socks off.
That's why. Because the calluses will float off into the machinery and clog it.
Maybe it's because their feet aren't losing their calluses. And if they had their feet off, you'd notice that the claim that this lady made, that what would be happening, should be happening, isn't happening.
Shit. That's some big brain stuff.
They're getting pretty desperate for cool space facts, aren't they?
You like that stuff? Obvious?
What was that, Ivy?
First human born in space. You see the snippet I put in that image? Asgardia wants to have a first human born in space.
All right.
Our key significant goal is facilitating the first human childbirth in space, a crucial step on our path to immortality as a species.
Ooh. Oh, little Freudian slip there, brother. Immortality.
Yeah, how would being born in space make you closer to immortality? God, the globe religion is so effed up.
Well, to be fair, it said as a species. As a species, you said, right?
Yeah, it's incoherent.
So that's not
the rest of the lore.
It's not immortality for an individual.
Correct, but a lot of people who are, in this like space religion, they don't think that they're going to live forever, right? But they think that the progenation of humankind, or passing their genes into the future, is living forever. Because they don't believe in any afterlife. So they believe that all afterlife is after their life within this world. So if their kids survive via progenation with their little evolution religion, what was it Dawkins who said that the human body is essentially just a machine for a gene, and the selfish gene is really what's doing everything, and it could care less whether you had a human body or an ape body or this body. It just wants to progenate into the future. So like these people are delusional, brother. They think that if they can have a generation of a child, 17 generations removed, that ends up living on Mars, that somehow that makes their life more meaningful in the present moment, which is stupid.
Yeah, it's like fantasy escapism as usual.
But isn't there like just a different sort of like philosophy about life that you can have?
Fantasy. No, it's a fantasy.
Huh?
Philosophy would have
like
to be
religion is too. So
reality.
I mean, isn't any sort of life when you're thinking about going to heaven or whatever, isn't it also just a fantasy in that? In a way.
Well, I'm not talking about going to going to heaven. I'm just talking about reality versus fantasy, which is where everyone seems to be lost. We're talking about reality here. We will talk about what's experienced, what's observed, what's measured, even just what's logical based on natural law. Whereas all this globe stuff is complete fantasy make-believe. It doesn't reference reality at any point. In fact, it
yeah, I mean, I understand reality. That, but it's like if you have children, I mean, I don't have children, I don't want to, but isn't that some, like, in a philosophical sense, I guess, that your children are where you live on, right? Like your children are you, in a sense, living on in a way?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, and even if it was,
I mean, I people I know that
in reality,
I had a portion of my toe removed, and then they kept it alive in a cryogenic chamber, and so now I can live forever. I mean, get real, dude.
It's a different thing, though.
Not really. Genetic material.
It's just.
No, it's not. It's not. What? It's like a philosophical question about what are you, right? What is you? You know?
Holy cow! Now you jumped to something else. We were talking about people having children and somehow believing that makes them live forever, which is untrue.
Well,
no, but like you are raised. If you have a child, you like raise it up and you impart some portion of yourself, which is not.
Yeah, and they're still not me. They're not me.
Yes.
So it's stupid.
I understand that. Yeah. I mean.
All right, hold on, Rusty. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. So, Cyclone, you're coming in really low, and people are just talking straight through you.
Okay. Yes, my headphones. Well, that's fine. I was just going to say that all this is kind of irrelevant to the topic at hand, which we were kind of on point before: reality versus fantasy, globe versus flat Earth. Let's try and keep it to that, because whether or not we're having children, whether or not they're living through us, is kind of non sequitur. I mean, we've got loads of people in. Someone must have a good question.
This is Rusty's shtick, though, Cyclone.
Yeah, I kind of get it. I kind of get that he's going to talk about anything except the topic, which is why I'm opening up the room, hopefully, to any new people who have salient questions on the room topic. I don't know if anyone's got an eye on the chat, wants to give some shout outs to some new people, say hello, welcome new people. Tell us what you know. Ask a question. Unless it's just Rusty, in which case, Rusty, you're going to have to try and prove the globe. No takers? Wow. 2025 is hitting the globe hard.
The contacts and no.
Is that someone trying to get in?
I think it was a hot mic.
No, that was my brain sizzling trying to convert standard time into CST into military to corroborate a text message to a video link to establish a truth of a statement that someone made a claim against our server.
How dare they?
Okay. They said they were banned for disagreeing with an argument. So unless they,
people always say that. That's never true.
Yeah, exactly. And so unless they agree with our point, they get banned. It's like whatever, dude. nice try, have a cry.
Yeah, we actually have
it's a flat earther it's a flat earther from the past. Got butthurt over something, and he was allowed to speak about it. Then I ended up getting banned, and then he blamed it on forcing him to accept the argument or something. So I'm trying to validate his claim, since all these suckers are too lazy to validate their own claims.
Let's see.
They waste so much fucking time going over old history instead of just being like, yeah, probably wasn't good attitude on both sides, but I'm ready to, turn a new page. Can I come back in, please?
Yeah, so it's one thing if somebody's saying you're not allowed to make this argument versus, hey, you're not allowed to make this argument without being critiqued. Those are two different worlds, right?
Well, I got rid of 2 people yesterday because they were just being nonsense, really. Kind of what Rusty was going into there, and not progressing the combo, but they of course went away with the interpretation that they got booted because they disagreed with us.
Oh man, yeah, bro, I got Rusty. I got Rusty so good the other day, it was hilarious. No, sorry, that wasn't Rusty. I apologize, Rusty. It was Alcoholic.
He was back in here today.
Man.
That's what?
Under building 7. That was his name now.
I'll show you, bro. I'll show you what happened, Rusty. It was hilarious. So he said, if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon, which is stupid. So then we pressed him into be like, well, of course there would be a horizon. And then he's like, well, it would look different. And then we're like, well, what would it look like? And he's like, well, it would look like all blurry, like where the horizon is transitioning into the sky from the water. If you're looking out over the water, would be blurry, right? So I told him, okay, go ahead and draw that. He couldn't do it because he doesn't have art skills. So I let him simmer for a day, and then I said, okay, bro, I'll do it for you. And during that convo, he was presenting some evidence, supposedly, of things in the distance not being able to be seen. Maybe like an image of a building cut off or something like that. And so I was just making the artwork for him about the horizon.
You're talking about who now?
This guy is called Alcoholic. No, dude.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
Because he has said my name. Sorry.
I know, but we said it like we. All right, moving on. So I'll post it in here, the image I made for him to help him out because he was having a hard time. So here's the first image I made for him. Okay, it's in the chat. And I was like, how about that? Is that what the flat Earth horizon would look like? He's like, no, that's not blurry enough. So then I zoomed in more. I didn't do anything. All I did was just zoom in. So I zoomed in more. And then I got that right there. And he's like, okay, that's blurry enough. Yeah, that's what the horizon would look like if the Earth was flat, right? So I said, okay, so now I'll post the image that horizon came from. There it is. So he basically agreed that what he was looking at was the horizon on a flat Earth, even though it was from his image that he tried to post as proof that the Earth was a globe. So he got played like a sucker. Now you notice how in my screenshot I included the screenshot of the live stream, which shows the time and the day that it was aired. So if you want to listen to him getting wrecked, you can.
Yeah, I love that argument. If the Earth was flat, the horizon wouldn't be flat. It's interesting.
No, of course, because if the Earth was actually flat, it'd be completely and entirely presenting itself as a globe. In all possible ways.
If the flat Earth we observed was actually flat, it wouldn't look flat. Great logic.
The way you would know it was flat for sure is because it would look like a globe all the time.
Yeah, that must be it.
And we would know that we're definitely stationary because we'd be directly experiencing motion.
Yeah.
Wanted to ask Josh. I wanted to get Josh to answer to that horizon thing because he was basically saying like when you get high, the horizon curves. But I was going to ask him like, well, you know, how high do you have to be? Because if the horizon is the edge of a ball, and if you're standing at the apex of the arc of the edge of the ball to where there's a tangent line to the intersection of the curve, that would be at the same distance 360 degrees around you. But it'd also be at the same drop angle 360 degrees around you. So if it's all the same information, no matter which way you're looking and no matter which portion of the field of view you're looking at that it occupies, then how is there any differential information to render a curve in the final image? Then I would tell him, you know that there's some globe earthers that claim that if the Earth was flat, the horizon would be curved? That it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth, the horizon would always be curved? Because, you know, it's a distance. It's either going to be the limitation of your view or it's going to be the limitation of the object in your view. Either way, it's a limit that's an equal distance 360 degrees around you.
Hi, guys.
Right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother. Daniel, what's up?
What's up?
What's up? What brings you to the flat Earth room, Danny?
Where are you from?
Scotland.
Over Lawrence.
So what brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Your name
you know that
is Overlord.
Overlord, no, that's another guy.
Overlord.
But he's here too. He can speak.
Okay.
Do you know that the Earth is not a spinning ball, Daniel? Yes. No. You can hear you breathing, Daniel.
What?
I said, do you know that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
Sorry, my English no is very good.
Okay. Earth, not globe.
You speak Spanish?
I don't. No.
Okay. Where are you from?
Oh, Jesus. Doesn't matter, Daniel.
Do you speak Portuguese or just Spanish?
Yeah. I speak.
Okay, so if you're able to speak Portuguese, there's a lot of flat earthers from Brazil. Like, I mean, a huge, like, it's a crazy amount. And I'm sure you can find their Discord server or find them on social media or something like that. So if you feel it's mostly a language barrier for you, there's a ridiculous amount of Portuguese speakers who know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, this is an English-speaking channel, Daniel. So we can converse in basic English, but
you on your YouTube?
English. Yeah, we're on YouTube. Yep. There's links in the YouTube bot 24/7 live up in this PC. Or just Google 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube.
La Tierra no es un globo.
Sí, sí.
Tengo uno español. Habla, hermano. ¿Cómo estás?
Sí. I'm sorry, that was the only thing I translated right now on the Google chat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, not a globe.
Tierra no es un globo.
Tierra es plana. All right, well, someone else can try with this guy if they like. I'm going to dip off, but good to hear you guys. Keep it cooking.
See you later, Cyclone.
Later, mate. Hope you're well, Jedi. Peace, bros.
Does anybody address the topic of the event? I just kind of like.
Is there an event? I only jumped in about 5 minutes ago, mate.
Earth doesn't spin is the event.
Oh. No, no one's addressed that as far as I know.
Oh, I could have to a degree. Is it like it's about what is it now? That the Earth is not spinning. That's the claim, right?
Yes.
So I can only claim something which I heard from some professionals that might be a little bit outside of the like mainstream shit. I know how to say it because English is not my first language, but there's one piece of evidence that I could point to that might not be about the Earth spinning, but it might be evidence pointing towards that. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, like, I work with like in my field of expertise in where I work at, it's about like scales, like you're weighing things, right? You step on a scale, you weigh yourself, or anything. You know what a scale is, right?
Yeah, we know what weight is, mate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So there's a like the scale thing is like regulated, so you have to have a like an experienced person come to your place where you have your scales if you work in like industrial stuff, right? So they are calibrated. So like a scale has to be calibrated by a professional, right? And they came to my place and I asked them about how it works when they go to different like latitudes, right? Like if they go further south, they actually have to take that into account because the weights that they have, they have to calibrate it based on the latitude or
yeah.
Was it longitude?
Well, that's the old. That's the new news. Let me give you that's the old news. Let me give you the new news. That lore has since been updated by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says because the Earth has a bulge, the bulge and the more mass that's under the bulge exactly cancels out the centripetal force that would throw you off the Earth. So it just ends up being the same anyway. So yeah,
I mean that's not what the guys told me because they still have zones
if there's more land, right? So there's supposed to be a bulge at the equator that's 11 miles high, so it's 11 miles more Earth, right? So that's gonna have more pull, right?
20...
So hold on, Rossi. So the claim is that something will weigh less at the equator than the poles because of this Earth is spinning, right? And it's throwing you off. Okay. But now they're saying, well, that's not actually the case because there would be more mass there, and that mass compensates for the centrifugal force and would all equal out.
That's not what
the new shit
the person was saying to me.
Well, he's full of it, dude. They'd be doing fucking gold arbitrage.
I mean, they are calibrating the scales, so they are equivalent to more northern hemisphere.
Scale has to be calibrated every time.
Yeah, but why would that be when you go further south? I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson has said that we have a bulge at the equator.
You can,
but it doesn't matter, and that may
calibrated. Every time you turn it off, when you turn it on, it has to be recalibrated.
Yeah, but when you go further south, there's but if you go further south towards the equator, there's a measurable difference.
Yeah, you're saying that, but that's based not on true, something. Dude. That's not true.
Okay.
Somebody told you that because somebody believed that, but it's not true. Want me to show you it's not true? Okay, I'll show you extra data.
I asked a guy that was at our place.
Well, I'll show you data. So this won't be word of mouth hearsay. This will be data that people took with scientific scales. The measurements performed by scientists. Okay.
I mean, he was an expert in his field, so I would take his word for it.
So what?
To a degree.
What, sorting out scales? There was an old woman who used to do that where I worked. So you had to recalibrate the scales every single week because of, standard weights and measures and so on. You can't be selling more or less of something and charging somebody a different price. So, yeah, just because somebody can press a few buttons on a scale doesn't mean they're some kind of expert in why the Earth does the shit that it does. They've just got a job of work, mate.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's kind of weird that depending on if you're further or...
And it's not true, dude. What you're about to say is not true. You just believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I heard it. I asked him.
You heard it.
He's wrong, dude. What will you say? He's
okay,
wrong.
so okay. Well, maybe he was wrong.
So this would be the test, buddy. This would be the test. You'd be at 45 degrees latitude, and then you'd take your scale, you'd weigh something, and then you'd go to the equator, and without zeroing it, you would weigh it again, and then measure some difference.
Shut the fuck up! Earth is not flat; it's round. Retard.
Okay, have a temper tantrum. That's awesome. Anyway,
that's on me.
So this is what you'd have to do. But here's the problem: when you're in transit, when you've left 45 latitude and traveling to the equator, your scale is going to lose accuracy. So you have to zero it when you get to where you're getting, which negates the entire thing.
No, yeah, but the fact that you have to zero it
because of transit.
That's a but because it you want your scale to be at at regular, you want to be at zero, right? And if you travel to the south, there's like a difference in the weight that it's going to say.
No, there isn't.
Right? Okay, well, I guess.
Yeah, Rusty, what you're looking at here is what can be absurded without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But we're even better than that. Inyo can show you quite the opposite.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I just got one more graphic to post. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you, dude. Because they did this as an experiment. A bunch of so current scientific scale companies took scales and sent them all over the world to a bunch of scientific facilities, and they did this test, dude. So there's the graph. Well, hold on. There it is. If you look in the side chat, you see the measurement graph, the predicted change of weight based upon latitude versus what was actually measured. It's just a freaking sawtooth nonsense. But I was trying to tell you, the new hotness is saying that the mass of the Earth cancels out the centripetal force or centrifugal force. Because gravity's going to be stronger at the equator, but the rotation is going to counteract that gravity. So, but it all evens out. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he's been telling this story that you told for 20 years, and he's been wrong the whole time. He admitted being wrong the entire time.
I mean, how are you going to invoke like centripetal force if you don't believe in it? Kind of weird, isn't it?
This is called an internal critique of the Globe claim. I can probe an idea internally to check it for consistency and accuracy without adopting it.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Just like you can say on a flat Earth, X would happen, right? That's an internal critique.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, I was just like the thing that I was putting forward is just a real life experience I had asking a professional in his field about the difference in weight based on your on it.
Well, I mean,
way where
know something about professionals in their field that they're full of shit just like everybody else.
They're professionals in a field that doesn't exist.
No, it is a field that exists. It was just that maybe I asked him something that wasn't true in the flat Earth sense, I guess.
No, it's just his preconceived idea, and probably something that he got told by somebody else when he was training to do his job or at university, because, you know, we all live on a sphere. Interesting fact about living on a sphere, apparently, if you move locations, scales work differently. What is heavy here is not so heavy over there, blah, blah, blah. Yet this is just what, at best, now an old wives' tale. It's not true, dude. It's just one of these things that people have picked up over time because, you know, we live on a sphere and these stories exist. And what they go to work, you ask a question, he pops up and goes, well, did you know that when we change location because we're on a ball that spins, blah, blah, blah. It's just storytelling, mate. It's an old wives' tale. Now, the story's changed. That's what Indio's pointing out. Different story now.
Well, it's
I was just
it's retroactive. It's like in the fiction world, they call this retconning or retroactive continuity, where they update their story in the present to make excuses for things that have occurred since they last made their claims or story points. But look, most of the claims from Globers about any of this stuff is from an idealized model. You know, for example, a famous one is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City. They say that the towers are 1 5/8 inches apart at the top than the bottom in order to account for the curve of the Earth. That's a claim that was aired on television on a TV show called Modern Marvels. Yet, There's no evidence that they even are an inch and 5/8 out at the top, let alone that it was engineered to be so, and let alone that it needed to be so in any manner. All as they did was they took a idealized model of curvature of the Earth and just said if two objects were this far apart and the direction of down was a radial to the center of a circle, then this is how much they would be if all of those other things I just said were true. And then people just believe it. And then people will come and say, oh, did you know they have to take into account the curve of the Earth when they make bridges? Like, get real, dude. Pure fantasy. Listen, friend, it's not even possible to construct a bridge made out of the materials that they made the Verrazano Narrows Bridge out of to be intentionally an inch and 5/8 out at the top. It's not even physically possible.
How could they even check it?
Exactly. The building methodology.
They checked it in the winter and then checked it in the summer. They're going to get different measurements.
Yeah, dude. The deck that the cars drive on that bridge elevates and declines the distance from the ground like 11 feet throughout the year. 11 feet. So if you're driving it at the peak of the expansion, you're 11 feet higher. Sorry, 11 feet. 11 feet higher.
Lower.
Oh, because it's suspension, so it's contracting. So you're being pulled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, whatever. You drive at one time of the year, you're 11 feet higher, and then the other time of the year, you're 11 feet lower. Yet they want you to believe that they engineered this thing to be an inch and 5/8 out at the top versus the bottom with cement and steel, right? And me and T-Dub looked it up. I can't remember the exact distance of the spans, but the concrete's accuracy is like an inch and 3/4 over a span, which was like, in the tens of feet versus hundreds of feet that the towers are.
Well, you got to finish their argument, right? Their argument is the bridge would have fell down if they didn't do this.
Oh, yeah.
If they didn't make
Everyone
that
would
tolerance,
die.
then the bridge would not work.
When they were taking the engineering measurements of that bridge, they could only take it at nighttime when the temperature was even. They couldn't take them during the daytime.
They have this whole thing in building structures, like you just said. You have to do different things at different times, but you even have to build it at different times. The holes on the stuff don't even line up. You have to wait for the material to match temperature so that the holes line up.
Man,
then you can put the bolts in.
Well, because I would only see them doing like lining up because they do a lot of construction near here, ironworks, right? So I'd see them using the come along in the crane to put the steel girders together, but I'd only see them do it like into the morning, like between like 6 in the morning and 11 in the morning, and then they would stop and the crane would be doing something else all day. They wouldn't be actually assembling the metal anymore. Right, assembling the steel. Like putting the bolts in, they wouldn't be doing any of that. They'd be like putting the decking, the floor decking and all that. And that's how they kind of worked every day, where they would do putting the steel girders up, the uprights, all that stuff. And then in the afternoon, they would do like the composite decking, all the other shit that went along with it. I just thought that was because, I don't know, their scheduling.
Yeah, there's even a wrench specifically designed for a lot of these dudes called the spud wrench, and it has a wrench on one side, and on the other end it has a tapered end that they literally stab through the holes to try to get them to line up. And now, if you know anything about bolting things together, you're going to have play, right? It's not going to be a perfect match over the entire span of all these things you're putting together. The little millimeters or micrometers off are going to add up over the distance. But these guys want you to believe that if they didn't engineer this bridge an inch and 5/8 out, and then even engineering it is one thing, let alone employing the engineering, because anybody who's ever actually built anything understands that they almost rarely go exactly to the engineering plans. So they expect you to believe they engineered it intentionally, and that the people who built the thing were able to actually manufacture the thing 100% accurate to the plans, and that if they didn't do it with 100% inch and 5/8 accuracy, the bridge would fall down and everyone would die because the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's laughable how dumb these people are.
What?
Oh,
you think
Russ,
people actually believe that?
No, they come in here and argue
no.
it. They come in here and argue it against us that this proves the Earth is a globe, dude. So yeah, they believe it.
Did a bridge exist because the Earth is a globe? No, I don't believe that.
No,
well, maybe I guess there's a bunch of. I'm not claiming
that the bridge has to be. Listen, the claim is that the bridge has to be engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth that results in the towers being splayed out at the top an inch and 5/8 versus the bottom, because otherwise the bridge wouldn't work correctly. That's their claim. And this is how I know the Earth is a globe, because nobody on the bridge died and the bridge didn't fall down.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that. I know that. I know that reasoning. I don't think it's true, though.
Pretty stupid. Yeah, no, it's not only is it not true, it's stupid.
Yeah. I don't think they have to take that into account. That the Earth is a globe. They don't have to take that into account.
Yeah, just the weight of the steel cables will deform the towers.
And they jumped to the conclusion that, well, now let's imagine the towers are tipped away from each other. That would just be normal, tilting them away, so that some of the downward force is, instead of pulling it laterally, it's going more down. Right. Into the what do you call it? Footing. Too Long Didn't Read version is, the more upright the tower is, the more lateral stress will be placed across the tower, across that span. But if you tilt them back, then the ropes hang, and that initial part is going along, like more parallel to the tower itself.
Yeah, guess how much lateral inward deflection of the tower top was when they fully loaded the towers.
Oh, dude,
This is the same thing as the reciprocal zenith argument. Only Globers using that argument say they need like 30 to 70 miles to measure the divergence. But here you got bridge guys who can do it over the span of a mile.
Yeah, with frickin' tape measures, man.
Yeah, they had to build the towers 36 inches taller than normal because the weight of the bridge shrank them, and the lateral inward deflection was 18 to 20 inches.
Yikes. Yikes.
So this 41 millimeters or whatever they accounted for the curve completely destroyed by this 18 to 20 inches.
Glover
Now, so
response
wouldn't
is, you flat earthers deny everything.
I gotta. Wouldn't you want the towers of that bridge to be kind of standing straight up? So you would put the stress of the cables like equally on each side, so that they wouldn't be separated at the top at all when you're an engineer. Like you wouldn't want them to like lean to one side, or basically apart from each other.
Well, it
right?
depends on the bridge. It depends on the bridge. So some bridges, the towers are canted away from each other on purpose for the way that they're doing the load. So it just all depends on how it's designed. We used to have a guy that hung out with us who was a civil engineer, and he actually built bridges. And he would come in here all the time when everybody was talking about the bridges, and he would say, dude, I build bridges and can cant them, and this is the type of bridge, and this is how much we have to cant it for the distribution of the load, and the flexion, and all these other different things to take into account. And the idea that we have to take the Earth curve into account is retarded. Literally impossible.
I think that too, as a glober. I think that there's no point in using bridges as a...
Yeah, because it's like, it's one of those things that, check it out, bro. It's one of those things that if you think the Earth is a globe and you try to include it, it's going to be irrelevant, because the actual building of the bridge, it's going to be, whether you include it or don't include it, it's not going to matter at all. It's almost like it doesn't exist. Actually, it's exactly like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But Overlord, don't pilots have to account for the pitch of an aircraft when they go from New York to Paris?
No, they have to account for it when they fly over the towers of the Verrazano Narrow Bridge as they leave JFK. If they don't, then they'll run into the second tower. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. Too soon? Sorry.
It's called the Brian's turbulence criterion.
You know what? One of the first major, really popularized bridge catastrophes where the bridge failed had to do with? Anybody? Super world famous suspension bridge.
The one that was swinging in the wind there?
Yep. Aerodynamics.
It's resonant destruction, actually. Tacana, caused by aerodynamic sway. It was the Tahoma Bridge, right? Tacoma?
Tacoma Narrows?
Yeah, Tacoma
Maybe.
Narrows.
It sounds familiar.
Tacoma Narrows Bridge, yeah. Famously collapsed 1940 due to aerodynamic forces from wind. The galloping Gertie for its up and down motion. Caused the bridge to oscillate in a twisting motion that became more extreme until the structure failed. The video of it is pretty freaking cool, though. You have to admit.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, like how much that it almost looks fake.
Don't it? It's like a miniature almost.
And the wind load wasn't that bad. It was only 42 miles an hour.
Is that the video where it's twisting left and right left and right.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Here, I'll give you some 40 here of propaganda. So you can watch it.
So you mean to tell me it wouldn't survive the sonic blast of a nuclear bomb detonation? Shit.
Hey, just looking at that bridge, though, I mean, it looks, that screenshot there, if you just disregard the fact that part of the bridge is missing and just look at the left side, it looks pretty strong. It's like, yeah, man, that's strong. There's no way it's coming down.
Maybe it's because the Earth turned flat at that moment.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying that what actually happened was a globe earther and a flat earther were arguing, and a globe earther was constantly appealing to a change in the radius of the Earth, so the Earth was actually growing and shrinking underneath the bridge, which caused the stress?
Possibly. It's one possibility, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's what the globers believe. They believe that the horizon is a physical location known as the curve of the Earth, blocking things in the distance, but then all of a sudden it's in front of the thing, and then all of a sudden it's behind the thing, and then all of a sudden it's 10 times too far. So it's like, in their worldview, the Earth is literally changing sizes.
It could also be that the straw man that you're constructing has just punched away the support of that bridge. Perhaps.
What straw man would that be?
The shit that you just said.
Oh, wait a minute. So what you're trying to say is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of a giant ball? Okay, good point. You're right. It's not.
Yeah, it depends on the perspective. I don't know. Who said anything else?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Do you mean if you move around the horizon changes, or you can stay in the same place and the horizon changes?
No, the horizon is the horizon is a perspective thing. Like it's not a physical place.
The clown car of endless people that come in here, especially this week, which has been a hot topic, of ships going over the horizon. That's cap, right? That's just nonsense.
What? How does that relate?
Yeah, because the horizon, if it's physical, then it blocks boats. But
it's not
it's just optical, then it's just an optical effect. It's not physical blocking of boats.
No. I think you misunderstand.
The horizon?
No, he doesn't misunderstand.
Okay, now
there is a physical thing. The horizon is based on your observation. Like wherever you are, you have a horizon.
That's why I clarified before you tried to run away with it. Yeah, that's why I started with, does it change when even though you're in the same place?
If you're in the same place,
yeah, if I just
can change,
I just stand there for a week, dude. Will the horizon move around?
It can, yes, but
okay. So it's not
generally not.
Generally, how do you know what happens in the general case?
What's the cause of the horizon?
Well, I mean,
just to be clear,
just in perspective, but the perspective.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what he's saying. It sounds like he doesn't want to say that.
No, there is a geometrical horizon, but
okay, there it is right at the end. We thought when you said we thought. Sorry to be clear, Rusty. We thought you said the cause of the horizon was just and only perspective, as in angular resolution, loss of distance of the surface you're looking across. All right. We thought that's what you said the cause of the horizon was. You seem to be perspective, the way we see the world, a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, I mean the distance that you can see is based on Well, of course, physical facts, but
like what?
It's about what?
Yeah, what physical facts?
Well, the most prominent one is the geometric shape of the Earth.
The most prominent one?
Really?
Yeah, then you have...
So the overarching factor in the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
That's the most prominent one, yes.
When you mean prominent,
the one that you said didn't exist.
Yeah.
Because you said it was perspective instead.
Yes. I mean, it depends on where you stand. How far the horizon is away from you, isn't it?
Beach. 6 foot off the surface of water at the beach. Like Indio pointed out, if he was to stand there for a week, what's the cause of the horizon and does it change?
Depending on the air between you and the horizon, yes.
Okay,
but
so weather conditions, the air, that's going to cause a factor as into how far you can perceive distance, yeah? Anything else? So we've got one. What's number two? When we are looking using an optic.
An optic?
Yeah, we've got the air that we're looking through. Is there anything else? I'm using the words optic to hopefully remind you that obviously we are looking. Is there anything else we should take into account when we are looking through the air at the Earth?
Yeah, the temperature of the Earth, of the air. Yeah. Density.
I mean, you said the word earlier.
The height of where
you. The height stays the same, but okay, we're taking into account the height.
Okay.
Yeah. You said perspective earlier.
Temperature of the ground too, right?
Yeah. You said perspective earlier. Do you not want to mention that again? And what do you mean by perspective when you say it?
That's the perspective that you have when you look at the ground based on your, like, when you say like that you are 6 feet above the ground, you're looking about the sea.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, like I'm just looking at the picture or a GIF at this chat right now, and basically. So what else?
Okay, I'll give you a hint. Do things get smaller in the distance? I'll give you a hint. Do things get smaller in the distance when you look at them get further?
Yep.
Yeah, what causes that?
Perspective.
Okay, so that's what you mean when you say perspective, things getting smaller in the distance till eventually you can't see them anymore.